Where is this? He looked around. All he could see was desolate wilderness. Beneath his feet a tarmac road dozens of meters wide split the barren land in two. Stretching into the distance, the scorching road disappeared beyond the horizon in a shimmer of heat. Beichen rubbed his eyes hard. Moments ago he had been sleeping at home, and now after a single sleep he had awakened in this place. This isn't a dream. A suitcase with a distinctly futuristic high-tech design appeared before him. At the same time a prompt sounded by his ear. Welcome to the highway survival game. Open the case before you and choose the vehicle model most suitable for you. It will serve as your very first survival tool in this game. After confirming there was no way anyone could be hiding nearby, Bei-chun understood this was no prank. It seemed he had been forced into a survival game. On high alert, he slowly opened the suitcase in front of him. Curiosity gnawed at him. How was a whole car supposed to jump out of such a suitcase? As the case opened, hundreds of blue light projections burst forth at once, revealing upon closer inspection detailed data on luxury cars he could not even name. Pagani, Bugatti, Veneno. Bei-chun murmured the names of a few highly recognizable supercars under his breath, while many other projected models were ones he could not even identify. Could he choose any of them at will? Images of one luxury supercar after another scrolled before his eyes, each with its signature silhouette and unique design. For a moment, Bei-chun nearly allowed himself to be swept away by the allure. No, if this really is a survival game, picking one of these would be asking for trouble. Reason triumphed over impulse. Bei-chun knew these supercars guzzled fuel, had low chassis, and would be ruined the moment the road became even slightly uneven. If there happened to be a small slope ahead that caught the undercarriage, a supercar would be less practical than a humble Wuling. As one particular model scrolled into view, Bei-chun simply reached out and tapped it. Akina Mountain's divine car, it'll be you. With a soft pop, the suitcase vanished the instant Bei-chun made his choice, and a brand new Wuling divine car gently descended onto the road not far away. It truly seemed to appear out of thin air. Selection successful. Wuling Hongguang, brand new, equipped with air conditioning and in-car music. Hearing this, Bei-chun froze for a moment and asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me those supercars didn't come with air conditioning or a stereo." At the start, vehicles priced over 1 million do not include air conditioning or in-car music. These functions will gradually unlock only as you continuously improve your vehicle's quality. Bei-chun chuckled. All right then, Wuling truly doesn't deceive me. After getting into the new car and conducting a simple inspection, he was relieved to find the fuel tank full and the odometer still at 0. Nice, it even has a multimedia system, and it's automatic. Impressive. Although Bei-chun had a driver's license, he had rarely driven, so the automatic transmission greatly reduced the difficulty of driving for him. After finishing his inspection of the vehicle's condition, Bei-chun was fairly satisfied. Suddenly, enormous subtitles appeared before his eyes. Game introduction 1. In this game, each player may choose one favored vehicle model at the start. Thereafter, all resources must be obtained through your own searching. 2. Only by continuously driving forward can you search for more resources. 3. While searching for resources, you will encounter all kinds of unknown dangers. Important warning: for in this game, if you encounter danger, starve to death, die of thirst, or are killed, that death is real. There will be no second chances. 5. When encountering other players, do not trust blindly, for there are no rules here. 6. The elderly and children will not participate in this game. 7. Unless absolutely necessary after the game begins, do not get out of your car at will. Reading up to this point, Bei-chun's heart tightened. This was no game, it was gambling with one's life. What reassured him somewhat, however, was that the elderly and children would not be participating. That meant his parents would not be trapped in this deadly ordeal. After he finished reading the introduction, his field of vision shifted subtly. A virtual interface appeared displaying options such as Chat Plaza and Trading Plaza. However, beside the Trading Plaza, the status showed not yet open. He casually started the engine to familiarize himself with the car and soon set off. A sweep of the surroundings revealed no resources of any kind. Bei-chun realized that resources here were unlikely to be so easily found, precisely because this was a survival game where death was at stake. Although the weather was scorching, Bei-chun forced himself not to turn on the air conditioning. Once the fuel was gone, his only option would be to walk on his own 2 feet. Compared to trudging on foot, a little heat inside the car seemed insignificant. After driving about 30 li, he still saw no supplies when he glanced to either side of the road. Feeling bored, Bei-chun opened the Chat Plaza. The moment he opened the Chat Plaza, a cacophony of self-indulgent chatter exploded before his eyes. Because Bei-chun adapted quickly, it had taken him only a short while to choose his car and familiarize himself with the rules. The other players, however, were still reveling in having obtained legendary supercars, lost in their fantasies and unable to extricate themselves. "I can actually own a Pagani Huayra, the standard toy of the super rich," someone crowed. Ha ha ha. In the past, it was only the rich flaunting their supercars, picking up girls everywhere. Now we get to do the same. My dad may be a big shot, but this is the first time I've ever sat in one of these globally limited supercars. Hey, you all seem to have forgotten where we are. This is a survival game. Are you seriously choosing supercars that burn 30 liters per 100 kilometers? The chat plaza fell abruptly silent. Clearly many of them had not yet reached the game introduction and had rushed straight into the chat to celebrate. Watching the chat plaza, Bei-chun could not help but smile. He could already foresee the tragedies soon to unfold. As expected, not 3 minutes later, wails of misery flooded the chat. What the hell is this place? All resources have to be gathered on our own. We can die here. Help. My Pagani is a scam. It doesn't even have air conditioning or a stereo. With fuel consumption of 30 liters per 100 kilometers, I'll be done for in 12 minutes. Somebody save me. My dad will wire you 100 million. Call the police, hurry, call the... Where's my phone? A heavy mood spread throughout the chat plaza. Those who had chosen supercars realized that all resources here had to be gathered by themselves, and they began howling in despair one after another. Reading the dense wall of messages, Bei-chun was finally certain this was no dream, but an all-too-real game of life and death. Before long, Bei-chun closed the chat plaza. With people lamenting non-stop and some fanatics even urging everyone to die together, there was nothing worth watching. He carefully examined the various functions of the interface in his field of vision. Aside from the chat plaza, he discovered there was only a single trading plaza still locked. Newly arrived in a strange and perilous environment, Bei-chun felt confusion and unease welling up inside. Stay calm. At a time like this, what you need most is calmness. Survive. By now the car had traveled over 100 li. Under the blazing sun, the temperature inside the vehicle soared, and Bei-chun's mouth grew increasingly dry and parched. For the moment, however, his thirst was still bearable. Glancing again at the fuel gauge, Bei-chun breathed a sigh of relief. Fuel consumption of 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers is no joke. The advantages of the Wuling Divine car are starting to show. The tank is still full. Endure a bit longer. Avoid using the air conditioning if possible. What's that? Suddenly Bei-chun noticed a box in the wilderness to the right ahead. A suitcase-sized wooden chest that looked very sturdy. A resource crate. He got out, glanced around to confirm no one else was in sight, then walked up to the box and found himself at a loss. The wooden chest was solid. Without a proper tool, he truly could not pry it open. Back in the car, he rummaged around. In the trunk, Bei-chun discovered 2 items, a wooden hammer and a driving. Since he already knew how to drive, he casually tossed the booklet aside. As he looked at the hammer, a prompt appeared. Wooden hammer description. Ordinary in every way. If used with force, it can smash open wooden resource crates. Wooden hammer. Does that mean there are hammers made of other materials too? He weighed it in his hand. It felt reasonably handy. Walking back to the resource crate, Bei-chun tested his strength, then raised the hammer and brought it down. Bang. What's that supposed to mean? The first blow left the resource crate completely unmoved, yet a prompt appeared beside the box. 15. So it opens after 5 hits. Bang. 25. Something's off. After 2 hits, the crate hasn't even begun to crack. Could it be that if it isn't opened in 5 strikes, some kind of danger will be triggered? Time was pressing and his thirst was growing harder to bear. Even if danger lurked, Bei-chun had to take the risk. This time he gritted his teeth, swung his arm in a full arc, and smashed down with all his strength. Bang. Crack. The solid wooden resource crate finally seemed to split with a fine fissure. Great, but there are still 2 more hits left. If I can't fully open it, there really might be some kind of danger. Earlier, Bei-chun had overlooked a crucial detail. The hammer's description stated that only when used with full effort could it break open the wooden resource crate. Just as he was hesitating, a sound different from the survival game's usual prompts suddenly echoed in his mind. Infinite amplification system is now binding. Infinite amplification system is now binding. A prompt sounded by his ear, leaving Bei-chun momentarily stunned. A system, like the systems in novels. Having read countless web novels, Bei-chun was no stranger to such things, yet now that it was happening to him, it all felt strangely unreal. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the infinite amplification system. From this day forth, this system will wholeheartedly serve you. The voice was clear, distinct, and almost painfully real. No way it's real. Bei-chun grew excited, the hand holding the hammer trembling uncontrollably. With a system backing him in this survival game, even if nothing else could be guaranteed, at least staying alive should no longer be a major problem. Infinite amplification system. How do I use it? After the initial excitement, Bei-chun quickly calmed himself and began studying the system's capabilities. What's this? As soon as he lowered his head, Bei-chun noticed a line of text appearing on the wooden hammer in his hand. Can be amplified. The system's voice rang in his ear again. Ordinary wooden hammer can be amplified. Amplify or not. Amplified. The word had barely left his mouth when the system responded, congratulations to the host, amplification successful. Wooden hammer has been amplified into bronze hammer. Bachin lowered his head to look and was utterly stunned. The plain, unremarkable wooden hammer in his hand had vanished, replaced by a bronze hammer with sharp, defined edges and an imposing sense of weight and solidity. Same weight, same size, but the quality changed. This is that miraculous bronze hammer description. When swung with full strength 10 times, it can smash open a bronze resource chest. So there really are higher grade resource chests. I wonder if the bronze hammer can break a wooden resource chest in a single blow. Without hesitation, Bachin swung the hammer down with all his strength. His life or death would depend on this single strike. Bang! The hammer came down, and the wooden resource chest emitted a dull, explosive crack. One blow was enough. It was indeed extremely effective. Water. Seeing the contents of the chest, Bachin was first overjoyed, but then his brows knitted tightly. 100 milliliters of murky river water. Can this even be drunk? It's far too dirty. There was no amplification mark on the bottle, and Bachin let out a faint sigh. Still, merely obtaining a source of water was already far better than nothing. Though the river water was filthy, Bachin knew that in a critical moment, even a single sip could mean the difference between life and death. As the bottle touched his hand, he suddenly froze. The previously blank bottle now bore 3 characters: can be amplified. Bachin wiped the sweat from his brow in delight and hurried back into the car. After just a short time outside, the vicious sun had already baked his head until it was spinning. So the amplification mark only appeared after I obtained the water resource. Interesting. Although he had already bound the system, many of its functions would still have to be slowly explored. 100 milliliters of murky river water can be amplified. Amplify or not? The system's prompt sounded in his ear. Amplified. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Congratulations to the host, amplification successful. 100 milliliters of murky river water has been amplified into 10 liters of sweet mineral water. Bachin was stunned. The 100 milliliters of murky river water in his arms had vanished without a trace, replaced by a large plastic barrel filled with a type of mineral water he knew all too well. Feeling the weight of the plastic barrel, Bachin was overcome with inexpressible excitement. Gazing at the clean, crystal-clear mineral water, he licked his lips, which were on the verge of cracking. In such searing heat, to obtain such a large barrel of sweet mineral water meant that at the very least Bachin knew he would not die of thirst in the coming days. Before this, Bachin had been thinking that even if it was just murky river water, he would have to wait until he was unbearably parched before daring to take a tiny sip to prolong his life. But now, with such a huge barrel of sweet mineral water right in front of him, who could still restrain themselves to mere cautious sips? Gulp, gulp. The sweet, icy liquid poured down his throat, flowing through his entire body and soaking into his very bones. So refreshing. Once he had drunk his fill, Bachin carefully twisted the cap tight and placed the barrel on the back seat. From this moment on, those 10 liters of mineral water were as precious as his own life. Not a single drop could be wasted. It really is a system, it did not deceive me. Just 2 amplifications, and I've already turned a desperate situation into a narrow escape. As his body cooled down, Bachin's mind gradually grew calm as well. The first amplification changed the very nature of the wooden hammer, but not its quantity, Bachin pondered. The second time, 100 milliliters of murky river water was amplified directly into 10 liters of mineral water. 100-fold amplification. Reminder to the host: the same resource can only be amplified once. Each amplification will randomly enhance either the quantity or the quality of the resource by a certain degree. The system's voice sounded at just the right moment. So that's how it is. Bachin nodded, indicating that he understood instantly. Being able to amplify resources even once was already an incredible advantage. Glancing at his trusty little car and seeing no amplification mark appear, Bachin slowly realized that just like resource chests, the vehicle itself could not be directly amplified. He started the engine and drove on. Now that water had been secured, the next objective was to search for energy. Although his Wooling miracle car only needed 1.5 liters of gasoline per 100 kilometers, fuel resources, naturally, the more the better. He started the engine and drove on. Now that water had been secured, the next objective was to search for energy. Although his Wooling miracle car only needed 1.5 liters of gasoline per 100 kilometers, fuel resources, naturally, the more the better. In this kind of blazing weather, once the car ran out of fuel, even the hot wind outside would no longer blow, and the temperature inside the vehicle would rapidly soar past 50 degrees. In a state of extreme dehydration, a person could easily suffer heatstroke, dry out, and even die. While Bachin was starting his car and setting out to search for resources, other players were still happily celebrating the supercars they had received. Thus, Bachin became the very first player in this survival game to both discover and successfully open a resource chest. He opened the chat plaza again. Instantly, a flood of desperate cries for help popped up, one after another. Help, water. I need water. Whoever gives me water is my father. Sob, damn this supercar. I hate you. After driving for only half an hour, the fuel gauge is already in the red. Whoever gives me gasoline is my ancestor. No water, and I'll die of thirst. No fuel, and I'll be baked to death by the sun. I'm done for. Can some big shot save me? Whoever gives me a mouthful of water, I'll transfer him 200 million. Whoever gives me one mouthful of fresh water, I'll repay him with one mouthful of salt water. I'm still a virgin. Reading these messages, Bachin shook his head slightly. This was a game where death was on the line. Empty fame women. Such things held no meaning for now. Suddenly one particular message caught Bachin's attention. Holy crap, what did I just see? I've run into a resource chest. I'm rich, I can survive now. What a resource chest. A big shot has found a chest. Damn it, I've driven my supercar over 100 miles and haven't seen a single thing. Big shot, hurry and see what resource it is. If it's water, please spare your little brother a sip. I'm really dying of thirst. Ha ha ha, worthy of the Pagani Huayra. I really am the chosen one, the first to encounter a resource chest. Flatterers, bootlickers, shameless sycophants. There was no shortage of them, all hoping to get a share of the big shot's resources. Huh. I smashed down with one hammer, and this resource chest is showing a 15 prompt. The wooden chest doesn't look like it's cracking at all. Hurry, big shot, hit it 4 more times with full strength, and the chest will open. Right, big shot, we're rooting for you. At that moment, another message popped up directly tagging the player who had found the chest. You'd best strike 4 more times with full force. You've already wasted one chance. After 4 more blows, I have no idea what will happen. Once that message appeared, the chat plaza fell silent for an instant. Then a tidal wave of derisive and scornful comments from the sycophants washed over the screen. What? Who is this guy daring to point fingers at the big shot, talking like he's already opened a resource chest himself? Exactly, if you want to suck up to the big shot, you don't have to be this obvious. At this point, a tagged reply appeared addressing Bachin. Thanks for the reminder. I also noticed the hammer's description. It really does say you have to strike with full strength to break a wooden resource chest. But I've got no way out now. My car is out of fuel, and my throat is already burning with thirst. Reading this, Bachin nodded slightly. Clearly none of the other players were as comfortable as he was. They did not have the luxury of not worrying about water. For the others, taking a desperate gamble might actually be their best option. Besides, Bachin himself wanted to know what would happen to a wooden resource chest if one failed to strike it 5 times with full strength. By now, the other players had also discovered the description of the wooden hammer, and those 2 inconspicuous characters, full strength, were being endlessly analyzed by everyone. I'm about to start, brothers. Time to witness a miracle. 80, 80, last 80. For consecutive lines of 80 flashed by, and then there was no further movement from that player in the chat plaza. What's going on? Dead or what? No idea, he just went quiet all of a sudden. I've got a bad feeling about the big shot's chances. That serves him right. Smashing a resource chest blindly, without figuring it out first. Now he's thrown his own life in with it. True enough. Good thing we didn't find a resource chest first, otherwise we'd be the ones dead. Bachin shook his head slightly as he read these messages. These were the same sycophants from earlier. Now that they could not get a share of the resources, they instantly turned to cold ridicule. No matter what world it is, there's never any shortage of such ingrates and fence-sitters. Truly pathetic. Bachin had originally intended to close the chat plaza and focus on searching for resource chests. Suddenly, a private message arrived. Opening it, Bachin was surprised to see it was from the guy who had been smashing the resource chest earlier. Thanks, brother. If not for your reminder, I might have been done for. Bachin quickly replied, asking what happened. After 4 full-strength blows to the chest, what was the result? There was an explosion, a shockwave. I blacked out for about 1 or 2 minutes. If it hadn't been for your warning, if I tapped it lightly 5 times instead, I'd probably be dead. Then congratulations. By the way, what resource did you get? Sigh. Damn it, I only got 1 liter of low-quality gasoline. My Pagani Huayra is a top-tier supercar. There's no way it can even run on such lousy fuel. Bachin could only shake his head inwardly at that, but his thoughts were already turning back to his own path of inferior gasoline. Bachin replied directly, if you can't use it, we can exchange resources. Earlier I didn't notice when the trading plaza on the interface opened, but now the players are desperately searching for water, and there are no surplus resources, so Bachin didn't pay much attention. Now it comes in handy. Exchange resources. Brother, do you have water? I just want to drink water right now. Water? I happen to have some stock. How about 1 liter of mineral water for 1 liter of inferior gasoline? Mineral water. Really? Before he could react, a trading interface appeared before Bachin. Player 10 million initiated a trading interface. Do you accept? Accept. Soon Bachin noticed that a 1 liter metal can of gasoline appeared on the opposite trading bar, clearly labeled inferior gasoline. On Bachin's side, the item for trade appeared in the trading item column, which was the remaining over 9 liters of mineral water in his car. Bachin pointed to place the plastic bucket containing mineral water in the trading bar. Suddenly, an input box appeared in the trading bar, followed by selectable quantities, weight, and other measurement standards. After selecting 1 liter, he saw that his large bucket of mineral water had less than 8 liters left. When he saw the real mineral water, the other party immediately confirmed the trade. Bachin knew that the guy opposite was surely parched. Originally, he could have been a bit harsher and given less water, but he had the amplification system capable of turning waste into treasure. Moreover, he had a good impression of this guy, at least through him, he learned about the dangers of resource boxes. Combined with everything, Bachin didn't want to take advantage of him. Besides, this is a survival game, not an extinction game. If there are more players, he can exchange resources for more resources, and then amplify, which is not a loss at all. Trade successful, gained 1 liter of inferior gasoline. After the trade was completed, the guy opposite no longer sent private messages, clearly drinking water vigorously. Bachin also carefully examined the 1 liter of inferior gasoline that appeared in the car. Indeed, it can be amplified. This solves the energy problem. Detected 1 liter of inferior gasoline can be amplified. Would you like to amplify? Amplified. Congratulations, the host successfully amplified 1 liter of inferior gasoline into 50 liters of refined gasoline. What a 1 liter of inferior gasoline not only upgraded to refined gasoline in quality, but the quantity also increased 50-fold. It's unbelievable. Almost 50 liters of refined gasoline appeared out of thin air inside the car, and with the previous large bucket of mineral water, there was a bit of a space issue inside the divine vehicle. The refined gasoline clearly had a higher concentration than regular gasoline, making it burn longer. The Wuling divine vehicle itself has a small displacement and low fuel consumption, so Bachin could finally relax and turn on the air conditioning to enjoy the cool breeze. On this scorching summer day, the heat waves rolled outside the car. Inside Bachin's car, however, a cool breeze was whistling. At this moment, he revealed a long-lost smile, feeling an indescribable comfort. At this time, Tung Million also sent a private message, clearly feeling delighted. After all, that was not murky river water, but sweet mineral water amplified by Bachin's system. Brother, turns out you are the big boss. In the chat plaza, someone is boasting about finding water resources, but it's muddy water, yet you can actually trade 1 liter of mineral water. Just luck. By the way, how's your situation now? Sigh, there's a bit of fuel left in the car. I'm taking a gamble. If I can find better gasoline, there's still hope for survival. Bachin hesitated, but ultimately held back as fuel resources are precious, and he didn't want to give away anything for free. Having obtained inferior gasoline, he also paid with water resources, so he felt no burden in his heart. You'd better switch to another car, steal one, or team up with other players to share a low fuel consumption vehicle. The Pagani is really not suitable for survival games. I understand. By the way, what car did you choose, big boss? Oh, Wuling Hongwang. My heavens. Why didn't I choose the divine car from Akina Mountain back then? It only consumes 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers. Bachin smiled. He could fully understand. After all, when everyone first entered this game, they all thought it was a prank. Faced with limited edition supercars to choose from, very few could resist that temptation. Even among those who participated in this game, there are true tycoons, but some divine cars are so rare that only private collections can be seen. By the way, if you find valuable resources, we can still trade. I will also help you keep an eye out for high-quality gasoline. Okay, definitely. After closing the private chat interface, Bachin knew that although the chat plaza was full of sob stories and poverty, there were still some wise individuals who chose low fuel consumption models. After all this time, there was an enormous influx of players into the game with so many participants that it was impossible to check. Even if 99% of people were dazzled by luxury cars, that remaining 0.1% is still a terrifying number. The scenery outside the car continued to flash by, and Bachin dared not think too much. In this survival game full of death and uncertainty, all he could do was live. Well, only by living could there be any possibility. Although the Wuling Divine vehicle is practical due to its price, it lacks safety features like airbags, so Bachin didn't dare to speed, keeping the car's speed around 100 miles per hour. A second resource box. He slowed down and braked. As per custom, he checked the surroundings before getting out of the car. In this lawless world, similar beings might be the greatest danger. Finding no abnormalities around, Bachin quickly grabbed the bronze hammer from the passenger seat and got out of the car. The amplified hammer was already of bronze quality, so Bachin had no defenses up. Bang! Sure enough, one hammer strike shattered the sturdy wooden resource box, and the thrill of opening a blind box was far more exciting than unboxing a delivery. Damn, a giant rat. Bachin, having trained for a few years, reacted quickly. Seeing a large rat lunging at him, he hurriedly ducked to avoid a gust of wind, and the giant rat missed, landing 2 meters. Damn, a giant rat. Bachin, having trained for a few years, reacted quickly. Seeing a large rat lunging at him, he hurriedly ducked to avoid a gust of wind, and the giant rat missed, landing 2 meters away on the asphalt road. When the giant rat turned to attack again, Bachin had already taken advantage of the situation to grab the supplies from the resource box and return to the car, slamming the door shut. Bang! Bang! Listening to the impacts on the car body, Bei Chun felt a lingering fear and cursed inwardly. What kind of rat is this? Its size is comparable to that of a tabby cat, and it can actively attack people at. Without a suitable weapon, Bei Chun couldn't confront such a large rat heathen. If he got injured and infected, there were no medical supplies here, and waiting for him would only be a dead end. Quickly starting the car, the Wuling Divine vehicle sped away from the scene. Through the rearview mirror, he observed that the rat, which was as big as a cat, was still chasing after him. Bei Chun's heart tightened. If such a despised rat is this powerful, what about other creatures? He stepped on the gas hard. Virum. Soon Bei Chun shook off the giant rat that was chasing behind. Having just fought with the giant rat, Bei Chun didn't have time to glance at the supplies in the resource box. He grabbed them and hurried back to the car, as if fleeing for his life. What supplies could possibly hide such a deadly threat? Taking out 2 thin items from his pocket upon closer inspection, Bei Chun's face darkened. Moldy cake had been stored in a sealed environment for a long time, and had become moldy. Even rats would be afraid of food poisoning from it. Thinking that this cake was in the same resource box as the giant rat, Bei Chun instantly lost his desire to eat it. However, he still kept it, because he had already seen the words "can be amplified" on the cake. Looking at the second item. Oh, what is this? A weapon design drawing. Standard paratrooper knife, blade, length 7.5 inches, blade thickness 416 inches. Materials needed: refined iron 0.8 pieces, white copper 0.1 piece. The bottom right corner of the design paper had a manufacturing option, but since the forging materials were not gathered, this button was gray. A weapon. If I had a paratrooper knife earlier, why was I chased by a rat? With the weapon design paper in hand, Bei Chun began to ponder how to obtain the materials. In this survival game, having a weapon would mean an extra layer of protection for life, otherwise no matter how many supplies one has, being surrounded would lead to a miserable end. No rush, let's amplify first, Bei Chun thought excitedly. I want to see what quality weapon this standard paratrooper knife will become after amplification by the system. The author has something to say when asked if there is a female lead. I can only say that if the female lead is not here to cause trouble, it will be meaningless. Before enhancing, Bei Chun glanced at the rearview mirrors and the surrounding wilderness. Confirming that there was no danger nearby, he began to enhance the weapon design. Can the ordinary paratrooper knife design be enhanced? Do you wish to enhance it? Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The ordinary paratrooper knife design has been enhanced to the fish scale T1 multipurpose military knife design. Bei Chun was not a military enthusiast. Although he wasn't well versed in the cold weapons of various countries, he understood what T1 meant. T1 level melee weapons represent a relatively advanced and exclusive design internationally, or possess unique forging techniques, both criteria meeting the internationally recognized T1 level. Fish scale. Is it modeled after the ancient artifact, the fish intestine dagger design for the Jiaolong Special Forces? He was filled with curiosity. Because China is an absolutely safe country, ordinary people cannot buy sharpened knives unless needed by special departments. Bei Chun had always fantasized about acquiring a knife that could cut hair, but he had never taken action. Bei Chun continually imagined the appearance of the fish scale T1 military knife. A glance at the crafting materials made him gasp in shock. Fish scale T1 multipurpose military knife design, handle length 4 inches, blade length 9 inches, blade width 1.9 inches. The required materials for crafting: 26 pieces of refined iron, 3 pieces of refined steel, 1 piece of white copper. What the? After enhancing the blueprint, these materials required are too terrifying, right? Now Bei Chun was unsure if other players could even find ordinary iron, let alone refined iron. It takes 10 ores to refine into iron, 20 to refine into refined iron, and 50 to refine into steel. In the early stages of the survival game, Bei Chun knew it would be difficult to obtain these materials. He sighed and neatly folded the design, placing it in his pocket. Picking up a moldy flatbread beside him, Bei Chun no longer hesitated. Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The moldy flatbread has been enhanced to 100 pieces of baked naan. With a whoosh, a large number of naan, each the size of a wash basin, appeared out of nowhere in Bei Chun's arms. The moment the naan appeared in the car, the aroma of charcoal combined with the special scent of sesame wafted close to his nose. With a whoosh, a large number of naan, each the size of a wash basin, appeared out of nowhere in Bei Chun's arms. The moment the naan appeared in the car, the aroma of charcoal combined with the special scent of sesame wafted close to his nose. Waking up abruptly to participate in this survival game, up until now Bei Chun had only drunk some mineral water. Had it not been for the looming threat of death and the fear of the unknown dominating his stomach, would have been in turmoil. Galugulu. Bei Chun no longer cared about his image. He grabbed a naan with one hand and started eating it directly. He had never eaten anything so delicious. Before he could chew the first bite, he had already swallowed the second. 5 minutes later, Bei Chen, enjoying the air conditioning, gazed at the endless road ahead, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. I wonder what the ultimate goal of this survival game is. Only after Bei Chen was full and satisfied did he think of this. 99 of the other players were either dying from the heat or from thirst and starvation. As for the future of this game, no one paid attention. He collected his thoughts. Bei Chen moved a stack of naan out of the car to sunbathe. Although these were charcoal baked, the dough still contained moisture. If not dealt with, they would likely mold soon. Drying them out would make them easier to store and last longer. Although drying would make them harder, Bei Chen preferred naan over bread that tasted like air. On the asphalt road wide enough for dozens of meters, a Wuling minivan was surrounded by naan, while Bei Chen had already returned to the car to enjoy the air conditioning, mainly because it was too hot outside. Feeling the temperature outside the car, Bei Chen estimated that the naan would be dried in about half an hour. In a situation where no players had phones, the chat square might be the only place for everyone to pass the time. After a quick calculation of the resources he had, Bei Chen made a decision. He opened the trading square and directly took out 3 liters of mineral water and 20 pieces of naan to post a bounty task. As he confirmed the posting, 2 bounty tasks appeared in the trading square, where players could be rewarded with water resources and food resources after obtaining the bounty items. Player Bei Chen posted a bounty. Bounty range: a refined iron, refined steel, white copper, and various metal resources. Each type of metal resource can earn 100 milliliters of mineral water or 1 piece of naan. After posting, Bei Chen immediately switched to the chat square. He had no confidence at all that he could find the required metal resources during this time. As soon as Bei Chen opened the chat square, a flood of messages bombarded him. Wow! Everyone hurry to the trading square and take a look. A big shot named Bei Chen is actually offering pure mineral water and naan in exchange for metal resources. What? Impossible. We're still worrying about dodging the scorching sun. How could someone start collecting metal resources already? Holy shit, it's real. I just came back from the trading area, and it's indeed pure mineral water. Nanny, are you sure it's not yellow mud water or murky river water? Mineral water. Really? I've already got 100 milliliters of mineral water. Everyone hurry and check if you have any metal resources. Damn, this water is really sweet. Mineral water. Really. I've already got 100 milliliters of mineral water. Everyone hurry and check if you have any metal resources. Sigh, I only found a box of condoms, the Okamoto 001 brand. That Bei Chen must be an idiot, right? He actually offers clean mineral water as a bounty. He must be a fool. If I had that water resource, I would definitely keep it for myself. Many players who couldn't offer bounties began to get jealous, some cursing Bei Chen as an idiot. When Bei Chen saw that someone had successfully received the bounty, he was overjoyed and hurried back to the trading square to check. Sure enough, the bounty extraction area showed that he had received a piece of ordinary iron. Indeed, the power of the masses is limitless. Someone actually obtained metal resources. Without hesitation, he extracted it directly. A black angular iron block about the size of a child's fist landed in Bei Chen's hand. It looks to weigh about a pound. It's just ordinary iron. I wonder if it can be enhanced to refined iron by the system. Bei Chen knew that if it couldn't be enhanced, he might suffer a loss. However, in the early stages, such metal resources were limited, and trading at a super low price would allow him to make a profit when everyone needed metal resources. A system prompt rang in his ear. 10 refined iron can be enhanced. Do you wish to enhance it? Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. 10 refined iron has been enhanced to 6 pieces of refined iron. Just as the system prompt appeared in his mind, Bei Chen was startled and quickly covered his head. Having 6 pieces of refined iron drop on him was no laughing matter. Fortunately, the system was quite humane, since this metal resource could potentially harm the host. The 6 pieces of refined iron directly landed on the passenger seat beside him after the enhancement. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the 6 pieces of gleaming refined iron. Even with Bei Chen's untrained eye, he could tell that the density and quality of this iron had increased several times. 6 pieces. Still short of 20 pieces, but there's hope to forge the T1 fish scale military knife. He picked one up to play with. Indeed, the size of the refined iron hadn't changed, but its weight had. At the same time, a private message alerted Bei Chen. He curiously opened the private chat. Bei Chen, big shot, I have a box of condoms. Can I trade it for 100 milliliters of mineral water? You can avoid infections while having fun, right? No, you keep it for yourself. After sending the message, Bei Chen immediately blocked the guy. What a joke. In the early stages of this survival game, who would be extravagant enough to trade 100 milliliters of mineral water for a box of condoms? It's like trading for an air balloon. Acquiring 6 pieces of refined iron filled Bei Chen with confidence in forging the T1 scale dagger. He knew that most players were busy searching for resources, and no one was idly waiting in the chat square. Of course, except for a few extremists. Therefore, what Bei Chen needed now was waiting. The baked naan drying outside still needed about 10 more minutes, so he decided to use this time to check the survival progress of other players in the chat square. Before Bei-chun could even enter the chat square, numerous private messages started flooding in. Big brother Bei-chun, I have a small whip. Can I exchange it for a naan? Big brother Bei-chun, I'm still a virgin and in great shape. If you give me 100 milliliters of mineral water and a naan, will be yours tonight. I'm a well-known streamer, Mei Yangxianer. Can you give me 1 liter of water for 10 naans? Once I'm out, I'll let you join my fan group for free. Bei-chun glanced over, and most of the messages were just this kind of unnutritious chatter. The chat square. Damn, this Bei-chun has quite the temper. I offered him a box of Okamoto 001 in exchange for 100 milliliters of mineral water, and he refused. It really infuriates me. Exactly what kind of person is he? We are all compatriots from Huaxia. Is it necessary to treat each other like this? I am a well-known streamer too. It's just that I can't reach my massive fan base, otherwise I would make this Bei-chun pay for it home. Someone started to stir the pot, and instantly many fence-sitters who couldn't obtain the bounty rewards began to mock Bei-chun with cold eyes. Damn, you guys aren't out collecting resources, what are you blabbering about? You can't provide the resources he wants, so why should he give you any? Have some self-respect. Exactly. No matter what kind of big streamer or celebrity you were before, now you're starting from scratch in this survival game. Thinking you can use old tricks is just foolish. Who do you think you are talking to me like that? I'm a Yangxianer, am not someone you can just insult. Suddenly, a verbal battle erupted in the chat square. Damn it, you little brat, don't make me run into you here. If I do, I'll stab you. Bei-chun shook his head slightly at these words, and then exited the chat square. These people are beyond help. After checking the naan that was drying outside, Bei-chun scanned the surroundings, then got out of the car to collect the naan scattered around it. After a few busy minutes looking at the neatly stacked naan on the back seat, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, and collecting crafting materials was not a hurry. What he needed now was more supplies. Water, food, and weapons were all urgently required. Only with these could he feel secure. After driving 100 miles, Bei-chun discovered a wooden resource chest. Bang! A bronze-quality hammer worked wonders on the wooden resource chest, smashing it open with a single strike. Oh, it's water resources. Ordinary water resources, not bad water resources. I wonder what I can get after augmentation. Despite finding only water resources in a hard-to-find resource chest, Bei-chun was undeterred. From Bei-chun's published bounty tasks, it was clear that most players still needed water resources, while food resources were not in high demand. However, Bei-chun also knew that a person could survive for a few days on just water, but without water one would quickly dehydrate and die. Augment. Congratulations, host, augmentation successful. 100 milliliters of ordinary water has been augmented to 5 liters of salty soda. Once the voice faded, a plastic barrel had already appeared in the passenger seat, half the size of a mineral water barrel. Salty soda. Amazing. Bei-chun was overjoyed. He knew that in situations of heat stroke or dehydration, saline solutions were the best recovery method. In this hot environment, having saline water provided Bei-chun with an extra layer of assurance. Moreover, the human body also needed to intake salt. If a person doesn't consume salt for an extended period, they would become weak and sickly, losing energy and leading to disruptions in the body's electrolyte balance, which could seriously result in symptoms like shock. Let alone this was salty soda. Beverages. In this survival game, murky water resources were a fantasy and beverages were considered luxury items. Let me have a taste first. Gulp gulp. Refreshing. After drinking the salty soda, Bei-chun felt revitalized and quickly capped the bottle, placing it in the backseat of the car. Now Bei-chun's back seat had 5 liters of mineral water, 5 liters of salty soda, 50 liters of refined gasoline, and over 70 pieces of naan. In this place, Bei-chun was definitely a wealthy man. However, as the supplies increased, Bei-chun's troubles also arose, which was that the space in the car was running low. They say Wuling's god car can hold 10 people, but that's only possible if the back seats are removed. Should I wait for an opportunity to remove the back seat as well? After driving over 100 miles without seeing a single resource chest, Bei-chun wanted to find a safe spot to park and rest as the sun was setting. After all, driving for a whole day was exhausting, and resting was very necessary. In such an environment, without energy, survival equated to death. Just as he found a relatively suitable place to park and rest, a game prompt sounded in his mind. Trading square reminder: obtained 3 pieces of iron resources and 1 piece of steel resource. What? Bei-chun was delighted and directly opened the trading square. Alright, many diligent people have discovered the bounty tasks at this point. Indeed, someone has obtained metal resources. Taking out 3 pieces of ordinary iron resources and 1 piece of ordinary steel, Bei-chun augmented them directly. Congratulations, host, augmentation successful. Obtained 16 pieces of refined iron. Congratulations, host, augmentation successful. Obtained 4 pieces of refined steel. Looking at the more than 20 pieces of metal resources that had appeared on the passenger seat, Bei-chun smiled. Initially, according to his guest, refined steel resources would be hard to obtain, but as it turned out, surprises always came when least expected. Unexpectedly, I got one more piece of refined steel. What a pleasant surprise. Now I only need 4 pieces of refined iron and 1 piece of white copper. Once I gather them, my T1 level scale dagger can be forged. At this moment, the chat square exploded again, and the reason was simple: 4 people had obtained the bounty resources Bei Chun had offered. Why were they all working so hard? During the day, only 1 person exchanged for bounty resources, but by nightfall 4 strong players had exchanged for 4 portions of food resources, and they hadn't exchanged for water resources. Alright, I'm feeling jealous. While we are still worrying about water resources, other players have begun considering food. As for big brother Bei Chun, he has actually started researching metals. I beg all you big shots, please give me some food and water, or I absolutely won't survive this night. Whoa, I missed the braised ribs my mom made. In the past, I would throw away the meat sandwich my mom bought for me in the morning, and now I regret it so much. I miss you, meat sandwich. I swear if I can survive and get out of here, I will definitely conserve water and food. Whoa. Oh no, everyone who has snake venom serum. I've been bitten by a snake. Help me, I need a rescue plan. Nanjing Medical University suggests amputation. By the way, it seems you don't have any tools. East River Medical University recommends more exercise. In such an environment, being bitten by a poisonous snake is equivalent to a death sentence, or perhaps saying to exercise more so that the poison spreads quickly is a good choice. The author has something to say. I personally suggest walking a few steps every now and then, as it might help absorb the snake venom. Who knows? Seeing this information, the man bitten by the snake immediately cursed. Although I am not human, you are truly dogs. I did not get bitten on the butt and can't suck it out. My finger got bitten and I need to amputate. As for exercising to trigger the poison, Bei Chun looked at the various messages and suddenly found them quite amusing. Of course, his mood entirely depended on his rich resources. He was not worried about food or drink for the time being. Since he entered the game and learned about the chat square, Bei Chun had only spoken once, kindly reminding that tongue bye-bye was usually lurking. As time passed, the sky gradually fell into darkness, surrounded by vast wilderness as far as the eye could see. When is a person most vulnerable? Of course it is when they are sound asleep. Unless they are machines, they do not need to sleep. Looking at the surrounding wilderness, Bei Chun checked the car lock again, feeling reassured. Before falling asleep, Bei Chun spoke again. Last night, I heard unusual noises around. Oh, everyone better not move at night. In the chat square, players' comments did not display names. Thus, when this statement was made, no one knew it was Bei Chun. The fears in the heart are the most terrifying. Sure enough, upon Bei Chun's mention, someone in the chat square immediately agreed. Indeed, I heard something rubbing against my car. It's so damn scary. I also heard a whimpering sound. It was like a ghost crying. Seeing this, Bei Chun smiled satisfactorily. With everyone staying indoors at night to search for resources, the probability of encountering other players in the dead of night would greatly decrease, making himself much safer. Finally, he glanced at the trading square. Still no one was offering a bounty for the white copper needed to craft the T1 scale military knife, which made Bei Chun feel a bit disheartened. Finally, he glanced at the trading square. Still no one was offering a bounty for the white copper needed to craft the T1 scale military knife, which made Bei Chun feel a bit disheartened. He closed his eyes. After driving all day, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. At night, the sky had no scorching sun. The temperature inside the car dropped considerably, so to save fuel, Bei Chun turned the air conditioning down a bit. He let out a long sigh. At that moment, Bei Chun felt exceptionally lonely, but considering his current situation, he couldn't help but think how much better off he was than other players. At least he didn't have to worry about food, water, or gasoline. As for the other players, the next day, when Bei Chun woke up, the sun was slowly rising. He instinctively glanced at the trading square, but there was still no bounty for white copper. He opened the chat square. Bei Chun noticed that the atmosphere in the chat square today was somewhat gloomy, even heavy. Last night, several of my friends who could be named have gone silent. They must have perished. Probably they couldn't bear the hunger and went out to search for resources only to be attacked by beasts. After a night of fermentation, that is, without the resources needed to survive, one could indeed die. A new day starting with resource gathering. Let's go, I must. Soon there were fewer people in the chat square. On the wide asphalt road, a brand new Big G was parked. Inside the car sat a girl in shorts and a t-shirt with long hair. Her features were decent. From a distance, she looked quite beautiful. However, up close, she could be terrifying. In such heat, her makeup had long since smudged, yet she was reluctant to wipe it off. Inside the car sat a girl in shorts and a t-shirt with long hair. Her features were decent. From a distance, she looked quite beautiful. However, up close, she could be terrifying. In such heat, her makeup had long since smudged, yet she was reluctant. Mayong Siener is a well-known streamer. Of course, she rose to fame relying on live streaming and borderline content. She is a beauty monster with no real talent. Siener, if we meet here, would you be my girlfriend? I believe this is fate. Number one brother, don't worry, once I get the white copper, I must teach Bei Chen a lesson. We will share the resources, okay? Meiyong Xiener had a look of disgust in her eyes, but her voice was indeed sweet and gentle. It was truly ridiculous for a salaryman relying on his paycheck to act like a rich man to think he could sleep with her after only sending a few planes as tips. Soon the trade was completed, and a pure white piece of metal landed in Meiyong Xiener's hands. Disgusting lickspittle, do you think I don't know you're just a salaryman? You only tip a little money every month, but still want to pursue me. It's truly laughable. A lickspittle like you is only worthy of enjoying my voice, meet up. You are not worthy. Meiyong Xiener felt sorry for her makeup. If it weren't for suddenly participating in this survival game, I wouldn't even bother with you. Her vanity played a role. That man was not indeed Meiyong Xiener's #1 fan, but she pretended to mistake him for someone else, making that lickspittle think he had a chance, and without any guard, he handed over the white copper he had. #1 brother, I have something to attend to. I'll be busy first. Once I get the resources, I will definitely share with you. After sending the message, Meiyong Xiener chose to blacklist him. Playing with the rare metal in her hand, she revealed a triumphant smile. Indeed, men are all more and more despicable, easier to deceive than ever. I can make this kind of trash bow down with just a few words. Sigh. I am truly excellent. Bei Chen daring to ignore me yesterday, today, I will make you lick my boots and beg me. Meiyong Xiener opened the chat square and sent out a message. At this moment, Bei Chen was eating roasted naan and drinking salty soda. His hands and mouth were occupied, but his eyes could not be idle, constantly monitoring the progress in the chat square. Suddenly, Bei Chen's eyes lit up as he saw a message. Because messages in the chat square do not display names, Bei Chen didn't know who sent this message. To know the sender's name, he could only privately. How lucky I am, I actually got a piece of rare metal. I wonder who needs rare metals. I want it, I'll trade you half a steamed bun for it. I'll trade you a small whip. No need for a condom, can we trade? Many believed that the player who got the rare metal was a newbie, unaware of the bounty tasks in the trading square. That won't do, I'm hungry and thirsty. To get the metal in my hand, you need to provide 5 liters of clean water and enough food for 3 days. Damn brain dead. 1. I remembered this pretentious act. It must be that famous streamer, Meiyong Xiener from yesterday, pretending to be all mysterious. 5 liters of clean water and 3 days of food. You really think you're something special? Your father must be Li Dazue, right? 1. Not only did other players curse this Meiyong Xiener as an idiot, even Bei Chen frowned at her. It's not that he couldn't produce these resources, but once this precedent was set, controlling it would become difficult. If in the future he offered bounties for resources, he might end up being choked by others. So, Bei Chen instantly dismissed the idea of bargaining. People like this generally wouldn't let go of their grip once they had the upper hand. If he approached her, he might be ripped off even worse. Seeing that everyone had seen through her, Meiyong Xiener simply dropped the pretense. She sent a direct message. Bei Chen, I know you are lurking. Indeed, what I have is white copper. Do you want it? Then obediently hand over 5 liters of mineral water and 3 days of food. Otherwise you will never get the white copper. This blatant extortion silenced everyone in the chat plaza. Indeed, compared to them, Bei Chen was living too comfortably. Not only did he bring out baked naan, but he also offered 3 liters of mineral water as a reward. What does this indicate? It indicates that Bei Chen was not lacking in water or food at all. With a mindset of not wanting others to fare better than himself, many silently supported Meiyong Xiener's actions. There was no way around it. After all, Bei Chen was affluent. However, to put it bluntly, the water and food resources Bei Chen possessed were purely a result of his own luck. He had no obligation to share his limited supplies. It is important to note that the survival game involved not just 1 or 2 individuals, but countless participants. Even if Bei Chen were a saintly savior, he could not assist everyone. Moreover, he did not wish to help, nor would he. For a moment, the chat plaza fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Bei Chen to speak. Yet he had no interest in the chat plaza at that moment. This was because he received a private message from Tung by someone he knew. Brother, do you urgently need rare metal white copper? Hearing urgently need, Bei Chen frowned, but still replied yes. Moreover, he did not wish to help, nor would he. For a moment, the chat plaza fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Bei Chen to speak. Yet he had no interest. The name was exactly the rare metal Bei Chen needed. White copper. What Bei Chen never expected was that before he could even ask about the exchange conditions, the other party had already clicked the trade button. This meant that Tung Baiwan was going to give this piece of white copper for free. In this environment filled with death devoid of rules, an end encountering such an event warmed Bei Chen's heart. After a moment's hesitation, Bei Chen still declined the trade. As he rejected the trade, the transaction interface vanished. However, not long after, Bei Chen took the initiative to send a trade request to Tung Baiwan. I don't like taking things for free from others. These items might be of use to you. He placed 5 liters of refined gasoline, 1 liter of mineral water, and 5 baked naan directly on the table. Upon seeing these 3 items, Tung Baiwan was momentarily stunned. Was this more than what that famous streamer extorted from Beichun? So much. Thank you, brother. Tung Baiwan instinctively didn't want to accept, but thinking about his and his sister's current situation, he held back. If others respect me by an inch, I will repay them by a mile. Rather than being publicly extorted by Mei Yongxian heir and backing down, Beichun preferred to give Tung Baiwan more supplies to obtain the white copper. The key point is that the nature of the two situations is different. Publicly backing down could lead to endless troubles. Beichun did not like the feeling of being choked in the future. Brother Beichun, you saved my life, and now you are giving us the urgently needed refined gasoline, water, and food. I don't know how to repay you. Prioritize finding rare resources to exchange with me. Definitely. Both parties confirmed the trade. Beichun's 5 liters of refined gasoline, 1 liter of mineral water, and 5 baked naan disappeared, while a piece of rare metal white copper landed in Beichun's hands. With the white copper in hand, Beichun finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, he was surprised to find that the white copper obtained from Tung Baiwan could not be amplified. He didn't think too much about it, as system amplification also had its conditions. If the conditions weren't met, it could not be amplified. As for the cancellation of the reward, Beichun had no interest in knowing how other players would react, because he had already gathered all the materials needed to craft his T1 scale fish knife. Opening the trade plaza, Beichun directly cancelled 2 reward listings. However, Beichun's unintentional act caused an uproar in the chat plaza. Soon a torrent of insults rained down, bombarding Mei Yongxian heir. No, brother Beichun is angry. Everyone go take a look, the 2 rewards are gone, they were cancelled. What? No way. I just found a piece of iron resource, damn it, what happened before? It was Mei Yongxian heir who extorted brother Beichun with a piece of white copper. Angering brother Beichun. Brother Beichun, we were wrong. We shouldn't have stayed silent, we should have stood with you. Please put the rewards back up. We were hoping the rewards would increase a bit so we could sell the resources we had, but we didn't expect this loss. It's all that damned pretentious Mei Yongxian heir causing trouble, a disaster, a harlot. 1. Damn, he'll offer 100 milliliters of murky river water for a bounty on Mei Yongxian heir's head. Whoever encounters her can kill her. I want give resources, let them die. He'll offer a small whip. He'll offer a pack of condoms. He'll offer half a steamed bun. Wanted Mei Yongxian heir. The wanted information in the chat plaza gushed forth like a spring. The once proud smile of Mei Yongxian heir was replaced by fear. The development of this situation had long exceeded her capacity to bear. She was, after all, a well-known streamer, and many people recognized her. In this survival world without rules, being caught meant being killed. It was no joking matter. What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are they treating me like this? Sob. Now Mei Yongxian heir could only think of backing down and apologizing. This was different from before the game, when offending the public would only result in needing to avoid attention while enjoying travel. In Huaxia, no one dared to do anything to her. But here there were no rules. This meant that whatever others did to her was not a crime. Sob, I was wrong, please let me go, brothers. Damn, how dare you still show your face. Be careful. Kill her. I have an 1800-year-old mother above me and countless liquid children below me. If I die, who will take care of them? If you want to ruin my whole family, then I won't let you have it easy. Sob, I was wrong, I don't want to die. Mei Yongxian heir was already crying. These people were too cruel. You still have the face to cry. With brother Beichun canceling the rewards, many of us will starve to death. You better go and kneel to apologize, seeking brother Beichun's forgiveness. At this point, the clever crowd was thinking of ways to remedy the situation. After an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent, right? If brother Beichun doesn't repost the reward tasks within 3 days, you will still be wanted by us. 1. Sob, I'm going right now. However, Beichun remained completely unaware of what was happening, and although he felt uncomfortable about being maliciously extorted, Beichun thought there was nothing to say. After all, those were other people's resources, and the price they demanded was irrelevant. If it didn't suit him, he simply wouldn't buy it. He reopened the T1 fish scale military knife design blueprint in his pocket. Sure enough, the crafting button at the bottom of the blueprint was lit up, indicating it was selectable. Fish scale T1 military knife required materials for crafting 2,626 fine iron, 43 fine steel, 11 white copper. Yesterday, a wooden resource box had a big rat attacking him. To be honest, Beichun was genuinely startled, and his desire for weapons deepened. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. A fortune might have spared him once without injury, but can luck last indefinitely? There will come a day when fortune runs out. However, with a good weapon in hand, he could handle many of these dangers. At the very least, there was hope for survival. Otherwise, facing strange beasts, empty-handed humanity had no chance at all. Taking a deep breath, Beichun no longer hesitated and directly chose to craft. Congratulations, player Beichun, you have crafted a T1 level fish scale military knife. Would you like to announce it to the entire area? Upon hearing this, Bei Chun was taken aback. No announcement. What a joke. This was a Norrell's game, and only a fool would expose their trump card in the early stages. After saying no announcement, a flash of white light appeared before him, and the design blueprint in his hand vanished. When Bei Chun opened his eyes again, he found himself holding an ancient cold military knife with a blade covered in fine fish scale patterns. The handle was 4 inches long, the blade was 9 inches long, and the blade width was 9 inches. It felt icy in his hand, as if forged from black iron. The handle seemed designed for the right hand. It could be easily wielded with a light grip weighing less than a pound. The entire blade showcased a fish scale pattern, and its pitch-black surface did not reflect light in the sunlight. Indeed, it is a T1 level individual military knife. Just looking at the blade makes me feel like my eyes might get cut. Bei Chun felt as if he had obtained a rare treasure, carefully playing with the T1 grade military knife in his hand, overwhelmed with joy. While other players were still troubled by the most basic survival resources, Bei Chun felt as if he had obtained a rare treasure, carefully playing with the T1 grade military knife in his hand, overwhelmed with joy. While other players were still troubled by the most, he scanned the supplies in the vehicle, but found nothing suitable for his experiments. A water bucket wouldn't do, and the baked naan was useless too. His little brother. He couldn't even cut a single piece. Helpless Bei Chun could only open the car door, bend down, and stab at the asphalt road with the knife. The sound of tearing. What? The sharpness. It's a divine weapon. Bei Chun slowly withdrew the fish scale knife that was about to pierce the asphalt. From thrusting to pulling out, it was effortless. The sensation in that moment. Bei Chun thought he wasn't piercing the solid hard asphalt, but rather a piece of old tofu. Goodness, it turns out the gaps in the fish scale pattern of the blade are blood grooves, preventing it from getting stuck when pressed. This design is amazing. He retracted the fish scale knife and closed the car door. Bei Chun was in a good mood, reflecting on the process of crafting the fish scale knife. Suddenly, a private message notification 99 alerted Bei Chun. Upon opening it, he saw Brother Bei Chun. Please don't withdraw the bounty. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. If you cancel the bounty task, they will kill me. Sob sob. Father Bei Chun, I truly was wrong. This piece of white copper in my hand, can I give it to you? Please, Father, repost the bounty. I don't want to die. I want to live. Seeing dozens of messages begging for forgiveness, Bei Chun was momentarily taken aback. What happened? Isn't this female streamer very domineering? Did someone want to kill her? Bei Chun ignored the woman and switched to the chat plaza. After this incident, Mei Yongxianer was the first to think of giving her metal resources to Bei Chun for free. However, after she initiated a trade request, she realized Bei Chun had already blocked her request, leaving her unable to do anything except private chat. Thus, she frantically began to flatter Bei Chun, begging for forgiveness. As Bei Chun entered the chat plaza, he was stunned by the content. Sob sob. Lord Bei Chun set my trade request to rejected. I sent over 99 messages of flattery and still received no response. Damn, you're just useless. Didn't you claim to have over 1 million fans? Can't you flatter better, right? Clearly not flattering Lord Bei Chun well enough. Damn it, you should flatter like this. Hey brother upstairs, your flattery is too forced. Lord Bei Chun definitely won't like that. It should be more natural, not too exaggerated. Your feet must smell bad. Mei Yongxianer thought, how reasonable. I will flatter Lord Bei Chun immediately. What is a flatterer? Those who strategize are the true flatterers. They could consider being natural, not forced or exaggerated. Can you believe it? Bei Chun was dumbfounded. What happened? He didn't want to become the target of everyone's ire. In this involuntary survival game, he just wanted to live well, complete the game, and return to the original world to honor his parents. At this moment, Bei Chun spoke up again. I am Bei Chun. What just happened? Instantly, the entire chat plaza fell silent. All players knew that Bei Chun was very aloof and rarely spoke in the chat plaza, so this rare statement had to be seized. Relying solely on that wasteful Mei Yongxianer to flatter would probably leave 99 of the people starving. Thus, the next scene truly shocked the bewildered Bei Chun. It was an overwhelming wave of flattery. Wow, Lord Bei Chun is so aloof. I can't stand the gaze of a domineering CEO. If given the chance, I will definitely give birth to a child for Lord Bei Chun. You upstairs, the pervert. Can you be more exaggerated? Such an excellent man like Lord Bei Chun, and you actually want to monopolize him. So vulgar. Lord Bei Chun must be a man of exquisite taste. Do you think the likes of you would catch his eye? The refined and talented girl from a scholarly family is what Lord Bei Chun needs. A woman from a scholarly family, each with outdated thoughts. What good is that? I converted to beautiful gymnastics. I just turned 18 and can unlock 108 postures on the spot. Those who understand will understand. Oh, Lord Bei Chun is so wise, he must know the advantages of beautiful gymnastics girls. With so many people flattering him at once, one has to admit it feels truly amazing. In biology class, the teacher said that when a person is extremely happy, the brain naturally secretes a substance called dopamine, which is often referred to in academia as the source of happiness. Teacher, you do not deceive me. Though Bei Chun felt great now, he understood the peculiar nature of the chat plaza. He knew that among those frantically flattering him, many rough men were hiding as girls wouldn't flatter so skillfully. It felt so good. Of course, excluding actual actions. Bei Chun smiled, then exited the chat plaza and went to the trading plaza. Indeed, Bei Chun intended to relist the bounty information. It was not just because of everyone flattering him. Rather, he knew that in the early stages of the game there were hardly any players who could study metal resources. Currently 99 of players were struggling for food, water, and energy, so they wouldn't place much importance on metal resources. However, as time passed, those who survived would eventually acquire various design blueprints. Thus, Bei Chun was certain that various metal resources would appear in the trading plaza at a terrifying price. And now, with the backdrop of this event, he could easily seize a wave of metal resources. With the amplification system at his disposal, it would be better to gather more rare metals now. Soon Bei Chun relisted 2 bounty tasks. They were each piece of metal weighing over 500 grams could be exchanged for a bounty of 100 milliliters of mineral water with a limit of 3 liters. Alternatively, each piece of metal weighing over 500 grams could be exchanged for 1 baked naan with a limit of 50 pieces. Given Bei Chun's current worth, he could certainly offer more. But he knew that limited resources would greatly stimulate the player's desire to compete, perhaps allowing him to acquire truly rare resources. After re-releasing the bounty task, Bei Chun didn't return to the chat plaza. Focusing on driving and searching for supplies was necessary. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of refined iron. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of rare metal white copper. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of ordinary steel. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen notifications of successful bounties rang in Bei Chun's ears. He was filled with amazement. From yesterday to today, it took nearly a day and night to gather the materials to craft the fish-scale military knife, while in just this short time, he received so many metal resources. Indeed, it is quite necessary to strike while the iron is hot. Bei Chun was not in a hurry to retrieve the metal resources obtained from the bounties, as space in the car was limited. Before the bounty task disappears, the collected resources could be temporarily stored in the bounty trading bar, and he could retrieve them with just a thought when needed. After driving over 80 miles, Bei Chun looked around the wilderness. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze focused on a patch of weeds to the left. Had it not been for Bei Chun's sufficient sleep last night, he could guarantee that he would have missed this resource box at first glance. A bronze resource box. This is my first time seeing one. The green resource box was placed among the weeds. Generally, someone who was not focused or had poor eyesight could easily miss it. But Bei Chun's resources were temporarily sufficient, and he felt well-rested and in good shape. Slowing down and parking the car with the newly crafted fish-scale T1 military knife at his waist and a bronze hammer in his right hand, Bei Chun slowly got out of the car. After being vigilant of his surroundings, he walked straight toward the nearby bronze resource box. The morning sun was not too harsh, hovering around a temperature of just over 10 degrees. Yet as Bei Chun moved closer to the bronze resource box, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It wasn't excitement that caused this, but the unknown danger that accompanied the resource box. Last time when he smashed a wooden resource box, a mouse the size of a cat had sprung out. If it weren't for Bei Chun's quick reflexes, he might have been injured, or worse. Before him lay a bronze resource box, and if it concealed any other creatures, they would surely be more formidable than that previous large mouse. Amidst the weeds, a greenish box lay quietly, standing out starkly against its surroundings. Approaching cautiously, Bei Chun sensed no immediate danger around him. He steeled his nerve, pressing his head closer to the bronze resource box, hoping to detect any sounds from within. To his disappointment, he discovered that the resource box was completely sealed. No matter, I'll smash it open and see. If there's danger, at least I have the T1 fish-scale military knife in hand to defend myself. With that, he raised the bronze hammer and struck the bronze resource box, needing to hit it 10 times to break it open. Without hesitation, Bei Chun swung the hammer down with all his might. With a resounding bang, the crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed. Indeed, the inscription 110 appeared on the resource box. Bei Chun pressed on without hesitation. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The 10th strike. Crack. It's opened. After the 10th hit, he quickly stepped back 2 paces, casting the hammer aside and revealing the fish-scale military knife in his right hand. At that moment, the bronze resource box had split open completely, revealing 2 items within. One was a light-colored book-sized bag marked with a red cross, and the other was a camouflage plate the size of a mobile phone. Seeing that no beast had sprung out from the bronze resource box, Bei Chun let out a sigh of relief. A first aid kit. A plate. He stepped closer, bending down to pick up the 2 items and examining them closely. As soon as he grasped the two items, Bei Chen noticed a prompt indicating can be amplified. Not bad, it can actually be amplified. Without the luxury of time to study them further, Bei Chen decided to leave the area. The game introduction had warned against leaving the vehicle unless absolutely necessary, and there was wisdom in that. In truth, Bei Chen had been cautious enough, but a sudden change occurred the moment he turned to leave. With a rustling sound from the overgrown grass behind him, cold sweat coated Bei Chen's back. He knew whatever was approaching from behind was certainly not small, for the commotion was as jarring as an earthquake. Daring not to look back at what was charging toward him, Bei Chen quickly snatched up the hammer from the ground and fled. The sound of the wind rushing past was followed by a piercing gasp and a heart-wrenching howl. What the hell? Where did this saber-toothed wild boar come from? It's enormous. Bei Chen glanced back and nearly cried out. Behind him was a wild boar the size of a calf, clearly not a species native to Earth. Forget about being directly hit, even a graze from that creature would cost him half his life. Realizing it was a massive wild boar with razor-sharp tusks, Bei Chen instantly abandoned any thoughts of returning to the vehicle. It wasn't that Bei Chen couldn't run fast enough. It was just that he knew his small vehicle wouldn't stand a chance against the wild boar's powerful charge. Although the Wuling was fuel-efficient, it simply couldn't withstand the force of such a massive beast. This Wuling was Bei Chen's lifeline. Without it he would have to walk under the scorching sun along the highway, and it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed to the heat. Surveying the terrain, Bei Chen quickly decided to change direction toward the uneven pile of rocks ahead. Damn it, this isn't a survival game. It's a hunting game. Can my 9-inch-long fish-scale military knife really kill such a huge wild boar? As Bei Chen rushed up the rocky hillock, he narrowly avoided the wild boar's tusk charge from behind. The wild boar was massive and heavy, and with the ground strewn with rocks it struggled to maintain its balance. However, it was unwilling to give up on its pursuit of the intruder. In that moment, a standoff ensued. Bei Chen's hand gripping the military knife was slick with sweat as he watched the white tusks near the creature's mouth instinctively swallowing hard. He swore it wasn't because he was craving pork, but rather the cold sweat of surviving a calamity. I swear I need to get my hands on a reliable firearm. Against a wild boar of this size, it seems the military knife won't suffice. As time passed, Bei Chen grew anxious. He couldn't remain there for long. It wasn't just the scorching sun about to unleash its full heat, but encountering other players would also pose a problem. Ultimately, Bei Chen chose to take the initiative, attempting to provoke the wild boar below that was persistently attempting to climb. 1 stone, 2 stones. Each stone struck the massive wild boar. Sure enough, with the last stone hitting the wild boar's rear, it was thoroughly enraged. It charged recklessly toward the rocky pile. However, its enormous size and heavy body made it difficult to balance. As it reached the top of the stone heap, the rounded stones beneath its feet scattered in all directions, creating a deep pit. What? Did it flip over? Indeed, the wild boar had flipped in the pile of rocks, its back caught in a curved pit, and no matter how it kicked, it was helpless. Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. If this rocky pile were any sturdier, I might have been crushed. In this moment, Bei Chen found himself in a precarious situation, hanging by a thread, yet miraculously alive. Seized the opportunity to take its life. Bei Chen was a calm and decisive person. Upon realizing it was a tusked wild boar, he had unhesitatingly chosen to flee. No joke. Forget about a fish-scale military knife, even a 9mm pistol might not be enough to take it down. A 7.5mm rifle would be more suited. Yet now Bei Chen felt a surge of murderous intent toward the wild boar. Pork is rich in protein and contains essential nutrients like fat, carbohydrates, calcium, iron, and phosphorus needed by humans. The survival game had only just begun, and many players would not face nutrient deficiencies in the short term, but Bei Chen was certain these issues would soon become apparent. Raised in the countryside, Bei Chen was no delicate flower. He had seen adults in the village slaughter pigs as a child, although he had never done it himself, leaving him somewhat tense. Stepping on the gravel, Bei Chen slowly approached the wild boar that was flipped over in the pile of rocks. Sensing his approach, the wild boar attempted to adjust itself, kicking its legs. However, Bei Chen would not grant the wild boar the chance to rise. The T1 fish-scale military knife glinted in the sunlight, not reflecting any light. Gripped firmly in his hand, Bei Chen suddenly felt as though the knife had become an extension of his arm. With a fierce swing of the military knife, a flash of black light struck the wild boar's neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth while a piercing howl erupted. Bei Chen stared incredulously at the fish-scale knife in his hand. Is it too sharp? It's just pigskin. Why does it feel like cutting through cabbage? As Bei Chen marveled, the wild boar's cries gradually faded, for a 15-centimeter gash in its main artery was no laughing matter. Watching the slowly dying wild boar, Bei Chen licked his somewhat dry lips and smiled. If I can get some charcoal tonight, we can improve our living conditions. A wide asphalt road several meters across divided the wilderness in two. The brand new Wuling Hongguang. On a small hill formed by piled stones in the distance, a young man with tousled hair and a handsome face held a black-scaled military knife, somewhat at a loss, gesturing at the massive dead wild boar before him. Feeling the temperature of the sun gradually rising, Bei Chen knew he had to deal with the gigantic creature in front of him quickly, or otherwise the pork would spoil under the scorching heat after a few hours. Soon Bei Chen returned to the car quickly with a hammer and 2 supplies obtained from the bronze resource box. Bang, 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 the sound of hammering echoed from within the brand new Wuling car. Indeed, to take away more fresh pork, Bei Chen ultimately decided to take action on the backseat of the car. In no time, 2 side-by-side seats were thrown out of the vehicle. With 2 space-consuming seats removed, the interior of the car instantly felt much larger. This way I can... Without hesitation, he held only the black-scaled military knife. The wild boar that had attacked Bei Chen earlier was estimated to weigh about 1,500 pounds. Such a massive creature could only be taken by one person, and the amount he could carry was very limited. After all, this game world was filled with dangers. Staying in one place too long would not only risk encountering unknown beasts again, but also other players. No matter whom he encountered, it would not bode well for Bei Chen, who was currently plump and rich. He dashed back to the pile of stones and directly began his work. Swish! Fortunately, the T1 level black-scaled military knife Bei Chen forged was incredibly effective, otherwise just slicing would have been a major undertaking. He tossed the severed pig's head aside. He kept 2 front legs and 2 back legs. He retained the pork belly and 2 complete pork chops. To be honest, Bei Chen was already quite fast, yet it still took him half an hour to complete all this. Mainly because the wild boar was too large, he had to make multiple trips to carry the 4 legs back to the car. After moving all the cut ingredients back, Bei Chen was nearly exhausted. The weather was too hot, and climbing the rocky slope was extremely strenuous. The car's air conditioning had long been set to the lowest temperature, while Bei Chen drank soda thirstily. Oh my god. Wiping the water stains from the corner of his mouth, Bei Chen chuckled bitterly. Who would believe that I am actually worried about having too many supplies at this moment? Looking back at the overflowing fresh pork, Bei Chen suddenly thought of grilled pork. He swallowed hard. Bei Chen knew that it was unwise to linger here. He had already stayed too long. Wait. Seeing the remnants of the dissected wild boar through the car window, Bei Chen pondered. It seems I forgot something. Those are good things. He got out of the car and sprinted. In less than a minute, Bei Chen returned swiftly, only to find 2 kidney-sized pieces of pork already thrown onto the pork belly. It was not a loss for Bei Chen. Rather, the pig's kidneys contained zinc, iron, copper, phosphorus, vitamins A, B, vitamin C, protein, fat, carbohydrates, and other nutrients, and could treat kidney deficiency, back pain, edema, deafness, and more. In short, this thing is good for both men and women. Why? For women, if he is good, I am good. Moreover, this is a survival game, so Bei Chen naturally wanted to take away all the good things he could. It's just that Bei Chen's Wuling space was insufficient. Otherwise, not a single hair would be left behind. Restarting the vehicle, Bei Chen could clearly feel the car was much heavier. Alas, the only regret is not having a fridge or something, otherwise these ingredients could be stored much longer. It's strange. Ever since Bei Chen opened the bronze resource box and unexpectedly obtained several hundred pounds of pork, it seemed his luck had run out. In the following hours, Bei Chen actually did not encounter any other resource boxes. Soon the sun began to set. Bang! 55 crack. Watching the wooden resource box shatter cautiously and seeing no dangerous creatures springing from within, Bei Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it's 200 milliliters of water. Back in the car, he placed the newly acquired water resource on the passenger seat. Watching the nightfall gradually descend, Bei Chen knew it was time to find a sheltered place to park and rest. All day, Bei Chen's heart had been in his throat. Through today's wild boar incident, he discovered that even with the 100-fold amplification system he awakened, he could still die in the game if he was not careful. And the wild boar was merely an intellectually deficient creature, if it were a human. After obtaining the system, Bei Chen did not feel like the chosen one acting high profile. Instead, he became increasingly cautious. He had a vague premonition that the number of people participating in this road survival game would be astronomical. A swarm of ants could bring down an elephant, let alone Bei Chen, who was merely an ordinary person without any strong cards to play in the early stages. Before long, Bei Chen drove the Wuling Hongguang to a suitable place to spend the night. Sighing heavily, Bei Chen lazily leaned back in his seat to rest. Anyone who has driven knows the feeling of driving all day without resting. Tired, mentally drained, physically worn out, and his eyes were fatigued. After doing 2 minutes of eye exercises, the soreness in his eyes improved significantly. Regaining his focus, Bei Chen took out the 2 supplies he obtained from the bronze resource box today to study them. A medical first aid kit. I wonder what it will become after amplification. Detected that the medical first aid kit is suitable for amplification. Would you like to amplify it? The system's prompt sounded in his ears. Amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. The medical first aid kit has been amplified to a military first aid kit. Hearing the system's prompt, Bei-Chin smiled. Anything related to the military would greatly enhance its quality without exception. Swish, pulling open the zipper of the military first aid kit, various emergency supplies came into view. A pressure band, a rapid pain relief injection, 2 bags of concentrated hemostatic powder, 2 strong antibacterial injections, a package of adhesive bandages, and an adrenaline injection. Upon seeing the names of these items, Bei-Chun was astonished. He could assure that aside from the pressure band that could be bought at a pharmacy, the rest were inaccessible to non-professionals, especially the strong antibacterial injections, adrenaline, and rapid pain relief injections. Goodness, with these I should be fine even if I get bitten by a giant lizard, right? He carefully stored these items away, securing them safely. Feeling delight in his heart. Illness and injuries from biological attacks were unpredictable and unavoidable in the future. But with these his life safety would be greatly ensured. The first item obtained from the bronze resource box amplified, bringing Bei-Chin excitement. Therefore Bei-Chin couldn't help but anticipate the second item. A camouflage phone-sized armor piece appeared in his hand, about 3 centimeters thick, weighing heavily and having a solid texture. At this moment, the system's prompt rang out again. Detected that the reactive armor fragment can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? What? Is this reactive armor that only main battle tanks are equipped with? I've struck it rich. After the initial surprise, Bei-Chun immediately said, amplify it right away. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Reactive armor fragment has been amplified to T3 level reactive armor, 80 pieces. Hearing about the T3 level reactive armor, Bei-Chun was not disappointed. After all, he had only put in a piece of armor fragment. Yet after amplification, he was able to obtain 80 pieces of intact T3 reactive armor. Strictly speaking, this was already a great profit. Just as the system's prompt finished, Bei-Chun heard a clatter sound beside him. Turning his head, he saw a pile of reactive armor that was one size larger than the previous armor fragments. Wow! He reached out and grabbed a piece, estimating it must weigh about a pound. Bei-Chun knew that this reactive armor was not made of metal, but rather some rare synthetic material. If it were metal, this reactive armor would definitely weigh down a wooling to the point of immobility. But how am I supposed to equip this on the vehicle? Am I supposed to stick it on the outside? Just then the voice of the game console prompted Bei-Chun. Player Bei-Chun has obtained T3 level reactive armor. Should the information be announced to the entire? Bei-Chun furrowed his brows. Not public. Immediately after, the console continued. Congratulations to player number 123271 for successfully crafting T3 vehicle equipment. The vehicle equipment function will be activated at 1720. This time it was a full regional announcement. Bei-Chun was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the game console did not disclose his name, so there was no need to worry about that. Vehicle equipment function. Bei-Chun directly opened the game's free interface, and sure enough, a new function appeared. Chat Square Trading Square Vehicle Equipment. Knowing that he triggered a game function, Bei-Chun was certain that the chat square would have exploded. However, he was not interested in looking at it right now. Upon opening vehicle equipment, Bei-Chun instantly understood how to use this function. In front of him was an entirely new interface. Unlike Chat Square and Trading Square, this interface displayed clear player numbers and vehicle blueprint distribution information. User not bound, Bei-Chun. Player number 123,271. Vehicle model Wuling Hongguang TS90 automatic high configuration. Bei-Chun discovered the overview of the vehicle with various parts like the windows, tires, engine, and main structure all split up, but Bei-Chun's options were limited to the main structure. Does this mean that the main structure of the vehicle can be replaced with reactive armor? This feels like a dream. How advanced can this be? Although surprised, Bei-Chun did not hesitate. Having clumsily participated in this game, what else could he not believe? Replace. Replace. After he spoke, Bei-Chun noticed the main structure of the vehicle slowly undergoing changes. The size remained unchanged, but from Bei-Chun's perspective it was clear that blocks of reactive armor were arranged around the main structure of the Wuling. In just a minute he thought, is that it? Bei-Chun was stunned, and after counting carefully, it was indeed 80 pieces. However, there was still a long way to go before the reactive armor could completely replace the vehicle's main structure. In that case, at least 120 more pieces of reactive armor are needed to fully protect the entire vehicle, right? Although somewhat disappointed, Bei-Chun knew this was already quite good. To have the main driver's sides protected compared to other players, this could be a dream. T3 level reactive armor if fully equipped, not to mention being able to withstand a shot from a battle tank, at least it should be fine against ordinary rifles for a short time, right? Regardless, at this moment Bei-Chun felt elated. While 99 of players were still worrying about food, water, and energy, his vehicle had already acquired a certain level of defense. More reassuring was that he had also obtained a military first aid kit this time. Looking at the sky outside, it had not completely turned dark. He hastily glanced at the chat square. Indeed, it had already exploded. Damn, I thought I had gathered a lot of resources today and was the luckiest one, but it turns out some big shots also got reactive armor. Damn it, people die when compared, goods get thrown when compared. My damn convertible sports car. Hello everyone, I'm from Africa, because right now I look as dark as the bottom of a pot. I'm a military enthusiast, I have a say in this matter. Reactive armor is usually equipped on infantry armored vehicles, but it's still quite rare. This kind of thing is generally equipped on main battle tanks, which have extremely high defense. Hearing about the reactive armor made my mouth water with envy. Sigh, I wonder who the hidden big shot is that created this thing, indirectly activating the game console's features. Guess which country this big shot who made reactive armor is from. Hopefully from our great China. Those not of our race must have different intentions. If it's from another country's big shot, we'll be in trouble when we encounter them later. It must be a player from our great China. 1-1. After this news came out, some were delighted while others were worried. The bloodline of China has always been a group of far-sighted individuals. They clearly knew that someone had already created reactive armor at the early stage of the game. What about in the future? It should be noted that there are no rules here. If it were a compatriot from the same country, that would be fine. Oh, if not, then it would inevitably lead to a situation where I am the fish on the chopping block. Hastily glancing at the chat square, he found it filled with discussions about the commotion he had caused, which made Bei Chen shake his head. He then closed the chat square and got out of the vehicle, taking advantage of the fact that it was not completely dark yet. Bei Chen wanted to quickly gather some firewood. Uncertain whether other players had found charcoal or not, perhaps gathering firewood in the wild was a good choice. A few minutes later, carrying back 2 to 3 dozen pieces of wood, Bei Chen drew out his fish-scale military knife and began to cut the fresh pork chops into strips for later use. To keep the ingredients fresh, Bei Chen had been running the air conditioning all day. Only he had sufficient gasoline resources, otherwise if it were other players they would have been heartbroken. With 6 pork chops and 2 large kidneys, Bei Chen felt that this was enough. Oh, any more would be a bit wasteful. I wonder if I can find a bounty for charcoal or seasoning. Soon 2 new bounties appeared in the trading square. The bounty targets were charcoal lighters, seasonings, and barbecue grills, which could be exchanged for 100 milliliters of water or a baked naan with a maximum of 6 bounties. At this moment, other players in the chat square were still chopping away happily. Suddenly a message popped up, causing many players to hurriedly exit the chat square. Hey, go take a look, there's a new bounty. This time it's not for metals. If you miss this chance, it's gone. No doubt the message was sent by Bei Chen. Within 30 seconds, Bei Chen heard the prompts in his ear. Bounty obtained barbecue grill 1. Bounty obtained charcoal 3 pieces. Bounty obtained cumin chili powder 200 grams. Bounty obtained liquor Jiang Xiaobai 1 bottle. Hearing the prompts in his ear, Bei Chen smiled. Wow, aside from metal resources, these players really managed to gather quite a lot of random items. Having obtained so many items from the bounty, Bei Chen was no longer in a rush to start a fire. After all, he had been busy all day. Oh, he was either driving or searching for resource boxes. To be honest, it was really dull and boring. Watching other players chat was also nice. It could pass the time and dispel the innate fear of darkness. Haha, fortunately, I didn't throw away the charcoal I got. This is a big win. 100 milliliters of mineral water. Wow. For the past few days, I've been living on muddy water and almost forgot what clean water tastes like. Sigh, man, I admire you finding charcoal in the sweltering heat and keeping it. Truly different destinies for this. I also got a pack of chili powder while searching for resources. At that time, I thought who would still eat spicy food in this heat. But Bei Chen, the big shot. Sigh. Look at this momentum. It seems that big shot Bei Chen is going to have a barbecue. A barbecue grill, cumin chili powder, liquor. Life is about to improve. After browsing through various messages in the chat square, Bei Chen noticed that most players were lamenting their poverty or expressing their frustrations. In fact, 2 days had already passed. Bei Chen gradually understood that these players might indeed be struggling. However, they were not yet at the brink of despair. From the numerous chat messages, he discovered that although these players were unable to find quality water and food resources, they could still ensure the basic functioning of their lives with some effort. Perhaps gasoline was relatively scarce, as the only mode of transportation for all players was the car chosen at the start. People could last a day or 2 without water and food. But without gasoline, a car would be completely immobile. Soon Bei Chen exited the chat square. He went to the trading square to collect various barbecue items obtained from bounties. During these 2 days in the survival game, he hadn't had a proper meal. It was simply unacceptable not to treat himself well this time. Moreover, he had an abundance of fresh wild boar meat in his vehicle. Several hundred pounds of it. Such meat could not be stored for long, so in line with the principle of not wasting, Bei Chen naturally would eat as much as he could. Just 2 minutes after leaving the chat square, suddenly a heavy message appeared on the public screen of the chat square. Dear brothers and sisters, please help save my sister. I am Tung Baiwan. My sister didn't heed my warnings and was bitten on the foot by a lurking giant lizard while searching for supplies at night. The wound is close to infection. Brothers and sisters, does anyone have disinfectant or first aid supplies? I beg you save my sister. As soon as the message appeared, the chat square fell silent for a few breaths. His sister had been bitten by a giant lizard filled with bacteria. If she were to be taken to the hospital within half an hour of the injury, there might still be a chance for survival. However, now everyone felt helpless. Here not to mention first aid supplies, even basic food, water, and gasoline were precious. Who would have such items? Soon someone spoke up to offer comfort and suggestions. I say, brother, are you mistaken? We're struggling to find food and water. Who has first aid supplies? Exactly, if I had first aid supplies, I wouldn't have gone hungry for 3 meals. Old brother, you should just accept the reality. The notorious giant lizard is filled with bacteria. Even an African buffalo would not last 2 or 3 days after being bitten, let alone a human. Everyone present understood that Tung Baiwan's sister was doomed. Even Tung Baiwan himself knew that his sister was in grave danger. By the way, you could ask for help from Beichun. His resources are so abundant that he might have first aid supplies. However, whether he would give you such valuable items is uncertain. Or perhaps you have something he needs, maybe Bei. Through 2 days of interaction, everyone in the chat square knew that Beichun was an extremely cold and pragmatic person. If you couldn't provide him with the resources he needed, he wouldn't give you anything. Of course, the person who said this was also aware that even if they themselves had more resources, they wouldn't easily give them to anyone under such circumstances. Because here, every resource represents a chance and hope for survival. Tung Baiwan left in silence. At this moment, Beichun was sitting beside his willing Hongguang. With a lighter of barbecue grill and charcoal seasonings, he was now happily setting up the grill to prepare for barbecuing. As the sky outside had already plunged into darkness, visibility was less than 10 meters. For safety's sake, he decided to light the collected wood. The fire illuminated the surroundings, preventing timid creatures from approaching recklessly, allowing Beichun to barbecue in peace. Looking at the Jiang Xiaobai placed beside him, he was surprised to find that it could not enhance. If he could enhance a few more bottles, he could sip on it, when feeling weary, invigorating his blood. To Beichun's delight, 3 pieces of charcoal could be enhanced. Just then a notification from the system sounded in his ears. Detected that ordinary charcoal can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Without hesitation, Beichun replied, enhance. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. Ordinary charcoal has been enhanced to high-quality charcoal, totaling 100 pieces. As soon as the voice finished, Beichun smiled. After all, enhancing 3 pieces of ordinary charcoal at once to obtain 100 pieces of high-quality charcoal meant an improvement in both quality and quantity. 100 pieces was quite a lot, and the nearby bonfire quickly ignited the charcoal. The burning charcoal emitted a dark red glow in the night. Beichun carefully arranged the sliced pork belly and pork chops on the grill. Sizzle, sizzle. Before long, the fresh wild boar meat emanated an enticing aroma. To be honest, if it weren't for the bonfire around him, Beichun wouldn't dare to barbecue outside so recklessly. It would be very dangerous if a fierce beast rushed out from the darkness. He twisted open the Jiang Xiaobai beside him, and the fragrant aroma of the liquor combined with the mouth-watering pork chops and pork belly on the grill. In that moment, Beichun felt an immense peace within, even a bit of contentment. After all, it was indeed something to be thankful for to enjoy such a life in this environment. Just then a private message alert chimed in his ear. Beichun hesitated as he had been harassed by too many people recently. 99% were women who thought they were attractive, but were trying to swindle his resources. Initially, he would read each message, but over time he became too lazy to check them. However, feeling good at the moment and having nothing else to do, he decided to take a look at the private messages. As soon as he opened the private message and saw its content, Beichun frowned. Bitten by a giant lizard. A giant lizard. That's a terrifying creature. Brother Beichun, this may seem a bit abrupt, but I really have no other options. Please save my sister as she is only 19 years old. Beichun hesitated. Although he had a good impression of Tung Baiwan in their 2 transactions, he had already given Tung Baiwan enough resources. Moreover, the items in his military first aid kit were precious. At this point, Beichun had no extra choices. After all, being bitten by a giant lizard was no joke. A buffalo could last 2 to 3 days, but for a human, he was sure they would not survive beyond 24 hours. He had to either choose to take out his military first aid kit, or tell him he had none and let him die. Ultimately, Beichun replied to Tung Baiwan, not directly rejecting nor agreeing. He simply asked, I have the items, but what can you offer me? I don't like taking advantage of others, nor do I like others taking advantage of me. Meanwhile, on an asphalt road thousands of miles away from Beichun, upon seeing Beichun's reply stating he had first aid supplies, Tung Baiwan was immediately overjoyed. However, after reading Beichun's next message, he was stunned. Indeed, why would Beichun give him such precious first aid supplies? Moreover, he currently had nothing of value on. Logically speaking, Beichun could directly refuse him, and he would have nothing to say. However, that was his younger sister whom he had grown up with. As an older brother, how could he watch his own sister succumb to infection without doing anything? Tung Baiwan gritted his teeth and did not immediately ask Bei Chun for those items, because he felt he had no right. Soon he sent a private message to his sister. Chu quickly tell me what resources you have. As long as they are valuable, give them to me. I found someone who can save you. Tung Baiwan anxiously awaited his sister's reply. He truly hoped that she had valuable resources so that he could ask Bei Chun for help in exchange for the urgently needed first aid supplies. Soon a message replied. Brother, I found a design drawing. However, I don't understand its name. Can you see if it can be exchanged for first aid supplies? Quickly, Tung Baiwan received a trading request. As he opened the trading interface and saw the name of the drawing his sister placed in there, he exclaimed, Particle Space Ring. Upon seeing the name of this design blueprint, Tung Baiwan was first taken aback, then filled with joy. There is hope now. Chu will go get you some emergency supplies. First, find something to apply pressure on the wound to prevent bacteria from spreading through your blood. Tung Baiwan wasn't concerned about what the design blueprint was. He only wanted to exchange it with Bei Chun for emergency medical supplies to save his sister. Bei Chun stared at the campfire in front of him, his expression somewhat lost in thought. Since entering this survival game, every player has kept their nerves taut, constantly worrying about resources and the future. Even at night, they had to be cautious of lurking ferocious beasts ready to attack at any moment. In such a lonely and fearful environment, everyone's heart was filled with pressure. The chat plaza was bustling precisely because it was hard for players to meet on a paved road, which led to unguarded exchanges. However, when people are together, things become complicated, as this game world has no rules. He had had 2 pleasant transactions with Tung Baiwan. The relationship couldn't be called friends, but they were certainly not strangers. Now Tung Baiwan's sister was bitten by a giant lizard, her life hanging by a thread. And he just happened to have a military first aid kit, which Bei Chun knew could definitely save Tung Baiwan's sister. But this military first aid kit was something he had obtained through life and death struggles. In such an environment, medical supplies were too precious. Should I save her or not? Bei Chun found it hard to make a decision. His emotions were softening. Yet reason kept reminding him not to act foolishly. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and the first aid kit was essential for him. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. Bei Chun sighed, tilting his head back to gulp down some jiang xiao by the fiery liquid coursing down his throat. Watching the continuously burning campfire, he murmured helplessly, If you can offer me something that truly moves me, I would give you this military first aid kit. But this is a survival game concerning life and death. I can't just hand over hard-earned resources to you for nothing. Speaking these words proved that Bei Chun's reason had succumbed to emotion. For the moment, Bei Chun did not believe Tung Baiwan could offer any resources comparable to his military first aid kit. However, as another private message arrived, Bei Chun instinctively looked at it. There was a heavy tone of pleading in his words. A penny can thwart a hero, let alone one's own sister. Seeing the design blueprint, Bei Chun's eyes, there was a heavy tone of pleading in his words. A penny can thwart a hero, let alone one's own sister. Seeing the design blueprint, Bei Chun's eyes sparkled, and he felt a sense of clarity in his heart. Bei Chun genuinely wanted to help Tung Baiwan, but he had his own principles. A design blueprint. Was there anything worse than the ordinary paratrooper knife blueprint? No. Alright, if it truly is a design blueprint, then I will give you the military first aid kit. He didn't even ask what the name of the design blueprint was. This once again confirmed Bei Chun's inner thoughts. His subconscious was telling him that Tung Baiwan had become an ordinary friend in his heart. However, due to game rules, he couldn't directly give his resources. Of course, if he could get a decent design blueprint, it wouldn't be a loss for him. Moreover, he believed that if his military first aid kit saved Tung Baiwan's sister, perhaps he and Tung Baiwan could become true friends or allies in the future. Quickly, a trade request appeared. Bei Chun chose to accept. Tung Baiwan did not hesitate to put the particle space ring design blueprint up for trade. When Bei Chun saw the name of the design blueprint, he trembled and jumped up. Particle space ring. A quick glance at the ring's functions filled Bei Chun with mixed feelings of joy and surprise. This item was something he desperately needed. If one had to describe its function, Bei Chun could only say that in the world of fantasy novels, this thing was a storage treasure. Without hesitation, Bei Chun returned to the car, took out the military first aid kit, placed it directly in the trade window, and quickly clicked confirm. After Bei Chun confirmed, Tung Baiwan also instantly clicked to confirm the trade. As the design blueprint fell into his hands, Bei Chun felt as if he had acquired a treasure, examining it closely. Particle space ring design blueprint quality outstanding, belonging to portable equipment. After completion, the wearer can possess a storage space of 120 square meters. Description: except for living beings that cannot be included in the particle space, any other object, as long as it does not exceed 120 square meters, can be stored and retrieved at will. The particle space's time is static and items are not subject to damage by the passage of time. Wow, is this really a storage treasure? Seeing the introduction below the design blueprint, Bei Chun felt as if he were in a dream. For a moment, he even thought he had crossed into a fantasy world. For Bei-chun, a fantasy enthusiast, this item was more aptly described as a storage treasure than a particle space ring. Can this thing even exist? I am very curious about which direction this survival game will ultimately develop. Will all players eventually evolve towards the ultimate life, or in the course of the game find something that can lead to cultivation and achieve immortality? At this moment, Bei-chun's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Unintentionally, he became filled with anticipation for this game. Soon he cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to look at the materials needed to forge this design blueprint. Not looking was fine, but upon looking, Bei-chun was also stunned. The materials required for this design blueprint were quite singular. But for Bei-chun, the names of these materials were truly too sci-fi. Particle dust, what is this? Isn't this something that appears in sci-fi novels? Could it be that such materials can actually be found in this game? With his heart filled with fantasies about storage treasures. At this moment, if he could forge a particle space ring, then the hundreds of pounds of fresh wild boar meat in the car could be perfectly preserved. But reality was quite difficult. However, Bei-chun would not give up easily. Unexpectedly, this particle space ring design blueprint could not be amplified. But Bei-chun also knew that with the materials already being this difficult to obtain, if amplification were possible, the required materials would likely be even more numerous and rarer. The scent of barbecue wafted in from outside, but Bei-chun sat quietly in the car deep in thought. Soon 2 new bounties appeared in the trading plaza. Offering wild boar meat for materials particle dust rules unrestricted. Offering refined gasoline for particle dust and materials that have never appeared before rules unrestricted. Releasing 2 heavyweight bounties at once instantly cleared up space in the car. Now Bei-chun still had 30 baked flatbreads. About 4 liters of mineral water. Less than 5 liters of salted soda. 10 liters of refined gasoline. Approximately 20 pounds of wild boar meat. After successfully releasing the bounty task, the game host automatically took away the player's offered resources, temporarily hanging them in the trading plaza. Thus, Bei-chun's car had rare space for a while. This was also the reason why Bei-chun was eager to forge a particle space ring. It was simply too convenient. Just think about it. If Bei-chun forged a particle space ring in the face of an ambush or robbery, he could directly pull out a rocket launcher when the opponent was completely unprepared. One could only imagine the scene. It would definitely be thrilling. A heavyweight bounty has been announced. Bei-chun knows that if any player acquires the material particle dust, they would be unable to resist the allure of gasoline, food, and water. He was just afraid that other players had never heard of this material. Sighing in relief, Bei-chun returned to the campfire, picked up a nearly perfectly roasted pork chop, casually sprinkled some seasoning and cumin chili powder, and started eating heartily. He tore off a large piece of tender pork and chewed on it, unable to suppress a moan. It's so While devouring the charcoal-roasted wild boar meat and gulping down Jiang Xiaobai, Bei-chun entered a mode of rapid consumption. In less than 10 minutes, he had devoured nearly 5 pounds of roasted meat. I can't take it anymore. Bei-chun burped, unable to eat anymore. He took out a bottle of salty soda from the vehicle and gulped down a mouthful to relieve the greasiness. Looking at the 4 to 5 pounds of roasted meat remaining on the grill, Bei-chun was in a dilemma. While the fresh meat had no peculiar smell once roasted, it had a strong aroma that could easily attract other beasts. Bei-chun did not want to be constantly tracked by beasts. Just as he was considering whether to wait until he was less full to finish the roasted meat, a message from Tung Baiwan arrived. Upon opening it, Bei-chun smiled with relief. It had been over 10 minutes since he gave the military first aid kit to Tung Baiwan, and judging by the time, the crisis should have been averted. Brother Bei-chun, thank you so much. Your military first aid kit was incredibly useful. My sister is now out of immediate danger except for a bit of weakness. No need to thank me. I also received valuable design blueprints. In short, you are my benefactor, Tung Baiwan. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask. I will certainly do my best to help as long as it is within my means. Bei-chun was taken aback by this. Thinking carefully, since he met this guy, it seemed he had never suffered a loss. The first time Tung Baiwan had shared the dangers of resource boxes. The second time Bei-chun crafted a T1 scale military knife, and when Mei Yong threatened him with the white copper, it was Tung Baiwan who indirectly helped him acquire the white copper. This time, although he gave the military first aid kit to Tung Baiwan, he had also obtained the design blueprint for a particle space ring. Moreover, after several pleasant transactions, Bei-chun had a very good impression of Tung Baiwan. In this survival game world where one could face dire situations at any moment, Tung Baiwan was still willing to risk everything to save his sister. From previous conversations, Bei-chun knew that the design blueprint for the particle ring was given to Tung Baiwan. In other words, after seeing the design blueprint, Tung Baiwan did not harbor a hint of possessiveness and chose to exchange it for the military first aid kit without hesitation. It must be said, in this world where faith is severely lacking and morality is rapidly declining, Tung Baiwan's actions were indeed commendable. After glancing at the uneaten roasted meat, Bei Chen ultimately decided to give it to Tung Baiwan. He never liked to take advantage of others. Although the military first aid kit was valuable, it paled in comparison to the design blueprint for the particle ring. I have some items that you might need. No need to refuse. I am a person who believes in fairness. Your design blueprint is very valuable, and these are what you deserve. The trade request was sent, and the other side hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. Bei Chen did not hesitate, either directly putting up the uneaten 4 to Brother Bei Chen, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it. Your sister needs these. The other side fell silent for a moment. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. I will definitely repay this kindness. The trade was accepted, and the uneaten roasted meat along with the 800 milliliters of salty soda vanished. In such circumstances, to sincerely refuse. I am really curious about Tung Baiwan's identity. In this survival game, not to mention roasted meat and salty soda, 99 of players had never had a full meal. Seeing the roasted meat and drinks, Tung Baiwan actually wanted to refuse, which indeed piqued Bei Chen's curiosity about his character. As he watched the campfire flames gradually diminish, Bei Chen knew it was time to return to the vehicle to rest. Having enjoyed a satisfying meal of roasted meat, his hands were somewhat greasy. Looking at the remaining several liters of mineral water, Bei Chen ultimately could not resist pouring a bit to wash his hands and face. Water resources were far too precious here. Among countless players, only Bei Chen could afford to use a bit of pure water to wash his hands and face. As for bathing, Bei Chen did not even dare to think about it. Even during the hot daytime, despite having enough gasoline resources to keep the air conditioning running, stepping outside for more than half an hour would leave him drenched in sweat. Thus, being able to bathe without burdens had become Bei Chen's fantasy. How I never expected that in this world, even washing my face with clean water would be a luxury. He couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to how much clean water he wasted before the game, perhaps this game is some sort of punishment from a deity for the people of Blue Star. Washing his face felt refreshing. After gathering the remaining pieces of charcoal and folding the grilling stove to place in the trunk, Bei Chen climbed into the vehicle and comfortably laid back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Today's harvest was indeed quite substantial for Bei Chen. He obtained a military first aid kit and reaction armor fragments from the bronze resource box. In the evening, he acquired 200 milliliters of water resources from the wooden resource box. He exchanged the first aid kit with Tung Baiwan for the design blueprint of the particle ring, and the reaction armor was fully replaced into the main structure of the vehicle after system enhancement. As for the final 200 milliliters of water resources, Bei Chen did not rush to enhance it, because enhancing it would yield a quality and quantity boost. Currently, he did not need to use the water resources, so it was best to save it for when it was necessary. Outside the vehicle was endless darkness. Bei Chen couldn't even see the moon or the stars. This made him feel a bit uncomfortable inside. What kind of world is this, and who is truly in control of everything? For the first time, he turned on the vehicle's music system and chose a relaxing piano piece, Flow Dance. The clear sound of piano keys slowly resonated from the speakers. Bei Chen slowly closed his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Before falling asleep, he checked the car lock one more time, then gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, approximately 3,000 miles away on an asphalt road, brother, you're amazing. You actually managed to get roasted meat. Tung Chu-Chu, showing no regard for her past diva image in the Magic City, held salty soda in her left hand and a charcoal roasted pork chop in her right, eating heartily. On her delicate fair calf, a white sticky bandage was wrapped. Clearly, after receiving Bei Chen's military first aid kit, her crisis had been averted. Eat more, after eating enough, rest early. You injected adrenaline, and once its effect wears off, you will definitely feel weak. No. By the way, brother, is this roasted meat also what we exchanged with Bei Chen? Don't ask so many questions, you just eat. Remember, don't scavenge for supplies at night. Even though you've studied for a few years under a beast's ambush, you can easily meet your demise. Tung Chuch's cold and stunning face bore a hint of defiance, but facing her elder brother, she had no choice. If it weren't for the lack of a suitable weapon, how could that heavy and disgusting giant lizard possibly injure me? Feeling her unwillingness to concede, Tung Baiwan could only respond with a wry smile. By the way, Chu-Chu, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? He is definitely reliable. No way. I can fight, earn money, have children, and do housework. What do I need a boyfriend for? Is there nothing else to do but practice boxing? I was worried that he wouldn't agree, yet you actually refuse. You should know the guy I picked out for you is quite a— Cut it out. I, the famous Chu-Chu baby, the flower of the Magic City's police academy, don't need you to introduce me to a boyfriend. By the way, Chu-Chu, I must warn you, never reveal that you are Chu-Chu baby or that you were accepted into the police academy. If you encounter other game participants who are criminals or murderers, you'll be in big trouble. Okay, I know. Hey, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Is the adrenaline effect really that short? Quickly check the car lock and then rest. I hope you won't encounter any danger tonight. Feels so sleepy. Brother, let's talk tomorrow. You take care of yourself. Time passed quietly and silently. As the dazzling sunlight filtered through the windshield and fell on Bei Chen's face, the blinding discomfort slowly roused him from his dreams. He shivered. Afraid that the wild boar meat would spoil, he had left the car's air conditioning on throughout the night. Dressed rather thinly with a t-shirt and three-quarter pants, his pair of mesh sneakers felt a bit chilly. Only after confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding environment did Bei Chen open the car door and step out to stretch. After taking a deep breath and relaxing his body, Bei Chen took out a small amount of clean water to wash his face. He quickly prepared some food and drank a bit of water. As he was about to get back in the car and continue his journey, he noticed some changes to his wooling shinche. He saw that the originally thin main frame of the car had been replaced with a considerable amount of camouflage reactive armor. While this is truly black technology, seamlessly integrating the reactive armor of a main battle tank onto the body of a wooling car. As he caressed the textured reactive armor, Bei Chen couldn't help but marvel. Soon the wooling Hongguang set off again. Driving while searching for supplies did not hinder him from checking the information in the chat square. In the chat square, someone exclaimed, "Damn, you scared me. This morning as soon as I opened my eyes, I found a python as thick as an arm wrapped around my car's tire. And then, oi. One, hee, it must have been crushed. Making fire by drilling wood isn't hard. Now we can have a hearty meal. Hey, can you share some of your python meat with me? He'll trade you with a small whip. Hey, can I have the innards? He'll trade, bro." Bei Chen looked at these messages thoughtfully. It seems I'm not the only one encountering beasts, though other players have too. Suddenly a message in the chat square caught Bei Chen's attention. "Damn it, I set off at 5 this morning to search for resources. After much effort, I found a wooden resource box. But when I smashed it open, a big bird flew out, and not only did I fail to catch it, but it also scratched my face. Haha, buddy, you're quite unlucky. The cooked bird flew away. Although the bird flew away, I found a nest next to the resource box with 2 eggs inside." "What? So you can eat the bird eggs?" "No way. At first I thought the same. If I couldn't eat the meat, at least I could have the eggs. But then, what happened? Go on, tell me." One. Hey, you won't believe it. I just cracked open a bird egg, and before I could taste the egg white or yolk, I ended up with an underdeveloped chick. Ugh. That grossed me out. Ugh. Don't say it, that's disgusting. I can imagine that scene. A man, I feel for you for a second. Brothers, who wants this bird egg? Water or food is fine, though I don't like eating live birds raw. Come on, you're asking too much, right? How big is a bird egg? You want to trade it for water and food. Exactly, 1 bird egg isn't even enough to fill a gap in your teeth. At this moment, a message appeared on the public screen. "I'm willing to trade 1 pound of pork for your bird egg. I'm tired of eating pork. It's necessary to switch it up with some eggs for protein." Silence. It's Bei Chen. Welcome, Bei Chen. Woo, seeing Bei Chen's message makes me shed tears of envy. You're tired of eating pork. Can you believe it? Bei Chen, if you have leftover bones, please share one with me. Ooh, I want to gnaw on it. What do you say? It's 1 pound of pork for your bird egg deal. Sure, let's trade. Under the envious gazes of countless players, Bei Chen and the player holding the bird egg exited the chat square. Trading request. Bei Chen chose to accept. Soon a blue egg slightly larger than a quail egg appeared in the trading section. Without hesitation, Bei Chen placed 500 g of wild boar meat on the table. Transaction completed. An egg landed in Bei Chen's hand. As soon as the egg was in his hand, Bei Chen was astonished to discover that it could actually be enhanced. Based on previous experience, most items that could be enhanced only appeared in resource boxes, while items outside of resource boxes rarely had enhancement prompts. Originally, Bei Chen genuinely intended to exchange the wild boar meat for the bird egg to eat. He never thought this item could be enhanced. After all, roasted bird eggs are quite fragrant and nutritious. Who would have thought it could be enhanced? Bei Chen couldn't help but be curious about what variety this ordinary bird egg would become after system enhancement. Detected that the ordinary bird egg can be enhanced. Do you wish to enhance it? Bei Chen hesitated for a moment, but then thought, enhance. Suddenly a white light burst forth and Bei Chen closed his eyes, almost unable to look directly. He felt a weight in his hand, and with the system's prompt, Bei Chen was left dumbfounded. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. The ordinary bird egg has become Mao leg fish how egg. What? Mao leg fish how? Bei Chen gasped in disbelief. Through the system's enhancement, the ordinary bird egg had transformed into a Mao leg fish how egg. The Mao leg fish how is the largest owl species in the world, reaching a size of 67 to 77 centimeters when fully grown. Note this refers to body size, not wingspan. This is equivalent to the height of a 7 or 80-year-old child. An endangered raptor, and I actually obtained one of its eggs. Bei Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. If I had roasted it before the game, I would undoubtedly have ended up imprisoned. Just as Bei Chen was in disbelief, a string of text appeared on the Mao leg fish how egg. Bei Chen looked, and his hand trembled, almost dropping the egg. Dripping blood can hatch. What does this mean? Pet. No way. Can this raptor be domesticated? Bei-chin was puzzled, but the next second, he felt a surge of excitement. Owls known as night owls in some areas feed on rodents, fish, rabbits, and other small mammals. Despite their cute and adorable appearance, they are classified as raptors. Moreover, they fly silently, favoring night hunts, making them genuine assassins of the night. If I can truly domesticate it and keep it as a pet, I could have it watch over me at night, allowing me to sleep soundly. Without hesitation, Bei-chin drew the fish-scale military knife from his waist. The sharp tip lightly touched his index finger, causing bright red blood to flow out. Drip, 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 3 drops of bright red blood fell from his fingertip onto the Mao-leg fish how egg. Bei-chin was astonished to find that his blood seemed to be absorbed by this egg. He put his bleeding finger in his mouth to suck and stop the bleeding. At this moment, the game console's prompt rang in his ears. Congratulations, player Bei-chin, you have obtained an outstanding flying pet. Do you wish to make a public announcement? Bei-chin chuckled and replied, no announcement. He discovered that whenever he obtained something good, the game console would prompt whether to disclose the information. Although it was quite annoying, Bei-chin could also discern that the new item he obtained was indeed valuable enough to warrant a prompt from the game console. Congratulations to player 123271 Bei-chin for obtaining an outstanding pet egg Mao-leg fish how. Mao-leg fish how is now in the incubation period. Expected incubation time, 10 hours. During the incubation period, try to keep the pet egg in a warm place. Note if the pet egg is damaged during this time, the incubation will fail. Hearing the prompt, Bei-chin immediately took off his t-shirt and carefully wrapped the pet egg, placing it on the pass. After glancing at the more than 20 pounds of fresh pork in the back, Bei-chin smiled. Now this feels comfortable. The long night is here, and only the bird will keep me company. After placing the pet egg that was entering the incubation period properly, Bei-chin continued to drive forward. Since setting off in the morning, the car had sped over 200 kilometers. During this time, Bei-chin encountered only 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty. The last one was decent, containing a pack of filled biscuits. After the system enhancement, Bei-chin received 10 packs of Oreos. Without fresh milk, he couldn't indulge in twisting, licking, and soaking them. Eating them dry was a bit scratchy, but compared to the dried baked bread, Oreos were much better. At that moment, a private message came in, and Bei-chin looked to see it was from Tung Baiwan. Eating them dry was a bit scratchy, but compared to the dried baked bread, Oreos were much. Actually, it's nothing much, just wanted to ask. What's up? Did you run into a problem? Is your car out of gas? After the incident yesterday, Bei-chin had a change of heart towards Tung Baiwan. It's not that I'm out of gas. By the way, do you have a girlfriend before the game? I haven't had the chance to find one. Why do you ask? Oh, single, huh? Being single is good, I'm single too. Bei-chin scratched his head, completely unaware of what Tung Baiwan wanted to say. Seeing Bei-chin's silence, Tung Baiwan hurriedly organized his thoughts and sent them over. How should I put this? As you know, my sister was gravely injured by a giant lizard yesterday. At that time, I told her that we didn't have anything precious, so if someone saved her, she should consider that person her boyfriend. She agreed at the time, so well, I think that's completely unnecessary. I received your design blueprints yesterday, so you can approach this matter without any burden. Bei-chin's message was already quite tactful. If it were someone else, he might have bluntly replied, are you out of your mind? With such erratic meals, who has the mood for romance? Seeing Bei-chin wanting to refuse, Tung Baiwan hurriedly listed his sister's advantages and sent them over. I know this is quite abrupt, but don't worry, brother, let me introduce you to my sister. My sister. TSK Tisk, she is the dream of 8 million youths. Do you know Choo Choo Bei? Indeed, that's my sister. Bei-chin, who was drinking salt soda, directly spat it out upon seeing that familiar online name. Who? Choo Choo Bei. She's the popular one from the Douyin video with the unicorn and the well-known anchor Choo Choo Bei. Yes, that's her. Ugh, not her, that was just an entertainment short video. The unicorn and Yang Zi were just there for laughs. The ID card photo and the girl who appeared at the end are my sister. What is an ID card photo? That's what the vast majority of netizens call a demon-revealing mirror. If someone looks good in their ID photo, they are undoubtedly stunning in reality. Bei-chin had watched that funny video where the unicorn kidnapped the well-known anchor Choo Choo Bei more than once. Indeed, the photo of Choo Choo Bei and the moment she finally appeared were breathtaking. To be honest, if he could get his hands on such a stunning girl, Bei-chin wouldn't mind. However, the reality is, at that moment, everyone was participating in a survival game, struggling to survive. Who was still thinking about, oh, so the girl who appeared at the end of the video is your sister. How about that? Not bad, right? I'm not boasting, I can guarantee with all my heart that based on personality, looks, figure, and background, you won't find another girl like her in Waxia's magic capital. In fact, Tung Baiwan had an important piece of information he didn't dare to share with Bei-chin. That is, his sister Tung Choo Choo was actually a fresh graduate from the police academy in Magic Capital. She had even won the rookie championship in capture and combat, earning the title You Won Your Life in 3000. Bei-chin was barely 20. Before participating in the game, his parents had been urging him to go on blind dates and get married, but he had never encountered someone suitable. Given Choo Choo Bei Bai's conditions, not only did they align with his aesthetic, but perhaps his parents would also like her. After some thought, Bei Chen ultimately abandoned the idea. Participating in this game, whether he could return alive to the original world, was still uncertain. Romance held no significance for Bei Chen at this moment. Let's discuss this matter later. Alright, then I'll take that as your agreement. They'll have her add you as a friend later. You must give me some face as her brother-in-law. Bei Chen. What is this brother-in-law nonsense? The two ended the chat, and Bei Chen focused on driving and searching for resources. He merely saw it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. Love is a fantasy in a stable world, let alone here. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. In the morning, Bei Chen had only found 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty, and the last one contained a pack of Oreos. However, Bei Chen's luck seemed to have improved in the afternoon. Not only did he find a piece of bread and a small amount of water, but he was also delighted to find a pack of antipyretics in the last resource box. Having medicine is always better than not having it, and Bei Chen naturally wouldn't complain about having more. Congratulations, host enhancement succeeded. Wheat bread enhancement yields meat floss toast 20. Congratulations, host enhancement succeeded. 100 milliliters of ordinary water enhancement yields 10 liters of pure water. Congratulations, host enhancement succeeded. Ordinary antipyretics enhancement yields military-grade, fast-acting antipyretics 50. Seeing today's haul, Bei Chen smiled, and casually placed the military-grade, fast-acting antipyretics aside. As for the meat floss toast and the 10 liters of pure water, he placed them in the back. After doing all this, Bei Chen was still looking forward to something. Because his pet Mao Tue Yu Hao's incubation period was about to end. Bei Chen slowed down carefully, taking the pet egg wrapped in a t-shirt from the passenger seat. Oh, indeed, there is movement. Filled with anticipation, Bei Chen, who was alone in the game, spent his days driving aimlessly except for eating and resting. It was indeed very boring and monotonous. Having a pet by his side would certainly make it much better. Moreover, based on the supplies in his car, he could easily afford to raise another owl, or even 2. Krakow, it's about to be born. He saw small cracks gradually spreading across the entire egg. It was Bei Chen's first time witnessing a bird hatching from such an egg, and he couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. With a pop, a small piece of eggshell cracked off. Soon Bei Chen heard a series of soft chirps. As a wobbly, incredibly cute little head poked out from the shell, those big shiny eyes immediately spotted Bei Chen. Chirp chirp. The eggshell continued to crack and fall away, and soon a chick the size of a quail landed in Bei Chen's palm. Its body was covered in soft feathers of black and gray tabby color with a head that was wider than usual, and it tilted its head staring at Bei Chen with its shiny big eyes. After confirming several times it was indeed its mother, the little creature began to make pitiful chirps, constantly rubbing its small head against Bei Chen's hand, opening its tiny mouth, as if to say, "Mom, I'm hungry." This series of actions left Bei Chen utterly bewildered. What does this mean? They say that birds raised from eggs will regard the first creature they see as their mother. Is this for real? I must say, the moment the little creature hatched, Bei Chen was immediately taken with it. Its adorably silly demeanor was simply irresistible. Moreover, this little one hatched from his own blood, evoking a sense of blood connection. Bei Chen brought the little creature closer, examining it carefully. For a moment he hesitated, as he had raised dogs and cats before, but he had no experience with a critically endangered raptor chick. It must be hungry. Thinking of this, Bei Chen wrapped the little one back up in his t-shirt, then took out his fish-scale military knife from the trunk and cut half a pound of wild boar meat into pieces the size of a fingernail. Little one, only with me will you enjoy such treatment. If you were with someone else, you'd only be sipping the dry wind every day. He returned to the driver's seat, cradling the little creature. Sure enough, sensing the mother was not feeding it anymore, the little one opened its tiny mouth begging for food. Bei Chen felt a surge of affection and promptly placed a piece of the cut meat into its mouth. Initially, Bei Chen worried that the meat pieces might be too big for the little one to swallow. However, reality proved he was overly cautious. It gulped them down one after another without hesitation. Wow, you can eat so much with that tiny belly. That's half a pound of wild boar meat. The pieces he had prepared were quickly devoured, and Bei Chen dared not let his guard down, stopping the feeding. Wow, you can eat so much with that tiny belly. That's half a pound of wild boar meat. The pieces he had prepared were quickly devoured, and Bei Chen dared not. Indeed, upon realizing that the mother was no longer feeding it, the little one seemed dissatisfied, letting out a few low murmurs. It then slowly lowered its little head, finding a comfortable spot, stretching its tender wings adorned with soft feathers, and fell asleep. Seeing this, Bei Chen couldn't help but chuckle, and then he arranged the t-shirt into a nest for the little one to rest. The chick had a routine similar to a newborn human. Sleep, eat, sleep, eat. The arrival of this little creature unknowingly brought a smile to Bei Chen's lips. As the sun set, the dusk enveloped the surroundings, and soon the dark red sun gradually descended. Beichin carefully surveyed the environment around him, knowing that this place was not suitable for an overnight stay, as he could hear the sound of the wind wailing through the gaps of the car door. It seems tonight is destined to be anything but quiet. Beichin was also surprised. Although the previous 2 nights had some noises, it was relatively safe. However, the weather today was clearly different, showing signs of rising winds. Beichin speculated that the climate in this world was not constant and could bring storms, or even hail. If only it would rain, I could take a shower. The Wuling sped down the asphalt road while Beichin continued to search for a suitable shelter to set up camp for the night. The several meter-wide asphalt road separated the area of low shrubs. A red sports car had its trunk severely deformed, with black smoke billowing from the engine at the front. Similarly, an SUV behind the red car had its front end badly mangled. It was evident that an accident had occurred. Wow, big brother, look at this girl. I swear I've never seen such a stunning girl in my life. It's been 10 years since we 3 brothers have been in prison. We've long forgotten what girls taste like. This time we must enjoy ourselves. 2 bald men in prison uniforms with gleaming heads and fierce expressions were drooling as they constantly eyed the dazed girl in front of them. I never expected that the 3 of us would have a chance to see the light of day again. This game has saved us. Second brother, hurry up, and urged third brother. What's taking him so long to find something? I can't wait any longer. The scarred leader urged angrily. The little-eyed second brother also became anxious and glanced back with a smile. Big brother, the third brother is back. At that moment, another thin, bald man returned with a backpack, holding something in his hand, looking somewhat grim. The thin, bald man walked up to the first and second brothers, directly tossing 2 pieces of clothing on the ground, coldly saying, "Big brother, second brother, take a look at this." They looked down, and upon seeing the wheat ear and 5-star emblem on the white uniform shirt, their expressions instantly changed. Magic City Police Academy. Damn. The thing I hate the most in this life is the police. Kill her. The 3 brothers were notorious drug lords in the Golden Triangle 10 years ago. After being captured by China's Drug Enforcement Police, they were sentenced to life imprisonment and by all accounts should never see the light of day again. However, with the arrival of this global survival game where all lives are equal, the 3 of them regained their freedom directly or indirectly. Due to some special reasons, the 3 quickly encountered each other after entering the game, and then they began to rob passing players, many of whom they killed, especially the women. Second brother, take her into the thicket. I will clean up the scene with third brother and follow right after. Upon hearing this, the little-eyed bald man revealed a sinister smile, thinking that getting this gem into the thicket without taking advantage of the situation would be a disservice to himself. All right. The second brother's heart raced as he looked at the weak girl before him. He excitedly moved forward to reach out and pull her into the woods. Facing an injured girl, the thin, bald second brother was completely unguarded. At that moment, his mind was filled with perverse images of how he would cruelly torment the girl. However, just as his hand was about to touch the girl lying on the ground, her dazed eyes suddenly snapped wide open, revealing a fierce glint in her dark pupils. With a glimmer of gold, she swung a hammer with great force. Whoosh! A solid strike landed squarely on the little-eyed bald man's head. Bang! The sound of shattering skulls sent chills down the spine. The little-eyed bald man let out a shriek and fell to the ground, spitting blood. He didn't last 3 breaths before his legs went limp. This scene happened too suddenly. Who would have thought that a girl who initially seemed harmless would possess such sharp skills and swift movements? The other 2 bald men completely failed to react. When they finally did, they discovered that the second brother had already met his end. Second brother. What the hell? Kill her. The thin, bald man's eyes filled with coldness. At that moment, he saw the girl before him as a threat. No, killing her would be too easy for her. The scarred leader's gaze was beast-like, fixed on the girl. Third brother, disable her hands and feet. I want to torture her to death. At the leader's command, the thin, bald third brother took out a dagger from his pocket and expressionlessly stepped towards the fallen girl. At this moment, Ting Chu-Chu, lying on the ground, wore a face of despair. That last strike had already been her final resort. Now her heart was filled with regret. Had she known she would be ambushed, she should have listened to her older brother's advice and rested for a few days until her body fully recovered before going out to search for supplies. If she hadn't driven so far, perhaps she wouldn't have encountered these 3 desperate criminals, and she wouldn't have ended up in their clutches. As a fresh graduate of the Magic City Police Academy, she clearly understood the fate that awaited her at their hands, definitely worse than death. Although she had a bold personality, loved adventure, and was unafraid of danger, the thought of being humiliated to death by 2 heinous prisoners filled her with fear. After all, she was only 19 this year. Don't come any closer. What do you want to do? That last strike had exhausted all her strength, and now she couldn't even muster the energy to lift the hammer to commit suicide. What do we want to do? You should know better. The short, bald man approached with the dagger, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Just then, the sound of a speeding car echoed. Upon hearing this, the two bald men changed their expressions. Big brother. The scarred big brother's face turned ashen. If it comes down to it, if he doesn't know what's good for him, we'll have to kill him too. After all, no one will care about a murder here. Having made up their minds, the two began to split their tasks. The fierce-looking scarred leader pretended to be injured and laid down on the ground. The seemingly small and harmless third brother slowly walked to the middle of the asphalt road, watching as a car approached, gradually slowing down. Because the two behind had no time to pay attention to Tung Chu-Chu, they inadvertently gave her a moment to breathe. Tung Chu-Chu understood that she must seize this opportunity. Straining to turn her head, Tung Chu-Chu saw a Wuling Hongguang being stopped by a small bald man, and weakly shouted, "Hurry up, they are murderers." However, she was already injured and weak, and this shout was almost like talking to herself. Despite this, her mouth was still stuffed with her previous uniform. It was the bald, scarred leader. "Damn it. If you make another sound, I will kill you right now." As night fell, Bei Chun kept driving the car in search of a sheltered spot. From afar, he spotted a low grove where he could be sheltered from the wind and sleep soundly at night. But as he entered the grove, he sensed something was off. Because two vehicles suddenly appeared ahead. "Is someone there?" Bei Chun's expression changed slightly. He had anticipated meeting other players, but did not expect it to happen so soon. Was there an accident? Or is this the scene left from a chase? There was only one road ahead. Even if Bei Chun wanted to retreat, there was no place to go back, as these people would always be in front of him. In other words, he had to face them no matter what. He hid his fish-scale military knife nearby. The car's speed gradually decreased. "Is that a bald head?" As the figure of a small bald man appeared in the middle of the asphalt road, Bei Chun felt a twinge of doubt. However, with a T1 level military knife in hand, and his experience from practicing Xingyi Quan for several years, he felt somewhat confident. At the beginning of the game, Bei Chun was confident that other players could not possibly have firearms. Even if they did, they would only have blueprints. If it came down to hand-to-hand combat, he was not afraid of anything except for wild beasts. As he slowly passed by the two rear-end cars, Bei Chun inadvertently caught a glimpse of a red flag car with its door open, and his pupils instantly constricted. "Brother, please help us. Our car has rear-end and broken down, and the gasoline is leaking." In order to lower Bei Chun's guard, the small bald man did not approach Bei Chun's Wuling, but shouted from a distance. If he hadn't noticed that object inside the red flag car, perhaps Bei Chun would have been deceived by the friendly-looking small bald man. However, that object in the red flag car left a deep impression on Bei Chun. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to get out of the car. It wasn't that he enjoyed taking risks. Given his current situation, going along with the plan might be the best option. Although the Wuling Hongguang was fuel-efficient and had a small displacement, it was truly slow compared to other excellent cars. Even if he managed to escape by car, these people could quickly catch up to him. Rather than fleeing for his life, it was better to confront them directly. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could strike first. "Oh, gasoline." Bei Chun frowned and poked his head out impatiently. "I also lack energy and don't have any to spare." Hearing this, the small bald man smiled. "We won't let you give it away for free. We have something to exchange with you." "What do you have to exchange with me?" Soon the small bald man took off the backpack behind him and pulled out a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. 500 milliliters of purified water. How about we exchange it for 100 milliliters of gasoline? Is that enough sincerity? By this point, Bei Chun had already confirmed that this person had ill intentions. In the trading square, 500 milliliters of purified water could definitely be exchanged for an equal weight of gasoline. Yet this person boldly took out 500 milliliters of purified water in front of him without any hesitation. Bei Chun chuckled and readily replied, "Enough sincerity, I like it. However, I need to check the quality of your water." Taking a deep breath, he casually tucked the fish-scale military knife into the small of his back and got out of the car. Just as he got out of the car, Bei Chun saw two people lying not far away. One was a fierce-looking bald man, and the other was covered by a white shirt. Judging by the figure, it was undoubtedly a woman. Noticing that the person under the cover was still alive, Bei Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then foolishly smiled at the small bald man. "Wow, this car accident is pretty serious. One dead and one injured." "I don't mention it. The SUV I chose at the start had faulty brakes." The small bald man saw Bei Chun get out of the car with his bare arms, and without any weapons, and he laughed even more brightly. "Choosing Wuling at the start means there will be some supplies in the car. Kid, don't blame us. Encountering us is just..." The small bald man thought to himself with a grin, as the dagger hidden in his sleeve was always ready to strike. Seeing the strange movements of the person opposite, Bei Chun remained unperturbed, casually reaching behind him, as if scratching an itch. "Oh, it really is purified water. Good old trade. He'll get you the gasoline right away." Bei Chun gradually turned sideways. At that moment, the fish-scale military knife tucked at the small of his back was drawn out during the turn. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from the left. No need, if you die, all the supplies are ours. Whoosh, a flash of white light suddenly shot towards Bei Chun from the darkness. It was the small, bald man's dagger. Bei Chun had been on guard since getting out of the car. How could he allow himself to be caught off guard? The T1 level fish scale military knife in terms of design, materials, steel quality, and characteristics was incomparable to an ordinary dagger. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Bei Chun could not hold back, for he needed to survive and clear the game to return to his parents. With a move called White Crane spreads its wings, a black light flickered that was invisible to the naked eye. Clang! A clear sound of clashing echoed instantly. Then there was a brief silence in the surroundings. Sizzle! The blade snapped and blood sprayed. The small bald man vaguely saw a black light flash by, then felt a chill in his neck, and his whole body weakened, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Why? Unable to imagine what kind of weapon could neatly slice through the dagger in his hand. Because your skill. Bei Chun slowly sheathed his knife and whispered. He did not want to kill, but he had to survive because his parents were waiting for him at home. At that moment, the scarred bald leader lying not far away also got up dissatisfied and said, "Second brother, your skills have been slipping lately. How come it took you so long to kill a kid?" Hearing this, Ting Chuchu, who could not move, turned pale, and her last hope was shattered. As dusk fell, the scarred bald leader saw a figure not more than 20 meters away lying stiffly on the ground, instinctively thinking it was the third brother who had killed the person. But as Bei Chun stepped out, while holding the fish-scale military knife, the scarred leader was suddenly startled and quickly took a step back. Having been brothers for over 30 years, they were extremely familiar with each other's walking postures. The moment the figure in front took a step, he concluded that this person was not the second brother. "Who are you?" "Second brother. Second brother." No one answered. Clearly the second brother was also dead. The scarred bald leader thought of escaping immediately. The third brother had the best skills among them, and the fact that the second brother had been taken down without a single cry said a lot. It indicated that the newcomer was a master. Having made the decision, the scarred bald leader began to retreat, wanting to put distance between himself and the newcomer. "Go," he whispered, and dashed toward the trees behind him without looking back. It indicated that the newcomer was a master. Having made the decision, the scarred bald leader began to retreat, wanting to put distance between himself and the newcomer. "Go," he whispered, and thud. Ugh. The fleeing scarred bald leader, just as he heard the piercing was approaching, felt a chill at the back of his head before his consciousness gradually faded. A 9-inch-long fish-scale military knife had almost pierced through the back of the scarred bald leader's head. 3 men, notorious drug lords before the game, ended up dying in the game. Knowing that these men were brothers, Bei Chun had no intention of holding back. To cut the grass without removing the roots only allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Based on these men's habits, he could also guess that before the game, they were likely desperate fugitives or labor reform prisoners, otherwise they wouldn't so easily resort to murder. Even though the night shrouded him, Bei Chun did not see the two he had killed directly. However, the fear of killing and the pungent smell of blood made him feel like vomiting. In a haze, Ting Chuchu sensed someone walking past her. She instinctively tensed up all over. Fortunately, the ruthless person who came later did not attack her. After a brief rest to regain some strength, she tore off the sealed clothing and turned her head to look with curious eyes. Tung Chuchu weakly said, "Hey, is it really appropriate for you to loot while your teammate is down?" Bei Chun remained vigilant as he stepped forward to the fallen scarred bald man, bending down to draw out a fish-scale military knife. Before he could even rejoice in surviving this crisis, a nonsensical remark from behind left him stunned. There was no response. Bei Chun began to search the dead scarred bald man for anything useful. To his disappointment, he found nothing. The man had nothing on him except for half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Naturally, he stuffed both into his pants pocket and turned to walk straight towards the small bald man. Bei Chun was certain that the supplies of these people must be in the small bald man's backpack. On his way back, he passed by Ting Chuchu again, giving her barely a glance, and walked past her as if she were invisible. "Hey, I'm injured, can't you help me a little?" In the dark, Ting Chuchu couldn't see Bei Chun's face clearly, but his calm and cold demeanor instinctively led her to categorize him as a heartless uncle. Hearing the term uncle, Bei Chun's eye twitched. However, collecting supplies was the priority now. Women would only slow down his speed in taking action. As he opened the small bald man's backpack, a hint of joy appeared on Bei Chun's face. 5 pieces of Ham Farmer's Sweet Punch, 500 milliliters, irregular gasoline, 300 milliliters, 2 packs of cigarettes, a piece of hemp rope, 5 meters, and purified water, not amplifiable. Although Bei Chun was puzzled, he didn't think much of it. Perhaps these people had exchanged them at the trading square. The backpack was empty, and Bei Chun initially thought about putting the resources back in and carrying them. However, inadvertently, a small handful of what looked like silver dust caught his eye. What is this? Bei Chun cautiously pinched the small handful of silver dust at the bottom of the backpack and examined it closely. Suddenly, With the appearance of 30 portions of pure particle dust in the backpack, a prompt from the gaming console rang in Bei Chen's ears. Materials meet crafting requirements. Would you like to craft? Without caring about his surroundings, he thought to himself, amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. You have acquired 30 portions of pure particle dust. With the appearance of 30 portions of pure particle dust in the backpack, a prompt from the gaming console rang in Bei Chen's ears. Materials meet crafting requirements. Would you like to craft an excellent grade portable equipment, particle space ring? Hearing this, Bei Chen looked around, no longer worried about being discovered. Craft. Congratulations, player Bei Chen number 123271. You have crafted an excellent grade portable equipment, particle space ring. Would you like to announce it to the entire area? No announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the pure particle dust in his backpack had decreased by more than half. At the same time, a ring with a strong mechanical sci-fi feel appeared in the backpack. Oh my god, what a blessing in disguise. I never expected to craft an excellent grade particle ring from this unexpected incident. What an advantage, a significant advantage. Bei Chen joyfully picked up the ring and put it on his hand. Even now, he still found it hard to believe the function of the particle space ring. The wearer could take out or store resources with a volume not exceeding 120 cubic meters at will. It was too fantastical. However, since he accidentally found himself in this unknown world, Bei Chen's mindset had changed, and he accepted many inexplicable advanced technologies here. Looking at the ham, water, gasoline, and other supplies on the ground, Bei Chen stared wide-eyed. He then waved his hand at these items, thinking collect. There was no dazzling light or any movement as he had imagined. The items on the ground had vanished without a trace. This is incredible, right? Ow. Bei Chen thought of taking out the cigarettes, and instantly a pack of unopened cigarettes appeared in his hand. Damn, this is. Ha ha. This laughter was almost a roar from Bei Chen, who felt there was nothing wrong with it. However, to Tung Chu-Chu, who was lying on the ground in the distance, it sounded quite different. She was so frightened that she shivered. Crazy. Mental illness. Tung Chu-Chu was almost in tears. Oh, what was this? Why was there not a single normal person she encountered? Now sending a rescue message to her brother would be pointless and would only worry him instead. At this moment, Bei Chen was still immersed in the joy of collecting and retrieving. As if he thought of something, he got up and jogged back to his car with the backpack. Collect, collect, collect for me. In less than a few seconds, a large amount of supplies in Bei Chen's car were collected into the particle space ring. Time in the particle space is frozen. Therefore, Bei Chen no longer needed to worry about fresh ingredients going bad. He then opened the trading square and canceled the bounty for wild boar meat, instantly causing over 300 pounds of wild boar meat to appear in the car. From now on, my little buddy, and I can eat fresh meat every day. As for the other bounties, Bei Chen did not cancel them. He needed to continue collecting metal resources and rare materials. Now that he had solved the problem of material storage, he could gather materials extensively. Blueprints, designs for thermal weapons. Having been forced to kill 2 labor reformers, Bei Chen knew the importance of thermal weapons. If he had had thermal weapons in this battle, he wouldn't have to engage in close combat, as close combat was still somewhat dangerous. Offering gasoline for weapon design blueprints, all offers accepted. Everything is negotiable. Now, apart from the non-amplified gasoline resources, Bei Chen had over 30 liters of refined gasoline, so he could completely use gasoline as a bounty for weapon design blueprints. Congratulations, host amplification successful. 5 pieces of ham amplified to 50 refined meat hams. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Regular gasoline 300 milliliters amplified to 30 liters of refined gasoline. Congratulations, host amplification successful. 2 packs of cigarettes amplified to 2 cigarette rolls. Congratulations, host amplification successful. 5 meters of hemp rope amplified to 5 meters of steel wire. This time, apart from the 500 milliliters of purified water that could not be amplified, everything was amplified and then stored in the particle ring. What a windfall. Refined meat hams are definitely not comparable to starch-made sausage. TSK. Cigarettes. Let me have one to relax a bit. Crack of flame appeared, igniting a cigarette. Rolling down the car window, Bei Chen lazily leaned back in his seat, resting his hand, holding the cigarette on the window. It had been 3 days since he last smoked. After taking a puff, Bei Chen felt a bit lightheaded. I must say this feeling was genuinely comfortable. He turned to glance at the little buddy in the passenger seat, sleeping with its belly up and wings spread, and smiled. It's time to find a good place to roast something to eat. Beep beep. Vroom. With the sound of a car engine starting from a distance. Tung Chu-Chu, lying on the ground waiting for her teammates to help her up, was stunned. What did this mean? Ignoring her? Or had they completely forgotten about her? Hey, uncle, brother, grandpa. Don't go. There's still someone here. However, her weak voice did not surpass the sound of the car engine. Beep beep. Without any hesitation, without any delay, the Wuling Hongguang sped away. Listening to the rustling sound coming from the nearby low bushes and the darkening night sky, Ting Chuchu shed tears of grievance. Brother, help me. Future husband, save me. Woo. I never expected that even I, an 8 million Magixity youth goddess, would have such a day. Am I not gentle enough? Or is my nickname 3,000 lives for you too lethal? I Tung Chuchu swear that whoever saves me this time, I will be his woman. I would even be willing to give myself away for free. Help. At this moment Bei Chun was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the particle space ring, having long forgotten about personally dealing with the two murderers. In a zen-like state, Bei Chun was almost a master. After all, keeping unhappy thoughts in his heart would only add to his own troubles. Wait a minute. After driving a dozen miles, Bei Chun seemed to remember something and hurriedly slowed down, then turned around. Oh my god, how could I forget about Ting Chuchu, the sister of Tung Baiwan? Indeed. The reason Bei Chun was sure that the girl on the ground was Tung Chuchu, Tung Baiwan's sister, was that he had initially seen the military first aid kit bag in the red flag car. The day before, Ting Chuchu had injured her foot from a giant lizard. Although it was perilous, she managed to get through the crisis with a military first aid kit from Bei Chun. After an adrenaline injection, one tends to feel particularly alert, though once the effect wears off, dizziness may follow. If Ting Chuchu had listened to Tung Baiwan, she could have taken a few days to rest and recover until her wound healed. However, being inherently adventurous, she set off the next day in search of supplies. It is easy to imagine. Originally, she was over 3,000 miles away from Bei Chun, yet within 2 days they unexpectedly encountered each other. The speed of the vehicle was astonishing. This proves that Ting Chuchu not only enjoys adventure and exploration, but also possesses remarkable luck. Even a Hongqi sedan would burn a lot of fuel over nearly 3,000 miles. Let's not forget, the design of Bei Chun's particle space ring was something Tung Chuchu managed to acquire. Therefore, her current state is very dangerous, with old injuries unhealed and new ones added. When she entered the game, she was wearing the standard uniform of the Magic City Police Academy. However, upon seeing the game rules, she realized that there were no regulations here, and wearing a police uniform might bring her a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the first resource box she encountered contained a set of clothes, which she is now wearing. Hence, lying on the cold ground, she is truly freezing. Oh no, am I getting a fever? Why am I starting to shiver? Her slender and long legs were constantly pushing against the ground, trying to climb to a relatively safe shelter to survive the night. However, her body was weak, and with the possibility of a fever, she had little strength left. Suddenly, there was a sound. My. In a night sky devoid of moonlight and stars, the darkness and silence were unimaginable. From afar, the sound of an engine gradually approached. Soon 2 beams of light entered her field of vision. In that moment, Tung Chuchu's survival instinct surged. Help! I'll offer my life in exchange. It seemed as if heaven itself was moved by her plea. The approaching car indeed stopped here. Unable to lift her head due to the uneven ground, Tung Chuchu could not see whether the person was male or female, handsome or ugly. At this moment, she only hoped that if it were a man, he would be somewhat handsome, otherwise it would be quite uncomfortable. Ideally, it would be a woman, so she wouldn't have to keep her promise. As steady footsteps approached not far away, Ting Chuchu's heart leaped to her throat. Based on the strong footsteps, she could almost deduce it was a man. Although she felt happy to be rescued, the situation was far from simple. She began to feel fear, because she shamefully realized that her hot pants and short sleeves were far too revealing. Furthermore, her t-shirt had been damaged during her previous scuffle with 3 murderers, and the newcomer was approaching from directly behind her, preventing her from seeing their face. In an instant, a familiar scene emerged in Tung Chuchu's mind. It was a shadow that haunted a generation, among the flowers at the foot of the ancient tomb Factions Mountain. And at that moment, coincidentally, a leaf fell perfectly onto Ting Chuchu's face, just covering her eyes. What are you going to do? I'm not a little deaf girl. Tung Chuchu's body tensed, her fists clenched tightly, as she desperately tried to resist whatever was about to happen next. To be honest, not only could Ting Chuchu not see Bei Chun's face. In this dark night sky, even Bei Chun could not see Ting Chuchu's face. What appeared in Bei Chun's view was a tall, slender, and fair figure. Of course, it was merely a silhouette. What is your name? The voice was extremely calm, showing no possessiveness despite the presence of a stunning woman who offered no resistance. One last confirmation. If this person is not Tung Baiwan's sister, then he would only offer a token assistance and then leave. But if she truly is Tung Baiwan's sister, then he must help. The particle space ring, akin to advanced technology, was largely due to the Tung siblings. Though he wasn't a saint or savior, he felt it was necessary to help friends he recognized. In the silent night sky, a young voice with a magnetic tone echoed. This made Tung Chuchu breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that this person did not take immediate action indicated he was not that type of person. My name is Tung Chuchu. My family is very wealthy. If you help me, I can give you a lot of money once I get out. Money means nothing here. There is no free lunch in this world. I can help you, but you must pay some price. Bei Chen's sudden statement was not without reason. The main reason was that he had noticed a golden hammer beside a golden hammer. After system enhancement, his own was only a copper hammer, yet this woman possessed a golden hammer. It was 2 levels higher than his. No wonder she could obtain such a miraculous design for a particle space ring. What do you want? I can give you anything I have. Seemingly feeling that she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself, Ting Chuchu relaxed quite a bit. If she lost her belongings, so be it. What do you have? I have water, a piece of yesterday's roasted meat, and a liter of refined gasoline. Ting Chuchu, you can't possibly have only these supplies, Bei Chen continued to question coldly. I also have a golden hammer. And what? Bei Chen became interested. A design blueprint. Even before entering the Magic City Police Academy, Ting Chuchu had longed to possess her own handgun. After driving over 1,000 miles today, she finally obtained a handgun design blueprint from a silver resource box. She cherished this item dearly. Oh, what kind of design blueprint? Bei Chen continued to ask, his tone showing some impatience. It's a handgun design blueprint. Upon hearing this, Bei Chen was instantly shaken. At this moment, he truly felt that Ting Chuchu was a chosen one, first with the particle space ring design, and now with the handgun design. It was hard to believe that one person could be so fortunate. Where is it? Bei Chen's change in tone worried Ting Chuchu. Would this person kill her to silence her after obtaining the handgun design? It's in my pants pocket. The moment the words left her mouth, Ting Chuchu regretted it. Wasn't this inviting disaster? This person initially had no desire for her. Hot pants are tight-fitting clothing. Asking a man to reach into her pocket was no different from being touched directly. What if he had ulterior motives? Her curvaceous figure would certainly drive any man wild. Hot pants are tight-fitting clothing. Asking a man to reach into her pocket was no different from being touched directly. What if he had ulterior motives? Her curvaceous... What is a woman? At this moment, Bei Chen had no idea what a woman was. Feeling the wind moving closer, Ting Chuchu instinctively resisted and dodged, perfectly turning her delicate waist and her rear pocket toward Bei Chen. Unbeknownst to him, it might seem like Ting Chuchu was quite cooperative. In reality, she was not. Don't. Just as he touched a piece of paper, Bei Chen realized something was off. However, at this point, Bei Chen decided not to care anymore. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one who should feel awkward would be the other person. He reached in all the way. When he pulled his hand out, he also brought out a design blueprint. Under the night sky, although it was impossible to see what kind of firearm was depicted on the design, Bei Chen had already spotted the words enhanceable. To be honest, when the man reached into his pocket, Ting Chuchu was genuinely afraid he would tear her apart. Fortunately, that did not happen. They'll take this golden hammer as well. Bei Chen was not polite, bending down to collect the golden hammer at his feet into his particle ring. Although Ting Chuchu was indignant, she felt powerless. If this person were to go back on his word, she would have no means to resist. Thus, even though she was angry, she dared not speak too much. You took all my good things, so can you save me now? Took all. It seems there's still one thing you haven't taken, right? Bei Chen was merely testing her one last time, wondering what other treasures she might be hiding. You? Could it be that you are despicable? The worry came true. All men were indeed the same. At this point, besides water and some food and gasoline, all her good things had been taken by Bei Chen. If there was still something, and the most precious thing to her, it was herself. Seeing Ting Chuchu silent, Bei Chen realized that the handgun design and the golden hammer were likely her best possessions. So he didn't press her further. Since he had taken her valuable items, and considering his relationship with Ting Baiwan, he would certainly save her. Hence, Bei Chen simply moved closer and directly scooped Ting Chuchu up. Light, firm, elongated, a perfect, delicate body nestled in his arms. Bei Chen's t-shirt formed a cozy nest for the little one. Thus their embrace was almost a zero-distance contact. Suddenly lifted by a sturdy body, the solid muscles, broad chest, and the uniquely heavy breathing of a strong man startled Ting Chuchu, causing her to exclaim. Realizing it belatedly, she noticed that he was shirtless for convenience. Old pervert. Lewd man. These thoughts repeatedly surfaced in Ting Chuchu's mind. Wanting to struggle, but her weak body had no strength whatsoever. Was she to resign herself to fate? The situation was stronger than the person. If she were in her prime, she could easily take down such an old pervert in minutes, but now... Imagining what would happen next, Ting Chuchu instinctively trembled. If this person is too rude, wouldn't that be quite painful? Moreover, can you trust him in the wild? Under the dark night at such a distance, Ting Chuchu could only see the vague outline of Bei Chen's face, subconsciously praying that he wasn't too ugly, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. After personally taking the lives of 2 murderers, Bei Chen's state of mind gradually changed. If it were before, he would have been curious about Ting Chuchu's appearance, but now, let's just go with the flow. Carrying a girl weighing over 90 pounds, Bei Chen walked steadily, glancing at the red-flagged sedan not far away. Are you still able to drive in your current condition? Hearing this, Ting Chuchu was stunned. What does that mean? Being so domineering with me, he still wants me to drive myself. Recalling the movies watched in the dormitory over the years, Tung Chu whispered him not very skilled with manual transmission, but automatic is a bit better. Seemingly resigned, Tung Chu only hoped that he would be gentler next. You can still shift gears by yourself, right? Tung Chu. See. Shameful. Shameless. Such lewd words. If you can't shift gears on your own, I can't help you. That's a bit too much information. After a moment of imagination, Tung Chu could only shamefully whisper well, if I rest a bit and regain some strength, I can still move, but the range might not be too large. Bei-chun. He had no idea what she was talking about at this moment. He had already carried Tung Chu to the side of the red flag sedan. Because he needed to open the car door, Bei-chun had to place Tung Chu on the hood of the car, and when to open the door. You. Shameless. In the past, when watching movies with her roommates, she would say, shouldn't you have some shame? But in the blink of an eye, she found herself in the same situation. Bei-chun had no idea what Tung Chu was mumbling about. After opening the door, he picked her up and shoved her inside. Being shoved into the car, Tung Chu felt much better. Being inside was certainly better than on the hood. At least it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Even so, it still seemed quite embarrassing to say it out loud. She closed her eyes, resigned, quietly waiting for what would happen next. Perhaps due to a shift in mindset, Tung Chu felt less anxious. But after waiting with her eyes closed for a while, seeing that no one had entered the car, yet she couldn't help but open her eyes. Upon seeing this, she was directly shocked, cursing inwardly, you pervert. Is this something a human would do? Tung Chu's accusations against Bei-chun were utterly reasonable. After all, as Bei-chun exited the Wuling vehicle, he was holding something in his hand, and upon closer inspection, it was a steel wire. Even if it were to tie someone up, it would only be with rope. What normal person would use cold, hard steel wire for binding? Is that even a means to tie someone up? It feels excessive even for binding a cow. But the next moment brought a flush to Tung Chu's cheeks. She saw Bei-chun walk to the front of the red flag car, bend down, and attach the steel wire to the car's latch with the other end hooked onto the lock of the Wuling vehicle. After doing all this, Bei-chun said to Tung Chu, hold the steering wheel tight. I'm going to drag your car away from here. Oh, is it really that simple? I must say, since nothing overly stimulating happened, there was a slight disappointment in her heart. However, for Tung Chu, the greatest feeling was still shame. It turns out when he asked if she could drive, he was really asking if she could drive a real car. When he asked if she could move by herself, it was really about whether she could steer. My thoughts are too wicked. Beep. Vroom. The car started and the dragon ditch left quickly. With both hands on the steering wheel, Tung Chu felt complex emotions. Rather than worrying about her future, she was now more curious about the man who saved her. She had great confidence in her figure and looks. Saying her admirers would go crazy for her was hardly an exaggeration. But what kind of man would remain indifferent to her beauty and physique in such an easily attainable situation? Recalling the vague outline she saw when he carried her, Tung Chu knew he must have been a man with a firm face and defined features. Driving at night was dangerous, so Bei-chun paid attention to the surroundings while not daring to drive too fast. After finding a suitable place to set up camp, he parked the car. Knowing Tung Chu was injured, Bei-chun didn't want to trouble her, so he got out to gather wood. Soon a pile of firewood was ignited between the two vehicles. With the flickering light, the mysterious man's face finally came into Tung Chu's view. Resolute, cold, profound, mysterious, handsome. Watching this man approach her car and open the door, Tung Chu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this man hadn't taken advantage of her, it turned out. He was a great looker. Need any help? When Bei-chun first saw Tung Chu's face, he was secretly astonished. She was even more beautiful and unique in person than in the video. I'm too weak to get down by myself. If Bei-chun were really a sleazy guy, a pervert, Tung Chu would have crawled out of the car rather than let him carry her again. But now, being carried down was more comfortable. Without hesitation, Bei-chun bent down, revealing 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, and effortlessly carried Tung Chu out. Comfortable, safe, solid, and strong. This change in mindset made Tung Chu start to enjoy Bei-chun's embrace. Bei-chun was simply caring for a friend's sister and didn't think much of it. After setting her down beside the campfire, he said, I took some of your good stuff. I won't treat you unfairly. He'll roast some food for you later. Thank you. A charming smile immediately appeared. Even Tung Chu herself didn't realize that she, who usually upheld a single lifestyle, would unexpectedly show a feminine side. As Bei-chun got down from the Wuling vehicle, what caught her eye were several flat, dry, disc-sized, fragrant sesame flatbreads. Although Tung Chu did not witness the details of the man fighting against the 2 murderers, she understood from his calm demeanor while looting that those 2 heinous individuals must have met their demise. With such skills, and having chosen the most fuel-efficient Wuling at the start, it was no surprise for Tung Chu to see him produce 7 or 8 baked naan at once. Is that naan? Did you exchange it at the trading square? Tung Chu asked curiously. Although she rarely visited the chat square or trading square, she was aware of a big shot named Bei-chun. Yes, it was exchanged for a piece of special metal. Beichin walked to the campfire with 7 or 8 pieces of naan in hand, starting to roast them with intense focus. Tung Chuchu watched Beichin's profile, as if admiring a painting. Soon the naan began to emit a fragrant aroma. Here, you eat first. Beichin handed over a piece of roasted naan. Thank you. Tung Chuchu accepted it, and seeing that Beichin still had 6 or 7 pieces left, she began to eat without hesitation. However, she gradually realized this person was too kind, not eating himself, but giving her the roasted naan. It felt a bit warm. You, not eating. Oh, you're a guest, these are specially for you. I've already eaten before you arrived. Could you bring over the water from my car? This naan is a bit hard on my throat. Beichin handed over the last piece of roasted naan, saying, this meal is on me. You can keep your water. He got up and returned to the wooling car, and soon after he came back out. One hand held 300 milliliters of purified water, while the other carefully cradled a bundled t-shirt. I must say this woman looked thin, but her eating capacity was truly frightening. Beichin took out a total of 7 pieces of naan from the particle ring, and in such a short time Tung Chuchu had devoured 6 pieces by herself. What does that imply? Beichin could only eat 2 or 3 pieces in one sitting. As he handed over the purified water, he couldn't help but look at Tung Chuchu again. Your appetite is quite impressive. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu shot Beichin a glare and muttered, I haven't had a full meal since entering this broken game. As she took the water, she finished the last piece of naan and gulped down the 300 milliliters of purified water. Who am full now? That felt great. Beichin was left stunned. What? This woman hasn't been full since it. Who are you trying to fool? Just yesterday, I gave your brother Tung 100,000 worth of roasted meat. From Tang's concerned and anxious attitude towards his sister, Beichin had no doubt he would keep some roasted meat for himself. Most of it must have ended up in Tung Chuchu's stomach. Eating 4 to 5 pounds of meat and still not being full, that's terrifying. Beichin decided that once this woman felt better, he would quickly separate from her. Are you going to sleep in the car or here by the fire? Beichin didn't want to say much. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend, and her large appetite was not his concern. Tung Chuchu's t-shirt collar was torn from the fight, exposing much of her smooth, fair skin, but her carefree nature did not seem to mind. Now that she was full and satisfied, she sat lazily by the campfire, tidying her somewhat messy hair. Upon hearing Beichin's question, Tung Chuchu looked up at his handsome face, playfully. Do you want me to sleep there? Beichin was at a loss for words. Wait, I'll go sleep in my own car. If you want to sleep here, I can't stop you. Tung Chuchu rolled her eyes at Beichin and said, then I'll sleep in the car as well. Looking at the crumpled white t-shirt in Beichin's hand, Tung Chuchu asked curiously, what is that? It didn't take long for her to realize what was wrapped inside the t-shirt. It was an explosively cute little creature. In this survival game, you actually raised a chick. The freshly hatched little creature indeed looked like a fluffy chick at first glance, but upon closer inspection, its beak and a pair of large claws were not comparable to the lowly birds of the food chain. Chirp, chirp. The little creature, which had been sleeping soundly wrapped in the cloth, suddenly let out an unhappy cry when it was taken out. A chick. Which eye of yours can see that this is a chick? Beichin placed the little creature in a safe spot and walked over to Tung Chuchu with his t-shirt. Can you walk on your own, or should I carry you back? Seeing the adorable little creature, Tung Chuchu really wanted to play with it, but noticing that Beichin deliberately placed it just out of her reach, she understood that he didn't want her to play. I'm injured and still a bit feverish, so I can't get up or move. How about you carry me back? She opened her fair arms, cooperating. Beichin frowned and dodged her outstretched arms, still picking up Tung Chuchu. He wondered why women usually rejected the intimate contact of unfamiliar men, yet this one was so unusual. What was going on with this? So out of character. As Tung Chuchu was lifted up, she looked closely at Beichin's profile. I still don't know your name. Biming. Biming. What a strange name. He placed Tung Chuchu back inside the Hongqi car. This t-shirt is intact. You should change into it, and give me your damaged one. After saying this, Beichin turned to leave. I have some fever-reducing medicine in my car, so I'll go get it. Watching Beichin leave, Tung Chuchu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Little bro, so you have this kind of taste, heh? After changing into Beichin's t-shirt, Tung Chuchu waited quietly. 3 minutes later, Beichin knocked on the car window. Here, these 2 pills are for reducing fever, take them. As Tung Chuchu reached out to take them, Beichin dodged away. What do you mean? Are you playing hard to get? Tung Chuchu smiled slyly. Give me your t-shirt. Beichin was speechless. How did this person think she could get something for nothing? Fine, so you're a clothing enthusiast. After handing over her damaged t-shirt, Tung Chuchu took the 2 pills and said with a sigh, you're the clothing enthusiast? The little creature's nest is gone, so I have to make a new one for it. After saying this, Beichin turned and left, leaving Tung Chuchu in a daze. This dead-wit stinky straight man actually used my clothes to make a bird's nest. After venting her frustration, she looked down at the white pills in her hand. These can't possibly be strong aphrodisiacs. Never mind, I'll just take them first. By the campfire, Bachin used Ting Chuch's t-shirt to make a nest for the little creature, but since it had already been woken up, the little one had lost all desire to sleep. Instead, it opened its little mouth and continuously chirped. "Are you hungry again?" Gently holding the little creature in his palm, looking at how it affectionately rubbed against his hand, Bachin laughed. "Why are you eating so much like that woman?" Turning back to glance at the Hongqi car, which showed no signs of activity, the little creature was also hungry. Bachin then summoned a barbecue grill charcoal and a large piece of pork belly, along with some pork chops from the particle space. "It's been over 10 minutes, it should be asleep by now." He ignited the charcoal and placed the pork chops and pork belly on the grill. Then he took out a fish-scale military knife and cut the remaining piece of fine meat into smaller pieces. Chirp chirp. Seeing the food, the little creature instantly perked up, rubbing against Bachin's hand, while opening its little mouth, as if to say, "Hurry up and feed me, I'm already starving." Wow. Perfectly sized, one piece at a time. However, as the grilled meat on the barbecue grill emitted an enticing aroma, the little creature dropped the piece of meat it hadn't swallowed yet. Suddenly, the little creature found the meat in its mouth unappetizing. Instead, its big shiny eyes were fixed firmly on the grilled pork on the grill. Chirp chirp. "What? You also know that cooked meat is delicious." Due to the hassle of consuming wild boar meat, Bachin did not eat the exquisite meat ham he obtained today first. As the roasted meat turned golden and oozed fat, he began to sprinkle cumin and chili powder as seasoning. The aroma of meat filled the air, stirring one's appetite. "I took a bite, and you took a piece." Bachin ate while feeding the little creature. With a wave of his hand, a 500 milliliters bottle of salted soda appeared before him. This particle ring is incredibly useful. Having just taken antipyretic medicine, a wave of drowsiness hit Ting Chuchu, and she was already in a half-dreaming state. Suddenly, a private message startled her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she saw it was a message from her older brother. "Chuchu, what are you doing? How come you haven't replied all day?" I'm sorry, brother. Something unexpected happened today. Oh, I was intercepted by 3 murderers." "What? How are you doing now? Are you okay?" I'm fine, just got slightly injured. I thought I was doomed today, but someone saved me." Message 1. Looking at her brother's criticism, Ting Chuchu smiled bitterly. "All right, brother, I won't act on my own in the future. See, I'm fine now." Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted into the car with the wind. About 18, 25 years old. Biming. I don't know, I've never heard of him. You should pay more attention to the information in the chat plaza when you have nothing to do, instead of just focusing on searching for supplies all day. About 18, 25 years old. Biming. I don't know, I've never heard of him. You should pay more attention to the information in the chat plaza when you have nothing to do, instead of just focusing on searching for supplies all day. By the way, that person named Biming didn't do anything to you, right? He did. He did something very excessive to me. Ting Chuchu replied directly. "Oh, no way. I've already introduced you to the great Bachin. Now you are being targeted by another man." Seeing this, Ting Chuchu's face turned red. "Brother, I've realized that all men are creatures that think with their lower bodies. Why do they always jump to that conclusion when something happens? It's ridiculous." "Oh, so he didn't do that to you?" "No, he didn't. I'm quite noble. I exchanged a design drawing for him to save me. It was a transaction where we both got what we needed." "How is that possible?" "Sister, I know your looks well. Needing someone to save you means you lost your ability to resist. In that case, how could you not be completely taken advantage of?" "Chuchu, tell me more about this Biming. Describe the details between you two in detail." The sudden shift in tone startled Ting Chuchu, but she then narrated everything from encountering the 3 murderers to being saved by Biming. "What? He offered 7 roasted flatbreads all at once and gave them to you?" "Yes, this person is quite decent, keeping his word. He didn't skimp on saving me and shared his food with me. He said the roasted flatbreads were exchanged for rare metals." "Yes, is there a problem?" In the distance, Tung Bai watched his sister's messages and then opened the trading plaza. After just a glance, he understood what was going on. He was aware that the bounty for the roasted flatbreads had been exchanged several times. Every player who exchanged supplies in the trading plaza would brag about it in the chat. And to be able to take out 7 or 8 roasted flatbreads without blinking and hand them to others, it couldn't have been obtained through a bounty. The only possibility was that the person who saved his sister was most likely the great Bachin. As he sent a large chunk of information to his sister, Tung Bai smiled. "Hey, my silly sister, you're so lucky to have met Bachin so early. Now, everything will fall into place." "What? There's a 95% chance that Biming is Bachin. So yesterday's roasted meat was also given to you by this person?" Seemingly realizing something, Ting Chuchu indignantly said, "I was wondering why there was a scent of roasted meat earlier. It turns out he was secretly eating behind my back. It's too much. You promised to treat me to a meal, and you only brought out flatbreads. What does that mean? That handgun design is my dream, such a precious item, and you can't trade it for a piece of roasted meat." Ting Chuchu tiptoed out of the car and slowly approached Bachin, who had his back to her. The crackling bonfire burned, and Bei Chen completely didn't hear. However, the little creature, fully fed and alert, immediately spotted Tung Chu approaching. Peep. The sound was not the usual cute plea for food, but filled with penetrating clarity and warning. Bei Chen was startled, reaching out to put the now extinguished grill into the particle ring. As he turned around, he saw Tung Chu staring wide-eyed at his left hand. Turning back and seeing this, Bei Chen was speechless. How was he still holding on to a half-eaten roasted pork chop with his left hand? The scene suddenly fell into silence. Incredibly awkward. Let me explain. Bei Chen chuckled awkwardly. I just sent you back to the car, and when I returned I found a rabbit that had died from crashing into something. Since I thought you were asleep after taking the medicine, I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, so it's rabbit meat. How interesting. Looking at the roasted rib in Bei Chen's hand, which was longer than an adult rabbit, Tung Chu smiled gently. Brother, what's next? Bei Chen was taken aback by the question, scratching his head. Earlier he seemed to have mentioned treating someone to a meal. Since he said it, how could he go back on his word? He could only say that he needed to think carefully before speaking in the future. To be honest, if it weren't for Bei Chen accidentally crafting the particle space ring today and storing several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, it was no joke. Tonight he could spoil Tung Chu. Wasting those several hundred pounds of wild boar meat would be a shame. Giving it to Tung Chu could earn him a significant favor, since this brother and sister pair had incredible luck. Bei Chen returned from the car holding 3 exquisite meat hams, a 500 milliliters bottle of salted soda, and a pack of Oreos. There was no other choice. The wild boar meat had to be reserved for the little creature, so for now he would make do with the exquisite meat hams. Ahem, well, the roasted meat is really gone. Do you want a big sausage? Seeing such a sumptuous meal, Tung Chu instantly laughed happily. Thank you. This time I owe you a huge favor, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. As Tung Chu spoke, her eyes swept back and forth over the 3 meaty hams wrapped in skin. Following the principle of saving good things for tomorrow, she only tore open an Oreo to taste. Seemingly having not eaten sweets for a long time, she quickly finished the pack of Oreos. Tilting her head back, she gulped down half a bottle of salted soda and burped, revealing a completely satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the other side, both the person and the bird were dumbfounded. How long had she been starving? Eating faster than the donkey in a production team. The most terrifying thing was that she only weighed over 90 pounds and looked stunning. Can you believe it? Bei Chen exchanged glances with the little creature, both feeling a shiver down their spines. Well, we should go back to rest now. You take your time. Big brother. I just had intense exercise and ate a bit. Sigh, I'm so tired. Tung Chu brushed her hair back gently and said softly, Big brother, would you carry me back to rest? Bei Chen was left speechless. The little creature was shocked. P.S. Advance notice. After the female lead interacts with the male lead, they will temporarily part ways. I've always wanted to write a heartfelt emotional line, so I've tried to portray the early female lead as realistically as possible. I didn't expect that most people still prefer a female lead who actively offers herself and seeks love without thinking. Well, I must have the female lead change herself the next time they meet. Watching Tung Chu's pained, pitiful expression, Bei Chen nearly wanted to lift her up and hurl her to the attacked by 3 murderers. Oh, what rotten luck. Her voice trembled with sorrow. I'm injured. And just when I finally met a handsome elder brother, he turns out so aloof. All right, stop. Bei Chen dug idly at his ear. Fine, just this once. Don't you know your own weight? Over 100 Gene. You're always expecting someone to carry you. Thank you, elder brother. He first placed the small creature back into the car, then effortlessly swept Tung Chu into his arms in a bridal hold. Ah, elder brother, be gentle. Drive slowly. The ride's too bumpy for comfort. Bei Chen sensed something off about that remark. It feels like you're driving, but I have no proof. Seeing his bewildered look, Tung Chu suddenly recalled something and added, You carried me like this yesterday too. Reluctant to provoke her further, Bei Chen gave only a terse reply. Didn't you feel even the slightest flutter of attraction then? Didn't you imagine doing something rough to me? Not in the slightest. His voice was stiff, perfunctory. Hearing this, Tung Chu instantly recalled a classic film line and mimicked it without thinking. If you harbored wicked thoughts about me yesterday, you're a beast. But if you harbored not a single wicked thought, then you're less than a beast. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Why had she mimicked it so perfectly? Would she be struck? She opened her mouth to apologize, but it was already too late. Before her startled cry could fully escape, she was pinned against the car door. A large hand pressed firmly against her chest, then a cold, resolute face surged into her vision, masculine intensity flooding her senses. You monster! I'll graduate as a police officer. I'll arrest you on charges of molestation. What on earth was happening? Assaulted, and her first kiss seized with ruthless dominance. Her mind went utterly blank. Years of flawless martial training and grappling techniques evaporated from memory. Their lips parted. Gazing at Teng Chuchu's tear-filled eyes, Bei Chen himself stood stunned. He'd only meant to teach her a lesson, his pride as a man deeply wounded. Yet, how had it come to this? With the deed done, an apology would only invite contempt. Woman, you're playing with fire. Without waiting for her reaction, he wrenched open the car door and shoved her inside. Watching Bei Chen flee back to his wooing like a man escaping disaster. Teng Chuchu touched the damp corner of her eye, not from fear nor from sentimental attachment to her first kiss, but sheer terror. For a fleeting instant, she truly believed Bei Chen might lift her and dash her to the ground. She opened a private message and typed her elder brother, romance progress 10. Brother, watch me claim him within a month. Teng Bei million, a month. Useless. Reading the reply, Teng Chuchu laughed bitterly. She brushed her lips, her heart a tangled knot, then echoed a famous cinematic line, Zega Jiu Shi I Qingming. Once the icy goddess of Metropolis, she held love in disdain, even revulsion. To break free from a fate long ordained, she defied her family's opposition and enrolled in the police academy, determined to avoid her mother's tragic destiny. Arranged marriage among financial conglomerates. For liberty, for refusal to become a sacrificial pawn in her family's interests, she had paid an immense price. Within the Teng group, only her mother and elder brother earned her affection. Back in his own vehicle, Bei Chen exhaled deeply. The cool, firm sensation lingered vividly in his mind. In that moment his heart raced. Unaccustomed to girls, he had committed an act wildly beyond his nature. Unbelievable. He stroked the small creature, now sleeping soundly beside him, then withdrew the blueprint for a handgun. This encounter with Teng Chuchu had proven extraordinarily fruitful. First he'd forged the particle spatial ring, now he'd acquired the handgun schematic. Unfolding the design, G220 pistol, 6-round magazine capacity. Materials required: refined steel 0. 6, stainless steel 0. 3, brass 0. 1. G220 pistol. Never heard of it. Bei Chen searched his memory. No such model appeared in CSO. Schematic detected: G220 pistol. Amplification available. Amplified. Amplified. Congratulations, host. G220 pistol schematic successfully amplified into Viper pistol schematic. A Viper. Impressive. Studying the transformed blueprint, Bei Chen allowed himself a rare smile. In CSO lore, the Viper was renowned as a fearsome sidearm, famous for its specialized ammunition and unique internal architecture. Its 7.26mm rounds possessed extraordinary penetration power. Its 18-round magazine ensured readiness for any sudden threat, capable of piercing soft-body bulletproof vests within 50 meters, earning it a top 10 ranking on the global pistol list. 18 rounds. Perfect. Such a legendary firearm made him wary of prohibitively rare materials. Yet upon seeing the requirements, he smiled again. Refined steel 0. 9, stainless steel 0. 5, brass 0. 3, carbon steel 0. 1. There's hope. Bei Chen swiftly entered the trading plaza, retrieved every metal ingot earned through bounties, and without inspecting them individually gathered them all. When forging the T1 scale combat knife, he posted bounties for rare metals using bottled water and roasted flatbread as rewards. Over several days he'd accumulated 2 or 3 dozen assorted ingots. Yet lacking blueprints, he'd left them untouched until now. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Metals of all sizes and shapes materialized across the vehicle's interior. Bei Chen sorted them meticulously. Common steel 18 detected, amplify. Common iron 16 detected, amplify. Common brass 1 detected, amplify. Listening to the prompts, Bei Chen gritted his teeth, amplify. Amplification successful. Refined steel 23, refined iron 46, forged stainless steel 18, carbon steel 3, brass 9 acquired. Staring at the gleaming hoard of metals, now filling his cabin, Bei Chen was astounded. Brute force yields miracles. 30-odd ingots amplified at once, and all materials for the Viper are complete. Simultaneously, the game console's voice chimed in his ear, detected rare tier Viper pistol. Crafting conditions fulfilled. Indeed, reviewing the blueprint confirmed all required materials were now assembled. Without hesitation, he selected craft. Congratulations, player. Bei Chen ID 123,271. Rare tier Viper pistol crafted. Broadcast system-wide. No broadcast. Bei Chen cradled the Viper like a priceless treasure, when suddenly another prompt from the game console seized his attention. Congratulations, player. First to forge a rare tier thermal weapon. Global weapon rankings activated. Familiarizing himself with the weight of the Viper, Bei Chen nervously retrieved the magazine. Upon seeing the fully loaded magazine, he sighed in relief. His greatest concern was having a gun without bullets. Weapon rankings. Indeed, a new entry appeared on the game interface, Hot Weapon Rankings. Bei Chen was curious about what weapons other players had. Weapon rankings. First place, rare grade Viper handgun owner ID. Second place, Common grade 13 round automatic pistol owner ID. Third place, damaged grade Wong Ba box owner ID. Alright, so over a dozen people have obtained hot weapons. Beichin was not surprised as there were likely billions participating in the game, and it was normal for someone to find firearms in resource boxes. Oh, what's this? Reputation. Seeing a line of small text at the bottom of the hot weapon rankings, Beichin was puzzled. The top 3 weapons will dominate the leaderboard for a week, and their owners will receive reputation rewards. First place, 1,000 reputation. Second place, 500 reputation. Third place, 300 reputation. What is reputation used for? He closely examined the function of reputation, but found nothing. However, upon seeing the equipment levels on the list, he curiously clicked on it. Suddenly, various equipment grades from low to high appeared before him. Damaged common, special 1 rare, outstanding, extraordinary, perfect. While my particle space ring is only outstanding, the scale military knife is special 1, and the Viper handgun is rare. So what kind of power does perfect grade equipment have? Beichin couldn't help but feel anticipation. As for whether the rare grade Viper handgun could hold the top spot for a week and earn him a reward of 1,000 reputation, he wasn't very confident. After all, there were too many players participating in this game. Although he had the system at his side, finding resource boxes still relied on luck. For example, Ting Chuchu, who didn't have a system, was able to continuously obtain designs for particle rings and handguns, and even upgraded a hammer to a golden hammer. It was quite absurd. He hadn't visited the chat plaza for a day and night to gather information. After having just touched a girl, Beichin still couldn't sleep and thought about passing the time. Chat plaza. Wow, unbelievable. I just got a fruit knife today and I thought I was dominating the cold weapon era, and suddenly a hot weapon rankings pops up. Exactly. I just found a Wong Matzi kitchen knife and was pondering how to chop my way from Dongxing Bay to Tsim Sui, and now this. Handguns are already out. So everyone be careful when you encounter peers in the future that don't run into someone. 1. By the way, it's been quite eerie lately. I've encountered several wrecked cars on the road. I wonder if players died in accidents or were taken away by beasts. I haven't seen a soul or a corpse. Right, it feels like the chances of encountering other players have been increasing recently. Beichin frowned slightly. Today, he had encountered 4 people, 3 of whom were dead, but the chance of encountering them was already significant. No matter what, with the Viper in hand, I won't be afraid, even if 10 come at me. He gripped the Viper tightly, aiming it out of the car window. Beichin wanted to test the feel, but due to the scarcity of bullets, he merely aimed symbolically. A single bullet, when used well, could mean a life. He had to use it cautiously. Otherwise, without bullets, this thing was just for show. As drowsiness washed over him, Beichin exited the chat plaza. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the breeze was just right. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was tapped, and Beichin jolted awake, instinctively gripping the Viper. However, upon seeing it was Ting Chuchu, he sighed in relief. He put away the Viper and rubbed his eyes getting out of the car. You're up so early, why not sleep a bit more? Beichin seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. Ting Chuchu was unsure if this guy was indeed Beichin and discreetly glanced into the wooling car. Seeing that the interior was empty, she felt a bit guilty as she had let loose with her eating yesterday and wondered if she had truly made him poor. At a glance, the car was just a small creature sleeping on its back with its wings spread. Beichin's car could simply be described as barren. There's really nothing left, right? I gave you all the good stuff. Beichin was both amused and helpless. Well, I see you're recovering well. How about we part ways here? He proposed, and Ting Chuchu pouted. Last night. After you did that to me, you want to kick me out as soon as you open your eyes today. My previous roommate said you were a scumbag. I didn't believe it, but it turns out it's true. What? Beichin was momentarily at a loss. Scumbag. Come on. That was my first kiss, okay? What do you want? Kissing won't cause pregnancy. Seeing Beichin's confused expression, Ting Chuchu huffed. Wait here. Watching Ting Chuchu return to the Hongqi sedan, Beichin felt his head throb. Here, these are the 3 premium meat hams you shared with me yesterday. Now, I'm giving you 2 more. Upon seeing the 2 sausages she handed over, Beichin paused and said, No need, we're not used to skipping breakfast. Really? Ting Chuchu looked at Beichin excitedly. Beichin nodded. Then I won't hold back. To Beichin's astonishment, he watched as Ting Chuchu devoured all 3 ham sausages, each as thick as an arm. At this rate, he felt that if he weren't there, she might even eat the packaging. It was terrifying. Seemingly satisfied with the taste of the ham, Ting Chuchu let out a satisfied burp and said, By the way, I just discovered my car broke down this morning. Can you fix cars? No way. Without a car, aren't you dead? Beichin got into the Hongqi sedan and tried to start it, but it wouldn't fire up. It wasn't out of gas. It must have been damaged in yesterday's crash. If this is troublesome. Since Ting Chuchu was wearing Beichin's t-shirt, it completely covered her hot pants, making her legs look long from this angle. I have a bit of water left. How about I save it for you? You can walk for now and see how far you can go on the road. You want me to walk by myself? Tung Chu dug at her ear, doubting whether her hearing was malfunctioning. Brother, considering the fact that I have the handgun design and the golden hammer, you have to help me find a car. It's scorching hot. How far can I walk in this weather? While rather than getting sunburned or dying of thirst, I'd rather die under a handsome guy's gun. Come on, I'm ready. So cute, baby. Since ancient times, who hasn't faced death? Let's keep our faith bright in history. Seeing this, Bei Chen's face darkened as he asked, are you sure you're not from a media university, but from a police college? With your acting skills, you'd be underappreciated as a police officer. You were born to be a star. Of course, Bei Chen said this, but given the situation, he couldn't just leave Ting Chu alone. Not to mention his relationship with Ting, even for the sake of the Viper handgun, he would lend her a hand. Moreover, he had crafted the particle space ring after encountering Tung Chu. Without the particle ring, wouldn't the hundreds of pounds of pork go bad? The cycle of heaven is fair. For every loss, there is a gain. In the Wuling car, Tung Chu, as the one being saved, naturally had to drive. Bei Chen, tired of driving every day, was delighted to sit in the passenger seat and tease the little creature. While letting you in the car was entirely for the sake of the handgun design and the golden hammer. Once we find a new vehicle, we'll part ways. Deal? It's settled. Beep beep. The car suddenly roared to life, and with a puff of black smoke, the Wuling shot out. The car quickly reached 120 miles per hour, and Bei Chen anxiously gripped the handrail. He finally understood why Ting Chu could obtain such good supplies. Her driving was reckless. Hey, take it easy. We only have this one car. If it breaks down again, we'll have to walk. Hey. Suddenly, with a screech, the brakes were slammed, causing Bei Chen to look at Ting Chu in confusion. Why did we stop? Tung Chu gestured outside. Turning his head, he was surprised to see a wooden resource box. What the heck? What? Do you think your luck improved a lot with me around? Not at all. Tung Chu smiled serenely. Go ahead, young man, let's continue after you retrieve the supplies. Bei Chen glanced at Ting Chu and thought, who gave you that? Dream on. You go down and get it, or what if I get out of the car and you drive off? He'll definitely be dead. You with your petty thoughts, humph. Tung Chu angrily got out of the car, but after walking a short distance, she turned back. A golden hammer. I can't just smash it with my hands, right? Bei Chen smiled, and from a position where Tung Chu couldn't see, took out the golden hammer and handed it over. Good luck, go ahead. Tung Chu spat in annoyance and turned away. As the woman finally left, Bei Chen quickly took the driver's seat. It wasn't that he had rested well, but the girl's driving speed was a mystery. Bang! With just one hit, the wooden resource box instantly shattered. Seeing the supplies inside, Ting Chu was taken aback. Oh. Looking at Tung Chu returning with an unhappy expression, Bei Chen extended his hand. Hand it over. That thing isn't suitable for you. Let's go then, boss. 2 unopened pieces of 7 Wolves men's clothing, a white t-shirt, and a pair of light blue 3/4 pants. Receiving the new clothes, Bei Chen felt good. Let's set off again. Compared to Tung Chu's driving, Bei Chen's speed was considerably slower. Chirp chirp. The little creature opened its mouth wide as soon as it woke up, asking for food. Wow, the little guy you're raising isn't a chick, huh? It's an owl, so cute. Tung Chu seemed to find a toy and picked up the little creature. Bei Chen shot her a warning glance. I just think it's cute and want to touch it. Don't be so nervous. At this moment, the little creature was already quite angry, continuously pecking at Ting Chu's hand with its beak, as if saying, let go of me. Chirp chirp. Hey, you little thing, why are you just like your owner, lacking in charm? You'll grow up to be a straight man. Don't touch it otherwise. Hearing this, Ting Chu became interested. Otherwise? What will happen otherwise? If you touch it, it'll touch you the same way. Bei Chen replied calmly. Seeing Bei Chen's gaze, Tung Chu shrank her neck. Never having dated a girlfriend, Bei Chen felt from the bottom of his heart at that moment. Women are truly troublesome. Hey, I'm driving now. I don't have time to feed it. Can you help me feed the little creature? Unbeknownst to when, a fist-sized meatball had appeared beside Bei Chen. Upon closer inspection, this meatball was formed by small chunks of meat squished together. Tung Chu was dumbfounded, not surprised at where this meatball came from. But rather, this meatball was actually twice the size of the little creature. Are you sure it won't choke on this? Bei Chen rolled his eyes at Tung Chu, expressing his disbelief. As Tung Chu stuffed the first piece of meat into the little creature's mouth, she found it amusing. Although the little creature resisted Tung Chu, the meat smelled really good, so it obediently started eating. While this little one may not be big, but it has quite an appetite. Tung Chu playfully patted the little creature. Don't you think it resembles someone? Just eats and doesn't gain weight. Upon hearing this, Ting Chu's face darkened. Clearly, it meant she ate too much. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you. Bei Chen changed the subject. Go on. How is your hammer a golden hammer? You've only been in this game for 3 or 4 days. How did you achieve that? It was an accident. Annoyed by the previous comment, Ting Chu would never honestly tell Bei Chen. The journey was silent. Bei Chen drove while observing the surroundings. Hey, strange. It's been over 100 miles. How come we haven't seen a single resource box? He glanced at Ting Chuchu, who appeared somewhat sleepy. Could it be because this girl is a jinx? Beichen couldn't say anything and continued driving. After another 50 miles, still not a single resource box in sight, Beichen finally became anxious. Refueling. Beichen decided to let Ting Chuchu take over as the driver. Hey, I'm tired, you drive for a while. Hearing this, Ting Chuchu instantly perked up. She was already tired of the slow pace. Roar. Boo. The Wuling engine was now under pressure it shouldn't have to bear. Sure enough, after driving less than 30 miles, a green resource box came into view. Hey, what the hell, this girl is so lucky. Beichen was also stunned. Ting Chuchu didn't hesitate to hop out of the car with the golden hammer. After having 2 hearty meals, she was full of energy. In the end, Beichen also chose to get out of the car, because he knew that a bronze resource box might contain fierce beasts or poisonous snakes. If Ting Chuchu got hurt, he would be the one suffering, and he would have to cover the food resources. Oh, look at you knowing how to cherish beauty. You're making progress. Ting Chuchu turned around and smiled charmingly. You're overthinking it. Ew, I just don't want you to get hurt. If you get hurt, you'll have to feed 3 mouths alone. Humph, you blockhead. The two walked one after the other to the bronze resource box. Ting Chuchu was eager to try, while Beichen held the fish scale military knife ready to act at any moment. Because it was a golden hammer, striking resource boxes of the same level or lower took just 1 hit, so Ting Chuchu was very relaxed. Don't look at Ting Chuchu being over 90 pounds tall and curvy, but when she swung the hammer, she was as fierce as a tiger, making those watching feel a chill. Bang! The heavy strike seemed to generate a breeze. The bronze resource box shattered in response. Quack! Whoosh! In an instant, a green lightning bolt shot out from the resource box, heading straight for Ting Chuchu's face. Ting Chuchu was quite agile, but this green lightning was too fast, and she couldn't evade in time. Wow! At the critical moment, a black light suddenly swept through the air, cutting the green lightning in half. Beichen was still in the motion of swinging the knife, and after narrowly blocking it, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wow, awesome, brother. Ting Chuchu's heart raced. In that moment, she thought she was done for. It turned out to be a green arrow frog. This thing is highly toxic. If it had hit you in the face, you wouldn't die, but you'd be disfigured. Ting Chuchu's expression changed. For a girl in her prime, nothing is more brutal than disfigurement. Seemingly frightened, Ting Chuchu only took a glance at the supplies in the box before dashing back to the car. Beichen secretly felt lucky. If he hadn't come along, it could have turned disastrous. When he saw the newly exploded supplies, Beichen couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this a fruit set? Seeing Ting Chuchu back in the car, he picked up an orange, an apple, and a banana. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Detected fruit set E amplification available. Do you want to amplify? Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. You have obtained 100 Aegean honey oranges, 100 premium Fuji apples, and 100 Dongi bananas. Although Beichen didn't get important resources like blueprints, the fruit set was also very important for him. Eating meat every day could easily cause gastrointestinal issues, and without vegetables to supplement the necessary vitamins, obtaining fruit was also a good thing for Beichen. Back in the car, seeing Ting Chuchu's face still pale, Beichen took out one of each fruit and handed them over. After the system's amplification, the previous fruit set had significant enhancements in both variety and quality. Here, you almost got hurt. You go ahead and eat first. Seeing Ting Chuchu inspecting the fruits carefully, Beichen was worried she would notice the discrepancies. After all, there were some changes after amplification. Humph, so you're not a blockhead either. You're quite a gentleman, knowing ladies first, Ting Chuchu said, while peeling a banana. You're overthinking. I just want you to be full so you can work better. Ting Chuchu, infuriated, her flirty progress dropped by 10. P.S. Already modified, read with ease. Hearing you speak is more valuable than the finest red nectar. Ting Chuchu was seething with anger after enduring a moment of silence, retreating into her shell. How did she end up with such a blunt man who couldn't care less about others, and was so pragmatic? Let me eat first, I won't leave you anything. She peeled the banana to the core. Ting Chuchu opened her mouth and devoured more than half of the thick, long banana in one bite. Beichen had no idea what was happening. He turned just in time to witness this shocking scene. Honestly, it was terrifying. That banana was as thick as a child's arm, and she just swallowed half of it in one go. I won't leave you any, let you take advantage of me. Ting Chuchu still had the banana in her mouth, and despite him, she shoved the remaining piece into her mouth. Wow. So a woman's mouth can hold so much. The Island movie doesn't lie. Hearing this, Ting Chuchu glared angrily, coughing as she tried to spit out the banana in her mouth, disgusted by him. But what happened next was hard for her to believe. You ate too much, can't swallow. Let me help you. Heavens have mercy. Seeing her about to choke, Beichen genuinely wanted to help. He leaned over, one hand covering her mouth and the other pinching her face. The bite was too large. Ting Chuchu struggled to swallow, her eyes nearly rolling back as tears streamed down. Cough cough, is this something a person should do? Tung Chu Chu coughed violently, repeatedly slapping Beichen's hand. Realizing he was using too much force, Beichen quickly retreated to his seat. Are you trying to choke me to death? I was just trying to help. I'll be more careful next time. Next time I might end up in a box lunch. Beichen picked up an Aegean honey orange and waved it in the air. I used to see girls eat a whole dragon fruit in one bite on Douyin. You clearly need more practice. Why not give this a try? Tung Chu Chu was stunned, looking at the large orange, thinking that if she stuffed it in her mouth, she would surely choke. No need. You should peel it and eat it. I need to drive. Beichen nodded with a smile. Oh. Seeing Tung Chu Chu's embarrassed look before compared to her serious expression, now he suddenly understood how much fun it was to be with a girl. Tung Chu Chu skillfully shifted gears, her beautiful eyes scanning left and right. Oranges, come here, she said as she opened her cherry-like mouth wide. Beichen was left speechless. The whole thing. Or, less chatter, I'm driving and searching for supplies, you need to feed me. Beichen had 99 honey oranges in his particle ring. It was no issue if Tung Chu Chu ate them all. Oh, meow meow. Wow, this orange is so sweet, give me another. While driving and searching for supplies, the resources gathered were all for herself, so she had to contribute a little, or else she would really become a little man. Before long, one orange was down. Do you want an apple, eh? Tung Chu Chu burped and shook her head. Just put the apple away for me. Ooh, I'll eat it later in the afternoon. TCH. Placing the Fuji apple in the car's storage compartment, Beichen began to take out his own honey oranges and bananas. Why do you have more? Tung Chu Chu asked in surprise, looking at the newly appeared honey oranges and bananas in Beichen's hand. Oh, the fruits in the resource box actually come in double portions. Beichen munched on his orange, making tch sounds. What? Double portions? Upon hearing this, Tung Chu Chu immediately became displeased. That's not fair. Peel that banana for me. Beichen smiled and confirmed, I can give it to you, but you have to take the whole banana. If you can't do that, then forget it. Pervert beast. TCH, I don't want to give it to you anyway. Tung Chu Chu watched Beichen enjoying his food, biting into a segment of the honey orange and making tch sounds. Although Tung Chu Chu liked eating bananas, Beichen clearly had ulterior motives, so she huffed angrily. Oh look, there's another resource box. Beichen turned to see a wooden resource box appear in his field of vision. Eating so much, at least it's useful, you go down for the wooden one. As he spoke, Beichen handed the fish scale military knife to Tung Chu Chu. Wow, what a unique military knife. Tung Chu Chu was initially angry, but upon seeing the T1 level fish scale military knife, her attitude changed immediately. So light, just right for me. With a golden hammer in her right hand and a knife in her left, Tung Chu Chu happily got out of the car. Meanwhile, Beichen took the opportunity to change into the newly acquired Seven Wolves men's outfit. Although being bare-chested felt refreshing, it lacked decorum. As soon as she changed her clothes, Tung Chu Chu returned with a gloomy expression. What supplies? Well, unlucky, just a food bag, nothing else. Beichen took the black food bag, also smiling wryly. Having a food bag is already quite good. It would be terrifying if a time bomb was inside the resource box. Setting off again, Beichen fed the little creature again. Although Tung Chu Chu was carefree, she knew that there were some privacy matters that shouldn't be questioned. The car maintained a speed of around 100 miles per hour, which wasn't exactly reckless. Suddenly, Tung Chu Chu's expression changed, and she slammed the accelerator to the floor. Instantly, the Wuling shot forward like a sword. Knock it, hold on tight. Beichen had no idea what was happening, but as soon as he glanced in the rearview mirror, his expression also changed. 3 Lamborghinis were gradually enlarging in the rearview mirror. The Wuling Hongguang was clearly not in the same league as the Lamborghini sports cars. The newcomers don't mean well. Our car is too slow, but let's find a place to get out. If we get stuck in the car, we'll be even more passive. Beichen nodded slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. Ha, boss, look. There's a Wuling Shin car ahead, another fat sheep. Hee, hopefully it's a young girl, Then we can have some fun again. Can't you be serious? Why can't it be a young model? Boys surround them, the men take care of it, and the women are left behind. Oh, what an amazing world. This feeling is so exhilarating. Oh wow, they actually stopped on their own. Wow, boss, look. It's a girl, an exquisite girl. Grab your weapon. To prevent the other party from having firearms, Tung Chu Chu executed a drift and parked the Wuling across the asphalt road. Upon seeing 6 burly men step out with bladed weapons, Tung Chu Chu's palms began to sweat. Although she had trained for a year or two and was quite capable, facing 6 machetes held by 6 muscular men made her heart race. When she saw the black food bag in the car and that banana, she decided to take a risk. Beichen also noticed the 6 burly men swaggering toward them wielding machetes. The leader among them was a tattooed man with a mohawk, his upper body bare and covered in tattoos, while the other lackeys were also tattooed, clearly not good people. Wow, boss, this time it's really something to enjoy. This girl is so exquisite, she looks to be under 100 pounds. We can lift her high. As they got a close look at Tung Chu Chu's face, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with possessiveness and madness. Let me say a couple of words. The Mohawk leader's small eyes leered at Tung Chu, and he earnestly said, "We mean no harm, we just want to see if you need help." "Little sister, do you need help, eh?" With several disgusting, overweight men staring at her, Tung Chu could hardly contain her disgust. "Get lost. If you keep looking at me with those disgusting eyes, I'll gouge them out for you." "Oh, still a spicy girl, I like it." The Mohawk leader, seeing Beichin silent, suddenly understood something and mocked him. "Is this your temporary partner? Look at his cowardly face. Can he protect you? Can he give you real happiness? Ha ha. That's right, little sister, sticking with our brothers guarantees you'll have fun every day, eating well and living luxuriously." If he could scare these people away with a bluff, he didn't want to waste precious bullets. The author has something to say. You can leave comments with any opinions or suggestions, and the author will If he could scare these people away with a bluff, he didn't want to waste precious bullets. The author has something to say. You can leave comments with any opinions or suggestions, and the author will consider them. Happy May Day holiday, my brothers and sisters, except for me. Feeling the gaze upon her, Tung Chu glared at Bei Chun in anger, expressing her disbelief at his behavior. "Oh, is there some discord? Come on, sister, embrace the arms of our flying car alliance." The 6 burly men with dragon and phoenix tattoos stepped closer, confident they could easily subdue these naive believers without needing to intimidate or threaten. "Enough. Don't move, or he'll shoot." Though Tung Chu had not graduated, yet she was still a fresh graduate from the Magic City Police Academy, and her stance with the gun was impressive. In the dark food bag there seemed to be a hidden handgun. She has a gun. "Boss, this is a tough situation, what should we do?" Seeing this, the man with the hedgehog hairstyle changed his expression. They relied on their numbers and weapons to act with impunity in the game, but they had never encountered a player with a handgun. Though fear gripped his heart, the bloodthirsty man did not retreat. "A handgun. In this lawless place, does one even need to conceal a gun? Big brother, my cousin is a major drug lord. That gun can't be that thick. She's just bluffing us. Let's take her down together. If we get shot by that gun, well, accept it, but if not, well, enjoy ourselves." The desperate outlaw's thoughts were extreme. No turning back now. "Stay back. I will shoot." Tung Chu, feeling intimidated by the few people around her, took a step back. It's definitely fake charge. The girl has to share in this." Seeing her show signs of fear, the hedgehog-haired man burst into laughter, waving his hand. Bei Chun observed all this with a slight shake of his head. He drew out the Viper. Click, click, the handgun was loaded. He pulled Tung Chu behind him and raised the gun, aiming directly at the foremost henchman. Bang! The Viper fires a 7.62mm bullet with immense recoil and devastating power. Being shot by such caliber creates a gaping hole the size of a fist. Before the deafening gunshot faded, the foremost henchman had already collapsed, a fist-sized hole in his chest, gushing blood. It's a real gun. It's a real gun." Silence. Shock. Tung Chu was also stunned, having no idea how Bei Chun came to possess a gun. Thud. Plop. The machete fell, and the 5 burly men knelt down. "Boss, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It was all just a joke, we were just messing around with you guys." They were joking, but though fierce, they instantly cowered in front of the dark muzzle. "Oh, a misunderstanding." Bei Chun's gaze was calm. After taking down 2 murderers, his mindset had changed. Here he did not represent justice, but if his life was threatened, he would have no choice but to act decisively. The 5 burly men forced smiles, nodding like chicks pecking at grains. "So my gun accidentally went off just now was also a misunderstanding." Yes. Absolutely a misunderstanding." He knocked himself into the gun's muzzle. Bei Chun's eyes revealed a killing intent. "He'll give you a chance. Run, count to 10. Whether you survive depends on yourselves." Upon hearing this, the 5 burly men got up and started running for their lives. Counting to 10 was enough for them to cover 50 meters. As long as they escaped the effective shooting range of the gun, they would have a chance to survive. Tung Chu hesitated. "Start counting." The 5 burly men had only run a few meters. "What? Bang, 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 bang. What's happening? Aren't we counting to 10? It's just 1. The 4 henchmen fell one after another. The hedgehog leader's legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, begging for mercy. Bei Chun glanced at Tung Chu, whose face had turned pale, and raised the Viper in his hand. "In this lawless world, showing mercy will only lead to your own demise. Here's your chance." Looking at the gun Bei Chun handed over, Tung Chu hesitated. "If you're too afraid, that's fine, I'll do it." Saying this, Bei Chun walked step by step towards the hedgehog leader. "They are criminals who must have harmed many in the game. I am not a vase." "I am not." Tung Chu gritted her teeth. She was actually very strong-willed. In this environment, showing mercy would only lead to the death of herself and her loved ones. She snatched the Viper from Bei Chun's hand, taking 2 steps forward to stand before the hedgehog leader, who lay on the ground like a puddle. With the dark muzzle pressed against the back of his head, she demanded, "Speak. How many people have you harmed after entering the game? The hedgehog leader's face turned ashen, remaining silent. Bang! A shot struck the hedgehog leader's thigh directly. Oh, you filthy bitch. My leg. This is the last time I ask you. Otherwise I'll shatter your spine. Let you die here in the sun. Tung Chu firmly believed she was in the right, not committing indiscriminate murder. Her conscience still sought some form of solace. After all, her ambition was to be a righteous rebel. Seemingly frightened by this, the hedgehog leader trembled. Being broken in spine and left to die under the sun was worse than a quick bullet. I'll tell you. 7. A total of 7 killed, 3 women and 4 men. The men had their hands and feet chopped off and thrown away, and the women were done away with. The men they intercepted in the past were brutally tortured, and of course the women who had played for a few days were disposed of after all. Having them around was just a burden that needed feeding. Bang! Before he could finish his last words, the viper spat fire and blood splattered everywhere. As the viper fell to the ground, Tung Chu's face turned pale as she staggered back, collapsing to the ground. I killed someone. I killed someone. The fear and disgust of killing for the first time filled Tung Chu with intense unease. Bei Chun had no time to lament his bullets. He picked up the viper and helped Tung Chu, whose face was pale and teary. You heard what they said just now. If we didn't have a handgun, we would probably end up like those 7, or even worse. Woo-woo. Tung Chu suddenly threw herself into Bei Chen's arms, bursting into tears. It felt as if her whole body was trembling, clearly terrified. Bei Chun felt a twinge of guilt. Was he too harsh? Why did he make her take action when he could have done it himself? However, Bei Chen acted out of good intentions. As he said they would encounter more of such matters in the future, this step had to be taken eventually. Suddenly, Tung Chu pushed Bei Chen away and turned to vomit. Bei Chun patted her back, feeling unsurprised. It's normal for people to react like this the first time. He hadn't vomited because it was nighttime, then not overly intense. Carry me back. Oh, I don't want to stay here anymore. Even during their first encounter, Bei Chun had never seen Tung Chu display such a pleading gaze. Bei Chen nodded, gently picking Tung Chu up in a horizontal position, heading towards the wooling car. Just as he lifted her, Tung Chu felt the world spin. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. There was no choice but to place Tung Chu back down. As for the car of the burly men, without air conditioning, leaving a fainted Tung Chu inside would likely lead to her spoiling by the next day. Though Bei Chun was not close friends with Tung Million, there was still some human sentiment. After all, they had helped him before, otherwise he would have had to negotiate with Mei Yang Xiener to forge his fish scale sword. Bei Chun took out the viper and held it in his hand. Though the Lamborghini could only seat 2, no one could guarantee that the trunk didn't have anyone hidden inside. He searched through one car after another. 500 milliliters of river water, 6 small wheat bread, 2 liters of inferior gasoline, a folding inflatable bed, 6 machetes. Bei Chen's haul this time could be said to have no surprises except for the inflatable bed. However, the good news was that besides the 6 machetes, all other supplies could be amplified. With a bed we can. I'm really not stingy asking for more chapters. It's just that my wife is giving birth in the hospital, and I've been struggling these days, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day. However, everyone's support makes me very happy. I will continue to ensure quality updates without flooding, and I hope everyone can leave a good review while also clicking to urge updates. Bei Chun carefully organized the newly acquired supplies into his particle ring. He then took out 5 pieces of meat floss toast, 2 bottles of soda, a pack of Oreos, and some fruits. Wrapping all these up with the folding bed, he carried them back. Is it really that serious? It's just killing someone, Bei Chun said as he set the items down and climbed into the car. Seeing Tung Chu unconscious, he enhanced the folding bed in his hands. Enhanced, Bei Chun thought. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The ordinary folding bed has been upgraded to a portable automatic. Initially, Bei Chun had to dismantle the back seat due to the excess supplies, but now it was just right for the portable automatic bed. Oh, it can also be filled with water. Then I don't have to worry about sweating on my back. He glanced at the instructions, noting that the water bed needed at least 20 liters of water to be comfortable. He took out the 500 milliliters of river water he had just acquired. Enhanced. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. 500 milliliters of river water has been enhanced to 50 liters of purified water. Bei Chun smiled and began to carry the plastic barrels to fill the water bed. One barrel after another, soon a cool, soft, temperature-controlled water bed appeared in the car. He stored the remaining water in the particle ring and noticed that Tung Chu had not yet woken up. He had no choice but to drive off by himself. For the sake of the Viper pistol, I'll let you off easy, he said as he placed Tung Chu on the water bed, and soon Bei Chun drove away from the place again. Half an hour into the drive, Tung Chu rubbed her eyes and looked at Bei Chun. Where am I sleeping? Of course it's the bed found in those people's cars. With no seats left in the car, it was spacious enough for 2 people to lie down side by side. Tung Chu seemed to have not lain down this comfortably in a long time, lazily rolling over to express her comfort. Hey brother, there's still space here. Do you want to come over and rest? A gentle voice sounded. Forget it'll look for supplies first. You sleep during the day, and at night you'll swap with the little one for the bed. Tung Chu rolled her eyes at Bei Chen, thinking he had no romantic sense. That. Bei Chen smiled bitterly. After all this way, all the supplies were in his hands, and Tung Chu hadn't contested that, so it was quite normal for her to work for food. This is our lunch. You eat first, and return it to me after you're done. With a clatter, a large pile of food, snacks, and drinks appeared in the car. 5 long meat floss toast, 2 bottles of soda, a pack of Oreos, and some fruits. Although Tung Chu tried to take her time, she still finished eating too quickly and replaced Bei Chen's chirp chirp. Bei Chen lay on the waterbed enjoying his bread while playing with the little one. You named your bird just Little One. Aren't you going to give it a name? Tung Chu asked as she drove, scanning left and right. Bei Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Oh, calling it just Little One wasn't a good idea. This guy, although cute and silly, is a raptor, likes to hunt at night and flies silently. Let's call it Night Shadow. Chirp chirp. The little one seemed quite satisfied with the name, continuously rubbing its triangular little head against Bei Chen. Night Shadow, can it handle such a high-end name? How about we call it Shower instead? More down to earth, right? There's also Shower. Bei Chen directly rejected that suggestion. Night Shadow seemed to understand their conversation and glared at Tung Chu with a united front. Suddenly a sound from the game console rang in their ears. Bei Chen and Tung Chu's expressions changed. Notice to all players, the world barrier is now being lifted. The road junction is open. The world barrier has been lifted. All players, please note that the probability of encountering other players will greatly increase, as will the chances of encountering resource boxes and ambushing beasts. A serious reminder to all players, the lifting of the world barrier means that the first beast tide will erupt in 3 days. Teaming up, forming alliances, or uniting might be a good choice. However, if you have enough resources and powerful equipment, you can also go solo. With 3 heavy announcements, not only Bei Chen was stunned, but all players participating in this road survival game were taken aback. World barrier. Road junction. Beast tide. The scent of death spread in the hearts of all players. Bei Chen and Tung Chu exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Quickly taking out Night Shadow's food, Bei Chen fed it and returned to the passenger seat. Bei Chen, a junction has appeared ahead. Should we? Tung Chu asked worriedly. Just drive by your intuition. Bei Chen knew that Tung Chu had good luck, and intervening himself would be counterproductive. Of course, this luck did not mean Tung Chu wouldn't encounter other players. Rather, it meant searching for useful supplies during a safe time as much as possible. Guns, bullets, we need these. Bei Chen waved his hand, and 6 machetes appeared. After all, the design drawings for the particle space ring were obtained by Tung Chu. This scene stunned Tung Chu. Particle space ring. Bei Chen nodded. You drive, I'll check the chat plaza for some luck. Alright. At critical moments, Tung Chu wouldn't hold him back. Chat plaza. Oh no, the beast tide appears in 3 days. I'm doomed with only a small whip to resist the beast tide. Those upstairs should be grateful. You have a small whip, and if things go wrong, you can still hang yourself. What about me? I only have a pack of condoms. I can't even kill myself. After the two came to an agreement, a trade request soon popped up. Choose to accept the request. A virtual trading bar appeared. Shortly, Bei Chen saw a purple design drawing appear in the other party's trading area. Previously, the design drawings Bei Chen obtained were mostly blue, but this time, it was surprisingly a purple design drawing. After taking a careful glance at the features of the small ammunition depot, Bei Chen couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart, clearly lacking blood supply. Since the other party was so straightforward, Bei Chen wouldn't hold back. 2 mountain cutting knives, 20 baked flatbreads, 3 liters of pure water, 10 apples, and 5 quick-acting fever-reducing pills were placed directly in the trading area. Aside from the mountain cutting knives, the other supplies were nothing in Bei Chen's eyes. Clearing the inventory allowed him to obtain the purple design drawing, achieving 2 goals at once. When the other side saw the supplies Bei Chen put up, they were also taken aback and chose to trade without hesitation. Bei Chen smiled and confirmed the transaction. Having acquired a purple design drawing, Bei Chen didn't have time to examine it closely, as there were many private messages he needed to sift through. No matter how sufficient the ammunition for the Viper pistol was, it couldn't put Bei Chen's mind at ease. Bei Chen, Tung Baiwan is my sister, alright. Upon seeing Tung Baiwan's private message, Bei Chen casually replied, I encountered some unexpected events earlier, but everything is fine now. Before Bei Chen could ask where Tung Baiwan was, a trade request notification rang out. Seeing it was Tung Baiwan, Bei Chen frowned, but still chose to accept. Chu told me that you saved her. I want to say thanks, but here's something I just obtained. I hope it helps you. Upon seeing the item appear in the trading bar, Bei Chen was taken aback. Uzi submachine gun design drawing. Before Bei Chen could react, he saw the confirm trade button had already lit up. Although this item is precious, it is nothing compared to my sister. Bei Chen, am giving you this item for free, but in light of this design drawing, please take care of my sister whenever you can. She has suffered too much in her childhood, and this is what I can do for her. Bei Chen felt a slight stir in his heart, but ultimately chose to accept the trade. Tung Chuchu smiled as she saw Bei Chen acquire 2 design drawings in succession. You're quite lucky. These people usually hide the design drawings, yet when it comes to critical moments they all spill them outright. Bei Chen nodded, feeling a bit guilty inside. After careful calculation, Bei Chen realized that most of his current equipment had been obtained from this pair of siblings. And now he had received a submachine gun design drawing for free. Under the threat of the beast tide, what did having a submachine gun represent? It represented hope for survival. Soon a trade request was sent out. Quickly Tung Baiwan accepted. I have received a good design drawing from your sister, so this submachine gun design drawing is not without merit. These supplies may be useful to you. As he spoke, Bei Chen placed 1 mountain cutting knife, 20 baked flatbreads, some bottled water, and wild boar meat onto the trading bar. Initially, Tung Baiwan refused because he was worried that if he accepted Bei Chen's supplies, no one would take care of his sister. Take it, your sister is quite lucky. All the supplies she found on the way are with me, so I will take care of her food and drink. As you said, I will keep my promise as long as I have the ability. Alright then, I will accept it for now. Thank you, Bei Chen. By the way, Bei Chen, if Chuchu misbehaves or throws a tantrum, feel free to discipline her. Bei Chen smiled. Still the same thing, remember to inform me if you have any good items. Sure thing. You two stay safe as well. After 2 pleasant transactions, Bei Chen completely relaxed. In this environment, nothing was more reassuring than weapons and ammunition. Bei Chen focused on the 2 newly acquired design drawings. Suddenly he felt a chill on his cheek and turned to see Ting Chuchu blushing and staring straight ahead. My brother told me everything. Thank you, Bei Chen. Bei Chen touched his cheek, not paying much attention, and said, You drive first. I will study carefully to see if I can forge these 2 pieces of equipment. Tung Chuchu replied and didn't look back. Feeling the well-fed and sleeping night shadow beside him, Bei Chen began to take out a large amount of metal resources. The first item to forge was the Uzi submachine gun. However, amplification was an essential step before forging. Detected that the Uzi submachine gun can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? Amplify it, Bei Chen thought to himself. Congratulations, the host successfully amplified. The Uzi submachine gun has been upgraded to an improved light machine gun, Big Pineapple Me. Wow, Big Pineapple! Bei Chen exclaimed in surprise, causing Tung Chuchu to look over in confusion. Do you want to eat Big Pineapple? Wait, let me search and see if I can find one. Bei Chen awkwardly smiled and quickly lowered his head to look at the introduction of the Big Pineapple. Checking if this Big Pineapple is the same as that Big Pineapple. 56mm bullets, magazine capacity 100. No doubt about it. Quickly checking the required forging materials. After scanning the list carefully, Bei Chen felt much more at ease. He had stockpiled a lot of metal resources after several amplifications. Fine iron 1212, fine steel 1616, carbon steel 1313, white copper 03, bronze 34. Only 3 pieces of white copper and 1 piece of bronze are needed. Bei Chen smiled because there was a high chance of amplifying 3 pieces of bronze into white copper. Amplified. Congratulations, the host successfully amplified. 3 pieces of bronze have been amplified into 7 pieces of white copper and 26 pieces of bronze. At the same time, a notification rang in his ears. Forge. Announcement. Congratulations to player No. 123271 Bei Chen for forging an outstanding level of hot weapon Me, improved light machine gun Big Pineapple. The design drawing and a large amount of metal materials vanished into thin air, revealing a powerful, imposing light machine gun that conveyed a strong visual impact. Congratulations to holder Bei Chen, your hot weapon Me, Big Pineapple, has topped the hot weapon leaderboard. In reality, Bei Chen had hardly seen a light machine gun, let alone a pistol. Showcased its status among infantry. Congratulations to holder Bei Chen, your hot weapon Me, Big Pineapple, has topped the hot weapon leaderboard. In reality, Bei Chen had hardly seen a light machine gun, let alone a pistol. With such a big guy appearing before him, he was at a loss for a moment. He carefully embraced it to study. Fortunately, aside from high-precision sniper rifles, other firearms were generally easy to operate. As long as the safety was off, the bolt was pulled back, the ammunition was sufficient, and he just needed to pull the trigger at the enemy. Just a moment ago, the vehicle was filled with the sounds of metal clashing, but in the blink of an eye it fell silent. Tung Chuchu curiously looked back. Upon seeing the light machine gun being held by Bei Chen, she recognized it immediately. She had lived in Magic City for over 10 years, visited various war memorials, and seen various firearms. Oh my god, where did you get this, big guy? A light machine gun. Bei Chen in a good mood nodded and said, Have you played Chicken Dinner? Yes, I have played. Airdrop gun Big Pineapple. Huh. This is the vehicle sweeping artifact, Big Pineapple. Tung Chuchu's eyes sparkled with dreams from the game. while both of them were captivated by the attraction of the big pineapple light machine gun. Suddenly, moo, moo, bang. As soon as they heard this strange roar, Tung Chu-Chu and Bei Chun hadn't reacted yet. The entire vehicle shook violently, as if it had suffered a powerful impact. If it weren't for Tung Chu-Chu's good driving skills adjusting the direction quickly, the Wuling would have flipped. Bei Chun, what is that thing? Tung Chu-Chu looked shocked at the rearview mirror. Bei Chun had just stabilized his body and turned to look, gasping in cold breath. This is definitely not a creature from Earth. Before them were three creatures covered in backward-facing spines with sharp fangs and a single sharp horn on their heads. At first glance they looked like Earth's yaks, but upon closer inspection anyone could tell these were monsters. Because yaks absolutely do not have fangs. Even more terrifying was that at a speed of over 100 miles per hour, these creatures easily caught up. Bang! Bang! Each impact caused the Wuling to shake violently with the danger of overturning at any moment. Crack! Crack! The big pineapple was loaded and Bei Chen's eyes turned icy. You drive, I will deal with these three monsters. Tung Chu-Chu gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her face pale, but upon seeing Bei Chen's resolute and confident gaze her heart settled considerably. Be careful, it's coming again. As Tung Chu-Chu's exclamation faded, a loud moo echoed, and the entire Wuling vehicle shook violently once more. The main structure of the Wuling was not completely covered by reactive armor. When it was initially installed, Bei Chun had only placed 80 pieces of reactive armor around the driver's seat, leaving the rear of the car very vulnerable. A sharp horn formed from layers of keratin pierced through the rear metal of the trunk without any obstruction. Aside from a few special designs, a standard handgun weighs around 5 to 6 pounds, while a rifle weighs between 10 to 18 pounds, and even the lightest machine gun weighs at least 30 to 40 pounds. Bei Chen's physical fitness was exceptional, otherwise lifting the big pineapple in this situation would make it hard to even stand up. With a loud bang after one impact, the vehicle stabilized for a moment, and Bei Chen seized this opportunity to smash the rear window with the muzzle of the big pineapple. With the glass gone, seeing the three massive beasts before him, Bei Chen's heart contracted. These creatures looked far too ferocious. Where was the gentleness of cattle? Bei Chun, Tung Chu-Chu exclaimed. Oomph. With a click the safety was off and the bolt was pulled within a second. They say the big pineapple has fierce firepower. Today, I want to witness it for myself. With the double stock resting against his shoulder, Bei Chun aimed the dark muzzle at the approaching yaks without hesitation and pulled the trigger with 2 fingers. The firing pin struck the bullet, igniting the primer. Driven by high pressure, the bullet would spin rapidly as it exited the chamber, and the larger the caliber, the faster the velocity, and the greater the recoil. Da-da-da-da-da. At that moment, the 556 bullets transformed into fiery serpents, continuously pouring out from the muzzle of the big pineapple. Bullets erupted from the chamber at high speed, creating a whizzing sound as they sliced through the air. Only a foot away. If it weren't for Bei Chen's quick reflexes, the Wuling would have been overturned. Fortunately, although the three beasts looked fierce and had tough hides and thick flesh, they could not withstand the frenzied spray of the light machine gun big pineapple. In less than 30 seconds, the battle was over. The Wuling gradually slowed to a stop, and Bei Chen, drenched in cold sweat, held the big pineapple in his arms, looking as if he had survived a disaster. That was truly dangerous. If we had been 3 seconds slower, this car would have been wrecked. He took off the magazine and looked inside, his heart bleeding. That burst of gunfire had consumed a full 51 rounds. Tung Chu-Chu in the driver's seat was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak. That scene had been too crazy. It turned out that the firepower of the light machine gun was so fierce. After experiencing a life-and-death encounter, both of them were emotionally stirred, and neither spoke. Suddenly, Tung Chu-Chu exclaimed, "Bei Chen, look behind us." Still feeling regret over the bullets, Bei Chen was startled and turned his head sharply. Upon looking, even his composure was shattered by the scene before him. What? It's gone. The three beasts which had been riddled with bullets lay on the ground, but now this scene was utterly inexplicable. If one had to describe it, the corpses of the three monsters looked like they were being eroded as if by hydrogen sulfide, slowly melting away. In their shock, within a minute, the three enormous yak monsters larger than the Wuling completely vanished, all melted away. What happened? This scene resembled a video game where monsters' corpses automatically disappear after being defeated. Go back, Bei Chen said firmly. Tung Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. Bei Chen raised the big pineapple again, his dark eyes scanning left and right. Soon the Wuling backed up to the spot where the three monster corpses had disappeared. What is that? A fresh blood-red crystal caught their eyes, pure and vibrant. As Bei Chen attempted to get out of the car, Tung Chu-Chu worriedly said, "It's dangerous outside. We should leave here as soon as possible. Wait here, I'll be back soon." Due to the weight of the big pineapple, it was inconvenient for one person to exit the vehicle, so he stored the light machine gun in his particle ring and took out the Viper pistol. "You? Seeing Bei Chun so stubborn, Ting Chu helplessly picked up the fish-scale military knife beside her and got out of the car as well. She was alert to her surroundings, noticing the eerie silence with not even a whisper of wind. Bei Chun turned back to look at Ting Chu and raised his hand to signal her to pay attention to the surroundings. After that, he held the viper and rushed toward the nearby blood-red crystal. The crystal was about the size of a pebble, warm to the touch, resembling a translucent blood diamond. But at that moment, Bei Chun had no time to examine it closely, as the eerie atmosphere was too oppressive. Just as he was about to rise, he inadvertently caught sight of a piece of glass-like debris the size of a fingernail quietly lying not far away. After shooting the 3 yaks, due to the distance and the disappearance of the corpses, Bei Chun could no longer accurately determine whether this was the location of the monster's disappearance. Driven by curiosity, Bei Chun picked it up anyway. As soon as the glass shard touched his hand, he was pleasantly surprised and quickly stored it along with the newly acquired items in the particle ring. Seeing Bei Chun's good mood, Ting Chu's gaze inquired about what it was. "Let's go leave this place." Although Ting Chu was curious seeing Bei Chun's unwillingness to talk, she dared not ask further, and instead got back into the car with the fish-scale military knife. This time the Wuling sped up to 125 miles per hour. Bei Chun said nothing more, as he too wanted to leave this eerie place quickly. The car shook violently, awakening the plush nightshade, but upon seeing Bei Chun return, it merely let out a couple of disgruntled squeaks before falling back asleep. Sitting on the waterbed inside the car, Bei Chun took out the last glass shard he had found. At that moment, the system notification appeared again in his ear. "Detected ordinary bulletproof glass shard can amplify. Oh, would you like to amplify it?" Bei Chun thought directly. Amplify. "Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Ordinary bulletproof glass shard amplified to 8 pieces of explosion-proof glass." Ting Chu gazed ahead, searching for supplies as she drove, completely unaware that 8 pieces of explosion-proof glass had already appeared in the car. Bei Chun directly accessed the vehicle equipment function. Indeed, on the Wuling blueprint structure, the 8 pieces of glass had become replaceable options. He selected to replace the newly acquired 8 pieces of explosion-proof glass. Unknowingly, the 8 pieces of glass surrounding the Wuling had been thickened by 5 millimeters, and their transparency had become even clearer. As the replacer, Bei Chun could subtly notice the changes in the car's glass, but Ting Chu's attention was on the road ahead, making it impossible for her to notice. Explosion-proof glass. What a good item. Bei Chun secretly sighed in relief. If the glass shards I picked up are this useful, what could that blood-red crystal be? In his palm appeared a blood crystal the size of a pebble. As he heard the system's reminder, Bei Chun sat up abruptly from the waterbed. "Detected special material, soul crystal can amplify. Oh, would you like to amplify it?" Hearing the system's notification, Bei Chun abruptly got up. Special materials. This was the first time the system acknowledged something as special since Bei Chun entered the game and bound to the system. Previously, when crafting those messy white copper items, the system had never given such a prompt. Moreover, this crimson crystal was dropped by a yak monster. Soul crystal. Just by its name, Bei Chun could already guess its uniqueness. Detected special material, soul crystal can amplify. Would you like to amplify? The system's prompt lingered in his ears. Amplify. He was filled with anticipation. "Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Special material, soul crystal amplification, results soul essence." As the system prompt sounded, the entire vehicle was engulfed in a crimson glow, and Bei Chun could not bear to look directly. "Don't look back," Bei Chun shouted urgently. Ting Chu was startled, and though she wanted to turn back, she held herself back. At a speed of 120 miles per hour, if the driver went blind, it would be dangerous to flip the car. At this speed, flipping would mean disintegration, and both of them would die. Bei Chun knew he had obtained something extraordinary, but for now he was unsure of its use, and could only store it in his particle space ring. However, from another angle, a pair of eyes opened wide the moment the soul essence appeared. Indeed, it was the little creature Night Shadow, still in deep slumber. Though its small body was weak, it displayed an immense desire for the item in its mother's hand. However, what made it unhappy was that the item disappeared in an instant. Chirp, chirp. Night Shadow emitted an extremely despondent cry, sounding very sad. Having just survived a disaster and obtained such a precious special material, Bei Chun completely failed to notice the little one's longing gaze. After all, their perspectives were different, and the little one was too short. "What is that?" Ting Chu couldn't help but ask. "It's the same material, though I don't yet know its purpose," Bei Chun replied honestly. "Oh, by the way, Bei Chun, have you noticed?" Her tone was somewhat uncertain. "What?" Bei Chun was puzzled. "The surrounding environment seems to have changed, but I can't tell where." Bei Chun was also puzzled. The oppressive feeling that permeated the air after they got out of the car was too intense. "We'll check the chat square. You drive first." "Okay." Upon entering the chat square, Bei Chun immediately sensed something was off. It felt very oppressive and heavy. It seems I wasn't the only one attacked just now. Thankfully the one I encountered was only a black kiss crocodile. If I hadn't managed to escape, I would have been dead for sure. Damn it, this is ridiculous. How could a goat possibly have tusks? And its speed was insane and my tire blew in an instant. Not just that, but I firmly believe the creatures here have mutated. Have you ever seen an ostrich that can fly? I swear on my ancestors, that was definitely an ostrich. 2 of the 3 buddies I teamed up with died. I barely escaped. Not only that, I suspect we're in an environment that has undergone drastic changes. If I had to say, it's as if the map has been shrunk. Upon hearing this, many players started asking questions. Don't rush, Bill explained slowly. Just now while I was urinating, I suddenly felt dizzy. When I came to my senses again, I found that the urine I had just released was already 10 meters away. Come on dude, you must have drunk too much water. That's impossible. Yeah, this is too surreal, right? Damn it, I don't believe it either, but when I went back to touch the puddle on the ground, I found it was warm, very yellow, and quite fresh. What the hell? Bei-chun was also startled. That ambush had come so suddenly, as if out of nowhere with no reason for the vehicle to be attacked. Seeing this, Bei-chun, filled with confusion and disbelief, chose to exit the chat square. He took out the small ammunition depot design he had exchanged for with 2 mountain knives and began to examine it carefully. Detected outstanding level weapon equipment. Small ammunition depot design can amplify. Would you like to amplify? Amplified. Bei-chun decided he had to craft this weapon. Although he didn't know why this design was purple in terms of practicality, it was extraordinarily powerful. If this thing could be successfully crafted, and there was enough ammunition, it could essentially mean infinite bullets for a pistol. Why say essentially? Small ammunition depot grade outstanding. Category weapon equipment. Introduction capable of storing various caliber ammunition suitable for excellent level and below lightweight firearms. With sufficient ammunition it can achieve infinite bullets. This is a good item. I wonder what surprises amplification will bring me. Bei-chun felt a little nervous because the design could amplify. He was unsure if he could craft the amplified design with his current strength, but he had to give it a try. The system's prompt kept repeating in his ears. Bei-chun thought to himself, amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Small ammunition depot amplification. Result, form particle ammunition depot. The system's voice arrived as expected, but Bei-chun's heart sank. There was nothing else. Mainly this name was too sci-fi, even more so than the particle space ring. The particle space ring Bei-chun could understand from a scientific perspective. It explained that matter was temporarily decomposed into particles for storage. Although it was very sci-fi, renowned scientists had pointed out before the game that everything in the world is essentially formed by tiny particles. But form particle. What the hell is that? As he opened the amplified design upon seeing the name of this item, Bei-chun's heart sank even further. Seeing the required materials for crafting, Bei-chun was indeed delighted, but then felt a chill. Honestly, if Bei-chun's mental state hadn't been good, he might have suffered a heart attack. With a heavy sigh of relief, Bei-chun continued to read the introduction of the equipment. Form particle ammunition depot grade excellent. Category weapon equipment. Required crafting materials: particle dust 98 units, form metal 0, 1 piece fine steel, 5256 pieces carbon steel, 1632 pieces. Introduction: made from form metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition of excellent level and below, can be restructured into any form suitable for any firearm magazine. Unique feature of excellent level: any lead-based metal material can be actively absorbed, allowing for crafting of ammunition suitable for selected firearms. Lead-based metals: carbon, steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free, lead nitrate, or... Damn. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Bei-chun read the equipment introduction 3 times with wide eyes. He had to admit that if he could craft this item, his confidence in surviving this survival game would rise by at least 99%. With this item, he would no longer worry about ammunition issues, and it could also restructure its form suitable for any firearm magazine. This essentially meant that a magazine was always attached to the gun. This is black technology. But what the hell is form metal? I've never heard of it. While Bei-chun was in distress, suddenly the prompts from the game console rang out continuously in his ears. Congratulations to player number 3838438 for obtaining outstanding level cold weapon Aurora Blade. At 1430, the cold weapon leaderboard has been activated. At 1430, less than a week into the survival game, 3 console functions were activated: World Channel, National Channel, Team Channel, and Squad Channel. Upon hearing the last console message, Bei-chun suddenly felt enlightened. It turned out the previous chat square was only for players within a region, but now with the World Channel opened, the National Channel. This meant all players from Huaxia could communicate normally. I have to say, this is very timely. Bei-chun was incredibly excited. If regional players could obtain form metal, he believed it was possible, but if players from all over the world couldn't find it, that would be ridiculous. But when Bei-chun re-entered the game interface, he was instantly dumbfounded. What? Sending a message in the World Channel costs 10 liters of gasoline or equivalent materials. Is there also a restriction on the national channel? Each person is limited to 10 messages a day. It turned out the previous chat square had already transformed into the regional chat square. PSP, focus, focus, focus. Important matters said 3 times. Please see the author's message at the end of the chapter. The author has something to say. It has been proven that the female lead should not appear before 100,000 words. The data has told me everything. I can only temporarily separate them. By the way, how many people mind having 2 wives? It definitely isn't a harem story, but rather extending the plot of this game until it ends. Even returning to reality, it could still be written wonderfully. This preliminary female lead might be liked by everyone, feeling appealing to all ages. It's up to your votes. 1 would add 1, 2 would add 2. Of course, all of this depends on the data from the first 100,000 words. I have both elderly and young ones, and if this book doesn't make money, honestly staying up late to this hour is unbearable. So if you really like it or have expectations for the upcoming plot, please leave a review. Urge updates. Gifts are up to personal preference, no strong demands, as we are all students. In the later stages, players from various countries will build cities, develop strategies, explore misty areas, abyss flows, and more possibilities. As the saying goes, if you don't watch TV or read the news, you won't know about the world's major events. Baichin currently has no time to concern himself with how other players are faring. He has a clear objective in mind: to create a shape particle ammunition depot. He selects to enter the national channel. To be honest, as soon as he entered the Huaxia channel, Baichin frowned. This scene can only be described as chaotic. Hello everyone, I am Han Lulu, yes, your little cutie. Those of you who are Lulu fans, hurry up and click on my avatar to join the team channel. From now on, Lulu will advance and retreat with you. Brother, I have gone through a lot to finally find you, woo-woo. Lulu, where are you? Are you doing well? Do you have anything to eat? I have a piece of cookie here that I haven't eaten. Come, let me trade it to you. Hello everyone, I am my fan group, click on me. Hello everyone, I am. All the rational players in Huaxia shook their heads and sighed upon seeing this. Useless. In the survival game, when the World Channel opened, these people did not seek their family members first, but rather those flashy celebrities. Damn. You bunch of sissies, go pull your fans over there. This is a survival game, not your large-scale idol me. Useless. I thought that after experiencing the road survival game, these people would become more rational, but I didn't expect their stupidity to worsen. Who can selflessly sacrifice for another? Besides parents for their children, it's the fans for their idols. Upon seeing their idol being criticized, countless true fans immediately began to fight back, fiercely defending their beloved. A verbal war erupted instantly. Baichin shook his head. An individual's power is too small, even he could not stand out in a battle of insults among thousands. Rather than wasting speaking opportunities, it would be better to wait until these people exhaust their 10 chances to find opportunities while he speaks to search for suitable crafting materials. As soon as he exited the national channel, various prompts sounded in Baichin's ears. Reward 1 piece of wrought iron. Reward 1 piece of silver. Reward 1 piece of raw steel. Continuous reward prompts echoed in his ears, and Baichin momentarily did not react. What is happening? Has the reward range expanded? Previously it was only regional rewards, but now it has become nationwide. If that's the case, now Baichin has an abundance of supplies, and he can freely offer rewards for items like baked non-purified water, gasoline, and fruits. With the opening of various channels, Baichin determined that various metals would rapidly increase in price. He continued to put out rewards for various materials that he temporarily did not need. 50 baked non, 15 liters of purified water, 100 gene of wild boar meat, 15 liters of refined gasoline. Indeed, even on the 4th day of the game, there were still countless players nationwide in need of food, water, and fuel resources. In less than 10 minutes, a third of the materials Baichin had offered as rewards had already been claimed. Among them, the quantity of rare metals was quite small. Most of it consisted of more common metal resources. Of course, to prepare for the shape particle ammunition depot, Baichin offered rewards for all materials. Having done this, Baichin felt slightly relieved. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. The national channel is really too. Tung Chuchu also paid attention to the frequently speaking channels. There's nothing to be done, it's the era of traffic. Baichin did not care if these matters were what the higher-ups should be concerned about. Let's continue our journey. With the outstanding design blueprint for enhanced rewards coupled with the rewards for numerous metal resources, Baichin is in a good mood now. Soon the Wuling turned at a fork in the road. A new fork in the road often means new opportunities, but it also brings along new crises. Baichin rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Vaguely, Baichin felt something was off. It seemed that after the encounter with the barbarian bull monster, this girl had changed, becoming more taciturn. What's wrong? After spending several days together, although it wasn't a pleasant experience as a friend's sister, Baichin symbolically asked, I miss my brother, he hasn't replied to my private messages for a day. I wonder how he is doing now. Bei Chun fell silent. He also hoped to meet Tung Baiwan soon so that he could set off alone. That last attack seemed like a level set by the game host, and it seemed that all players would encounter it. Bei Chun nodded slightly. The game is fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to death. Not to mention Tung Baiwan, even he had narrowly survived through numerous life and death experiences. Time flew by and 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It must be said that with Tung Chu by his side, Bei Chun's chances of encountering high-level resource boxes were increasing. By evening, Bei Chun had already acquired a considerable amount of precious resources. Among them, the most valuable was probably 3 pounds of TNT explosives and a first aid kit. As for other water and food resources, Bei Chun was not in a hurry to amplify, as he still had plenty of stock in his particle ring. To reward Tung Chu, Bei Chun specially took out some roasted pork. However, this time Tung Chu did not wolf down the food as she usually did. What's wrong? Not hungry? Bei Chun asked, holding a piece of roasted pork. Tung Chu, deep in thought, took only a few bites of the roasted pork before getting up and walking towards the stopping in front of the car door. She said faintly, Bei Chun, let's part ways tomorrow once we find a car. My brother's old injuries have relapsed, and without anyone to take care of him, he probably won't hold up for long. Bei Chun was taken aback, saying, old injuries relapsed. Isn't the first aid kit enough? Tung Chu shook her head slightly. The competition for the heir of a large consortium is cruel and dark beyond what you can imagine. Although I was born into a wealthy family and appear glamorous on the outside, in reality the wealthy have their own struggles, which few people truly experience. Bei Chun nodded slightly. Oh, everyone is an independent individual of spirit and wisdom with their own life values, and he did not want to delve too deeply into these matters. All right, Bei Chun agreed. Suddenly the air became heavy. Tung Chu turned her back to Bei Chun while he continued to gaze at the burning campfire. Bei Chun, do you like me? Her voice was somewhat calm. Bei Chun was taken aback. The grievances of wealthy families run deep like a pool. His parents were just ordinary people. Getting involved would be detrimental with no benefits. And having only spent a short time together, there was hardly any basis for liking. Silence was the best answer. Tung Chu remained very calm. What is your ideal type? Can you tell me? Bei Chun did not want to be dismissive. He directly said, if I marry, I would marry Peng Yin. If I take a wife, I would take Muziki. Muziki. She is too perfect. Compared to the mire-like depths of wealthy families, that kind of idyllic life in a paradise, farming and raising flowers, is indeed something to yearn for. After saying this, Tung Chu opened the car door, took the driver's seat, and even voluntarily offered up the waterbed. Bei Chun helplessly thought, my mother often says that every family has its own difficulties. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It turns out that wealthy people also have their worries. Family means too much to Bei Chun. He could not risk putting his parents in danger for his own feelings. Moreover, he had always regarded Tung Chu as a friend's sister, having no long-term plans in that regard. After drinking some alcohol, smoking a cigarette, and eating some meat, Bei Chun then fed the remaining meat to the little creature Night Shadow. Just as he was about to get up and return to the cabin to rest, suddenly the distant sound of vehicles gradually broke the tranquility of the moment. Bei Chun's expression darkened. He quickly put away the barbecue rack and took out the Viper. Tung Chu had just opened the car door and wanted to get out, but Bei Chun called out to stop her. Stay up there and don't move. Oh, let's see what the newcomers are up to. The main reason is that Tung Chu is too beautiful. Appearing in front of strangers would bring unnecessary trouble. He has the Viper handgun, and in his particle ring there are also light machine guns and big pineapples that he can retrieve at will. To put it bluntly, even if there are 20 or 30 people, Bei Chun is not afraid. 20 or 30 people facing 49 rounds of 56 bullets is enough to handle. Unless the other side has heat weapons as well, but the chances of that are negligible. After all, only a few dozen players possess heat weapons on the heat weapon leaderboard. You must know that there are billions of players participating in this game. Therefore, Bei Chun is currently fearless, quietly waiting for the guests to arrive. Of course, even armed with modern firearms, Bei Chun would never brazenly wait beside the campfire. His wooling featured reinforced reactive armor around the driver's compartment and bulletproof glass, except for a few hollow sections. Bei Chun crouched behind the fire's shadow, perfectly concealing his silhouette. Inside the vehicle, Tung Chu watched him through the glass, her heart churning with conflicting emotions, whispering softly, if you love me, I'll abandon everything to follow you. A low rhythmic hum grew steadily louder, engine noise cutting sharply through the wind. Through the windshield, Bei Chun saw the driver, a man with short hair. His face remained indistinct in the dim light. Only a vague impression of a grimy white shirt emerged from the gloom. Owing to the angle, Bei Chun failed to notice the grotesque gunshot wounds tearing across the man's abdomen and thighs. The BMW 9 Series rolled directly to the edge of the firelight. No one leapt out brandishing weapons. No squad spilled from the doors. Instead, A guttural groan escaped as the driver's door swung open, followed by a violent spray of old blood, and then the man tumbled headlong from the driver's seat. Funi Xiaoyi. His voice was frail, yet he summoned every shred of strength to utter the prearranged signal. Sangguanjiao. From the man's condition alone, Bei Chen knew instantly. He wouldn't last long. 3 gaping abdominal wounds, each consistent with 9mm ballistics. Had it been rifle fire, he'd have been dead long before arrival. Brother, help. We're on the same side. The signal. The signal. At that moment, Teng Chu lowered her window and warned Bei Chen, be careful. Bei Chen nodded and stepped forward from the darkness behind the car. As he approached the BMW, he caught sight of the man's face and drew a sharp, involuntary breath. The man's injuries went far beyond gunfire. His entire face had been shattered, so mangled even his own mother would not have recognized him. Collapsing onto the ground, the man locked eyes on Bei Chen's 7 Wolves jacket, confirmation enough that he was Chinese, and exhaled deeply in relief, then rasped in a hoarse, fading voice. Brother, is there any hope for me? Bei Chen examined the wounds in silence, then replied dryly, how about a few fast-acting antipyretics? It was a joke, empty, hollow. With wounds like these, even rapid fever tablets were absurd. Even if he deployed his newly enhanced military first aid kit, it would be like pouring a thimble of water into a burning furnace. Hearing this, the man's face fell, yet he accepted it calmly. Where are you from, brother? Southern reaches of the Yellow River Basin. 10,000 li of green reed curtains, endless plains. A fine land. I'm from northern Sichuan. In death respect endures. As a fellow countryman, Bei Chen could offer little, but to speak as kin, to share words in one's final hours, was already a profound solace. In this merciless game, how many had perished alone, swallowed by suffocating despair? What happened to you? Robbery. Why did they do this to you? The question hung heavy in the air, yet the man's answer ignited a slow-burning fury in Bei Chen's chest. He had driven over 1,400 li in desperate flight. Luck had favored him at the outset. He'd chosen a fuel-efficient family sedan. Though beset by peril along the way, he'd endured until he met them. A squad from Sakura Nation, armed with firearms. He'd already surrendered, then took several rounds to the abdomen. Still clinging fiercely to national dignity, he'd been kicked relentlessly by the Sakura players until he collapsed into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found them roasting food over a campfire. Seizing the chance, he stole their vehicle and fled. Bei Chen stirred faintly at the tail, and after a pause offered quietly, I have analgesic injections. Would you like one? It might ease your pain. No need. My lower body lost all sensation half an hour ago. Bei Chen nodded. Cigarette. He smiled bitterly. No one carried cigarettes here. Anyone who did would have traded them long ago at the exchange plaza. Yet when a Chunghua cigarette appeared before him, his eyes lit up. A sharp click. Flame flared, then passed to him. He seized it ravenously and inhaled deeply. Bei Chen lit his own. One sat upright, the other lay half-propped on the earth. Smoke curled between them, deceptively serene, yet beneath its silence pressed like stone. Above, the night sky stretched black and soundless. To smoke one last Chunghua before dying. I have no regrets. Bei Chen pulled out the remaining half-pack from his pocket, offering it one more. That would be wasteful. His voice faded further. Brother, I won't take your cigarette for nothing. There's a field pack in the car, taken from those Sakura players. Good things inside. It's yours. Bei Chen rose and retrieved the olive-green field pack from the BMW's interior. Opening it, he froze, then glanced down at the dying man on the ground. Empty. No ammunition left. Inside lay only 2 items, a standard-issue Mauser pistol and 1 liter of gasoline. Even without bullets, it still intimidates better than a machete. But the pistol itself wasn't what stunned Bei Chen. It was the revelation that this inert firearm could undergo augmentation. Then from his inner coat pocket, the dying man withdrew a slender, exquisitely crafted rectangular box. Those are trivial trinkets. This is my true asset. Brother, grant me one last wish. Inside the box read Okamoto 001, Surprise Edition. Bei Chen accepted it, and despite himself gave a wry, quiet laugh. Brother, one more cigarette. Let's use the trade interface. Before I die, I must sell this. Otherwise, I'll never rest in peace. In that instant, Bei Chen remembered early in the game this man had messaged him privately to sell condoms, and Bei Chen had blocked him on the spot. Moments later, the trade was complete. Bei Chen received the Okamoto Surprise Edition box. The man one final Chunghua cigarette. As the cigarette glowed, Bei Chen sensed the man's final moments drawing near. He could no longer draw breath to inhale. Turning the foil-wrapped packet in his fingers, Bei Chen asked absently, Brother, what exactly is the Surprise Edition? But the man lacked the strength to speak. Profound blood loss had starved his brain of oxygen. His eyes had already gone blind. Ere long. He seemed to struggle to convey that the surprise was a tiny aperture at the tip. Sketch it, or write it down. Bei Chen sighed helplessly. Moments later, a crude donut-shaped circle appeared on the ground. painted in fresh blood, with a vivid red at its center. Then, stillness. Bei Chen stared startled. Brother, write it in Chinese. I don't understand. He checked for breath. None remained. With a quiet sigh, he murmured inwardly, Wuliang Tianzuan. Ba. Amen. I don't know your faith, so I've invoked them all. May your passage be peaceful. He gathered wild grass to gently cover his countrymen, then climbed into the BMW. He turned the key. Engine roared to life. Accelerated smoothly. All systems normal. Every second unfolded under Tung Chuchu's watchful gaze from the Wuling. She wiped away tears, knowing boarding the BMW meant parting. Then, as if sealing an irrevocable vow, she lifted the sleeping child Yi-Ing and placed her gently in the front passenger seat. A loose t-shirt and a tiny pair of hot pants were discarded into the corner of the cabin, and in the dim light a slender sculpted figure, like jade carved by moonlight, emerged from the shadows. She lowered the window, but kept her head hidden. Bei Chen, come back. I need you. Oh, I'm coming. As he returned and reached for the rear door handle. Two pale arms shot from the darkness within the cabin, locking tightly around his neck. Before he could react, two cool soft lips sealed over his mouth. Bei Chen froze, utterly rigid. Their lips parted briefly. Then low and unwavering a voice breathed beside his ear, ask nothing. Just kiss me. Since this has no end. The game filled with death crises where the future is unseen has begun. All players are constantly on high alert, driving aimlessly every day unaware of what awaits them in the next moment. In such a suffocating environment, countless individuals suffer from mental breakdowns. Releasing pent-up emotions has become the primary choice for stress relief. Inside the Wuling car, a smooth and curvaceous body was nestled in his embrace. As the gentle voice sounded in his ear, Bei Chen, who had never been in love, felt his mind go blank. Instinctive guidance and primal desires continuously stirred his central nervous system. Just as he was about to say something, he was unexpectedly covered by two cold lips. This moment marks the beginning of a closer relationship. About 5 hours later, the tightly closed car door was opened slightly by a strong arm. As a latex-like object was thrown out of the car, it signified that the battlefield had been cleared. Tung Chuchu lay lazily on the water bed, as if on a cloud, with clear tear stains in her eyes. Cough. Why? Bei Chen's voice was somewhat flustered. It's nothing, I just don't want to give it to him, or be easily taken by someone else. Bei Chen was taken aback, completely not understanding the meaning of this sentence, only responding with a symbolic "oh." Being young and full of vigor in the 21st century, it was perfectly normal to lose control when encountering someone he was fond of. Bei Chen, will we meet again in the future? Perhaps. Bei Chen sat up, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the dying bonfire, hesitating for a moment before reminding, when do you plan to leave? The players from Sakura Country may chase after us tonight, will be a sleepless night. Players from Sakura Country. Bei Chen nodded and recounted the incident of the guy he knew being killed. Aren't you leaving? Tung Chuchu asked with concern. Bei Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head slightly, an edge in his eyes. I have 9 uncles, and after the defense where only my grandfather survived from the battlefield. Huaxia is protected by my ancestors with blood and life. Oh, I will not allow anyone from Sakura Country to insult or trample it. Bei Chen, don't be impulsive. Bei Chen waved his hand. I know what I'm doing. Your brother's life is hanging by a thread. Now that we have you in the car, it's better to leave under the cover of darkness. Looking at Bei Chen's determined gaze, Tung Chuchu wanted to say something, but held back. Okay, then I'll leave. You. By the way, I left some supplies in the BMW for you. I wish you luck in finding your brother. Watching the BMW speed away, Bei Chen's gaze lingered for a moment before he got out of the car and stoked the bonfire. Extinguishing the cigarette, Bei Chen took out the newly acquired Mauser pistol. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Detected standard Mauser pistol can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? Amplify. Bei Chen replied directly. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. The standard Mauser pistol is now enhanced to a collectible version of the Desert Eagle. The Viper and the Desert Eagle are of similar grade, so Bei Chen did not show much surprise. However, after removing the magazine, Bei Chen revealed a faint smile. 16 rounds of ammunition, not bad. Click, click. The sound of the pistol being chambered was exceptionally crisp in the quiet night. No rules. No restraints. Sakura Country. Kill one, and another will follow. Watching the bonfire grow smaller in the rearview mirror until Tung Chuchu was no longer visible, he calmed his mind and focused on driving. Although reluctant to leave Bei Chen, she had to rush over, for her brother's life was in danger. A private message was sent. Brother, I'm on my way. By the way, how can you send me the location coordinates? Soon a message popped up exactly from Tung Millions. I accidentally killed a beast, and this item dropped after it vanished. I can't explain it. By the way, did Bei Chen come with you? No. I came by myself. His ideal type is Muziki, and am too inferior compared to her. Oh, okay. By the way, do you have any weapons on you? Driving at night could be dangerous. Seeing her brother's message, Tung Chu conveniently grabbed the military bag from the passenger seat. Whoosh! The moment the bag was opened, Tung Chu was instantly stunned. In disbelief, her eyes began to redden. The Viper, he actually left the Viper for me, Bei-chun. Wiping her tears, Tung Chu's emotions surged a mix of feelings. I will try to become an outstanding woman like Muziki. Not only that, but I also want to surpass her. Bei-chun, I hope we will meet again. Although their time together was short, Bei-chun knew that Tung Chu had always dreamed of owning a gun. Previously, Bei-chun only had a Viper and could not trade it, nor could he give it to others. However, with the World Channel opening and tonight's incident where Bei-chun's friend was brutally killed by players from Sakura country, Bei-chun realized that in the future countries would still need to band together or establish cities, teams, and groups. In short, the power of national forces and team strengths would quickly dominate the game. When he first entered the game, Bei-chun only wanted to utilize the system's abilities to survive and clear the game, returning to his original world to honor his parents. But as the players from around the world mixed together, Bei-chun discovered that the entire situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. A person's abilities are always limited. To survive and leave this place, he must take action. That is to secretly support the advanced forces of the Xia players, and the Tung siblings are undoubtedly the best choice. Because their luck is truly remarkable. Uncertain how much time has passed, the roaring bonfire was already swaying precariously. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of an engine broke the tranquility of the night. Bei-chun's tightly shut eyes suddenly widened as he turned his head and coldly said, "Hunting time. P.S. Those familiar with the author's update schedule know that I usually post one chapter at dawn and another in the afternoon to gain more traffic and exposure. However, during the May Day holiday, to ensure everyone enjoys reading, I generally post everything at once. So please support me more." On a pitch-black night devoid of stars, two beams of headlights in the distance stood out remarkably. To be cautious, Bei-chun concealed the Wuling and himself in the darkness around the campfire. Not far away, a pile of firewood and a corpse lay silently. The sound of vehicles approached the campfire. What came into view were 10 burly men dressed in black suits. 5 of them wielded various weapons, while the leader was a pale-faced young man with a cold gaze and a goatee. Song Ben, the previous Huaxiao man, is already dead, and the car, along with the guns, cannot be found. Baka. Slap. Slap. Hi. With a sharp sound, the cold young man, seemingly unsatisfied, drew a long knife from his waist and began hacking violently at the already deceased body. At the start of the game, a handgun. A handgun is so precious, yet this Huaxiao pig pretended to be dead and took away my most valuable possession. Damn it. The 9 suited men dared not speak, only lowering their heads in shame. Bei-chun hid in the shadows where the campfire light could not reach, quietly observing. Upon realizing these individuals were unarmed, his murderous intent began to stir. Any Huaxiao person witnessing this scene would find it unbearable. Bei-chun was not a murderer, but upon seeing the Sakura country players slaughtering their compatriots and desecrating corpses, he would rather become a butcher. With a flick of his hand, a bundle of yellow tape wrapped around a dark object appeared in Bei-chun's grasp. Indeed, this is enhanced TNT explosive weighing a full ½ kilogram. Without hesitation, Bei-chun pulled the fuse. Hiss, 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 the sparks from the burning fuse faintly illuminated Bei-chun's cold profile. Although curious about how these 10 individuals gathered together for safety, Bei-chun decided to use explosives, as bullets were currently more precious than explosives. An adult could throw with all their might, reaching a maximum of 20 to 30 meters, while the effective range of a handgun was 50 meters, making it more convenient. As for using the big pineapple, Bei-chun was even more reluctant. The remaining 14 bullets were not many for a light machine gun. It was his trump card, one he would not use lightly unless faced with a life-and-death crisis. Watching the Sakura country players still whipping the corpse, Bei-chun's heart tightened, and he raised his hand to throw the nearly burnt-out TNT explosive. In the darkness, a spark was remarkably eye-catching. However, the circumstances did not allow it. Otherwise, Bei-chun would have had to shout, "Watch out for the grenade." Anyone who had played Battle Royale or first-person shooter games understood how exhilarating it was to throw a grenade into a group of players. However, for safety, Bei-chun still held back. In case he couldn't wipe them out, he would waste precious bullets. The sparks igniting the explosives arced through the air in a parabolic trajectory. Suddenly, several alert black-clad men noticed something amiss. Not could get down. But it was already too late. Bei-chun was not foolish enough to light the explosives and just throw them. Instead, he controlled the burning speed of the fuse, timing his throw perfectly. This way, the success rate would greatly increase. Boom. The power of the explosives was something even Bei-chun did not know. At the moment of throwing, he quickly retreated, but the shockwave from the explosion still knocked him over. What power? Bei-chun shook his head as he stood up, turning his gaze to the explosion site with a bewildered expression. Did I wipe them out? This. Upon approaching the center of the explosion, Bei-chun felt a wave of nausea. Shattered and scattered, it was a sight to behold. Suddenly Bei Chen stumbled back, and a desert eagle appeared in his hand. You actually survived? Bei Chen stared in shock at the bloodied, cold young man about 5 to 6 meters away. Baka, you actually had explosives. Fear filled Song Ben's eyes as he instinctively reached for his jacket pocket. Swish. A shadow flashed by and Song Ben's eyes widened as he unwillingly said, You will regret this. Beep beep. Click. A flash similar to a camera's went off capturing Bei Chen's face. What is this? Woo woo. The fish-scale military knife was too sharp, a single slice severed the head, which hung for a second before falling. Picking up a small, exquisite device resembling an MP3, Bei Chen's heart sank. Detected image transmission locator amplification available. Would you like to amplify? Although confused, Bei Chen replied, Amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. The image transmission locator amplification grants a set of shared vision contact lenses. A deep blue metal box appeared in Bei Chen's hand, and he had no time to study it. Empathizing with his enemy who was gravely injured, and being in a survival environment where bullets were extremely scarce, anyone would think to conserve a bullet. As for being photographed, Bei Chen did not care. The game world was vast, and it wasn't easy for any faction to locate someone. Bei Chen obtained 5 various cold weapons. The most manageable was the katana previously used by Song Ben. Although its grade was not as high as the fish-scale military knife, it was a long weapon, and as the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Other items like gasoline, water sources, food, and assorted junk were all collected into his particle ring. He now lacked food and fuel, but what he truly needed were bullets. After the Wuling departed, what remained was a scene of broken walls and ruins. As dawn broke, Bei Chen rubbed his eyes and yawned. Having not slept all night, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. However, for safety's sake, Bei Chen decided to drive 100 kilometers before resting. Taking out the shared vision contact lens set he had just amplified, Bei Chen smiled wryly. Contact lenses. This feels like a game. However, upon reading the small print in the introduction, Bei Chen was startled, exclaiming, Good gracious. This is some black technology. This is equivalent to the Sharingan's ability to share vision, right? Bei Chen quickly picked up the sleeping little creature Night Shadow. Chirp chirp. Good, come here, daddy will get you some contact lenses. As Bei Chen carefully held the 2 contact lenses to Night Shadow's glossy eyes, a surprising scene unfolded. The contact lenses that could originally serve as a hat for Night Shadow gradually shrank, quickly conforming to the little creature's requirements for wearing them. This is impressive. After applying the shared vision contact lenses to Night Shadow, Bei Chen hurriedly put on his own pair, which were black and matched the color of his own pupils, making them nearly indistinguishable. As soon as he put on the shared vision contact lenses, Bei Chen discovered a new world. He couldn't believe that he saw his own face through his own eyes. Indeed, the shared vision Bei Chen received was from the little creature Night Shadow. Bei Chen was instantly thrilled. He then rolled down the car window, extending the little creature outside. Oh my, what the heck? Bei Chen was astonished. Through the feedback from the shared vision contact lenses, he could clearly see everything Night Shadow was observing outside the car window. It was incredibly clear, as if he had stuck his head out of the window to see the surroundings. The little creature being held by Bei Chen was stretched out of the car, and the rushing wind ruffled its fur, causing it to chirp in discontent. Bei Chen gently patted Night Shadow's little head. Little one, when will you grow up? Once you grow up and can fly, won't I have a pair of 360-degree Nodiadangle eyes? Chirp chirp. Night Shadow flapped its furry wings, seemingly aggrieved, saying, As long as you give me that thing to eat, I can grow up quickly. Unfortunately, the languages of humans and beasts do not communicate. However, as Bei Chen took out the essence of the soul to study again, the little creature suddenly lunged forward, biting the essence, and with its neck arched, swallowed it whole. Sure enough, it got stuck in its throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out, it looked like it was about to pass out. Bei Chen was alarmed. You silly bird, I haven't skimped on the meat. Sure enough, it got stuck in its throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out, it looked like it was about to pass out. Bei Chen was alarmed. You silly bird, I haven't skimped on the meat for you. Why are you eating stones? He immediately reached in. Since it was lodged tightly, Bei Chen worried about choking the little creature and exerted a bit of force. This worked. Not only was the essence of the soul that had gotten stuck in Night Shadow's mouth pulled out, but a transparent hard-shelled object that resembled a bird's tongue was also extracted. What the hell? How did its tongue get pulled out? It's ruined. But what happened next made Bei Chen's scalp tingle. The little creature Night Shadow finally obtained something that could help it grow and evolve quickly, but it was forcibly taken away by its mother. Instantly, it became furious, disregarding everything. With its wings spread, it lay down in the passenger seat, continuously emitting sorrowful cries, its legs kicking as if it were throwing a tantrum. In a fit of anger, the little creature suddenly spoke human words, repeating what Ting Chu Chu had said to Bei Chen not long ago. Kiss me, kiss me. A chill ran down Bei Chen's spine from the back of his head to his heels. Confirming it wasn't a ghost, Bei Chen stared at Night Shadow and shouted, "Bold demon, I can tell at a glance you are not human. Brothers, give it some fuel, and soon we'll see water again." A sharp screech tore through the air. On a 5-meter-wide asphalt road, a Wuling Hongguang skidded to an abrupt halt. When Bei Chen realized the tiny creature Night Shadow was mimicking human speech, his very soul recoiled in shock. What in the world is that? A demon. A metallic click. The black, gaping muzzle of a desert eagle pressed hard against Night Shadow's tiny head. "Speak. What manner of spirit are you?" He was utterly serious. No jest, no pretense. Since entering this game, he had witnessed far too many phenomena defying scientific explanation with his own eyes. Wandering souls, specters, demons, and monsters. These were no longer inconceivable. Yet the thought that this small being hatched from his own blood was a supernatural entity left Bei Chen deeply unsettled. At that moment his heart leapt into his throat. If Night Shadow revealed even a flicker of monstrous ferocity or unnatural aggression, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. But what followed left Bei Chen utterly dumbfounded. Sensing his mother's terrifying gaze, the little one instantly stilled, its large glossy black eyes brimming with bewildered innocence. To win favor, it even pecked gently again and again at the cold steel muzzle of the desert eagle. Chirp, chirp. Its voice trembled with plaintive confusion. Seeing Bei Chen's expression remain grim, the creature out of options resumed its mimicry. Its tiny beak parted, its throat pulsed rhythmically. "Daredevil demon, what manner of spirit are you?" Astonishingly, the sound issuing from Night Shadow's diminutive frame carried astonishing clarity and penetration. Though the imitation was stiff and slightly shrill, it possessed such uncanny fidelity that amid a crowd it could easily pass for human speech. Watching Night Shadow's throat undulate as it replicated human vocalization, Bei Chen stood frozen in awe. Can owls possess the mimicry talents of mynas or parrots? Incredible. He holstered the desert eagle and scooped Night Shadow up, turning the creature over in his hands for careful inspection. Soon he noticed something unusual about its tongue. Where before it had been rigid and inflexible, it now possessed remarkable dexterity, bending and extending with surprising suppleness. Could it be that translucent chitinous sheath that just shed a? He studied the little one closely, then tried again. When a Fujoshi smiles, one's entire worldview shatters. As expected, the moment the words left his lips, Night Shadow began mimicking once more. When a Fujoshi smiles, one's entire worldview shatters. When a Fujoshi smiles, one's entire worldview shatters. Having confirmed the creature's ability, Bei Chen broke into unrestrained delight. Chirp, chirp. Bei Chen frowned, holding aloft the soul essence. "You want to eat this?" Chirp, chirp. Night Shadow's eagerness was unmistakable. It wasn't that Bei Chen hesitated to share the soul essence. He simply feared it would choke the creature as it nearly had moments earlier. Chirp, chirp. Sensing his mother's reluctance, Night Shadow deployed every trick in its arsenal to win him over. First emitting mournful cries, then vigorously nuzzling his hand. Bei Chen watched puzzled. Logically, since birth the creature had consumed nothing but fresh wild boar meat, not a single bite of vegetation. So why did it yearn so desperately for this inert material? Could it be uniquely vital to Night Shadow? Hence this overwhelming craving. Since he had no immediate use for it, and given his deep affection for the little one, he resolved to feed it. Instantly, a golden hammer materialized in his palm. Crystalline stones, dense and precisely structured, are inherently brittle, easily shattered like jade. Snap! He struck the soul crystal sharply against the hammer's golden surface. A crisp ringing sound echoed. The intact soul essence fractured cleanly into a dozen granules, each no larger than a soybean. Night Shadow's glossy black eyes lit up instantly. Chirp, chirp. Its beak gaped wide, like a damn it, don't drop dead after swallowing this, or I'll have lost everything. Cautiously he dropped one fragment into Night Shadow's mouth, and the creature obligingly tilted its head back and swallowed. 2 full minutes passed. Bei Chen observed no abnormality, no transformation into a golden-winged rock, no sudden collapse or rolling of the eyes. Since the soul essence was already fragmented, he abandoned restraint, feeding the entire batch to Night Shadow in rapid succession. The entire portion of rare material vanished down its gullet. Night Shadow's response was profoundly satisfying. So deeply content it resembled one drugged, with half a caddy of knockout powder, its tiny head drooping limply. "Hey, don't die on me. That'd be the ultimate disaster." Panic seized Bei Chen. What a calamity. He'd sacrificed a rare material, and now possibly killed the only companion he had. Truly this was a crushing disappointment. Yet in the next instant, an unexpected system notification resonated within his mind. Detected juvenile feather-legged Yu Hao, baseline genetic profile eligible for enhancement. Proceed. What a... Say that again. Bei Chen reeled. This was unprecedented. His prior enhancement experiences taught him that the system rarely, if ever, reissued such prompts after a successful augmentation. Yet here it was proactively identifying Night Shadow's eligibility. Could it be the soul essence? Baseline genetics. Did that imply higher tiers existed? Truth be told, since forging the particle ring, aside from the currently uncraftable morphopellet armory, Bei Chun hadn't felt such palpable tension and anticipation. This was his own creation, raised from infancy, nurtured with relentless devotion. To claim indifference or calm would be a lie. Enhance. He chose enhancement. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Juvenile feather-legged Yuhao's baseline genetics upgraded to Tier 1 growth gene. Tier 2 agility gene. Host noticed genetic enhancement requires 8 hours of uninterrupted dormancy. Interruption during this process will inflict irreversible permanent damage upon the subject. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled system prerequisites and unlocked new function embellishment. A cascade of notifications flooded Bei Chen's consciousness. Without pausing to examine the new function or query the implications of Tier 1 and Tier 2 genes, he rushed to check Night Shadow, now curled tightly in deep slumber. Seeing no immediate change, only peaceful sleep, Bei Chen exhaled in relief. To ensure Night Shadow's safe enhancement, he stripped off his t-shirt and fashioned a soft nest for the creature. Only after securing the nest did he breathe freely again, and finally turned inward to question the system. System, what defines a Tier 1 gene? And what precisely is a Tier 2 agility gene? The system responded without concealment, offering a concise overview of genetic tier classification. Upon reaching Tier 6, genetic enhancement carries a probability of triggering ancestral reversion abilities. Correct. Take the feather-legged Yu Hao as example. At Tier 6, latent capabilities embedded within its lineage may awaken. Host note well. Common human aptitudes fall into 5 broad categories: constitution, strength, agility, creativity, and insight. Animals possess one additional innate capacity, their unique species-specific talent. For the feather-legged Yu Hao, that talent is diminished darkness perception. He marveled at the system's uncommon clarity. Its illustrative precision rendered comprehension instantaneous. In essence, it amplified inherent animal talents by orders of magnitude. Humanity's supreme innate gift arguably lies in cerebral potential, the colloquial equivalent of being born exceptionally intelligent. System, does acquiring a Tier 2 agility gene mean Night Shadow now possesses the genetic blueprint for agility, yet has not yet fully awakened that ability? Precisely. Hesitating only a moment, Bei Chun dared ask, may humans undergo genetic enhancement as well? Not currently. This function awaits activation, either by the game core's autonomous initiative or external catalyst. Hearing this, Bei Chun released a profound, heartfelt sigh of relief. Had this feature launched at the game's outset, overpowered veterans might have emerged in the starter zone. In a lawless environment, all others would become mere prey to such an apex player. After resolving his questions, Bei Chun redirected his focus, turning to investigate the newly unveiled function embellishment. System, activate new function embellishment. Congratulations, host. Embellishment is now active. Consult system prompts for operational details. The moment the system's voice faded, Bei Chen's vision dissolved and revealed an entirely new world. The moment the embellishment function was activated, the objects in Bei Chen's field of vision changed. First was the Wuling vehicle. At this time, the system's voice arrived as expected. Detected that the Wuling Hongguang meets the criteria for embellishment. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for this embellishment? Bei Chen was taken aback. A day's worth of resources, does that mean the supplies a person needs in a day? Correct. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources to embellish the Wuling Hongguang? Suddenly an array of resources appeared in Bei Chen's vehicle, most of which were food, water, and various other items, taking up more than half. As for fruits, wild boar meat, floss toast, and premium ham, which were high in calories, they were not taken out. Looking at the abundant resources in the vehicle, Bei Chun exclaimed, embellish. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 baked non-1, 5 liters of purified water, and an apple. The embellishment of the Wuling Hongguang was successful. Although the system didn't explain in detail, Bei Chun had already seen the basic information of the Wuling Hongguang. Wuling Hongguang Luxury Edition embellishment, successful biological gene binder. Bei Chun. The embellishment indicated a question mark below. Curious, Bei Chun clicked on it, and suddenly a piece of information appeared before him. Upon seeing the effects after the embellishment of the vehicle, Bei Chun nearly shouted with excitement. Without hesitation, he took out the big pineapple light machine gun and the Desert Eagle, as well as the T1 scale fish knife. Detected that the improved light machine gun Big Pineapple meets the embellishment criteria. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for this embellishment? Detected that the collectible version of the Desert Eagle meets the embellishment criteria. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for this embellishment? Detected that the T1 scale fish knife meets the embellishment criteria. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for this embellishment? Embellish. Embellish. Bei Chen's excited face turned red. Congratulations to the host for the successful embellishment. The 3 pieces of equipment before him could be considered Bei Chen's hidden treasures. Hearing the system's prompt that the embellishment was successful, Bei Chen hesitated as he picked up the collectible version of the Desert Eagle and questioned in his heart. System, let me confirm one last time, is the introduction to the embellishment function real? If it's fake, I'm really in trouble. It's real, the system replied without hesitation. Good, then I'll test it with my own head. Click. The Desert Eagle was loaded and Bei Chen, seemingly dazed, aimed the dark gun muzzle at his own head. Seeing this scene, everyone would probably think that Bei Chen was just playing around. But with a thunderous bang, a bizarre scene unfolded. A 7.62mm bullet shot out directly from Bei Chen's left temple. The bullet head instantly hitting the left side of the blast-proof glass, and then the impact was blocked, falling down with a clatter. Bei Chen was completely stunned. There was no explosive burst as imagined, no shattering as expected. If one were to describe Bei Chen's current state, it was entirely astonishment at this incredible function. What the hell? The function after successful embellishment is actually this. Biological gene lock. Or some kind of black technology. Or have I already died? The mechanical hand lowered the collectible version of the Desert Eagle. Slap. A loud slap landed firmly on his right cheek. From the crisp and loud sound, it was clear that Bei Chen had slapped himself with full force. He nearly spat out blood from the impact. A fiery pain surged in waves, and Bei Chen knew this was not a dream. He was indeed alive. I took a shot from the Desert Eagle, and it turned out I was completely fine. Immediately Bei Chen let out a laugh reminiscent of a certain character. Give. Goodness, if I don't embellish the equipment for a few infantry units, it would be such a waste of this function. Bei Chen's imagination was quite understandable. If he could embellish the firearms of other countries, and then sell them back. One could only imagine that scenario. Alone facing the million-strong army of other countries armed to the teeth, Bei Chen strolled through the sea of bullets and explosions, as if he were a deity. Not only was he unafraid, but he even felt a hint of amusement. TSK. Bei Chen chuckled, then asked, System, does that mean if I embellish all the firearms and cold weapons in the world, wouldn't I be invincible? Except for fists, no one can harm me. However, upon hearing the system's chuckle, Bei Chen knew he was overthinking it. Reminder to the host, only items that have been amplified by the system meet the primary criteria for embellishment. I see, Bei Chen nodded. After personally experiencing the embellishment function, he understood that the criteria for embellishment must be strict, otherwise he would indeed be invincible. As expected, when Bei Chen took out the cold weapons he had obtained earlier, they inevitably could not be amplified. Must they be amplified by the system before they can be embellished? But the Wuling Hongguang hasn't been amplified either. Why? The vehicle chosen at the start belongs to the host's initial equipment, so it is naturally recognized by the system. Upon hearing this, Bei Chen understood that to use the system's embellishment function, he needed both amplification by the system as a primary condition and items he crafted himself. Perhaps tired of the question, the system remained silent about it. The meaning was clear. Do I have to figure it? Bei Chen pondered while storing a large amount of supplies in the vehicle. Playing with the T1 scale fish knife in his hand, Bei Chen looked down at his sturdy chest. What the hell? Not only did it not hurt, but it even felt a bit exhilarating. Suppressing the excitement within, Bei Chen simply had a bit of breakfast. What the hell? Not only did it not hurt, but it even felt a bit exhilarating. Suppressing the excitement within, Bei Chen simply had a bit of breakfast. He then drove off again. Due to the system, Bei Chen already knew about the classification of gene levels in advance. Coupled with the uniqueness of the embellishment function, he had to seize this information gap to establish his advantage as soon as possible. Soul Crystal. Soul Essence. Bei Chen now had two clear objectives. First, to collect materials for crafting the morphing particle ammunition depot, and try to complete it before the beast tide. That way he could mass-produce bullets for personal use or sale. In short, as long as he crafted the morphing particle ammunition depot, Bei Chen's speed of accumulating strength would surely soar. Second, to collect soul crystals, extensively amplifying and stockpiling soul essence for future preparations. Where to find soul crystals? Bei Chen set his sights on this beast tide, although uncertain, he had to give it a try. He opened the game page and selected to enter the national channel. After yesterday's verbal battle, the national channel seemed much more orderly today. Indeed, Bei Chen found that many people had started to buy and stockpile supplies in large quantities. Major financial groups, corporate powers, and resellers were abundant both in reality and in the game. However, compared to their purchasing prices, Bei Chen could only smile. Wang Group, large-scale purchase of metal materials, sincerely recruiting outstanding talents from all walks of life, veterans, preferred security personnel, preferred martial arts school graduates preferred those with various special skills preferred. Our group promises that once employed, as long as they comply with management, the treatment will be exceptional with priority in weapon equipment. Ma Group large-scale purchase of metal materials, strategic materials, sincerely recruiting outstanding talents from all walks of life, veterans, preferred security personnel, preferred martial arts school graduates preferred those with various special abilities preferred. Tung Group, Zhou Group, Zhou de Fu Commercial Bank, Ma Jian Department Manufacturing. Seeing these recruitment messages, Bei Chun was not surprised. It was likely the same in other countries' chat channels, quickly gathering strength and stockpiling supplies to be prepared for the first beast tide of the game. Yesterday's various internet celebrities who were bubbling with excitement dared not say anything upon seeing the true financial tycoons speak. Capital is indeed the father of internet celebrities. This statement is not an exaggeration. Despite the overwhelming recruitment information from various financial groups and large corporations, the number of people willing to join was actually quite limited. No one is foolish, or joining the major financial groups at this time means that they would have to shield them from gunfire from the start, knowing that there are less than 20 hours until the beast tide. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up standing out from the recruitment information of the major financial groups, offering a hefty reward for morphing metal. Regardless of size or volume, as long as it is morphing metal, food, water, energy, cold weapons, snacks, fruits. Everything is exchangeable. That's right. I am Bei Chun. As the news appeared on the national channel's public screen, it immediately attracted countless players to watch. Wow, the great Bei Chun has appeared again. Let's give him a thumbs up. What is shape metal? I've never heard of it before. I'm envious. It turns out that the great Bei Chun is so wealthy that he even has surplus cold weapons for bounty exchange. Who is Bei Chun? Is he famous? Why don't I know him? Cough, it's probably just another internet celebrity. It's unjust. How can a young idol possess so many resources? I just want to take him down. 1. When you make your move, take me along. 1. All the players who knew Bei Chun were from the same area as him. With over 1 billion players in Huaxiao, the system categorized them into hundreds of area channels. Thus, most people actually did not know who Bei Chun was. But no matter who Bei Chun is, being able to offer such high-quality resources as a bounty shows he must be extremely lucky. Instantly, major corporations and financial groups recruiting powerful players began to privately message Bei Chun. The private messages kept ringing for 3 minutes, making Bei Chun's scalp tingle. He plunged into the sea of private messages, frowning as he read each one. Some of the private messages were recruitment attempts, and there were even those who wanted to play tricks, claiming they could offer him a listed company. More messages were begging for help, planning to have Bei Chun provide aid, even suggesting some sort of exchange involving their bodies. Bei Chun deleted each private message one by one. Suddenly, a message caught his eye. Upon seeing this message, Bei Chun instantly perked up. Great Bei Chun. Bei Chun replied directly, asking, "Can I take a look? If it's real, I'm willing to exchange it for a hefty sum." Soon a trading request notification rang in Bei Chun's ears. Player Pang Xinjia has initiated a trading request with you. Do you accept? Accept. After the virtual trading interface appeared, the other party did not hesitate and directly placed a piece of green metal in the trading bar. Shape metal, rare material. The description was simple and did not mention what it could be used to forge. Is this what you need, Great One? That's right. What do you want? I have basically everything except for hot weapons here. Wow, you're impressive, Great One, but I don't want anything. I just want to follow you around. Seeing this, Bei Chun frowned and immediately replied, "No need, I only exchange for resources." Then he placed 6 various types of cold weapons in the trading bar. 2 mountain cutting knives, 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, and 1 paratrooper knife. Compared to food, water, and gasoline, nothing is more substantial than weapons. What do you want? Seeing such a selection of weapons clearly surprised the other party. Though Bei Chun appeared calm, he was actually quite anxious, but he had already clearly stated that he had no hot weapons. Pang Xinjia would either not exchange at all or choose from the tradable resources. Aside from the 2 mountain cutting knives, the other items include 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, 1 paratrooper knife, and 10 days worth of food and fuel resources. If you can present these, I will give you the shape metal. This price was undoubtedly harsh. Bei Chun looked at the list of resources in the private message, not in a hurry to make a deal, and instead pulled out a cigarette to smoke. It wasn't that Bei Chun didn't urgently need the shape metal. On the contrary, he desperately needed it. However, he couldn't agree too readily and needed to create an illusion of hesitation and difficulty for the other party. Even if both parties reached a consensus on the trade, they could back out at any time. If Bei Chun agreed too quickly and the other party realized the value of the shape metal, they could raise the price sky high, and Bei Chun would undoubtedly end up as the foolish one. There was no choice. The shape metal was too rare. Only one player among the countless private messages knew and possessed it, so Bei Chun had to be cautious. What do you say? Great One, can't you produce it? Pang Xinjia clearly lacked confidence and proactively asked. Seeing this, Bei Chun smiled, replying, I can produce it, but I need to gather 10 days worth of resources. My dozens of subordinates will end up starving while I search for resources for 10 days. Your price is a bit steep. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Bei Chen sent another message. How about this? They'll give the weapons as you said, but for resources, I can only provide 5 days worth. If you find that unacceptable, then this trade can only be called off. After sending the message, Bei Chen took a deep drag from his cigarette, nervously waiting for a reply. The success or failure depended on this moment. If successful, it would be joyous for all. If not, at least the price of the shape metal would be fixed around 10 days worth of resources. At the very least, it wouldn't soar. He could easily message Tung Baiwan or Tung Chuchu to ask them to help him acquire the shape metal from this person. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was a game of strategy, comparing who could remain more composed and patient. The air was silent for 2 minutes. Sure enough, it was Pang Xinjia, who couldn't help but reply. This was actually within Bei Chen's expectations. His design for the shape particle ammunition depot had been enhanced by the system and was an outstanding design. At the current stage, players being able to forge exceptional rare-grade weapons was already remarkable. As for outstanding or excellent grades, there were probably very few design blueprints. Let's each take a step back for cold weapons and 6 days worth of resources. Upon seeing this, Bei Chen completely smiled. Deal, this is the limit of what I can offer. After reaching an agreement, the trading interface was cancelled and reopened. Glancing at the shape metal that was placed back in the trading bar by the other party, Bei Chen unhesitatingly placed 6 days worth of resources, food, water, fuel, along with 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, and 1 paratrooper knife. Bei Chen clicked on the trade. Great one, happy trading. The trade was successful and Bei Chen's vast resources disappeared, but in return he acquired a piece of dense green metal. Bei Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief. He felt comfortable now. Currently, to forge the shape particle ammunition depot, he was just missing this key material, while the other materials, such as fine iron, carbon steel, and refined steel, were already prepared. As expected, it's a material that can't be enhanced. However, being able to obtain this item before the beast tide made Bei Chen very happy. Whether it could be enhanced was no longer important. Entering the trading square, he took out all the various metal materials he had received as rewards these days. Sure enough, with the materials ready, the game's main console alert sounded again. Detected the outstanding design blueprint for shape particle ammunition depot meets crafting requirements. Do you wish to craft? Craft, not public. Congratulations to player Bei Chen with ID 123271 for successfully crafting the first outstanding grade weapon equipment in Road Survival Shape Particle Ammunition Depot. Congratulations to player Bei Chen for crafting outstanding grade weapon equipment, receiving a reward of 10,000 reputation points. Receiving the additional reputation reward, Bei Chen felt nothing at all. His focus was entirely on the cube-like object that had just appeared before him. Indeed, the thing made up of tiny particle cubes was the Shape Particle Ammunition Depot that Bei Chen had been eagerly anticipating. Shape Particle Ammunition Depot. Grade exceptional. Category weapons and equipment. Description: crafted from shape-shifting metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition of exceptional grade and below, capable of reconfiguring into any form suitable for any firearm magazine. Unique characteristic of exceptional grade: any lead-based metal substance can be actively absorbed, allowing for the customized creation of suitable firearm ammunition. Lead-based metals: carbon steel, charcoal, lead-free, lead nitrate, or. He grabbed a few pieces of nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of enhanced TNT explosives. Collect. Strictly speaking, the Shape Particle Ammunition Depot is far more powerful than a particle ring. While the particle space ring can only serve a storage function, the Shape Particle Ammunition Depot can not only store but also process specific materials into selectable manufactured ammunition. Sure enough, after the nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of TNT explosives were collected, a virtual list appeared above the Shape Particle Ammunition Depot. Can manufacture 9mm pistol and submachine gun ammunition, 1,200 rounds. Can manufacture 5mm sniper rifle submachine gun pistol ammunition, 7. Can manufacture 56mm multipurpose ammunition, 500 rounds. Can manufacture 62mm sniper rifle assault rifle submachine gun pistol ammunition, 500 rounds. Can manufacture 300mm Magnum specialized sniper ammunition, 100 rounds. The list continues downward, all grayed out, indicating that they cannot be selected for crafting at the moment. But what the hell is this rocket launcher? After calming down, Bei Chen selected 450 rounds of 5.56 ammunition and 50 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. The Big Pineapple light machine gun requires 5.56 ammunition, while the Desert Eagle needs 7.62. Manufacturing successful, obtained 450 rounds of 5.56 ammunition and 50 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. After the successful manufacturing, Bei Chun found that the previously selectable options for other caliber ammunition had all turned gray. This means there are no suitable crafting materials left. Bei Chun happily picked up the Desert Eagle next to him, removed the magazine, and stored it in the particle ring. Thanks to the reconfigurable nature of the shaped particle ammunition depot, Bei Chun no longer needed to use the original Desert Eagle magazine. The Desert Eagle has a full capacity of 12 rounds, and once it's empty, a magazine change is required. The introduction of exceptional grade weaponry has made it clear that as long as the ammunition stored in the shaped particle ammunition depot is sufficient, it can essentially provide infinite ammunition. The newly crafted ammunition depot's initial form is akin to a Rubik's Cube, but once used it can freely reconfigure into any magazine not exceeding exceptional grade. Watching the mini ammunition depot transform into a Desert Eagle magazine was as mesmerizing as watching a magic trick. Click, the pistol was loaded and Bei Chun felt ecstatic. Check out the 50-round limited edition Desert Eagle. With ample ammunition support, I now have enough confidence to face this beast tide. Starting the vehicle again, he continued driving forward. The sun was blazing and the temperature was gradual. However, Bei Chun's Wuling was fully equipped not only with in-car music, but also air conditioning, so he was completely unconcerned about the heat. He glanced at the sleeping little creature Night Shadow and was curious about what abilities this owl he had raised would have after the system-enhanced genes. However, there was nothing to be done. The system prompt was clear. The enhancement gene process requires up to 8 hours and Bei Chun could only wait patiently. The Wuling wasn't very fast, maintaining around 100 miles per hour. An hour later, a silver resource box. Bei Chun rubbed his eyes, incredulous. This is the first time encountering a silver-grade resource box. Now Bei Chun felt incredibly confident, having a 50-round Desert Eagle and a light machine gun, the MI Big Pineapple, with nearly 500 rounds. Not to mention 50 people, even 100 wouldn't intimidate him. He casually scanned the surrounding environment. Holding a gleaming golden hammer, Bei Chun got out of the car. With the particle space ring, retrieving the gun was just a thought away. Curiously examining the silver resource box before him, Bei Chun couldn't help but exclaim. From his past experiences with rare metal bounties, he knew this silver resource box would definitely not be for him. Otherwise, he should have been able to bounty a lot of silver or even gold before. With a single swing of his golden hammer, he smashed the silver resource box. Although he had ample ammunition and powerful firearms, Bei Chun still didn't dare to be careless when faced with a silver-grade resource box. Human strength can sometimes be insufficient. What if a fast-acting poison lurked inside the box? Even having a gun wouldn't help. Caution is the mother of safety. Bei Chun was prepared for any unexpected situation. Bang! The golden hammer swung with great force, transforming into an arc of golden light that struck the silver resource box. The moment the hammer made contact with the resource box, Bei Chun quickly retreated 2 to 3 meters, already holding the Desert Eagle in his hand. Fortunately, no unexpected attack occurred. This relieved Bei Chun. Ever since he learned that resource boxes could hide all sorts of biological attacks, he had developed an inexplicable fear of smashing resource boxes. Poisonous snakes, green tree frogs, all of this could be tolerated. What he feared most was that with one hammer swing, he might unleash a sonic bomb. A mortal body encountering a bomb would only mean instant elevation. However, once the silver resource box shattered and vanished, what appeared before Bei Chun was indeed beyond his expectations. It was a round, black, brand new object. My luck is really good. I actually smashed out 4 wheels from this silver resource box. With a bitter smile, Bei Chun approached to examine them closely. Galactic Vacuum Tires 4 description, designed by the 21st Century Billy Institute of Space Research. These futuristic concept tires take durability and anti-skid capabilities to the extreme. After storing the 4 wheels in the particle space ring and realizing there were no other materials, Bei Chun simply decided to leave. Detected Galactic Vacuum Tires 4 enhancement available. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Galactic Vacuum Tires 4 enhanced to triple protection vacuum tires, 4 triple protection, explosion-proof, fireproof, puncture-proof. This truly was an unexpected delight. Bei Chun thought the silver resource box would be a dud, but it turned out just as he was dozing off, someone delivered a pillow. At this moment, there are 40 minutes left until the first beast wave of the survival game on the highway. It is true that rather than saying Bei Chun entered the carriage 10 minutes ago, it would be more accurate to say he spent 10 minutes in a daze, shocked by the sight of the enhanced genes. For a full 10 minutes, Bei Chun remained unable to awaken from his shock. The scene before him was indescribable and incomprehensible. What kind of power could transform a fledgling owl still covered in down into a 7 or 8-year-old girl dressed in a pink-yellow feathered outfit with rosy cheeks and big bright eyes sporting pigtails in just 8 hours? This has already crossed the boundaries of species. To be honest, if it weren't for hearing the word mama, as soon as I got in the car my Desert Eagle with 50 rounds would have already spit fire. This is a genetic monster. Oh, mama, I'm hungry. The little girl's patience seemed to have reached a critical point. Ignoring her mother's terrifying gaze, she immediately lifted her small head, closed her kawaii big eyes, and opened her mouth to plead for food with awe. This. Bei Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this familiar scene and could conclude that this little creature was indeed the one. Where did you come from, baby? Why do you call me mama? Bei Chen had tried to control his emotions, but his voice still trembled. Woo, mama. I'm hungry. A soft, fluffy girl as delicate as a doll jumped into his arms. Bei Chen's mind short-circuited. They say that marrying before love is nonsense, but this is like having a 7 or 80-year-old daughter before even getting married. The moment he made contact with the little girl, the blood connection made Bei Chen aware that this suddenly appeared girl had an undeniable relationship with him. But to be fair, this little creature is really adorable. Soft all over her face was chubby baby fat, not yet fully gone, with round shiny big eyes and a pair of deep blue pupils. Bei Chen swore that as long as this little girl remained still, she could definitely be a doll from a two-dimensional anime. Baby, you can't just call anyone mom. You definitely can't call me that. Bei Chen spoke in a comforting tone, pulling out a piece of fine meat ham. If you are hungry, eat this first. They'll figure out what's going on before we talk about our relationship. Wow, okay, mama. The moment the little girl saw the ham, her big eyes lit up and her smile could turn a demon into a believer. Bei Chen initially wanted to help this little creature unwrap the ham. However, what unfolded in front of him completely shattered his perception of the destructive power of a 7 or 80-year-old girl. Without much effort, she tore the packaging apart, exposing the entire ham to her eyes. Oh, meow, meow. Oh, meow, meow. Clearly the ham tasted great. Bei Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, furious. Inside system, get out here, hurry up. Ding, the 100-fold amplification system is at your service. How can I assist you, host? Hearing this, Bei Chen instinctively scratched his head and murmured such an official introduction. Stop the nonsense, explain to me what this little girl has to do with me, and where is Yi Ying? A friendly reminder to the host, stay calm, don't panic. Genetic amplification is inherently filled with uncertainties, but the probability of this is extremely low, almost negligible. However, host, you are very lucky. This girl is actually a type of mutant fish, but due to the influence of your blood during the amplification process, her form underwent some subtle changes. What? A subtle change in form? Bei Chen looked down at the little girl in his arms who was eagerly munching on the ham, her cheeks bulging. Is this what you call a subtle change in form? That's right. It is indeed subtle. This human-shaped juvenile mutant fish can only maintain this form for a short period each day. For most of the time, it will revert to its alpha form. Bei Chen, are you kidding me? Isn't this a monster becoming sentient? No, this system is very scientific and does not rely on supernatural phenomena. The host can reference the Hulk or Ultraman. At that moment, Bei Chen suddenly realized that the system was somewhat unreliable. Yes, you're right. Bei Chen sighed. So you mean that we have a direct or indirect blood relationship? Correct. Alright, you can go wash up and sleep. I don't want to see you for the time being. After sending away this unreliable system, Bei Chen's troubles were just beginning. Because the egg-laying type has a first-degree connection, and since Yi Ying was hatched from Bei Chen's blood, both human and bird forms of Yi Ying displayed a strong dependency on Bei Chen. While chomping on the ham, Yi Ying also clung to Bei Chen's arm with her other hand, as if afraid of losing him. To have a young man who has never been a boyfriend suddenly become a father. It's like playing a game. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Looking at the time, there were still 35 minutes left in the Beast Wave countdown on the game interface. After holding back for a long time, he finally managed to say something. Cough, baby, are you full? Do you want some water? He took out a bottle of mineral water and waved it in front of the little girl. Wow, baby is thirsty. Gulp, gulp. Hey, baby, drink slowly, ma. Brother has more here. Upon hearing Bei Chen call himself brother instead of mama, the little girl pouted in displeasure. It's mama, not brother. Upon hearing that word, Bei Chen felt a headache coming on. What kind of look would others give him if they heard it? A baby, actually, mama would prefer you to call me daddy. Is that okay? Daddy. The little girl tilted her head, looking at Bei Chen with her big eyes as she repeated the word. As long as she didn't call him mama, Bei Chen didn't care if it was daddy or baba. He was okay with either. That's right, from now on just call me daddy. Baba. Bei Chen suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his right sciatic nerve, causing a brain. In the pitch-black night where not a glimmer of light could be seen, even turning on the carriage light still didn't provide much brightness. Even so, Bei Chen wanted to examine the human form of Yi Ying closely. He picked her up, feeling that the layer of clothing she wore was like a soft fluff impossible to describe. Bei Chen jolted. It turned out this was Yi Ying's external feathers in human form. Bei Chen jolted. It turned out this was Yi Ying's external feathers in human form. Daddy won't pull Yi Ying's feathers anymore. Don't call me Yi Ying, daddy should call me baby. Tears still glimmering in her big eyes, she looked at Bei Chun with a pitiful expression. To be honest, who could withstand such cuteness? Fine, from now on I'll call you baby. By the way, baby, can you still... Bei Chun was genuinely worried that baby might not be able to fly anymore, as that would render his vision-sharing ability useless. He had thought that after the gene amplification, Ying would be able to fly, allowing him to share her vision and possess incredibly clear long-distance eyesight. But now Bei Chun had no confidence at all. Of course, baby can fly, and very fast too. Baby seemed extremely confident in her abilities, appearing eager to give it a try. Before Bei Chun could even make a move to open the carriage door, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. The next moment, a piercing sound of metal tearing echoed, followed by a loud bang. By the time Bei Chun reacted, he was left dumbfounded, mechanically extending his head. Bei Chun's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared at a large hole in the left side of the car, clearly torn by claws, and then smashed into a large hole. This was caused by that seemingly innocent little girl. However, Bei Chun didn't have time to feel sorry for his wooling. The next second, he exclaimed baby's talent ability, weakening darkness. At this moment, the pitch-black night, where not even a finger could be seen, became like a black-and-white television image, and Bei Chun's eyes no longer obstructing his vision. When Bei Chun finally reacted from his surprise, he emitted the sound of someone who had just eaten roasted goat. After a long famine, this girl, I definitely acknowledge her. The scenes in his view were rapidly changing, clearly feedbacking at high speed. Suddenly, the image in his view froze. Bei Chun realized that the angle of view was from 100 meters in the air. What is that? Through baby's vision sharing, Bei Chun saw the ground in the distance starting to shake, with many indescribable monsters crawling out from the cracked earth. Has the beast wave begun? Bei Chun's heart sank as he noticed the scale of hundreds of creatures. Due to the high-angle view, Bei Chun couldn't see exactly what kind of monsters were coming, but he could tell that their movement speed was not particularly astonishing. This meant they were not very swift and somewhat sluggish. Baby, come back, but it's dangerous there. Bei Chun silently thought, hoping baby could hear him. But the next second, he suddenly shouted, baby, what are you doing? Come back, don't go. In the shared vision, the scene below kept enlarging. Clearly, baby had dashed down all alone. This put Bei Chun in a panic. Regardless of the pile of firewood he had painstakingly collected, he jumped onto the wooling. Howl! Whoosh! The wooling shot out like a sword, disappearing in an instant. However, just under 10 miles out, the speed of the wooling slowed down. Watching the feedback from his vision, Bei Chun swallowed hard, gasping. So ruthless, my dear girl. Is she this fierce? To be honest, Bei Chun had a high level of composure. Yet upon seeing the scene of corpses everywhere, a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. At that moment, a voice of baby bragging reached his ears. Daddy, these malicious things that wanted to rush over to you have already been taken care of by baby. What will daddy reward baby with? Of course, it's a reward of 56, 7, 62, it's a reward of Oreo for baby to twist and lick. Hearing that daddy would reward him with an Oreo card, the baby was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thank you, daddy. Baby, you'll rush over to you right away. In the meantime, don't act alone. Bei Chun instructed, but it's really boring for the baby to stay here alone. If you really have nothing to do, you can first look for those dead monsters and see if they dropped anything. If they did, collect. Upon hearing the task assigned by daddy, the baby instantly became spirited. Okay, hurry up and come, daddy. Bei Chun, driving rapidly, felt that the night shadow gene mutation was truly wonderful at this moment. When it was still a little creature called the fur-legged fish, it could only make chirping sounds, either hungry or thirsty. Now it was much better as someone could accompany it to talk. In just a few minutes, we've flown over 50 miles. This flying ability is truly impressive. Actually, at this moment, the countdown for the beast tide set by the game console had not yet ended. There were still 21 minutes remaining. Because Bei Chun had the baby's aerial shared vision, he was able to witness the scene of the beast tide's emergence firsthand. The underground creatures moved slowly and could be wiped out by the baby, who was still in its infancy. It seems the game console doesn't want to kill players on a large scale. But why are there so many underground creatures attacking me? Hundreds of them. Even a few hundred sheep could poke me to death, right? At this moment, a private message appeared beside Bei Chun's ear. Your friend Tung Chu Chu has sent you a private message. Bei Chun, the beast tide is about to begin. How's it going on your side? I got 15 bullets from my brother and trading them to you now. A private trade request has been initiated by your friend Tung Chu Chu. Do you accept? Bei Chun hesitated for a moment, but then declined. I'm fine here, the beast tide is already passed. How's your brother's injury? Tung Chu Chu was not surprised that Bei Chun had passed the beast tide in advance, knowing he had a light machine gun. Much better. By the way, Bei Chun, my brother has formed a team mostly composed of veterans or people engaged in security-related professions. Do you want to join us? Not for now. Bei Chun, it's dangerous to be alone. I'll take care. If you need any materials or supplies, I will help you get them. Seeing this message, Bei Chun was taken aback. In less than 2 days, this girl had changed so much. But upon reflection, he realized he was indeed lacking in materials, especially various lead metals or explosives for making bullets. Beichin was not being pretentious, he had secretly supported a certain faction in China. Compared to other players, perhaps the Teng siblings were a good choice, since he was somewhat familiar with them, especially having had deep and meaningful exchanges with Ting Chuchu. Beichin then sent over a list including lead metals, carbon, steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free, lead nitrate, gunpowder, explosives, and some materials for crafting bullets. After sending the list of materials, Beichin replied, "As for these materials, take as many as you need, I'll pay you part of the deposit in advance." Both parties opened the trading interface, and Beichin placed the remaining 2 machetes on it. Previously, when exchanging for shape metals with Pang Jinjia, he chose not to select the machete because it was too heavy and unwieldy to wield. However, no matter how one looked at it, this was still a sharp weapon, much better than a fire stick. I understand. Once I acquire these materials, I will inform you immediately. Teng Chuchu did not hesitate and chose to accept. At this moment, 2,000 miles away from Beichin on a small rising hill, Teng Chuchu held the 2 newly acquired machetes, feeling a mix of emotions. She really wanted to ask Beichin if he missed her, but she was afraid he would be annoyed by such things. Mu Ziki was a woman with grace and wisdom, not only skilled but also empathetic. According to her personality, she would never actively ask such questions. "Chuchu, where did you get those 2 machetes?" Dressed in a sports outfit with several rips, mud splattered on her back, she still could not hide her presence. Teng Million, one of the candidates to helm the Ting group in the Magic City, had been nurtured by his family since childhood. His temperament, knowledge, vision, and abilities were already on par with those renowned entrepreneurs. Of course, this was how Teng Million appeared in the eyes of outsiders, but in front of his mother and sister. "Brother, this is the deposit Beichin paid me in advance. Take a look at this." As Teng Chuchu spoke, she forwarded the material list sent by Beichin to Teng Million. He looked at the various materials Beichin needed, somewhat puzzled. None of these materials are particularly precious. Why is he collecting so much? Teng Chuchu shook her head and handed over the 2 brand new machetes she was holding. "I didn't ask." Teng Chuchu was somewhat uneasy about the newly formed team. "Brother, how are the new recruits? Can we trust them?" Teng Million turned to glance at the armed team members and said softly, "This isn't a matter of trust. If we are strong enough to possess more weapons, even firearms, then they are certainly trustworthy. Conversely." Teng Chuchu nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing that being around Beichin was more comfortable. At least she didn't have to feel on edge all day, which was exhausting. Teng Million knew his sister disliked this atmosphere, but he had no solution for now. Before leaving, he asked, "By the way, Chuchu, have you 2 not had that? That thing happened in the past few days." It was one thing for others to ask, but to be questioned by her brother made Teng Chuchu's face flush. "It happened. Did you bring it?" "I feel like I brought it, but how do I feel it?" Teng Chuchu shot her brother an exasperated glance, questioning whether this was something he should be asking. "Oh, silly sister. You're just too innocent." As she watched her brother leave, Teng Chuchu carefully took out the viper that Beichin had left for her. Gently stroking it, she murmured to the endless darkness in front of her, "One day we will meet again." Vroom vroom. The Wuling screeched to a halt in a wilderness. As Beichin stepped out of the car, he felt something rushing towards him. "Wow, Daddy, you're so fast. I just finished collecting everything." The baby cheerfully leaped into Beichin's arms, wrapping its arms around his neck and affectionately rubbing its little head against Beichin's face. Beichin could only helplessly hold the baby while checking to see what the underground monsters from this beast tide had dropped. "Baby, did you collect any of the crystal stones you liked to eat before?" "No, I searched carefully several times, but didn't find a single one." Beichin nodded inwardly. It seemed that soul crystal stones were not easy to come by. However, when Beichin walked to the place where the baby stored the spoils, he was stunned. Weren't there a few soul crystal stones? Why did the baby say there weren't any? There were a total of 7 or 8 spoils, among which 4 were soul crystal stones. Beichin picked one up and scrutinized it closely. There was no doubt. The system had already indicated that this was a soul crystal stone. "Baby, isn't this the thing you like to eat the most?" The baby turned its head to look at the crystal stone in Beichin's hand, shaking its little head vigorously. "Not this one. The one Daddy fed me before was very fragrant, while this one is very fishy." Beichin nodded and without hesitation stored all the collected spoils into the particle ring. "That's right, the crystal stones the baby craves are the essence of the soul." Because of the time difference, there were still 13 minutes before the beast tide began. Beichin was contemplating whether to rely on the baby's aerial search ability to hunt more underground monsters and collect more soul crystal stones. After all, this stuff would definitely appreciate in value in the future. Furthermore, Beichin was certain that with each beast tide attack, the strength of the underground monsters would only grow, making it difficult to stockpile soul crystal stones at that time. "Baby, come here, Daddy has a task for you." "Wow, another task. What is it?" Children are naturally active, especially when it involves flying. Fly along this big road and Daddy will follow closely behind you. Just let me know when you spot any underground monsters, okay? The baby immediately found it fun, thinking it was a game of hide and seek. Okay. They'll set off first. Daddy, you hurry and catch up. The baby will wait for you when I find it. As soon as Beichin placed the baby on the ground, he noticed the soft fur that had been closely attached to the baby suddenly began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the less than 3 centimeter long fur had already grown to 10 centimeters. With a loud cry echoing through the night sky, the baby, almost in its mature form, revealed its true self as the fur-legged fish for the first time before Beichin. Wow, does the true form stand 7,080 centimeters tall? The system's enhancement is incredible. Quickly getting back in the car, he started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the gas. Roar. No doubt. While players worldwide were nervously digging trenches, repairing fortifications, and gathering strength, Beichin had already taken the initiative to drive out in search of the underground monsters from the beast tide. Vehicle-mounted equipment function. Oh. It only takes 3 pieces of fine iron to repair the damaged areas of the vehicle. Beichin hesitated briefly before directly selecting repair. Consumed 3 pieces of fine iron. The main structure of the Wuling Hongguang has been repaired. Just then he heard the baby's excited report again. Daddy, look. Not only are there underground monsters here, but there are also many two-legged people. Shared vision activated. PS2 chapters totaling 6,000 words. Consider this a bonus update. 100,000 words is enough, though I don't know if it will be recommended today or tomorrow. Nervous, fearful, with no sense of security at all, the Wuling Hongguang sped through the darkness of the night. A message from Baby reached his ears, and Beichin decisively activated the shared vision with Baby. Once the shared vision was linked, Beichin realized that Baby was still hovering at a height of 100 meters. He looked down. In the angle between 2 cliff ridges, 3 large bonfires blazed fiercely, while a dozen players, mostly girls, huddled in the most advantageous position. In front of these sheltered players lay a gourd-shaped opening. Through the flickering light of the bonfire, Beichin vaguely saw 3 men dressed in camouflage uniforms. The 3 soldiers had only one engineer shovel as a weapon, while the other 2 merely held thick tree branches. Despite this, their expressions remained calm and their gazes sharp. From the high vantage point, this group of players did not notice the shadows lurking 150 meters away. Although Beichin could see thanks to Baby's ability to weaken darkness, he still couldn't discern what those shadows were from such a height. Daddy, they're going to face danger soon. Should I go down? Baby's voice echoed in his ears. Don't act. Beichin calculated the distance and time, firmly advising Baby not to act recklessly. If Baby's extraordinary existence were discovered, he would never find peace again. Major corporations, powerful factions, and even top-tier forces from abroad would hunt him down. It was easy to understand the unknown power could evoke humanity's profound curiosity, especially in this lawless world. Oh, okay. Hearing the unyielding tone in Beichin's voice, Baby knew she couldn't be willful this time, otherwise Daddy would definitely spank her. Reluctantly, Baby settled on a tree crown, idly preening her feathers. Squad leader, I'm feeling anxious. With our current equipment, I fear we won't survive this beast tide, the youngest soldier said worriedly to the squad leader. The squad leader, with a buzz cut and a square face, his brows furrowed with determination, sighed and patted his brother for comfort. Comrade Xia, I understand how you feel, but we are soldiers. What is the soldier's duty in the face of disaster? To defend the nation and protect the people. To fulfill our duties, endure hardships, and never abandon or give up. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, looking at his 2 brothers. Later you 2 will guard behind me, and we must not let a single enemy escape. Yes, squad leader. Hearing this, a group of young men and women hiding behind the bonfire, many of whom looked towards the handsome youth in the center. Xiaolu, why don't we lend the weapons from our team to the soldiers first? Nonsense. Wang Xiaohan, if you speak again, I'll kick you out of the Lulu team in the name of vice captain. But those soldiers are clearly protecting us. Once this was said, many female fans turned to the idol they longed to see today, seeking his opinion. What should an idol maintain? Certainly an air of aloofness and absolute mystery. From the establishment of the Lulu team to the gathering of more than a dozen members, he had hardly spoken. Used to a life of being served in reality, he received the same treatment in this survival game. After all, who made him a popular star? Countless adoring fans loved him to the point of obsession. The more aloof and cold he appeared to female fans, the more they would flock to him. But now in this situation, Honolulu was already furious. The few cold weapons in the team were treasures. How could they be easily lent out? Lending weapons to others was equivalent to putting oneself in danger. Get lost. You roll away. Honolulu knew she had to solidify her absolute authority by throwing a tantrum. Once the main pillar spoke, the other core members quickly tried to curry favor with their idol. Wang Xiaohan, you are just a treacherous backstabber. They are soldiers, and it is their duty to protect us. You're meddling in someone else's business. Are you trying to get Xiao Lu's attention? I have to say that was really low. Once these words were spoken, the eyes of the girls lit up. Exactly whether the team's weapons should be lent to them is Xiao Lu's decision. When did it become your turn to butt in? Wang Xiaohan listened to her teammates' vicious words and immediately fell to grieved crying. Get lost, disappear from my sight, right now? Han Lulu was already very impatient and shouted directly. Seeing this, the vice captain said, send her over to those 3 soldiers. If she comes back, hit her. Wang Xiaohan was pushed back repeatedly, treated so unreasonably she could only endure, or she would be beaten, since several core members of the team were wealthy young ladies while she was just an ordinary middle school student. This scene did not escape the eyes of the 3 soldiers, making their expressions dark. Sigh, is this what young people's thoughts are like nowadays? They sighed. Xiao Xia, go bring that girl over here and protect her well. Yes, squad leader. However, this entire scene was witnessed by Baby, who was perched in the treetop preening her feathers, and through the shared vision, Bei Chen clearly saw it all. Selfish, short-sighted, hopeless. Bei Chen coldly remarked, pressing the accelerator further. It wasn't that Bei Chen wanted to save those brainless fans and young pretty boys. Rather, he was impressed by the qualities, temperament, and awareness of the 3 soldiers. He didn't want them to die protecting these useless people. Wow, Daddy, when are you coming? Those underground creatures have already rushed over. What? The underground creatures over here are moving that fast. Bei Chen was startled and his mind raced. Baby, I need 3 more minutes to get there. You go down first and help those 3 soldiers. Okay, Baby's claws are already itching. Remember, don't use all your strength. It's best if you can temporarily intimidate and stall them without engaging until I arrive. Upon hearing Bei Chen's words, Baby pouted in dissatisfaction and said, oh fine. Looking down from high above, on the left side of the cliff were the sheltered players and the 3 soldiers standing at the forefront. On the left side of the open area, shadows were heavy. As far as the eye could see, it looked like a mass of dark fish passing by. A woo! Roar! Squad leader, it's a pack of wolves, a burrowing wolf pack. Oh my, squad leader, we're done for. There appear to be hundreds of them. Not to mention that we currently have only an engineer's shovel and branches. Even with a 76 style rifle each, we would still be in trouble. The squad leader with his square face felt a jolt in his heart as he saw the shadows darting out from the end, illuminated by the firelight. Xiao Xia, big guy, follow my orders. Take this girl and retreat. The 3 hurriedly dragged the already weak Wang Xiaohan, quickly retreating until they reached the narrow gourd-shaped opening. The 3 stood in a formation. The squad leader with the best physical fitness and combat skills held the engineer's shovel at the front, while Xiao Xia and the big guy stood behind. This way the 3 could rely on the terrain to support each other, preventing being caught off guard and overwhelmed by the wolf. Before the game, wolves were afraid of fire at night. If humans accidentally ventured into wolf-infested jungles, as long as a bonfire was lit and not extinguished, the wolf pack would not dare to attack rashly. However, the underground wolf pack in this game clearly did not fear the raging flames. On the contrary, upon seeing the fire, their eyes turned even more blood red, as if they were filled with hatred towards the flames. A whoa! A wolf howl echoed through the night sky, sounding so clear and clean with strong penetrating power. Squad leader, the Wolf King, is launching a full attack. A few wolf pups wanting to eat us. Let's see whose bones are tougher. The squad leader tried to locate the Wolf King hidden among the wolf pack, but he failed as dozens of burrowing wolves charged straight at them. Oh, it's the wolf pack. We're doomed. So many wolves, boo-hoo. Are we going to die? Mama, I want to go home. Once the wolf pack entered the range illuminated by the bonfire, the dozen female players hiding deep within the ridge, including the popular star Han Lulu, saw dozens of bloodthirsty burrowing wolves with drool dripping from their mouths. These pampered girls who spent their days watching dramas, shopping, and chasing after their idols had never even been to a zoo. Upon seeing so many burrowing wolves, they were instantly petrified. Go block them. I will advance and retreat with you. Bang! Han Lulu pushed the outermost female fan forcefully forward. Yes. You student fans with no money or power, if you want to gain Xiao Lu's favor, you must prove your loyalty. Go, this is your time to prove yourself. Suddenly, several core members began to clear out the young and small Lulu fans. While they were on high alert and ready to face the enemy, the group behind them, who were supposed to be protected, started creating disturbances. The squad leader's face darkened as he turned and shouted sternly, "Everyone shut up." His voice was loud and firm, commanding unquestionable authority. Instantly, the chaos before him was quelled. What are you being so arrogant about? Aren't you just a bunch of soldiers? The wealthy girls were not afraid of the 3 in front of them. In their eyes, soldiers should help them selflessly and protect them. Squad leader, they're coming. The other 2 soldiers anxiously shouted while tightly gripping their thick branches. At this moment, the female players huddled in the back grew silent, as dozens of wolves had already rushed to the gourd-shaped opening almost within reach. Now, apart from the 3 soldiers, everyone else was pale and trembling. However, just as both sides were about to make contact, suddenly a white shadow appeared abruptly in the space between the two parties. It was a cute little girl about 7 or 8 years old dressed in a light yellow plush outfit. The three soldiers were taken aback, and the squad leader rushed forward towards the little girl shouting, "Little sister, hurry and run over to your brother." However, the next moment the little girl's words left everyone present stunned, their jaws dropped. Baby elegantly landed, first disdainfully glancing at the more than 10 people behind her, then pouting at the rushing, burrowing wolves. With a wave of her chubby little hand, her expression serious, she said in a milky voice, Let me say a couple of things first. To the group of burrowing wolves over there, listen up, you have already been surrounded by me." The wind stopped, the rain ceased. The squad leader rushing in was dumbfounded. Bei-chin, faintly seen in the light of the bonfire, smiled. The fans of Lulu, still struggling for advantageous positions to hide, were even more astonished. Bao Bao's cherubic yet imperious declaration had barely left her lips. Her plump collagen-soft hand shaped itself into the outline of Bei-chin's desert eagle. "Freeze, don't move, hands up. One more move, and I'll shoot." The tone, the force behind it, it felt oddly. That memory returned at once, the time Bei-chun and Tung Chu-chu were cornered by the road raid gang, and Tung Chu-chu used a banana wrapped in a black food bag to pretend it was a firearm. Yet by comparison, Bao Bao's performance was simply excessive. Tung Chu-chu at least disguised the banana with a bag. If not a perfect replica, it looked roughly like a pistol. Bao Bao, however, merely formed a hand into the shape of a gun, with no disguise at all. It didn't just fail to resemble a firearm, it bore no relation to one whatsoever. To be honest, if the setting allowed it, the squad leader and the two other soldiers would probably have burst out laughing. Who could possibly keep a straight face? Beyond worry for the little girl, the three were more puzzled by how she had come to be there. Didn't the rules say elders and children do not take part in this survival game? Even if a pregnant woman had gone into labor after entering the game, only a few days had passed since the start. There was no way a newborn could have grown so quickly. Doubt aside, what defied everyone's belief was that this harmless, plump little girl's shrill shout actually terrified the hundreds of den wolves opposite them. "Squad leader, come back, don't go over there. This little girl is not ordinary." "Squad leader, the pack has frozen. Whatever you do, don't move." The two soldiers whispered urgently. The squad leader dared not advance. The standoff became a contest of whose presence was stronger. Bao Bao held up her hand like a gun. After a moment she grew bored, but obeying her father's instruction, she did not really act. She only sought to intimidate. Suddenly the Wolf King howled again, and at his command the restless pack began to stir. Animals possess keen perception. They do not underestimate any creature because of size. The strange aura emanating from the little being made them uneasy and a little fearful. But the king's order must be obeyed. With a howl, the first 6 den wolves, eyes bleeding red and fangs bared, lunged toward Bao Bao. Damn! The squad leader reached to hurl his entrenching tool at the 6 charging wolves, but he froze the instant he raised it. Under the open night, the campfire's flames flickered wildly. In the dimness, the men saw 6 black shapes leap through the air, but then a soft feminine sound, and a white blur tumbled amid them. In the blink of an eye, the white blur and the 6 black shapes hit the ground together. The movement was so swift that even the squad leader closest to Bao Bao could not grasp what had occurred. When the 3 men regained their senses, they first heard weak, pained howls, then saw 6 den wolves nearly torn in half on the ground. Brutal, precise, clean, one strike fatal. Even without genetic enhancement, an adult Maotue Yuho could perform high-altitude surprise attacks capable of hunting adult wolves. Setting wingspan aside, an adult Maotue Yuho's body height reaches 6,677 centimeters, comparable to a 7 or 80-year-old human child. In short, wolves are already on the prey list for such creatures and are familiar with the attack trajectories. Now, however, Bao Bao's genes had been amplified and mutated. She had a human-replaceable form, intelligence, and destructive power dozens of times greater than an ordinary Maotue Yuho. Thus, in a flash, speed and claws rend 6 den wolves apart. The clearing fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard. Only the instigator, Bao Bao, pouted and said impatiently, "I told you not to move. I really would have shot." Though shocked by the scene, the onlookers relaxed. After all, slaughtering 6 wolves in an instant was intimidation enough. Wolves are highly intelligent hunters. They seldom pounce directly like that. Typically, they pursue coordinate as a pack, and only when prey is exhausted do they finish it off. But these den wolves could not be treated by ordinary logic. Blood drives them into frenzy and strips them of. At the sight of 6 fallen comrades, the hundreds of remaining den wolves' eyes reddened. They crouched low and emitted deep, throaty growls. The squad leader and the 2 soldiers paled. The squad leader, abandoning caution, dashed toward Bao Bao without hesitation. Their howls were full of rage and bloodlust. The Wolf King barked an order, and hundreds of den wolves surged toward the human refuge like a maddened tide. Seeing this, Bao Bao's face darkened. Kazalin's large sapphire blue eyes flashed a fierce glint. The dozen or so Lulu fan members huddled at the gourd entrance all went limp. Hundreds of den wolves' mouths dripping blood charged as one. It was terrifying. Many had no reserves left, otherwise they might have wet themselves. Bao Bao stood alone before the oncoming tide. Her expression was not fear so much as indecision. Her father's admonitions still rang in her ears. At that moment a familiar voice reached her. Bao Bao, stand still and don't move. Dad's coming. The squad leader had just reached her, ready to scoop the little sister up and flee. Suddenly a roar like wild beasts erupted from behind the right-hand ridge. Two blinding beams flashed, and a Wuling Hongguang careened down the low slope to block the wolf pack. Seeing the familiar Wuling, Bao Bao hopped and waved her tiny hand, beaming. Her face lit with delight, as if heralding rescue. At the moment the red lights touched the ground, the driver's window rolled down, and a black barrel thrust outward. Bullets became streaks in the night, like a meteor shower pouring into the charging den wolves in a relentless. It was easy to imagine the terror of a high-capacity light machine gun unleashed at full bore. Thanks to Bao Bao's shared field of vision under the dim conditions, Bei Chen's every shot was nearly flawless. Even a white wolf hiding far in the rear could not escape. An M249. At the sound, the squad leader and the two soldiers instantly identified the weapon as one issued to regular infantry. They exchanged a look of surprise and delight. The squad leader hurriedly pulled a military canteen from the big man's backpack. Big guy, Xiao Xia, hold this position. I'll cool the M249. Yes, squad leader. Someone asked why a Gatling gun barrel rotates. The answer was simple: to dissipate heat. Indeed, the rotation serves to cool the barrel. A bullet fired at high velocity generates intense heat the moment it exits the barrel. The heavy gun's magazine holds about 100 rounds. After a belt is expended, the barrel must be cooled or the overheated tube may glow red and risk a catastrophic failure. This was why the squad leader hurried to douse Bei Chen's M249 with water. Bei Chen himself worried too. His heavy gun did not carry only a single 100-round belt. With ample ammunition, it could sustain fire without pause. After a full minute of continuous fire, and the M249 still did not cease, the three men were stunned. What had happened? A sustained minute of fire should have exhausted 100 rounds long ago. The squad leader dashed to the Wuling and tilted his canteen over the barrel. A stream of water hissed onto the still-spitting barrel. White smoke rose as it sizzled, and the metal protested with a sharp crackle. Bei Chen, noting this, did not forget to offer thanks. A timely reign, squad leader. The scene was witnessed by Han Lulu and the others hiding at the far rear. A fierce longing stirred among them. The desire for firearms. With guns, survival in this roadbound game was far more assured. Everyone listen when the fight ends, rush forward and grab the gear dropped by the beast tide. Hearing this, the nearby team member froze, then launched into eager agreement. Xiao Lu Gij is right. This beast tide's loot belongs to us. Exactly, let's do that. If they dare not share, we'll all focus fire on them. We'll stand on the moral high ground and condemn them fiercely. Hearing all the group members looking up to her with admiration, Han Lulu felt that being a celebrity was truly wonderful. No, it was a symbol of power. The members of Lulu's group appeared submissive, yet they were plotting in secret. Many of the core members had quietly taken out daggers and short blades from their backpacks. 3 soldiers were assisting Bei Chen in cooling down the barrel of the big pineapple, while 2 stood guard at the entrance ready for anything. Bei Chen braced himself against the recoil of the big pineapple, continuously pulling the trigger. Only Baby, still half asleep, casually found a rock to sit on, appearing quite exhausted as he rubbed his eyes. The wolf pack surged forth like a tide with 5.56mm bullets hitting their targets repeatedly. In less than 5 minutes, only about 30 of the hundreds of burrowing wolves remained. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. With just 30 left, even if the big pineapple ran out of bullets, they could manage. However, just as everyone secretly relaxed, thinking the beast tide was about to pass, an unexpected event occurred. A whoop! The sudden howl of a wolf startled even Bei Chen, who whipped her. In that instant, Bei Chen gasped in cold air. Without hesitation, he drew out the Desert Eagle and tossed it to the squad leader. Trusting the professional soldier and the system-enhanced abilities, Bei Chen could confidently throw the Desert Eagle to the squad leader. Quick, take him down. The squad leader clearly saw the perilous scene. Wolf King, this is the real Wolf King. He had been hiding in the shadows. The one we killed before was a fake. Big guy. After the true white Wolf King revealed itself, it leaped swiftly behind the big guy. In its pale yellow eyes was a murderous intent, and the sharp white wolf fangs reflected a chilling glimmer in the light of the campfire. The big guy facing away from the low ridge on the left did not detect the Wolf King at first. Had he noticed in time, he could have held his own against the Wolf King even without a suitable weapon, thanks to years of rigorous training. However, there were many such ifs. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King opened its massive mouth, its sharp claws lunging for the big guy's head. If this strike landed, the next attack would surely snap the big guy's neck. It was a slow revelation, yet in reality, it took less than 3 seconds from the appearance of the true Wolf King to its leap from the ridge, striking at the big guy. At this moment, nearly everyone believed the big guy's military brother was doomed. However, the next second brought a turn of events that moved even Bei Chun. Big guy, get back. Xiao Xia, facing the big guy, had spotted the Wolf King the moment it emerged. But he was still some distance from the big guy, and could only rush forward while shouting for his longtime comrade to retreat. Yet despite this, he was still a step too late. In a moment of desperation, he forgot his fear, forgetting that this was a bloodthirsty White Wolf King. Instinctively, he pushed the big guy down, and became the target of the White Wolf King's attack. Roar! Ryup! A claw swept by blood splattering, a deep, gruesome wound appeared on Xiao Xia's right side, exposing bone. Blood gushed out like a river breaking its banks, and Xiao Xia rolled over and fell heavily to the ground. I'm going to fight you. Seeing his comrade injured while trying to save him, and in danger of death, the big guy's eyes turned bloodshot as he picked up a wooden stick and charged straight at the White Wolf King. Having hidden for so long, the fatal strike was unexpectedly interrupted. The White Wolf King was clearly enraged, letting out a roar as it lunged forward, leaping high, with its fearsome fangs aimed at the big guy's head. Though angry and unwilling, the truth was undeniable. In terms of size and hunting experience, humans were no match for a Wolf King. If they came to blows, the big guy's neck would be snapped in less than a round. Just as this critical moment arrived, the piercing sound of gunfire rang out. Bang! 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 6 consecutive shots hit the airborne White Wolf King, accurately striking its head and neck. Awoo! With a mournful cry, the Wolf King crashed heavily to the ground. Though the big guy's eyes were red, he did not lose his reason, tossing aside the wooden stick and rushing toward his fallen comrade Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia! The squad leader hurried over as well. The two rushed to Xiao Xia's side, and the squad leader anxiously placed the Desert Eagle he was holding on the ground, pressing his hands against the gaping wound on Xiao Xia's back. Bei Chun had no time to worry about anything else. Since no one was cooling down the big pineapple, he could only fire single shots. It appeared that the bullets stored in the big pineapple were also running low. As for asking Baby for help, looking back, he found Baby curled up on the big rock, fast asleep. What? Is the duration of human form about to end? Da-da-da-da-da-da. After firing the last 10 bullets, Bei Chun saw 2 more burrowing wolves and immediately put away the big pineapple, drawing out the fish-scale military knife and charged out of the Wuling Hongguang. With the essence of Xingyi Quan, White Crane spreads wings, the snake coils and licks. 3 shadows crossed in the night sky. The 2 burrowing wolves fell to the ground, dead. Bei Chun landed still shaken. Just a moment ago, the fish-scale military knife had encountered resistance while slicing through the burrowing wolf's skin. This meant that the T-level fish-scale military knife's edge could not cut through the burrowing wolf's flesh as easily as cutting tofu, which left Bei Chun in disbelief. To think that the wild boar he had confronted before was sliced through as if it were cutting through vegetables with the fish-scale military knife. Putting the knife away, Bei Chun walked straight towards Baby on the rock. Gently picking up Baby, he said, "Baby, it's time to sleep in the car. Daddy, I want to kill people." Baby rubbed his eyes and looked towards Lulu's fans, saying, "They took advantage of Daddy and the military brother's distraction to steal our Desert Eagle." Hearing this, Bei Chun's expression turned cold, but he said nothing more. He merely cast a cold glance at the group of over 10 people and returned to the Wuling Hongguang, cradling the sleeping Baby. "Interesting, I didn't have enough reason to act against you, but now you've brought it upon yourselves. Who has a hemostatic agent? Who has bandages?" Shouting at the crowd, the squad leader urged, "Quickly bring them out." Seeing that Xiao Xia's injury did not reach any vital organs, he was determined that with hemostatic disinfecting and stitching, their comrade Xiao Xia could absolutely survive. But as soon as the squad leader saw what Han Lulu was holding, he angrily exclaimed, "Are you even human? That's the gun of our savior, and at a time like this you dare to do such a thing." At this moment, both professional soldiers revealed a fierce aura. "I've tolerated you for a long time. Now that I have the gun in my hands, let's see who dares to shout at me again." With the Desert Eagle in hand, Han Lulu's tone turned forceful and domineering, showing no regard for the 2 professional soldiers. This is really interesting, isn't it?" Stepping down from the vehicle with a military first aid kit, Bei Chun looked at the arrogant Han Lulu and her group. "By the way, those burrowing wolves from the Beast Tide should have dropped quite a bit of loot. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and collect it." Hearing this, the squad leader and the big guy were taken aback, while Han Lulu and her fans laughed. "Right, forget about these people for now. All members gather the equipment dropped by the Beast Tide symbol in 5 minutes." Holding the gun with one hand, Han Lulu waved her hand triumphantly. "Wow, brother Lulu is really charming. I admit him all wet. No wonder he is the man I pursue. He is a real man. I always said my Lulu is a real man. Let's see who dares to say otherwise this time, home." A group of women holding torches whispered sweet nothings to their idol while rushing towards the battlefield in the distance to collect the dropped supplies. Ignoring the people brushing past him, Bei Chun approached the squad leader and handed over the military first aid kit. You must be more familiar with this than I am. Seeing the military first aid kit, the squad leader and the big guy were immensely grateful. Bei Chun signaled them to save Xiao Xia first, then glanced at Han Lulu, who was proudly wielding the Desert Eagle. Turning back, he glanced at the Lulu members who were chattering and scrambling to collect items. Bei Chun smiled knowingly, remaining calm as he leisurely pulled out a cigarette. Crack. Lighting it, he took a deep drag and exhaled the smoke, murmuring softly, "What's the rush? One by one searching and bending down to pick things up isn't that tiring?" As for the collectible edition Desert Eagle being obtained by Han Lulu, Bei Chun was even less anxious, for the Desert Eagle had already been enhanced by the system's embellishment feature. The introduction of the embellishment function is as follows: all weapons or equipment embellished by the system cannot cause any biological or physical harm to the host. P.S. Today the kid is celebrating his full moon. All the uncles, aunts, and relatives are here. I had originally finished the first draft and just needed to polish it before posting, but now with this situation, they'll wait a bit. By the way, please support my brother's new book. The seasoned author has great writing skills and has started off at 5 stars, maintaining quality throughout the whole internet. Is shocked my godly identity has been exposed. Without further ado, I'll add more after today. Upon seeing this mysterious man who showed no sign of reverence towards her and ignored her while smoking, Han Lulu felt a tightness in her chest. When the light machine gun ceased fire and this man got out of the vehicle to engage in battle, he deduced that the bullets of the light machine gun must have run out. Meanwhile, he still had 9 bullets left in his Desert Eagle magazine. Why? Why is this person not afraid of me? Does he think I look like a woman and assume I dare not kill? Get up, you bastard. Who told you to smoke? Han Lulu's delicate face flushed. Bei Chun did not lift his head, continuing to smoke, while rubbing his right shoulder. The recoil from firing 500 rounds was no joke. Only Bei Chun, who had a strong physique from years of martial arts training, could withstand it. Anyone else would probably have been shaken to the point of vomiting. Why is a young girl speaking so harshly? Are you fed up with life? Bei Chun tilted his head, glancing at Han Lulu. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale with anger and her fair hands trembled slightly. Do you believe I will shoot you? If you don't want to die, behave yourself and go bring that light machine gun and that little girl here. He needed to get the light machine gun. Even if it had no bullets, it could still intimidate. As for that little girl, he had caught a glimpse of her earlier. Her background was definitely not ordinary, and at such a young age her physique was quite impressive, if developed early. With a sigh, Bei Chun extinguished his cigarette and slowly stood up. At this moment, a group of squealing Lulu fans returned. It looked like each of them had gathered quite a haul. Little Lulu, look what I found. It's a military dagger. I found something good too. This might be a blood diamond, very precious. I heard it's worth several hundred million. I found an Enkidden knife. Oh brother, doesn't it look cool? Each of these brainless fans presented their finds to their idol, hoping to earn a glance of acknowledgement. The resources released during this beast tide included weapons, rare materials, water sources, food, and energy, which made Han Lulu extremely happy. The reason Han Lulu did not directly shoot Bei Chun was her fear of him, as this man was too mysterious. First there was a strange little girl, then a big pineapple light machine gun, and now, even more bizarrely, he showed no fear in the face of her fully loaded Desert Eagle. However, now that the cannon fodder had returned, she no longer felt afraid. Even if this man had weapons, she could hide behind her fans and counterattack. Do you not understand human speech? I said, bring that light machine gun and that little girl over here. Otherwise I will shoot you and blow your head off. Do you believe that? Previously, Han Lulu could suppress her voice, but with the return of the cannon fodder, she became reckless. The squad leader and the big guy had just finished stitching up Xia's wounds and overheard her. Their faces turned a shade of deep anger. Are you still Chinese? Is there no humanity left in you? The squad leader shouted angrily, his hands trembling. He saved all of us at the most critical moment. He is our benefactor. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. How were your parents educated? The big guy rarely spoke standard Mandarin, which proved he was very angry. Heh. Bei Chun stood up, rotated his neck, and raised his hand to stop them. No, to be precise, he only saved the 3 of you this time. As he spoke, a chilling smile appeared on Bei Chun's lips as he took a step closer to Han Lulu and the others. At the same time, a 9-inch black blade appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the squad leader and the big guy felt anxious. A military knife against a Desert Eagle. How could that be one? Brother, don't act impulsively, that's a Desert Eagle. Bei Chun paid no heed, merely ha, this idiot really dares to come over. Sisters, I bet this guy will kneel down and apologize as soon as he gets here. Exactly, using a knife against little Lou's handgun. This person is either insane or a lunatic. Waiting to see the good show, hee. I must say I'm somewhat looking forward to seeing him get shot in the head. Han Lulu also wore a cruel smile as she thought about it. the firing speed of a gun is something a human could never dodge. As soon as she pulled the trigger, this person would have his brain splattered. Kid, if you kneel in front of me and crawl through my legs, I might consider taking you as my little henchman, who otherwise bear the consequences. Honolulu looked at Bei Chun, who remained calm and couldn't help but speak harshly to intimidate her side. Oh, are you planning to stand together with him? Nonsense, we are just a piece of meat from Little Lu's body. Stand together. Who do you look down on? Very well then, let's die together. Before the words fell, a shadow as swift as a ghost darted through the crowd. Wherever the black light passed, blood gushed forth. You. Lines of blood gradually appeared on the necks of 7 or 8 Lulu fans, their eyes wide open in disbelief that they were about to die. Thud thud. 7 or 8 people collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. A murderer, quickly shoot him dead. The crimson blood quickly stained the ground, turning it into a sea of scarlet. The backbone of the group, Honolulu, was stunned, trembling all over, unable to muster the strength to pull the trigger. Bei Chun, holding the fish scale knife, smiled coldly, his figure flickering as he disappeared once more. Anna, let me go. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I will do whatever you want, I beg you. Silence. A deathly silence. Honolulu looked in terror at the corpses of her more than 10 team members nearby. Some were still gasping for breath, their eyes wide open in struggle. They'll give you 3 wishes, perhaps they can be fulfilled. Bei Chun, wiping the blood from the fish scale knife, spoke softly, as if he were not killing a human, but a beast. Demon, you are a demon who kills without blinking. Honolulu was so frightened, she wet herself, her mind nearing collapse. Die, I want you to die. Bang. The Desert Eagle finally spat fire, aimed directly at Bei Chun. However, what happened next made the squad leader and others gasp in shock. A bullet fired directly at his head surprisingly did nothing. A 7.62 bullet should at least leave some blood, right? Why is this happening? Die for me. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots fired, yet Bei Chun continued to walk forward with a chilling smile. This scene was not merely frightening, it was inhuman. Looking at this young person who poisoned the younger generation, Bei Chun did not want to liberate him so easily. With a sudden lunge, he appeared in front of Honolulu. Before she could react in fear and shoot again, Bei Chun grabbed her by the neck and slammed her violently against the stone wall behind her. Puff, puff, puff. 6 strikes landed, all avoiding Honolulu's vital points, ensuring she would not die immediately, but would suffer immensely. Leaning close to Honolulu's ear, Bei Chun whispered, the first 2 wishes cannot be fulfilled. For the last one, think carefully. Woo, brother, father, grandfather, ancestors, I beg you to spare me. After we go out, I will give you all the money I've saved over the years, not a single cent left. Oh, so you want to keep your last wish? Very well. The tip of the fish scale knife slowly pierced her spleen, and Honolulu's eyes widened as she let out a pig-like scream. Kill me, my last wish is for a quick death. Whoosh, a black blade swept through. Bei Chun sheathed the knife and turned to leave. It was seamless and decisive. Seeing Bei Chun turn to leave, Honolulu, who was slow to realize, suddenly felt joy, thinking she had tricked this fool. But before she could smile widely enough, a sudden dizziness hit her, and when she opened her eyes again in a daze, a horrific scene appeared. She actually saw her own body lying quietly not far away, intact, but her neck was completely empty. Where's my head? Why can I see my own butt? Suddenly recalling something, Honolulu screamed in horror, her features contorted in pain like a flower ravaged by a storm. However, no matter how much Honolulu screamed and shouted, trying to open her mouth, no sound would emerge, and she could only wait in endless fear and despair for her brain cells to die. No way. Bei Chun would not allow her to die so easily, especially after she dared to insult his family. After experiencing crisis after crisis, Bei Chun felt he had changed, becoming more ruthless. But he had no choice. If he did not eliminate them today, they could become a potential threat in the future, especially since these people had no sense of bottom line. Family was Bei Chun's reverse scale, an absolute taboo. Honolulu did not need to end up so miserable, but unfortunately she had no bottom line and even plotted against his precious. The precious was raised by Bei Chun himself, or rather than a pet, it was like family. Bending down to pick up more than 20 items from the ground, Bei Chun did not look back, drew his Desert Eagle, and turned to shoot. Bang! The last girl next to the squad leader and the big guy also widened her eyes and collapsed. Years of martial arts training had sharpened their senses. Feeling the cold intent of murder behind him, Bei Chun knew this last girl could not be spared either. The resentment she held, although previously concealed, could not be mistaken. This girl saw him kill Honolulu and looked at him with a gaze full of resentment and hatred. Thus, without hesitation, he decided to eliminate them all. Watching Bei Chun approach with a calm demeanor, the class leader and the big guy felt a slight chill, their faces turning pale as they instinctively swallowed hard. Decisive, ruthless, and merciless. Without hesitation, the two exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes. Class leader, how is Xiao Xia's injury? Bei Chen felt a bit awkward under their gaze and scratched his head as he spoke. The entire incident had been witnessed by the 3 soldiers from beginning to end. Bei Chen appeared without fear of the beast tide, exhausting nearly all his resources to save everyone. Not only did he receive countless thanks, but he also stole their guns and even had them hand over their daughter. This was beyond ungrateful. This was inhumane. No beast could commit such acts. Therefore, it was understandable that more than 10 members of the Lulu team were killed. The class leader stepped forward first, extending his right hand with a smile, saying, "If it weren't for your help during this beast tide crisis, we probably would have died in battle." Bei Chen appreciated the qualities of the 3. They were truly soldiers of the regular army of China. The 2 men shook hands, and then the class leader saluted Bei Chen. At that moment, the big guy approached, looking at Bei Chen in disbelief, and said, "Brother, you're amazing. Our best gear is just an engineer shovel, yet you managed to carry an M249 light machine gun." The 3 engaged in conversation, hitting it off well. Of course, no one mentioned Bei Chen's act of annihilating the team. After all the victims were already gone, and discussing it was meaningless. Hearing that Xiao Xia's injury was not serious, just resulting from excessive blood loss, Bei Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Influenced by his grandfather in his childhood, he had a special feeling for the dignified and formal military uniform. However, he was the only black sheep in his family. He couldn't even enlist, which is why he felt an inexplicable fondness for regular soldiers. Turning around with a frown, Bei Chen said to the class leader, "Let's find another place to rekindle the bonfire and have a good meal. The smell here is too strong and affects my appetite." Upon hearing this, both the class leader and the big guy were startled. What kind of person was this? He had just slaughtered so many yet still had an appetite for food. "Roast meat, if not I will leave myself." Bei Chen stepped onto the Wuling vehicle first and said to the 2 who were still in a daze. Upon hearing roast meat, not only did the class leader and the big guy widen their eyes, but even Xiao Xia, who was unconscious from blood loss, swallowed hard. It had been so long since they last had roast meat that they had forgotten which year it was. Uncertain if Bei Chen was just being polite, the class leader hesitated. After all, he had saved them and wanted to eat their food. It was hard to justify that. Moreover, this was a survival game and food was precious. The rules of the Chinese military were strict. No one dared to take even a thread from the masses. Gurgle, gurgle. Class leader, look. The big guy swallowed hard, ignoring the strange sounds coming from his stomach, and seriously said, "Xiao Xia is seriously injured and has lost too much blood. If we don't get some good food to replenish her, she might not make it." The class leader was also hesitant, but upon hearing this, he became even more worried about his comrade's life. He was about to agree when suddenly, Xiao Xia groggy opened her eyes and weakly said, "Class leader, I can hold on. I'm not hungry." Hearing this, the big guy felt heartbroken. "All right, well, make an exception this time," the class leader said heavily as he looked at the big guy. "You carry Xiao Xia back to the vehicle, he'll clean up a bit, and come right over." "Yes, class leader." Seeing this scene, Bei Chen couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the 3. Suddenly, Bei Chen was taken aback as he glanced at the corpse of the White Wolf King not far away. The corpse of the Wolf King hasn't disappeared. Could it be? Bei Chen got out of the vehicle and approached the corpse of the Wolf King to examine it closely. Oh, it actually shares the same trait as that wild boar from before. The corpse doesn't disappear after death. Bei Chen smiled, hesitating for a moment, then lifted the enormous corpse of the White Wolf King with a shoulder throw, turning to walk towards the Wuling. What does wolf meat taste like? Bei Chen really didn't know. He guessed it was probably similar to dog meat, since wolves are canines and dogs have wolf genes in their blood. Carefully avoiding the sleeping baby, Bei Chen cautiously stuffed the corpse of the Wolf King into the back of the Wuling. At that moment, the 3 soldiers had all gotten into the vehicle and were waiting for Bei Chen. In the darkness before dawn, there was a hint of desolation. However, compared to the starless and moonless night, they preferred the break of dawn. Crackling, the roaring bonfire was burning. Bei Chen looked on in bewilderment as the big guy skillfully skinned the Wolf King's pelt with his fish-scale military knife. The skillful technique made Bei Chen's scalp tingle. Now we can have a good meal. Each of the 4 wolf legs weighs over 20 pounds. As the big guy chopped, he mumbled, possibly due to thirst, continuously gulping something down. "Hey, are you all from the—" Bei Chen asked the class leader. Hearing this, the class leader shot a glare at the big guy, and then replied with a smile, "Yes, the 4621 cooking class of the Gannan military district." Once the national channel opened, did you manage to contact the main force of China? This was what Bei Chen desperately wanted to know. If all 3 could contact the Chinese forces, it would confirm that, as the game console said, young people worldwide had entered the game, which might also provide other important information. The class leader shook his head seriously and said, "No, we almost shout every day on the world channel looking for the main force. However, through shouting I discovered a strange phenomenon." Bei Chen immediately became interested and asked what phenomenon. The big guy, taking a breather, quickly chimed in. "It seems that aside from the active armed forces across the country, those who entered the game are mostly from the cooking classes and retired soldiers. Bei Chun was taken aback, falling into deep thought. He wanted to infer the purpose of this road survival from the phenomenon, but the numbers were too many and the factors too large to deduce anything. As they delved deeper into conversation, Bei Chun learned that among the three, the class leader was named Chuan Zhengwo, the big guy was named Zheng Jingren, and Xiao Xia was named Xia Dapeng. All of them had over 5 years of regular soldier experience. Since entering this survival game, everyone had been operating independently. Aside from the chat plaza where they could communicate without suspicion, face-to-face conversations like this were theoretically a luxury. 40 minutes later, the 4 roasted wolf legs had already released an enticing aroma. As Bei Chun took various seasonings from the wooling, the class leader and the big guy's eyes widened. Why don't chefs want to cook at home? It's not because they're lazy, truly. It's because the kitchen utensils and seasonings at home simply don't meet their standards. Even if they manage to cook something, it's only passable, disappointing their families with no benefits. Thus, when Bei Chun brought out various seasonings in this environment, they were genuinely astonished. Impressive, young man, you even have seasonings. The big guy extended his trembling hand, unsure if it was from hunger or excitement. Bei Chun smiled and didn't pay much attention, quickly changing the topic to the final theme. Based on the current trajectory and evolution of the game, Bei Chun could almost conclude that players would certainly move towards a military group approach. With abundant resources, he naturally didn't want to lag behind. However, along the way it had been difficult to find trustworthy team members, which was why he had been hesitant to take action. But now Bei Chun had made up his mind. Whether to support them from the shadows or directly form a team, he wanted to bring these 3 regular soldiers under his wing. Because he didn't want these pure, faith-driven, and honor-bound soldiers to fall into the hands of selfish conglomerates that only cared for profits. P.S. Honestly, my mindset nearly broke yesterday. I just wrote based on my experience of having dated 8 girlfriends, analyzing the genuine thoughts, actions, and speech of the male and female leads who had a somewhat close relationship, but had never met, hoping that readers could learn something while reading. I didn't know how many among them had girlfriends or had been in relationships. Initially, I just wanted everyone to learn some real experiences and handling methods of interactions between men and women. Sigh. I feel like the ratings will continue to drop. A pile of campfire for men. After obtaining the seasoning, the tall man focused intently, quickly applying it. He evenly sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the 4 roasted wolf legs. As the cumin roasted at high temperature, it slowly emitted a rich and unique flavor. Even Bei Chun, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but swallow. It smells too good. Thinking back to the charcoal grilled pork he made before. TSK. There's a saying. Never use your amateur hobby to challenge someone else's way of making a living. Not to mention Bei Chun, even Captain Chuan Zhengwo couldn't help but glance at the tall man, expressing his admiration. Come on everyone, don't be shy, let's dig in while it's hot. The tall man confidently handed the roasted meat to Bei Chun first. Thank you, Bei Chun said with a smile, taking a big bite. The moment the wolf meat entered his mouth, Bei Chun rolled his eyes. Damn, this thing is really delicious. Maybe it was the military's dining habits. Captain and the tall man ate in silence, heads down, devouring their food. At this moment, Xiao Xia, who was lying nearby, protested. Captain, I wasn't hungry earlier. What is this flavor? Why is it so tender and fragrant? Hearing this, both the captain and the tall man were taken aback, their faces showing shame. They then took turns feeding Xiao Xia roasted meat. Bei Chun could tell that these 3 hadn't had a full meal in a long time. Recalling how he used a giant pineapple to fend off the wolf pack, captain even took out a water bottle to help cool down the giant pineapple. Bei Chun knew that the 3 probably had no water source left. Bei Chun pretended to check his pocket, revealing 3 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and a bottle of purified water. Captain, that last bottle of water you used to cool the barrel was your last supply, right? Here, drink this first, Bei Chun said as he handed over 2 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and 1 bottle of purified water. Captain hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. The debt of gratitude was already there, and 1 more wouldn't hurt. He silently remembered to repay it in the future. Thank you, Bei Chun. For those who acknowledge him, Bei Chun would not hide his true identity. This is the basic trust. Therefore, when Captain and the tall man saw the Jiang Xiaobai and purified water in Bei Chun's hand, they did not show any surprise. After all, a person's name is the shadow of a tree. Moreover, Bei Chun was somewhat well known among the billions of players in China. Not that he was a household name, but mentioning his name would elicit some recognition. After a beast tide, having survived, the comrades crossed the perilous challenges. Everyone, including Bei Chun, was enjoying this moment of relaxation and tranquility. By the way, Captain, what are your plans from here on? Bei Chun began his main topic. Upon hearing this, Captain, the tall man, and the weak Xiao Xia fell silent collectively, because they also didn't know where to go next. Although they could contact other troops through the world channel, without coordinates, the chance of blindly driving on an endless road was too low. Captain shook his head and remained silent. Bei Chun directly shifted the topic, asking the key question, Captain, you have the most experience in the military with your strategic insight. Where do you think the game is likely to head next? Strategic insight is a fundamental quality of a military officer and a necessity. Considering the experience of entering the game, the complex environment and encounters along with the subsequent opening of the world and national channels. There are two possibilities. One is to form a military group to band together to resist the continuously emerging beast tides and survive until the game ends. The second is to establish city-states belonging to our country after forming a military group, either to fight unknown monsters or to engage in conflicts with players from other countries. Captain's voice was heavy, although none of this had happened, yet based on many factors, he felt the game would ultimately develop in these two directions. Of course, nothing is absolute, it is merely speculation. Bei-Chen nodded, slightly unable to help but admire Captain's strategic insight. However, in his opinion, this alone was far from enough. If 90 of the players from China were killed by the beast tides or annihilated by players from other countries, then what impact would this have on our nation? From this moment on, Bei-Chen indirectly elevated the topic of conversation to the level of national strategy. A country, if it loses its young blood supply, will quickly enter extreme aging. It is almost a foregone conclusion that this country will completely decline within 20 to 50 years. At that time, the streets would no longer see beautiful women or handsome men. One out of another, it would be either the elderly or children. Of course, in a survival environment, survival of the fittest is inevitable. Some will perish on the path of growth. For example, the dozen or so members of Lulu's fan club, living is equivalent to wasting air. As long as they don't provoke Bei-Chen, they could be safe, but if they do, they would definitely face total annihilation. Seeing the drastic change in expression on the two, Bei-Chen said no more, as his thoughts had already been conveyed, and they were still 3 regular soldiers. Even if they disagreed with gathering regular troops to form a military group, Bei-Chen's goal had been satisfactorily achieved. At this moment, Captain Chuan Zhangwo, the tall man Zheng Jingren, and the weak Xiao Xia looked at Bei-Chen with expressions filled with awe. Indeed, without a nation, where would there be a home? It is unimaginable. A young lad in his early 20s whose only connection to the military was through his family was actually younger than them by several years. Without having served in the military, and without the influence of high-level ideological education, to possess such long-term strategic insight. It's genuinely absurd. May I ask, what battles did your grandfather participate in? Captain had already made a decision in his heart. The Goryeo War, the Defense War. Speaking of his grandfather, Bei-Chen felt a swell of pride. Unexpectedly, that grandfather who had educated him since childhood, modestly kept his past hidden, was actually a first-class veteran of the Resistance War. If it weren't for the military's investigation, that old box containing medals and military documents might have remained forever undisclosed. Upon hearing about these two difficult battles, Captain and the tall man immediately felt a sense of respect. But the next second, when Bei-Chen revealed his grandfather's name, Captain and the tall man suddenly stood up in shock. My grandfather's name is Bei Jingqing. What did you say? Could it be that old Captain Bei Jingqing, who received first-class merit during the resistance, and then hid his achievements for nearly 40 years after the war? Bei-Chen smiled and nodded slightly. As the clouds parted, everything became clear. Now all doubts were explained. 99 of the heroes who received first-class merit during the resistance lay in the martyrs' cemetery. And those who were alive and awarded first-class merit during the resistance were undoubtedly those who, through their efforts, changed the outcome of certain battles. And the descendants of such combat heroes would naturally possess far-sighted strategic insight. At this moment, Captain and the tall man exchanged glances as if they had made a decision. Bei-Chen, now I can confidently propose gathering other scattered regular soldiers. Captain let out a long sigh of relief and continued. You forming the Huaxia military group is in line with the will of heaven, and your cause is justified. It would also gain the trust of other troops and veterans. The cause is justified. Usually most people think of this as mere rhetoric. But from Bei-Chen's perspective, he had to seriously consider this matter. Why? Because he was not gathering ordinary players, but the regular army of Huaxia. Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty, after a lifetime on the battlefield, could not erase the fact that he killed his nephew to usurp the throne. Did he want to usurp the throne? No, the environment forced him to. However, later generations had no interest in understanding that Zhu Di was forced. They only knew he killed his nephew to seize the throne and sought to dominate the world. Therefore, if Bei-Chen wanted to form a regular military group, he must have a justified cause. Of course, this action was not for the sake of becoming a king or seeking power, but rather to bring the remaining elite troops of Huaxia back to reality after the survival of the fittest in the game. Bei-Chen looked at Captain seriously and nodded slightly. Captain, the task of strategically gathering troops is entrusted to you. After all, I have not truly enlisted. Bei-Chen said, for now there's no need to worry about close combat weapons and food issues. This was not Bei-Chen boasting. After forming the military group, resources would be uniformly allocated to Bei-Chen and after systematic enhancement of quality or quantity, it could be said that supporting a regiment was not a problem. Hearing that Bei Chun would unify the gathering of troops, the three of them showed surprise. However, thinking about the numerous difficulties they would face, their expressions also turned grave. But our troops are scattered in various places without coordinate positions. Gathering them is too difficult. Bei Chun nodded slightly. This was indeed an urgent issue that needed to be resolved. Suddenly Bei Chun seemed to think of something and hurriedly sent a private message to Tung Chu-Chu. Tung Chu-Chu almost replied immediately. Seeing Tung Chu-Chu's reply, Bei Chun smiled, and then said to the three, "You guys eat first, I'll be right back. The positioning issue will be resolved tonight. P.S. A special thanks to the brothers on the fan leaderboard from high to low. Due to word count limitations, I can only list as many as possible. The names of other fans are also remembered in my heart, and I'll never forget them even if turned to ashes. First, a word of nonsense. Second, Manjusaka. Third, Dolly 2. 0+ leaks. Top 10 Sunbake Board Shio Tianzuan 6162. Emo Chien Kuinda, E-Pot, can't hold all Yun Xianing bro is awesome. Top 20 Planner, Lonely Hung, Huiqing Feng. Xiao Se Dongbai, Shueqing Shanling U0057, Sword of Domination Planet Godzilla. Top 30 Moonlight Dream Chaser Air Dan, The Talented Chemical Defense, Deployment, Time Won't Fight Silent Meng, How I Am a God 9095, Killing Gardner Explosive Sky Gang Lonely. Let's write this much for now. If I write more, I fear the reviewer will chop me with 40 big knives. By the way, the earliest guys who donated to play roles were one who screenshotted, and another who I can't remember. If you see this, reply back. Gathering the military group can arrange roles, let the male and female soldiers understand. Hearing that Bei Chun said the positioning issue would be resolved tonight left the three of them, including the squad leader, in utter shock. Bei Chun, undisturbed, picked up his roasted wolf leg and returned to the vehicle, noticing that Baby was lazily asleep without any intention of waking her. He took out more than 20 items obtained from today's Beast Tide. Very good, we have acquired a total of 8 soul crystals from the 2 Beast Tides. Bei Chun was not in a hurry to enhance the soul crystals and instead stored them back in the particle ring. Looking at a sharp, slender military dagger with a triangular edge, Bei Chun smiled. Although this item has a fearsome reputation, it has long been discarded by modern military units due to its single combat style. However, anyone who underestimates its power will certainly regret it. Detection shows that the standard triangular military dagger can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Detection shows that the ink hidden blade can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The standard triangular military dagger enhancement yields 50 modern multipurpose military daggers. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The standard ink hidden blade enhancement yields 50 fine steel-wrapped steel ink hidden blades. As soon as the prompt sounded, Bei Chun was startled and swiftly began to store the pile of weapons into the particle ring before they could land in the vehicle. Having obtained 50 melee weapons of varying lengths, Bei Chun was already very pleased. With weapons, the team members would possess basic combat power, not to mention anything else. When facing attacks from beasts or players from other countries, such as those from Sakura, at least they wouldn't be left. Next, Bei Chun began to enhance various supplies, including food, water, and energy, as these would be essentials. Enhancement successful. 600 milliliters of muddy water is enhanced to 60 liters of purified water. Enhancement successful. 1 pack of expired biscuits is enhanced to 100 packs of compressed biscuits. Enhancement successful. 500 milliliters of mixed gasoline is enhanced to 50 liters of ordinary gasoline. Bei Chun continuously stored the newly appeared supplies into the particle ring, not daring to be careless. If such supplies fell upon him all at once, it would be disastrous. After about 3 minutes, Bei Chun finally wiped the fine sweat from his brow as he finished collecting the supplies. At this moment, a private message notification suddenly rang. Your friend Tung Chu-Chu has sent you a private message. Bei Chun, are you coming over? If you are, I will send you our position. After parting with Tung Chu-Chu, knowing she could find Tung Baiwan within a day, Bei Chun concluded that Tung Baiwan must have obtained some good items, though otherwise the two couldn't have met in such a short time. Bei Chun hesitated and replied indirectly, bring over the Viper for trade, I want to study it. Bei Chun calmly stared at the private message screen, his heart uncertain. This test was quite necessary. What Bei Chun did not expect was that as soon as he sent out his request, a trade request came back. Your friend Tung Chu-Chu has initiated a trade request. Would you like to accept? Accept. The virtual trading bar appeared, and the other party placed a Viper pistol without hesitation, then clicked the confirm trade button. With the Viper in hand, Bei Chun loaded a magazine with a dozen bullets. His mood was complex, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Detection shows that the Viper pistol can be embellished. Would you like to consume an equivalent amount of resource points for embellishment? Embellish. Congratulations, host. Embellishment of the Viper successfully completed. At this time, Tung Chu-Chu also sent a message, her tone slightly worried. Beichin, if anything happens on your side, you can keep the Viper. My brother has two particularly formidable veterans among the dozens of retired soldiers here, so my side is very safe even without a handgun. Beichin smiled and took out 10.762 bullets from the particle ammunition depot, placing them along with the embellished Viper in the trading bar. I'm fine here. Take these 10 bullets. Perhaps I might need your help with something later. Tung Chu hesitated visibly, but knowing Beichin's personality, she ultimately clicked the trade button. What help? Just tell me, and I'll definitely assist if I can. Beichin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tung Chu to agree so readily. In such a survival environment, helping was very laborious, yet she didn't even ask what the help was about, and just agreed outright. Beichin also didn't mince words, and immediately laid out his plans and the deployment he had in mind to Tung Chu. After sending the message, Beichin waited a full 10 seconds before seeing Tung Chu's reply. Beichin, are you crazy? How dare you directly recruit regular soldiers? How will you explain to the higher-ups after the game ends, and you return to reality? Indeed, on the day the World Channel and National Channel were opened one after another, all ambitious and thoughtful tycoons and powerful factions prioritized recruiting retired soldiers, security personnel, and martial arts school graduates. Initially, no one dared to directly post recruitment for regular soldiers. Why? Because they didn't know how long this game would last. If they were to return to reality after completing the game, they wouldn't be able to explain their actions. After all, this isn't the apocalypse, it's a game, and there is hope to return to the original harmonious and stable society. In Huaxia, business does not interfere with politics, and politics does not interfere with business. No one dares to act. However, Beichin is different. His father, a hero of the War of Resistance, belongs to the strong legacy of communism. In ancient times, such achievements would not only earn accolades, but could easily grant him the title of a general. But the bottom line is meant to be broken. Although it's stated this way, if this game lasts long enough, those tycoons and powerful factions will also reach out to regular soldiers. I have a plan. I've considered all of this. Beichin did not want to reveal details, as implication directed at whether she would help or not. After 3 seconds, Tung Chu replied again. Alright, I'll help you, but Beichin, it's best to disband the organization before the game, and so it will be easier to explain. Beichin was surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to have such foresight. Thanks, once I arrange everything here, I will send you the coordinates. Okay, I understand. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Beichin was about to close the private message when another question came in, her tone shy, completely unlike the usual carefree Tung Chu. Beichin, since we parted, have you missed me just a little bit? For miss me, it was clear. Tung Chu felt uncertain. Directly asking if he missed her might lead Beichin to overthink, so she opted for a more formal style. At least at this moment, your shadow resides in my heart. After closing the private message, Beichin did not immediately exit the vehicle, but rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Beichin knew that taking this step would inevitably lead to conflicts over resources and interests with major factions in the country and players from other nations. On the other side, Tung Chu revealed a serene smile upon seeing Beichin's last message. She hurried back to the campfire, nodding to the two strongest members of the team, and then turned to her brother and whispered, "Brother, come over here. I have something to ask you." Tung Baiwan looked back, puzzled. "You girl always asking about love matters. Have you eaten enough and are just bored?" "Brother, don't talk nonsense. Why, I really have serious business." Tung Baiwan, feeling helpless, turned to the campfire where a man and a woman sat smiling. "Ichin Jie, you two guard the camp. They'll be right back." Sitting opposite Tung Baiwan were a man and a woman. The man had tousled hair, a cold demeanor, and his pitch-black eyes were calm as still water, as if nothing could disturb his emotions. The woman wore a black casual outfit, giving off a capable and cool vibe. Her shoulder-length hair was memorable not just for her beauty, but for her frosty eyes sharp as knives. Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan merely nodded in acknowledgement. The two watched the Tung siblings depart. Suddenly Shui Yihan frowned slightly and said coldly to Zhang Yichen, "Yichen, check the group's news from Chuanpu." Zhang Yichen tilted his head slightly and glanced coldly at Shui Yihan. "Oh, Chuan Zhangwo is actually sending out troop assembly information." Zhang Yichen frowned. What does this kid intend to do? Soon Zhang Yichen forwarded the puzzling private message to Chuan Zhangwo in their group. However, with each reply, the usually cold and indifferent expression on Zhang Yichen's face surprisingly revealed signs of shock. Seeing the change in Zhang Yichen's expression, Shui Yihan felt equally astonished. This person was so aloof he could even be considered arrogant, yet he did have the right to be proud. Formerly a scout, he was later selected into the South China Sea Guard, but after an injury, he chose to retire. As for herself, she was merely a rookie champion in female combat, and compared to him, she was on entirely different levels. What happened? Shui Yihan asked in confusion. Just take a look for yourself. Zhang Yichen directly shared the chat information he analyzed with Shui Yihan. Shui Yihan only glanced at the chat content and was immediately taken aback. It's that old man's grandson. Alright, he does have the qualifications to temporarily assemble the troops. The two exchanged glances, slightly nodding. P.S. In the end, I still yielded and sought the editor for permission to modify the previous plot. Sigh. The helplessness of an adult. Brothers, let's ramp up the reviews, urge updates, and check out the little videos when free. The author wants to have a nice meal of pork stew with cabbage. A message from Bei Chun sounded as he finished smoking a cigarette. Friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a private message. So, Bei Chun, are you serious about this? Are we gathering an organized army? Bei Chun smiled as he tossed aside the burnt-out cigarette. So are you willing to join? If you want to join, this is an opportunity. Bei Chun actually wanted Tung Baiwan and his sister to join the team. Aside from their relationship, their luck also needed to be brought in. Moreover, the army is a relatively closed environment. Most of the members he recruits are definitely active-duty soldiers, and he needs intelligent and capable individuals who can constantly observe the overall situation. After some in-depth understanding, Bei Chun learned from Tung Chu that Tung Baiwan is one of the candidates to helm the Tung group in Magic City. Those who can be designated as family candidates are all exceptionally talented and shrewd. After hesitating for a moment, Tung Baiwan replied, "All right, my sister and I have decided to join. Bei Chun, I have no ambitions. I just want to guide my sister through the game and return to real life." Seeing this, Bei Chun smiled. These were the team members he was looking for. A gentleman's word is his bond. A promise is hard to break. The two of them hit it off. In 10 minutes, send me your team size, your professions, before service, and all current supplies. The regular army must have regular army's rules. Okay, I will handle it right away. After disconnecting the private message, Bei Chun did not hesitate, taking out the military supplies for 3 people from the particle ring. They included 3 Mitsubishi bayonets, 3 silent ink knives, water, food, and some gasoline. Detected 3 Mitsubishi bayonets, 3 silent ink knives, 3 meet the embellishment conditions. Do you want to consume 6 days worth of resources for embellishment? Bei Chun had already experienced the powerful embellishment function. It was simply delightful. Therefore, as long as the weapons had been enhanced by the system, Bei Chun must embellish them. If enough embellished weapons circulate in the future, who knows, they might save his life at a critical moment. By then, Bei Chun could also imitate Yin Shuanging. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. After embellishment, the firearms in front of Bei Chun could truly be said to have no bullets. If you didn't believe it, just try firing to see. Embellish. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 6 days worth of resources. Successfully embellished 3 Mitsubishi bayonets and 3 silent ink knives. The experience from several embellishments told Bei Chun that the system would automatically deduct resources from the particle ring, either the lowest temperature supplies or presumably the lowest quality water or gasoline. Thus, Bei Chun no longer needed to fuss as he did the first time he embellished. He didn't have to take out the supplies. After completing all this, Bei Chun directly carried the prepared military supplies down from the vehicle. A bucket of 10 liters of ordinary gasoline, 5 liters of purified water, 11 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 bayonets, 3 silent ink knives. Only Bei Chun could carry this all at once. Anyone else would need several trips. The large man by the campfire, gnawing on a wolf leg bone, dropped the bone in shock upon seeing this. Damn, bro, impressive. So much supplies. The squad leader's face turned red as he realized that his earlier decision was indeed the right one. Here, squad leader, these are the weapons and equipment for you 3 along with 4 days worth of food, water, and fuel supply. Bei Chun set down the items and said, with these you can join the main troop without risking going out to search for resources on the way. The main troop, the squad leader, and the others were taken aback. Just then the notifications from the squad leader and the large man Xiaoxia sounded simultaneously. Player Tung Baiwan has sent a friend request. Do you accept? The 3 looked at Bei Chun in confusion. Add him. He will send you the location coordinates so you can quickly join the main troop. Hearing this, the 3 were delighted. Bei Chun, what about you? The squad leader looked at Bei Chun. No worries, I won't return to the team for a while. After you join, Tung Baiwan will temporarily lead you, and I will inform Tung Baiwan of any instructions I have. Understood, Captain. At that moment, the 3 sincerely acknowledged Bei Chun as their leader. From nothing to something, a simple system gradually took shape. Although this seemed simple in practice, every detail posed a challenge. Yet Bei Chun had the capability to establish this system in a short time. As the squad leader and the others accepted Tung Baiwan's friend request, they successfully entered Tung Baiwan's team channel. Meanwhile, Tung Baiwan's location coordinates appeared in the private messages of the squad leader and the others. Upon entering a new team channel and seeing familiar faces, the squad leader exclaimed in surprise, while the soldier king Zhang Yichen and the new champion female soldier Shui Yihan are actually in this team. With an excited heart and trembling hands, the squad leader almost shouted, Soldier King, female Soldier King. Bei Chun was also startled. He didn't expect Tung Baiwan to be so fortunate as to have recruited 2 Soldier Kings in advance. Very well, squad leader Big Guy Xiaoxia, you all set off now. Travel through the night and rushed to join the team. Yes, Captain. Swish, swish, swish. The squad leader and the big guy stood tall and saluted Bei Chun with a standard military salute. Although Xiao Xiao was weak and on the ground, she still maintained the gesture of the salute. Go ahead. Bei Chun nodded. Watching a red flag quickly disappear at the end of the road, Bei Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, the beginning is always difficult. As long as the system and regulations gradually improve, he could finally relax completely. The first 3 steps are indeed the hardest. The reason Bei Chun did not want to act with the main troop was of course to keep the system concealed. If this thing were to leak, he might be hunted down by players worldwide. After finishing this round, the wolf leg he was roasting had already cooled down. With no one around, Bei Chun no longer concealed his particle ring, pulling out the barbecue grill and charcoal. At this moment, a private message from Tung Baiwan arrived, tinged with urgency. Bei Chun, I feel you still need to prove your identity to join the team. There is someone in our team who used to work at the military registry, a first-class soldier who is very familiar with the process. Therefore, you need to prove your identity for them to fully trust you. Bei Chun nodded, proving his identity was necessary. Otherwise, any player could impersonate him, and that would be disastrous. Military personnel are reliable, but not foolish. Then a prompt sounded. Friend Tung Baiwan invites you to join a private team. Do you accept? Accept. Upon entering the team channel, Bei Chun glanced at the number of members 21. Since the private team channel is relatively personal, the members' real names were no longer hidden. As Bei Chun joined the channel, all conversations immediately stopped. That's right, I am Bei Chun. My grandfather is named Bei Jingqing, age XXX, ancestral home XXX, currently living XXX. He retired from the military in XXX year and has been farming at home. In XXX year on X month X day, I learned of my grandfather's military achievements through an investigation by the military. Bei Chun cut straight to the point in his introduction. To lead, one must have authority. The first impression is crucial. This way he can manage the team better in the future. Because the deeds of old man Bei Jingqing were so shocking, those managing military records in the army could recite his information by heart. Of course, due to the special nature of their profession, aside from them, even battalion-level officers would not be able to access the old man's identity information, current residence, or even the exact date of retirement and the date when military achievements were uncovered. As expected, when this confidential information emerged, the entire team channel fell silent. Tung Baiwan and Tung Chu were stunned. What was going on? That anti-Japanese war hero who walked through the front gate during the parade is Bei Chun's grandfather. Comrades and fellow soldiers, I can guarantee with the honor of a soldier that the old man's information is confirmed to be accurate. Retired in 17, former reconnaissance soldier of the Xanadu military district, then squad leader of the South Sea Guard, Corps Zhang Yichin, greetings, Captain. Currently serving in the Xianbei military district, vice captain of the female soldiers team, Shui Ihan, greetings, Captain. Retired in 12, former head of the military registry's defense department in the Lantian military district, Duangu, Xian, greetings, Captain. Currently serving in the Gannan military district, team leader of the cooking class, Chuan Zhengwo, greetings, Captain. Out of the 21 people, apart from Tung Baiwan and Tung Chu, everyone else spoke up, stating their retirement dates, the military districts they served in, and their positions. The first meeting must be formal. This is also the last screening to see if there are any impersonators among the veterans. If they are not truly active duty or retired soldiers, accurate military information cannot be fully disclosed. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Due to special circumstances, I cannot join you all for now. Zhang Yichin and Shui Ihan will be responsible for matters within the team. The game is evolving towards new trends. Collecting supplies, summarizing them, and dealing with domestic and foreign forces will temporarily be the responsibility of Tung Baiwan. Understood, Captain. Understood, Captain. After giving a brief explanation, Bei Chun did not linger and directly exited the team channel. He let out a huge sigh of relief and devoured the already heated wolf leg. After eating, he returned to the willing vehicle. Bei Chun had much to do tonight. Over 20 weapons need embellishment, supplies traded from Tung Baiwan need enhancement, and uniform distribution is required. As the saying goes, the first 3 steps are the hardest. However, once the initial steps are well taken, it becomes much easier. Returning to the car, Bei Chun carefully held the baby, gently pinching her soft, chubby face. Gradually, he began to feel as if the baby were his own daughter. He was quite surprised himself, having just said goodbye to the young boy. How could he suddenly feel like a father? After finishing his important tasks, he felt a bit guilty for not being able to care for the baby sooner. Tonight, the baby had made a significant contribution. Baby, are you awake and hungry? Daddy has something delicious for you, Bei Chun said gently, his eyes filled with affection. The baby's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her sleepy eyes. Oh, something delicious. Does Daddy still have those red candy beans? Bei Chun knew the baby was referring to the essence of the soul, but he didn't say much. He turned and took out a soul crystal from his particle ring. Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Enhancing soul crystal to essence of the soul. Since the baby was now equivalent to a 7 or 80-year-old child, there was no need to crush the essence of the soul into small pieces for feeding. Hey baby, take a look at this. Upon seeing the essence of the soul in Bei Chen's hand, the baby instantly perked up, instinctively opening her little mouth waiting to be fed. Bei Chen smiled and placed the enhanced essence of the soul in the baby's mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It sounded like the crisp noise of chewing hard candy. Bei Chen was startled. After all, the essence of the soul was a crystal. How could it be bitten and swallowed like that? Eat slowly, take your time, don't choke. But before he could finish speaking, the baby tilted her head back and swallowed it down. Daddy, it's so delicious. You're too good to me, she said, stretching her fair arms around Bei Chen's neck and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Daddy, I'm going to sleep now. You should also get some rest soon. Okay, baby, sleep first. Daddy will come find you in your dreams. Definitely. It seemed that thanks to the essence of the soul, the baby quickly fell into a deep sleep. Not hearing the system's prompt, Bei Chen speculated that perhaps after the first gene enhancement, the baby now had a secondary swift gene in her body, requiring more essence of the soul to trigger the system's enhancement prompt again. Placing the baby in a comfortable position in the car, Bei Chen gently closed the door. The materials he was enhancing this time had been accumulated by a team of millions. If he were to do it inside the car, it might accidentally hit the baby. Deep in the eastern sky, a hint of gold gradually seeped through. Bei Chen quickened his pace. With a wave of his hand, various materials suddenly appeared before him. 1,000 milliliters of underground water. Enhancement available 3 spoiled buns. Enhancement available 1 hamburger gnawed by rats. Enhancement available 1. 2 liters of refined gasoline. 4 pills of diarrhea medicine. Enhancement available 1 bottle of Yunjiao Baiyao. Enhancement available. Bei Chen noticed that everything except for the refined gasoline could be enhanced. Since the team currently needed food and energy the most, he simply decided not to enhance the metal resource. Detected. Many materials available for enhancement. Do you want to enhance? The announcement of so many resources available for enhancement completely bewildered Bei Chen. Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Obtained 10 boxes of soda. Obtained 300 soft yeast buns. Obtained 100 deluxe chicken hamburgers. Obtained 1 bottle of special diarrhea medicine, 50 pills. Obtained 10 gene of black jade healing balm. As the system's prompt rang out, Bei Chen quickly took action, gathering a pile of resources while putting away another pile. However, when he heard about the black jade healing balm, he nearly stumbled and fell. System, is this black jade healing balm the same as the one from before? Exactly, it's that black jade healing balm. Bei Chen smiled and squatted down to look at the large lump of dark tar-like substance wrapped in oil paper on the ground. This appearance. TSK. Curious, he unwrapped the sealed oil paper, and suddenly a refreshing medicinal fragrance entered his body through his nose. My goodness, this thing smells even more unique than grilled meat. Although surprised, he couldn't test the medicine's effects with his arms and legs still intact. One could only say it's better to be prepared. If this were a drama, then this would be the holy medicine for treating muscle sprains, bone injuries, internal damage, and trauma. One could only say it's better to be prepared. If this were a drama, then this would be the holy medicine for treating muscle sprains, bone injuries, internal damage, and trauma. Back in the car, Bei Chen closed his eyes and did 2 minutes of eye exercises. It wasn't just that he hadn't closed his eyes for a day and night. He had also experienced 2 beast tides. Although Bei Chen had a good constitution, he still felt extremely fatigued. However, since he hadn't finished his tasks yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, with the addition of the Mitsubishi spear and the MOE knife, it became much simpler. Bei Chen divided a total of 18 sets of military weapons and 5 days' worth of supplies. The Mitsubishi spear and the MOE knife were not with anyone except for the squad leader, the big guy, and Xiao Xia, leaving the other 18 members without any. Since Bei Chen decided to build a team, he naturally wanted to equip them with the best weapons. Training soldiers for 1,000 days is for use in a moment. If everything goes smoothly with the game, fine. But if players from other countries dare to invade and massacre Chinese players on a large scale, then this team he formed with regular soldiers would be like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, striking terror across the lands while wreaking havoc. Bei Chen traded the carefully equipped weapons to team leader Zhang Yichan. The living supplies were traded to Tung Baiwan. He then issued a few simple rest orders in the team channel, locked the car windows and doors, and collapsed into a deep sleep, hugging the baby. Too tired. Especially when one is using their brain and thinking, it can be particularly exhausting for the mind. Since the Wuling vehicle had already been enhanced by the system under the biological gene lock, without Bei Chen's permission, no one could quietly enter. Of course, unless the Wuling was reduced to ashes by cannon fire. Currently, the Wuling vehicle, aside from having a relatively thin body, had high defensive capabilities for its glass and tires. With all players resisting the beast tide last night, even those who survived were battered and exhausted. Bei Chun could hardly bear it, let alone the other players who were struggling with hunger. Thus at this time, 99 of the players were sound asleep. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Bei Chun had been asleep in the car with the baby for 6 hours. Bang! Suddenly, the Wuling vehicle was jolted by something producing a dull sound. Bei Chun, still in a dream, jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He quickly drew a desert eagle from his side. After regaining his senses, he swiftly checked his surroundings and found nothing unusual, leaving Bei Chun puzzled. Bang! Another collision, and this time Bei Chun felt it very clearly. The impact wasn't great, far less than the initial collision with the yak monster. He stealthily leaned down to take a look through the glass. Just a glance made Bei Chun furious. Click! The gun was cocked. Upon seeing this thing, Bei Chun suddenly felt a surge of anger. Damn it, this time it'll settle the old scores along with the new. A tiger falling to the ground is bullied by dogs, but even you, a mere dog, dare to provoke me repeatedly. At this moment, the baby also woke from her deep sleep and, rubbing her eyes, saw the creature outside the car. Without a doubt, she instantly drooled profusely. In a panic, she shouted at Bei Chun, "I'll let go of that rat, let me handle it." P.S. I am very happy to see that everyone likes this book. After finishing this chapter, I looked at the time, it was 2:41. Yes, I have to get up at 5:30 to go to work. In the early morning, the bright moon sets in the west while the scorching sun rises in the east. This should be a delightful morning. Yet Bei Chun, deep in slumber, is awakened by the noise of a large black rat. Recalling the past when he was attacked by rats while smashing resource boxes, he fled in panic. It cannot be said to be a matter of generational grudges, but rather a grudge from yesterday. At this moment, Bei Chun was fully armed and equipped. How could a descendant of a famous general endure such humiliation? With a handgun loaded, he pointed the dark muzzle of the Desert Eagle out of the window, ready to unleash a storm of bullets. Suddenly, let go of that rat, give it to me. The baby woke up. As a thought struck Bei Chun, he was startled, just about to say no. But it was already too late. With a loud bang, yes, the baby had once again launched the vehicle out of the window. There was no time to mourn the vehicle, as he just poked his head out. Bei Chun's eyes bulged out as he shouted, "Baby, stop it." At that moment, the baby looked delighted. Her big carcelan eyes narrowed in joy, her little mouth wide open, and at the same time happy drool was continuously flowing out. With both hands raised, she was holding a large black rat that was about the size of a corgi. This scene, indeed, she was about to bring it to her mouth. Although the fish-legged fish often hunted wolves and goats, one must admit that fish and rats were still their staple food. After genetic mutations through systematic enhancement, the baby had taken on a human form, though she had never seen a rat, let alone eaten one. But the memories in her blood, the instincts for survival, reminded her. She knew that this was very delicious. Woo. Everything felt so natural and logical. Suddenly, her father's furious shout rang in her ears. The baby turned in confusion to look startled because her father's face was as dark as a pot bottom covered in ash. Being stared at like this by her father, the baby felt quite embarrassed and could only slurp back the uncooperative drool and gulp it down. So, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she handed her precious find to her father. Baby was wrong. Good things should be presented to parents first. Here, daddy, you eat it while it's hot. The large black rat was completely alive, not a scratch on it. With one eye blood red and filled with aggression, it was like clay in the baby's hands, trembling constantly, too afraid to struggle. To outsiders, this scene was truly a comical sight. Yet Bei Chun couldn't find any joy in it. Just as he was about to angrily reprimand the baby, he suddenly trembled. It seemed he had forgotten about the baby's origins. Yes, why was he criticizing the baby? She had done nothing wrong, the fault lay with him. Since the baby took on a human form, he had never educated her on what was acceptable to eat and what was not. While secretly blaming himself, Bei Chun revealed a very official smile and took out a steaming soft gourmet chicken burger. Baby, if you want daddy to love you in the future, throw that thing away and eat this instead. If not, then go ahead and eat it. Daddy won't take care of you anymore. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bei Chun's gaze was drawn to a dark high arc thrown into the air, 20 meters high. Indeed, the large black rat was directly tossed by the baby into the air, then fell rapidly. Bang! On a stone not far away, the large black rat landed on its legs, its brain splattering dead, without closing its eyes. If the rat's ancestors were here, they would definitely grab Bei Chun by the collar and loudly question it. Just wanted to live. What crime had it committed? Speak up, speak up. The events unfolded quickly before Bei Chun could react. The baby had already pounced into his arms. Of course, baby wants daddy's love. Her big eyes were fixed on the chicken sandwich in Bei Chun's hand that emitted a delicious aroma, and unbidden tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Bei Chun felt a wave of relief. He held the baby and returned to the vehicle, pulling out all the tasty treats. Things like premium ham, Oreos, apples, oranges, big bananas. In short, anything the baby hadn't tried before. Bei Chun brought it all out. Wow, awesome. The baby's big eyes curved into crescents as she dove into a mountain of snacks. Eat slowly, you can have all of these, but that big rat you cannot eat in the future, got it? Understood. Bei Chun let out a bitter smile and chose to activate the vehicle equipment function. After 2 vehicle launches ended badly, he had to repair the vehicle's body. However, upon glancing at the materials needed for repair, Bei Chun was instantly stunned. Repairing the damaged area of the vehicle requires 4 pieces of fine iron, 2 pieces of T3 level reactive armor. If the vehicle's damage couldn't be repaired, it meant he could only set off with this big hole. But what else could Bei Chun do? The baby was family, he couldn't hit her over this. Children need more education. After educating, if it happened again, then he could practice Singyequan. Well, let's just treat it as if the sunroof opened. It will have to be like this. Suddenly, he thought of something. Bei Chun got out of the vehicle and picked up the rat he had thrown away. Estimating it to weigh about 5 or 6 pounds, Bei Chun definitely wouldn't eat rat meat, but some players in Huaxia did. Throwing it away would be a waste. Holding the dead large rat, he returned to the vehicle and directly opened the area chat plaza. One sentence remained the same. That's right, I am Bei Chun. Instantly, all players in the area fell silent. Whenever a big shot appeared, there must be something needed, and if he missed this opportunity, it could only be said he was courting disaster. Yes, I just hunted a rat weighing about 6 pounds, but just died. No poison, eat it while it's hot. Wow, Bei Chun, you're amazing. I once set traps for that big rat, but unfortunately, it was too cunning and I never caught it once. I want to trade. Bei Chun, what do you need? I just got an inflatable doll. If you want it, let me know. It can be heated. Bei Chun, I got a cup. Although it can't hold water, it can definitely solve some physiological problems for you. I want to trade. 1. Immediately, all sorts of random names Bei Chun had never heard of started appearing on the public screen. Bei Chun frowned. He didn't need these things. Suddenly, an eye-catching message appeared, and Bei Chun Bei Chun, I have a children's educational device. Oh, I need a big rat for a trade. Do you want it? Bei Chun smiled. This was exactly what he needed. Alright, let's trade for the children's educational device. Oh, let's go for the transaction. With this one sentence, the area chat plaza fell silent. The sound of chatter exploded all at once. Countless hearts of young girls shattered. Big shot, don't go. One last question, why do you want a children's educational device? You tell me so I can let it go. Who is it? Who tasted the big shot? Bei Chun's flute first. Come out. I want to have a duel with it. Big shot, please tell us so I can't rest in peace. 9,999. Bei Chun was also stunned at this scene. Was he really that popular? What did that saying go? Killing is just a matter of hitting the ground, but attacking the heart is over the line. To keep a low profile. Before leaving, he unified his reply. I am exchanging the children's educational device to educate my daughter, yes, my biological daughter. Bei Chun left gracefully. Turning around, he left a mess behind. After exiting the area chat plaza, trading with Brother Guangdong went very smoothly. Acquiring a teaching machine, Bei Chun revealed a fatherly smile. Trading a dead rat for a teaching machine. As Teacher Ma said, you might profit greatly, but I will never lose. Well, there's power, let's try it out. The cartoon-like teaching machine turned on. Upon hearing the opening declaration, Bei Chun's face darkened. Ding, ding, ding. Bad kid brand teaching chick hit, where you can't. With a hammer, it'll beat you to death. From now on, Dad won't have to worry about my learning anymore. What the? If it weren't for the amplification, Bei Chun would have almost thrown this cursed thing away. Speechless, he closed the teaching machine. At that moment, another voice message sounded. Mom, Sakura Flower is starting class. Kids who don't study or eat well often deserve a beating. I recommend a guillotine and a strong Nia. From now on, Mom won't have to worry about my learning anymore. Bei Chun was left speechless. Is this even a legitimate teaching machine? Indeed. Bei Chun wasn't an experienced teacher, nor did he have experience in marriage and parenting. He could only use such a clumsy method to educate the baby. As long as the foundation is well laid in the early stages, every child can become a talent when they grow up. If girls are educated well when they grow up, they become money-making machines with a quick return on investment and high interest rates. However, if education goes wrong, don't even talk about attracting investment. You might lose both the principal and interest, possibly even losing everything. If boys are educated well when they grow up, their ancestors' graves can emit green smoke. Of course, if education goes wrong, their ancestors' graves can also emit smoke. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Detected that the bad kid brand teaching chicken can be amplified. Oh, would you like to amplify it? Amplified. Bei Chun wasn't afraid of wasting resources. After all, amplification didn't consume anything from him. I want to see what kind of monstrous thing you will turn into after amplification. P.S. Ooh. This chapter has over 2,700 words. Bai Long is also while Bai Long loves his country, he will not impose this sentiment on any readers. As the saying goes, having a gun but not using it is one thing, but having none at all is another. All the protagonist's preemptive arrangements are for precaution. Additionally, this book will follow a light-hearted, humorous style, occasionally decisive in action. So I really hope no one tries to create controversy over this. By the way, I will publicly release chapters every weekend to thank the brothers who have donated and ranked on the fan list. Thanks, love you. 3. As Bei Chun confirmed the augmentation, the system's voice arrived promptly. Congratulations, host. Augmentation successful. Bad Kid brand tutor augmented into Wank Infrared Smart Tutor 1. He inwardly hoped the device would behave itself after augmentation. What met his eyes was a small, pink, irresistibly cute notebook. Wank Infrared Smart Tutor. Its blurb boasted that encyclopedias were mere novices. Beside it for this product was named Wank. Product advantage: extraordinarily convenient to use. As long as the sun in the sky has not exploded, it requires no charging. Design patent: a unique flowing silhouette with no sharp corners, greatly reducing the chance of a child getting hurt. Colors that soothe the eyes and warm the heart. Once your little one claims it, getting it back is a dream. After reading that boastful copy, Bei Chun's face fell. This is not exactly straightforward. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he flipped open the Wank Tutor. Copy aside, the features are actually quite comprehensive. Bei Chun studied it closely, a trace of astonishment crossing his face. Inside the tutor were lessons from kindergarten through doctoral studies, plus professional knowledge across countless trades and vocations, terminology, techniques, an encyclopedia of everything. The Wank Tutor is kind of impressive. Once he grew a little familiar with the controls, Bei Chun found the kindergarten through elementary curricula, then casually selected a general idioms module and a few categories the child might like. When he looked back, the little one was already contentedly sprawled on the waterbed playing. Look, baby, see what this is. It's a tutor. Tap wherever you don't know. Bei Chun tapped the letter. The tutor emitted a proper voice. It pronounced the letter C plainly. Not bad. Seeing the child's curiosity kindle, Bei Chun smiled with the warmth of a doting father. Sure enough, the delicate compact shape and the irresistible pink had won the child over. Bei Chun started the car and prepared to depart. The child sank happily into the pleasure of learning. From the outside, Bei Chun's wooling looked pitiful indeed. There was a gaping hole in the body that could not be repaired. Because of it, Bei Chun had to limit his speed to 80 to 90 kilometers per hour. At 100, the gusting wind might cause the car to skid and roll. Before he knew it, Bei Chun had driven over 100 miles. During the journey, he encountered only a single wooden resource crate. When pried open, it hardly contained anything. If he had to be picky, it did contain something, a single hair. But Bei Chun was well provisioned. Such a trifle was nothing to him. Suddenly, the child spoke. Daddy, I finished the second grade lessons. Isn't that great? The words made Bei Chun's hand tremble. What? In an hour, the device had blasted through kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. Are you sure? The child answered confidently. Okay then, recite the multiplication table for me. The child returned a derisive smile at the suggestion. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. The child recited the multiplication table flawlessly. Right. I'm going to start third grade now, okay? Bei Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and waved a hand to stop things. All right, class dismissed for today. The rest is PE. He could indulge the child a little. After all, it had learned on its own. Why adopt a teacher's tone and pretend we stopped early? PE. The child had little interest in sports and pouted. Daddy, I want to see ancient idioms, please. Hearing this, Bei Chun waved his hand grandly. Very well. Daddy will indulge your unreasonable request this once, but it's a one-time exception. Thanks, Daddy, the child said triumphant. The child looked as if it had scored. Bei Chun's promise carried the faint scent of a trap, subtly guiding the child to think studying ancient idioms was merely a game. With one hand on the wheel and a smile, Bei Chun thought, this tutoring thing is easier than I imagined. But the next second, when the Wank Tutor issued a parental task, he was stunned. Sure enough, the child looked up at him with scholarly eyes. Daddy, it says you must personally demonstrate and explain these idioms. Bei Chun forced a wry smile. Karma has a way of humbling the smug. All right, read me the idioms, and I'll demonstrate and explain them myself. He wore a confident air. How obscure could a child's idiom module be? Daddy, get ready, I'm going to read. Bei Chun flashed an okay sign. Today there are 7 idioms to cover. Hearing 7 made him even more assured. This would be a breeze. Read them aloud, baby. Wow, Daddy's so great. The child's wide eyes brimmed with admiration as it watched Bei Chun's tall silhouette. The child proceeded to read the 7 idioms in a clear voice. Rivers of blood, a chorus of whales, corpses strewn everywhere, pointing at a deer, and calling it a horse. The guest becomes the master. Even thieves have principles, and cunningly seizing and plundering. What's the matter, Daddy? You don't know either, the child asked, pouting. Of course I know, Bei Chun steadied his voice. Let's start with pointing at a deer, and It was not that Bei Chun did not understand the idioms, the problem was how to demonstrate them and how much Huaxia cultural background the child actually possessed. What's the matter, Daddy? You don't know either, the child asked, pouting. Of course I know, Bei Chun steadied his voice. Let's start with pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse refers to the end of the Qin dynasty after Ing Zheng's death, when Hu Hai took the throne with Zhao Gao's backing. Bei Chun's explanation was accurate and straightforward, but he had overlooked one thing. Daddy, what's the Qin dynasty? Who is Ing Zheng? Is Hu Hai a kind of fruit? Can Zhao Gao be eaten? The child asked, expectantly, swallowing hard. Bei Chun went dumb. He felt the world collapse. Yet, as an elder, he could not show weakness before the youngster. Haha, well, how about this? Play it out yourself. What do you think even thieves have principles means? If he could not answer, let the child improvise. If the child's answer erred, Bei Chun could correct it with solemn gravity, building an authoritative image while convincing the child. Even thieves have principles. With only elementary Huaxia background, the child knew what a robber was, but not the idiomatic nuance. I know. It means I steal your stuff then rent it back to you at a high price to save your life, the child said eagerly. Bei Chun nearly ascended from sheer delight. The answer was not exactly right, in fact the meanings bore no relation to one another, but it was pricelessly entertaining. Haha, well, that's not quite it, Bei Chun said, mindful of the child's pride. He would not bluntly point out the mistake, but would correct from the side. He glanced to the side for an angle of correction, but there was only a car door and the asphalt beyond. Hardly a helpful side note. He improvised, baby, take off immediately. I sense danger within 100 miles ahead. A delaying tactic. Send the child to scout while he turned to the public chat plaza for aid. Crowds often yield talent. Oh, perhaps an online stranger could help. Seeing Bei Chun's solemn expression, the child, though keen for the demonstration, agreed to investigate the danger first. When I come back, Daddy must explain those idioms to me, okay? The child said. Bei Chun nodded confidently. The little one's pale yellow fluff erupted into a true form. In an instant it shot out through the car's gaping hole, and was already 100 meters away. Because the shared vision function linked their voices, Bei Chun could not let the child know he was soliciting help. Bei Chun writhed like an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly organizing a plea for the chat square to see if any talent would appear. Suddenly, there was a whizzing sound. Bei Chun startled and turned his head. Baby, you're back. Daddy, you're amazing. There really were robbers ahead. 3 of them. Hearing that, Bei Chun felt tears of gratitude. They were timely saviors indeed. Haha, let them rob us. Better if they're ruthless and vicious. He laughed heartily, then turned confidently to the child. Baby, watch as Daddy demonstrates what these idioms mean. Rivers of blood, a chorus of whales, corpses strewn everywhere, pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. The guest becomes the master. Even thieves have principles, and cunningly seizing and plundering. In the child's large, eager eyes, Bei Chun was in that moment an awe-inspiring father. Hooray! Despite the chatter and commotion, one must not joke about a child's education. Although aware of the robbery ahead, Bei Chun felt it necessary to prepare a vivid demonstration of 7 idioms. After all, a river of blood along with cries of anguish and corpses strewn about evokes a similar sentiment. However, the idioms pointing a deer to confuse a horse taking the initiative, even thieves have their principles, and coaxing by force bear different meanings. However, Bei Chun is no killer. He would never resort to murder to educate a child. Of course, if those robbers intended to take lives, that would be another matter entirely. Baby, come, let's get ready. Bei Chun slowly parked the car, bent down to dust off some dirt from the asphalt, and before the baby could react, he touched her face. Instantly, the fair-skinned baby became a dirty one. Bei Chun smeared some dirt on his own face as well. Suddenly, the domineering CEO and the little princess transformed into a ragged brother and a little girl selling matches. Afterwards, Bei Chun packed the inflatable mattress from the trunk into his particle ring. Having completed all this, he finally sighed in relief and thought to himself, raising a child is no easy task. Almost simultaneously, a scene of desolation unfolded before him. The car was a dilapidated Wuling. Inside sat a scruffy yet handsome man with a disheveled yet adorable little girl. One could understand Bei Chun's intentions. Oh, just think about it. A cleanly dressed man with a rosy complexion accompanied by a cute chubby daughter. One could easily deduce that this was a person who eats well and sleeps soundly, who would dare to rob such a family. If they just passed by without any preparation and someone approached to greet them offering delicious food and drinks, how could he teach and at the same time resort to murder? That wouldn't do. The baby didn't understand what Bei Chun wanted, but she felt it was all very amusing. Baby, when we see the bandits later, let's do this. Hey, did you hear? The baby, confused, nodded. Opportunity only comes once, we must cherish it. Come, let's practice once, just use the tone I taught you earlier. It's not that Bei Chun was overly cautious, but opportunities for teaching are rare. He genuinely feared that the baby might suddenly jump out of the car and shout at the robbers. Let me say a couple of lines. You are already surrounded. That would ruin everything. Instantly the baby looked at Bei-chun with a pitiful expression, a mix of hunger, fear, and pleading in her tone. Uncle, please spare my dad, and give us something to eat. Following dad for 3 days I've gone hungry 9 times. Woo-woo. This gaze, this tone, this voice, this expression. Tears welled up. That was truly a case of an old man without a son. Hopeless. Impressive baby, Bei-chun praised directly. Hee, it's all thanks to dad's good teaching. That answer sounds very official. Bei-chun ruffled the baby's hair, and then returned to the driver's seat. The car sped forward, and with the baby's guidance, Bei-chun was not afraid of encountering a few robbers. Dad, turn at the intersection ahead. Okay. After turning onto the side road, they traveled for more than 30 minutes. Gradually, low hills appeared around them. Bei-chun did not pay much attention to the barren hills. However, as the car turned another corner, a scene unfolded before his eyes. Bei-chun felt a sense of illusion, as if he had returned to reality. No, the key was that this scene was too harmonious. 2 men dressed in black standard auxiliary police uniforms were saluting a car with great formality. However, from an outsider's perspective, there might be nothing wrong with this. But Bei-chun was raised by an old man, and the gesture of saluting was etched in his memory. Who salutes with their left hand? At first glance one can tell they are imposters. However, a puzzling matter arose: what were they doing on the ground? After all, this was a survival game. Why were the 2 parties so harmonious upon meeting? Soon the car moved away, and Bei-chun leisurely approached. As he got closer, he discovered where the problem lay. There were spiked strips on the road designed to puncture tires, measuring approximately 30 centimeters wide and 20 meters long, lying across the asphalt. Do they have guns? Or is there an ambush nearby? Bei-chun was uncertain and could only continue to drive slowly. If the other party had firearms, Bei-chun could not act rashly. After all, life is more important. Indeed, after Bei-chun's wooling appeared, both men revealed professional smiles. First, they adjusted their black standard auxiliary police jackets. Then a slightly shorter man stepped forward and gestured for Bei-chun to pull over. To be fair, they looked quite the part. Bei-chun was not foolish. While sneering inwardly, he had the baby pay attention to the surroundings, checking for any hidden threats. The baby, being perceptive and sharp, took a quick glance and confirmed, there's no one around. Only then did Bei-chun slowly stop the wooling, and then he rolled down the window, slightly puzzled, and asked, Officer, is this the road to Tibet on foot? The 2 robbers, or rather auxiliary police, were momentarily taken aback by this question. Perhaps this wasn't their first robbery. The 2 men didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, they stood behind the spike strip and saluted Bei-chun with their left hands, sternly stating, Please step out of the vehicle for inspection. Bei-chun's piercing gaze continuously scrutinized the 2. He was hesitating whether to get out of the car, but upon seeing the black food bag in the shorter man's hand, Bei-chun got out. Whoosh! Seeing Bei-chun get out without any weapons, the 2 instantly realized he was an easy target and could no longer hold back. They rushed over in unison, surrounding the wooling. However, upon noticing the large hole in the wooling, the taller robber clearly frowned. Bei-chun, encircled, remained unperturbed and calmly asked, What are you 2 doing? The 2 looked up and laughed, taking turns to introduce themselves. Northwest Xuantian, a piece of cloud, crows falling among the phoenixes. The car is full of heroic men. Who is the lord and who is the subject? The tall one then pointed at the short one and said, Let me introduce, this is our Route 302 Wang Daochang. The short one seemed pleased and smiled slightly, pointing at his partner beside him and saying, This is Dao Wei's Secretary Mei. Bei-chun was somewhat confused. Wait, what are you 2 doing on the ground? He seemed completely unperturbed. Robbing you, what else would we be doing? The short one, in an anxious tone, burped loudly, releasing a waft of banana smell. Saying this, the short one stretched his head into the wooling. Bei-chun remained calm in response. At this moment, the tall one smiled and said, Don't be alarmed. Even though we are robbers, our charges are reasonable. We never harm lives, you can rest assured. Without waiting for Bei-chun to respond, he also leaned into the wooling. In their eyes, Bei-chun, being a good-natured person, would soften up with a little fright and wouldn't dare to resist. Bei-chun smiled and slightly shook his head, thinking, All right, I can only guide them now. Otherwise, how can I take action? He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Indeed, with the familiar tone and dialogue coming from the car, the 2 robbers looked utterly confused. Dude, you're in a survival game. Why are you bringing a kid? Is that even possible? Listen, brother, hey, race the deal. Although we've been forced to turn to crime, we have our own principles, and bottom line, we don't rob. The short one chimed in. Right, we don't rob children, the sick, or the government. Upon hearing this, Bei-chun raised the cigarette in his hand, asking, What about this? Who would have thought that the 2 of them didn't smoke? So we can leave then. Bei-chun frowned. At this moment, the baby poked her head out of the car window and whimpered, Uncle, I'm hungry. Following dad for 3 days, I've gone hungry 9 times. Bei-chun cooperatively displayed a troubled expression. The car is out of gas, and we haven't eaten for days. If this continues, how will my daughter and I survive? Upon hearing this, the 2 robbers were stunned. They exchanged glances. What is this? Are you implying we should compensate you? This is outrageous. How about it, my two elder brothers? Shall we form a group? The more people, the easier it is to rob, right? Bei Chun said earnestly. Uncle, we are hungry. Emma, it's too tragic. How about it, my two elder brothers? Shall we form a group? The more people, the easier it is to rob, right? Bei Chun said earnestly. Uncle, we are hungry. Emma, it's too tragic. Since it's currently impossible to teach through bloodshed with cries of despair and corpses everywhere, it's better to guide them towards the principles of turning the tables thievery with honor and clever plunder. After all, it's all for the purpose of educating the child. Oh, what can a parent say? Sigh. The two shook their heads and sighed while the shorter one gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, pulling out a black food bag from his right pocket. Although Bei Chun was uncertain about what was inside, he was sure it was definitely not a gun. After all, this person had just burped, and the smell was of bananas. Besides, who would be chattering if they had a gun? Although Bei Chun was uncertain about what was inside, he was sure it was definitely not a gun. After all, this person had... Seeing this scene, the tall guy nodded, and then looked at Bei Chun, saying, joining is fine, but there's a 3-day trial period. During these 3 days, you can eat as much as you want, but you won't be involved in resource distribution. Bei Chun smiled and nodded. That sounds great. On a paved road, Bei Chun and the baby hid in the shade, eating bananas, of course the bananas they had stored. The two bandits kept observing, and whenever a new vehicle approached, they would use their previous lines to deceive. Surprisingly, they managed to trick quite a few players. It must be said that the two had their principles, as they only took one item from each vehicle they intercepted. Dad, is this what they mean by thievery with honor? The baby asked, looking at the idioms on her educational device. Exactly, thievery with honor. But there are still 6 idioms left. The baby looked at Bei Chun. At this moment, Bei Chun's attention was entirely on the highway, as he sensed that the Toyota they intercepted was not ordinary. Sure enough, as the Toyota was stopped by the 2 6 men armed with weapons got out of the car. Baka, Chinese sick man, are you looking for death? Kill them. The two bandits realized they had kicked a metal plate and immediately ran towards Bei Chun. Bei Chun laughed, picking up the baby, and calmly said, Baby, watch closely. Daddy will demonstrate bloodshed, cries of despair, and corpses everywhere. And I can't wait. The baby clung tightly to Bei Chun's neck from behind. Hey buddy, hurry, and take your daughter, and run. This time we've kicked a metal plate. Those are devils armed with knives, hurry up. The two temporary companions, despite the danger, did not forget to remind Bei Chun to escape. Bei Chun, however, remained unmoved, watching as 5 or 6 armed men closed in. Look, Taijun, it's a little girl. A virgin. Sona. Even a Chinese girl can be so fresh and tender. With beady eyes and lewd glances, they looked up and down at the baby behind Bei Chun. Get them, kill the men, but bring the little girl to me. Be careful, don't hurt her. Hi, Taijun. The bandits, who had already run far, shook their heads and sighed at this scene, but they had no choice. They had fulfilled their duty as companions. Baby, remember, this is called bloodshed. Bei Chun's dark eyes resembled an abyss as the scaled military dagger appeared in his hand, and he swiftly dodged a stab aimed at him. Swish. The 2 men brushed past each other. The warrior's body stiffened, and the hand holding the knife slowly drooped before he collapsed to the ground. Baka. Whoosh. Zizi. As a knife struck from behind, Bei Chun remained unperturbed, turning his head while countering with a knife. The scaled dagger transformed into a shadow, swiftly slicing through another warrior's neck. With shared vision activated, Bei Chun effectively gained eyes in the front and back, making close-quarters combat feel like a tiger with wings. To achieve the desired effect, Bei Chun accelerated his speed. With all his might, he took down 6 men in just 40 seconds. The knife was extremely sharp, so sharp that the warrior whose throat was slit only felt a chill at his neck, slowly realizing he was having trouble breathing, and only when he saw the blood gushing from his neck did he let out a terrified whimper. Bei Chun stood in the center of the crowd with the baby on his back, his eyes showing not a trace of disturbance. Cries of despair, bloodshed, and corpses everywhere. Bei Chun said coldly, Wow, Daddy is amazing. It perfectly echoes the 3 idioms. The buddies, who were still desperately fleeing in the distance, stopped in confusion upon seeing this scene. Collective food poisoning. Let's go back and check, but seems they are all dead. Damn, it can't be you. Just a moment ago, they were all full of life. P.S. I have to go out for something. I initially wanted a 4,000 word chapter, but was short by 300. After some thought, I decided to split it. One chapter will be 2,200 and the other 1,300. Adding it up today, there are 4 updates. Bei Chun calmly carried the baby on his back, standing amidst the corpses. He continuously recited the origins of 3 idioms to the baby, which immediately sparked a strong resonance for learning. The educational effect was certainly remarkable, though it was somewhat life-threatening. While first there was a river of blood, then wails filled the air, and finally corpses lay everywhere. The baby listened to the wails, scanning the horizontal corpses and glancing around the desolate wilderness. Oh my, this is really too realistic. Dad, I want to get into Tsinghua University in the future and let our ancestral tomb smoke with pride. How about that? In that brief moment, the baby did not forget to hold the Vank brand tutoring machine, practicing while learning. Hearing this, Bei Chen smiled, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. Ooh, at least the child was not saying she wanted to be a big star. Suddenly, Bei Chen realized a truth: the first step in anything is the hardest. The conversation between the two was not intentionally kept low. This left the two bandits who had returned utterly bewildered. What was going on? They had killed 6 people just to teach a child to learn idioms. Instantly, tears of envy and jealousy flowed from them. If only their elders had nurtured them like this back, then why would they have dropped out of school in the 5th grade and loitered around still struggling at 30? Hearing the two weeping, Bei Chen turned back. Oh, you're back. Bei Chen smiled and said, quickly clean up here and load the things into our vehicle. The two were taken aback and exchanged glances. Our vehicle? Oh my. This was simply turning the tables and seizing the goods. What? Feeling a bit hot and want to lie down. Bei Chen shot a playful glance at the two. Oh no, it's not hot. I was just sweating cold earlier. The two started thinking who would want to lie down now, especially since 5 or 6 bodies were already on the ground. Watching the two helplessly clean up the discarded weapons, Bei Chen said to the baby, what do we call this? The baby shook her head. This is called turning the tables and seizing the goods. At first we followed their lead, but now that we have the upper hand, they must listen to us. Bei Chen patiently explained, just now, when I said we should load the supplies into our vehicle, I meant not sharing with them. This is seizing the goods. Of course, this statement is based on having strength. The baby suddenly understood. Then what about pointing at a deer and calling it a horse? By the way, was Qin Shi Huang delicious? Uffed. Bei Chen nearly spat blood, thinking to himself, I don't know if the current Qin Shi Huang is edible, but I know for sure eating him would lead to poisoning. Without elaborating further, Bei Chen called out to the two bandits, hey you guys. Check the Boeing 747 that the 6 people were driving to see if there are any good supplies on it. Upon hearing this, the two were dumbfounded. What the heck, a Boeing 747? Although our brothers have never been on a plane, we know what a Boeing 747 is. This was clearly a Toyota Land Cruiser. Bei Chen shook the fish scale knife in his hand with a smile. Oh dear, why do I always want to poke something? The two immediately cried out. Big brother, you really have an eye for talent. This is truly a Boeing 747. Please forgive our ignorance. Bei Chen laughed and waved his hand. The two swore this was the lowest point in their lives. What do we call? I know calling a vehicle a chicken. Bei Chen. It's pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. Hee, I know, just teasing you. The baby happily pecked Bei Chen on the cheek. Dad, why are you so good to me? Bei Chen smiled. Because in this life you are my creditor. Bei Chen was clearly struggling to articulate. The baby was just something he had Bei Chen was clearly struggling to articulate. The baby was just something he had exchanged for a pound of pork to eat, but now discovering she could increase his strength didn't that make her a creditor unexpectedly. While Bei Chen was busy educating the baby and strengthening their father-daughter bond, the two bandits were truly not idle. To please Bei Chen as much as possible, they left no stone unturned in their search. There lay various items on the ground. Even the inner clothes of the deceased were stripped off. With no other choice, Bei Chen directly took the baby back to the wooling car to wait. After all, it was not suitable for children. Shortly after, the two came over carrying large and small bundles. Inside 2 military backpacks, there were bulging bundles of unknown items. The first thing that caught the eye was 7 left crown knives of good quality with sandalwood handles and fine steel blades clearly crafted by a master. Hee, big brother, I must say this little brat has quite a stash. There are even secret weapons. The short bandit said with a forced smile as he opened the military backpack. What? Rice. Here's wheat and even sweet potatoes. The tall bandit also pulled open his haul with a flattering smile. Bei Chen glanced at the two, his gaze sharp as a knife. Just these, eh? Just these? There's really nothing more. Smack. The short bandit slapped the tall bandit on the back of the head and scolded, shut your mouth, there's more. The tall bandit was stunned and quickly slapped himself, explaining, misunderstanding, I forgot. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, but as soon as he pulled out a corner, Bei Chen directly said, no need, we don't need that stuff. I'll take these supplies, you guys have no objections, right? Bei Chen said with a smile that was neither a smile. No, it's all yours. We can be grateful to get something from the inner stock after you killed them. Bei Chen smiled and tossed a left crown knife over. Thieves have their principles, keep it for self-defense. The reason I didn't plunder your supplies is that you still adhere to your principles in this environment. After saying that, Bei Chen got in the car and stepped on the gas, quickly disappearing from their sight. Watching this ruthless man leave, the two immediately relaxed and slumped down. Oh my, who was that ruthless person? 6 bandits with left crown knives were dispatched in no time. This is just. Hee, come on, we were lucky to meet him. Let's go. The short bandit urged, there's still a box of gasoline in that Boeing 747 that we haven't taken out. Damn, you're pretty clever. If it weren't for the need to report, I would have taken it out myself. It wasn't that Bei Chun forgot, it was just a waste of time to take it out. Although they had turned to banditry, the things they did were still commendable. Bei Chun was the kind of person who believed if you had principles with me, then I would have principles with you. Thus Bei Chun with the baby traveled westward, getting out of the car to smash any resource boxes they encountered. However, to be honest, since parting with Tung Chu, Bei Chun's luck had truly been like Liu Bei's father, always in the dark. Today was particularly absurd. He drove all day and encountered 2 wooden boxes. One hammer yielded a hair, and another hammer yielded a piece of paper. Originally, Bei Chun thought his luck had exploded, thinking he would get a blueprint, but upon unfolding it, he saw only 2 words written on it: In Mao Luan Conspiracy. If it weren't for Bei Chun having a system and plenty of supplies, he would probably have had to survive on the northwestern wind tonight. Crackling. By the campfire, the baby's eyes were fixated on the roasted meat. Meanwhile, Bei Chun was intently observing the newly acquired rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. At this moment, the game console's voice rang in his ear. Player Zhang Yichen requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Zhang Yichen. Bei Chun wondered as Zhang Yichen was mainly responsible for training the soldiers in the team and managing weapons, while Tung Baiwan was the main contact person for him. Worried that there might be an urgent matter, Bei Chun did not think too much and chose to accept. Yichen, do you need something? Bei Chun questioned. Team leader, I apologize for disturbing you late at night, but I must seek your consent on this matter. Bei Chun was taken aback and directly replied, Go ahead, what is it that you and Tung Baiwan cannot decide? On the other end, it was evident that he was organizing his words, but soon a message came through. Bei Chun smiled upon seeing the message from this soldier king, thought for a moment, and replied, You're right, the team needs a striking code name or title. We are all sensible people, only formal authorization can grant a unit number. Therefore, both Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen referred to it as a code name. Tung Baiwan and I have thought of several. Please take a look. Soon several code names were sent over. Bei Chun glanced and slightly shook his head. These names were actually quite good, but contradicted his original intention for establishing the team. He replied, Our team was born in response to the times in accordance with the Tao of Heaven, and the Eastern Huaxiao represents the dragon. Moreover, our country's military is centered around defending the homeland. Exactly so. Zhang Yichen clearly didn't understand all these convolutions and could only wait for Bei Chun's reply. From now on, the team shall be named Xia Ing Long Wei. Upon seeing this name, even someone as cold and aloof as the Soldier King was filled with passionate blood. It was too fitting for the current situation. To follow the Tao of Heaven. The East represents the dragon. To defend the homeland. Ing Long Wei. Impressive team leader, you truly are a talent raised by the old man. Bei Chun could only smile faintly, not wanting to say anything more. Zhang Yichen immediately replied, Yes, team leader, I will relay this. I will ensure no idle people entering Long Wei. A crackling campfire illuminated 24 people. With the arrival of squad leader Chuan Jiangwo, the towering Zheng Jingren, and Xiao Xia team, Captain Zhang Yichen formally announced the unit's codename. As expected, upon hearing the evocative codename, Great Xia Inglong Guard, every team member erupted in enthusiastic approval. Even Tung Chu and Tung Baiwan, who were not military personnel, were deeply impressed by Bei Chun's literary refinement. Simultaneously, curiosity and bewilderment deepened among all members regarding Bei Chun. Why? After all, this was a survival game where even 2 identical steamed buns were rare, let alone 21 Mo'in blades and 21 Tri-Ged combat knives. Moreover, their rations and water supplies were identical, utterly implausible. Almost everyone turned their gaze toward the newly arrived trio, the squad leader, the tall man, and Xiao Xia. After all, the 3 had journeyed westward under the direct guidance of the regimental commander, and surely bore witness to his extraordinary presence. Jiang Wo, tell us about the commander's exploits. No embellishment, just the unvarnished truth. Zhang Yichen rarely spoke more than necessary, a single glance often sufficed. Yet now uttering so many words at once revealed how intensely Bei Chun had ignited his curiosity. Exactly. Chuanpu, enlighten us. We're all eager to know what the commander is truly like. Is he handsome? Deputy Captain Xue Yihan chimed in, glancing sidelong at Zhang Yichen with a subtle, triumphant gleam, the look of one who sensed an imminent unraveling. Tung Chu's heart fluttered warmly as she observed the group's rapt, yearning expressions. Tsk. Though others remained oblivious, she knew full well Bei Chun had been her own meticulous handiwork. Epsilon. True, it had been their first time, but merely recalling it filled her with quiet, profound satisfaction. At that moment, the trio's faces radiated unmistakable pride. They exchanged a swift, knowing glance, and nodded almost imperceptibly. Ahem. Allow me to say a few words. The squad leader cleared his throat, straightened his broad shoulders, and stood taller, striving for an imposing, commanding posture. Where shall I begin? Beichen's display of power had been so astonishing that the squad leader carefully chose each word, determined to recount the entire event with flawless fidelity. At first the squad leader felt nervous. Few opportunities arose to address two elite warriors so directly. Yet he had witnessed the event's most clear. At first the squad leader felt nervous. Few opportunities arose to address two elite warriors so directly. Yet he had witnessed the events most clearly and firsthand. No one contested his right to speak. Well, it began that day. From hesitant beginnings to fluent command, from rising excitement to surging intensity, the squad leader recounted the truth utterly unembellished. But then, when he described the M249 light machine gun firing 500 rounds consecutively, everyone except Tung Baiwan and Tung Chuchu paled visibly. It wasn't that the M249 couldn't fire 500 rounds. It was that the squad leader stressed no magazine changes. Just continuous, uninterrupted bursts, tat-a-tat-a-tat, 500 times. He omitted any mention of Bao Bao's appearance. Beichen had strictly forbidden disclosure of even the faintest detail concerning Bao Bao before their arrival. Zhang Yichen's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing of the 500-round M249 burst, yet he restrained himself from immediate outburst. But when Xuan Jingwo next described Beichen evading for consecutive Desert Eagle rounds at point-blank range, every single person rose. Captain Zhang Yichen, Deputy Captain Shui Han, and all season members save only the civilian pair Tung Baiwan and Tung Chuchu. They surged forward, fists clenched, muscles coiled, bearing down on Xuan Jingwo. Zheng Jingren and Xiao Xia stared utterly bewildered. But he's telling the truth. Not a single. Seeing their reaction, the squad leader blanched, then snapped upright, his expression grave and resolute. I, Xuan Jingwo, swear upon my personal honor, my honor as a soldier, and my honor as a citizen of the nation, every word I have spoken, every syllable, is true. A stunned gasp rippled through the circle, then absolute breathless silence. For soldiers, what mattered above all else? Honor, unquestionably. And Xuan Jingwo had invoked not one, but 3 sacred layers of honor. Personal, military, national. To a professional soldier, such an oath represented the highest possible solemnity. What did you say? Repeat it. Zhang Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He evaded for consecutive Desert Eagle rounds, at close range. Before the squad leader could respond, Deputy Captain Shui Yihan commanded, voice low and iron-hard, Comrade Xuan Jingwo, immediately report the muzzle velocity of the Desert Eagle round. Yes, sir, the squad leader bellowed. With steel core ammunition under standard atmospheric pressure and calm conditions, the Desert Eagle's muzzle velocity is approximately 430 meters per second. Report concluded. What is the average human neural transmission speed? Zhang Yichen pressed. 100 meters per second. The squad leader's voice rang clear and steady, his composure unshaken. Your academic knowledge is exemplary, but if the human limit is 100 meters per second, how could anyone evade bullets traveling at 430? Report, Captain. I asked the same question, though I cannot explain it, my 2 comrades and I witnessed it with our own eyes. The squad leader stood firm, neither deferential nor defiant. Zheng Jingren and Xiao Xia sprang to their feet. Report, Comrade Xuan Jingwo speaks the absolute truth, every detail confirmed. Hearing this, Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan exchanged a glance, and saw mirrored astonishment in each other's eyes. Dodging bullets is neither myth nor impossibility within the armed forces. A 15-year veteran, a Level 9 Special Forces officer at peak physical condition can, under optimal distance and heightened awareness, anticipate a common gunman's trigger pull with 60% reliability, enabling preemptive evasion. Put plainly, it is not dodging the bullet itself, but predicting when the shot will be fired and shifting away from the anticipated line of fire. Once the bullet leaves the barrel, survival is nearly impossible. 430 meters per second approaches the speed of sound. Yet for a 20-year-old civilian, never trained in the military, to accomplish this feat, and to repeat it 4 times consecutively, to 2 battle-hardened, relentlessly disciplined warriors, such a claim defied comprehension. In truth, Beichen did not dodge the 4.762mm rounds. He allowed them to pass through his body unharmed. Where ability fell short, the system compensated. The Desert Eagle had been subtly enhanced by the system, lethal to others yet utterly harmless to Beichen. With 3 sworn witnesses attesting to the event, even Zhang Yichen and his team had no choice but to accept it as fact. Almost simultaneously, both Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan felt an intense, urgent fascination with Beichen, a gaze of fervent aspiration burning with the desire to learn, to grow stronger. You go. Zhang Yichen cast a subtle glance toward Shui Yihan, then flicked his eyes toward the visibly exhilarated Tung Chuchu. Shui Yihan instantly understood and gave a slight, affirming nod. With the matter temporarily settled, Zhang Yichen directed the team to resume their seats. Baiwan, these are today's recovered supplies, including several valuable materials. Please deliver them to the regimental commander. Zhang Yichen handed over the haul. Understood. As Tung Baiwan accepted the items, several unfamiliar armored plates, and a rigid black vest, he unfurled the vest and drew a sharp breath body armor. Zhang Yichen then issued new operational directives and designated the current location as the Yinglong Guard's provisional base. Of the combined 20-plus personnel, 10 would rotate daily for resource scavenging. The remaining members would train while awaiting recall of additional comrades. After brief discussion, those assigned night watch assumed their posts, while others retired to rest. Meanwhile, Beichen and his companion had finished roasting wild boar meat and were now eating and drinking. Preoccupied, Beichen ate little, then retrieved the 3 newly acquired grains. It wasn't that he'd never seen rice, wheat, or sweet potatoes before. Rather, the system's notification unsettled him deeply. Rice seeds, wheat seeds, and sweet potato seeds detected, capable of enhancement. However, enhancement is not advised at this time. Unable to resist, Beichen asked, why is enhancement discouraged now? Because enhanced seeds yield inedible crops. If the host wishes to consume grain, it must first be sown, grown to maturity, and then enhanced. Beichen stared blankly. Once it's grown, my tombstone will already be waist-high in weeds. What's left to eat? Indeed. Were this not critical intelligence, the system would not have disclosed that grain must mature before enhancement to become consumable. Oh, vital intelligence has surfaced. Beichen's interest sharpened instantly. Upon hearing the system say, if that's the case, this system won't tell you anything of food needs to be grown and then amplified before it can be consumed. Beichen felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly revealed a yearning look for knowledge. Oh, what procedure should I follow? The system did not hold back and replied directly, after you grow it, amplify it. If successful, you and your team may no longer worry about food. Beichen displayed an official smile. From what you're saying, it seems like just digging a hole and burying the seeds will produce food. The system replied, isn't that so? Beichen was left speechless. Growing up, his parents worked away and he was raised by his grandfather. Although he couldn't claim to be a master in farming, he was well known in the village for cutting grass, tilling the land, and harvesting crops. Farming may seem like a simple task, but it is actually the crystallization of 5,000 years of wisdom from Huaxia. Given the current environment lacking both fertilizer and water, how can one grow food? Suddenly, Beichen slapped himself. With a grin, he asked, system, theoretically, can we dig a well for water here? If it's feasible, I have 20 warriors who can give it a try. Oh, if there's no water, then there's no point in discussing it. Beichen could not afford to irrigate with the purified water amplified by the system. That would be like turning a glutinous rice ball into just a plain white ball, wouldn't it? The system hesitated briefly, but still provided Beichen with an answer. Theoretically, yes, but the groundwater here is not drinkable. Not drinkable. Why? Pollution, or if you drink it, you'll get diarrhea and won't be able to hold your pants up. So, does that mean it's suitable for irrigation? Yes. Okay, no need to see you off. After dismissing the system, Beichen fell into deep thought. As the number of Yinglong guards increased, relying solely on himself for resource supply was not sustainable. Wasn't he just working himself to the bone as a commander with no free time? If the Yinglong guards can be self-sufficient, creating a virtuous cycle, then I can achieve personal freedom in my life. Although the prospects were bright, reality had taught Beichen that the first 3 steps of any endeavor were always the hardest. And this time achieving Although the prospects were bright, reality had taught Beichen that the first 3 steps of any endeavor were always the hardest. And this time achieving self-sufficiency for the Yinglong guards would be as difficult as turning Toyota into a Boeing 747. At that moment, a trading request notification appeared. Your friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? After receiving Beichen's energy, Tung Baiwan's tone and attitude dramatically changed, as if he was presenting treasures, laying out a piece of armor fragment, a black vest, and After receiving Beichen's energy, Tung Baiwan's tone and attitude dramatically changed, as if he was presenting treasures, laying out a piece of armor fragment, a black vest, and several metal ores. Wow, what a miracle. Beichen smiled happily. He had long wanted to obtain reactive armor fragments and bulletproof vests. But due to a lack of good fortune, he had never been able to do so until now. Now he had everything. After both parties confirmed the trade, Beichen received the reactive armor fragments, bulletproof vests, and other materials. By the way, Baiwan, there's a difficult and challenging task. Could you assess its feasibility? Most of Beichen's geographical knowledge had been returned to his physical education teacher, so he needed to consult someone for stability. After all, giving a command to over 20 people to mobilize was no small matter. What is it? Just go ahead and say it. Tung Baiwan spoke earnestly, greatly admiring Beichen's calm demeanor. What do you think? If we Yinglong guards choose a low-lying area and dig a well? Beichen continued. During this time, the team won't need to search for food. It'll cover all eating and drinking costs myself. Sure enough, the other side fell silent, and Bei-Chen quietly waited, taking out a cigarette to smoke. After about the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Tung Baiwan replied again. Bei-Chen, I know a geologist, and have consulted his opinion. If food security is guaranteed, perhaps we can give it a try. Seeing this, Bei-Chen smiled, thinking that Tung Baiwan was quite dependable. I will assign this task to you and Zhang Yichen for now. Later, I will trade the military supplies from the past few days to you. Alright, don't worry, we will ensure the task is completed. As the saying goes, proximity to the red makes one red, and proximity to the black makes one black. Spending time around immortals allows one to absorb some of their aura. Tung Baiwan's tone was becoming increasingly military-like. Before long, Bei-Chen had traded away about 80 of the military supplies amplified that morning. Luxury KFC burgers 60. Soft steamed buns 100. 5 bottles of soda water. 60 apples, bananas, and oranges each. 21 pounds of fresh wild boar meat. Digging a well without suitable tools is extremely physically demanding, arguably more exhausting than training, so nutrition naturally needs to keep up. Except for the fruits and wild boar meat, all other supplies were traded from Tung Baiwan. After the trade was completed, Bei-Chen casually replied, "On the day we hit water, while digging the well, I will record it as a great achievement for all members." "Yes, Commander." Tung Baiwan said with respect. The military supplies provided this time were simply too good. After disconnecting the private message, Bei-Chen turned his head and saw a baby munching on roasted wild boar meat with an oily face. Today, in order to set an example, Bei-Chen had smeared quite a bit of dirt on baby's face. Overall, baby looked quite dirty and greasy. "Baby, have an apple. Eating only meat may cause constipation." "Oh, thank you, Daddy." Baby eagerly took the apple, munching away while not forgetting to express gratitude. "Eat slowly. Our family may not have much, but we do have plenty to eat." Instantly, baby's eyes sparkled with admiration as he nodded earnestly. "I will strive to lighten Daddy's burden." Bei-Chen thought. Something about this statement felt off. Since entering the game, Bei-Chen had almost gone a week without a shower. He had been relying on the air conditioning daily, or else the smell of sweat would have suffocated him. He had always been reluctant to use purified water for bathing, but today, for baby's education, he had no choice but to smear dirt on his own face. Thus, Bei-Chen finally had ample reason to take a shower. He waved his hand to store the reactive armor fragments and bulletproof vests in his particle ring. These items wouldn't run away, so it wouldn't be too late to study them later, but taking a shower was a pressing matter. The itchiness all over his body had become unbearable. "Baby, stay here and eat. Daddy will go prepare bathwater for you, and we'll shower later." Bei-Chen stood up and walked towards the car. "Yay? Daddy is going to accompany me." Bei-Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, "Baby is a big kid now. You can't go with Daddy anymore. You need to be independent." Baby pouted unhappily. "Oh, okay then." Chat square. At this moment, the chat square was filled with rapid. Suddenly, that's right, in Bei-Chen. Before Bei-Chen could send a second message, several quick-fingered players had already. "Why do you need anything, Big Boss Bei-Chen? I have kitchen knives, scissors, basins, MSG chicken essence." Bei-Chen. "Oh, such quick fingers. Well, I want to take a shower, but I don't have any bathing supplies. Does anyone have shampoo, a big basin, towels, razors?" Bei-Chen. "Oh, such quick fingers. Well, I want to take a shower, but I don't have any bathing supplies. Does anyone have shampoo, a big basin, towels, razors, or hair ties for kids?" They'll trade a day's worth of supplies for it. As soon as the message was sent, Bei-Chen could almost smell the eye-watering sourness. "Oh my goodness, I was just feeling faint from the heat." Has Big Boss Bei-Chen already happily bathed with water? "Big Boss Bei-Chen, can I have a sip of your bathwater to save my life?" "Gosh, are you even human? Do you want to grab a wolf with empty hands?" He'll trade a roll of toilet paper for Big Boss Bei-Chen's bathwater. "Gosh, I will offer a small whip." "Damn, are you forcing me to pull out my family heirloom?" "I've decided, I will offer half of a steamed bun passed down by my uncle to trade for Big Boss Bei-Chen's bathwater." You idiots upstairs. You idiots upstairs won. Messages 99,999. Seeing these messages, Bei-Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wanting to use such trivial items to trade for his bathwater was utterly ridiculous. Taking a shower, Bei-Chen estimated at the very least he would need 20 liters of water. 20 liters is equivalent to a full tank of water from a home water dispenser. These people wanted to trade all sorts of random items for 20 liters of water. Impossible. Ahem, I only need various tools for bathing. You all better concentrate the items and trade them with me. Just send one representative over, and I won't trade anymore. Ahem. Big Boss Bei-Chen is mighty truly a man. Big Boss, take care, come again next time. Big Boss, we will gather the items right away and trade with you through one representative. Bei-Chen smiled as he exited the regional chat square, pulling out a cigarette to light. How about trading bathwater at 100 milliliters instead? Bei-Chen thought. One shiver ran down his spine. Oh, better not, that would be too off-putting. P.S. Click here for a surprise. Family is waiting for you. Dear friends, Tomato is holding an event for those who haven't seen the end video. Please take a look. This will make the white dragon happy. And when he is happy, my writing speed will pick up. After returning from the chat plaza, Bei-chin didn't dare to relax. There were tasks to attend to besides. First, he needed to enhance the reactive armor fragments and the bulletproof vest, and next up was the fifth rank. Detected reactive armor fragments can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance them? Detected the standard bulletproof vest can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance. Bei-chin didn't hesitate. With a complete set of reactive armor, he could not only repair the significant damage to the vehicle's body, but also cover all the weak spots of the Wuling with reactive armor. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Reactive armor fragments enhanced to T3 level reactive armor 80 pieces. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Standard bulletproof vest enhanced to SI Dragon Scale armor 1 piece. Bei-chin was familiar with T3 reactive armor, but this SI Dragon Scale armor was quite unfamiliar. At first glance, it appeared to be a small black vest that looked somewhat fitted, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was no ordinary vest, as the surface of the SI Dragon Scale armor was adorned with neatly arranged thin ceramic scales layered one over another. Bei-chin curiously ran his hand against the direction and was startled. Ceramic armor plates. Impressive. He then examined the information. SI Dragon Scale armor introduction made from small ceramic bulletproof tiles woven with new bulletproof fibers in a fish scale pattern resembling medieval chainmail, hence named Dragon Scale armor. Advantages: the Dragon Scale armor can withstand 40 hits from a 7.62mm standard military bullet at a distance of 6 meters without being penetrated, and it can also block a 7.62mm steel core armor-piercing bullet. A 9mm submachine gun has no effect on it, providing 3 to 4 times the protection of a standard bulletproof vest. Although Bei-chin didn't understand bulletproof vests, he couldn't help but smile upon seeing the introduction that stated its protective capability was 34 times that of ordinary bulletproof vests. To withstand 40 hits from a 7.62mm rifle at close range. That's just him. He decided to put away the enhanced Dragon Scale armor first, as he hadn't showered yet and had a strong odor of sweat. If he put it on, and it absorbed the smell, his luxurious bath would be in vain. Looking at a small pile of T3 reactive armor, Bei-chin smiled and directly entered the game interface to select the vehicle equipment function. Select to repair the damaged areas of the vehicle. Repairing damaged areas requires 4 pieces of fine iron and 2 reactive armor pieces. Conditions met. Would you like to repair? Repair. Materials belonging to the player have been automatically deducted. Damaged areas have been repaired. With the sound of the game console ringing out, Bei-chin hurriedly turned his head to see how it was repaired, but was still a step too late. When he turned to look, the previously damaged area of the vehicle was as good as new. Alright, this is some black technology. Looking at the vehicle blueprint presented before him, he selected to replace the main structure with T3 reactive armor. Would you like to use T3 reactive armor to replace the main structure of the vehicle? Yes. Replacing. Please wait. Bei-chin patiently waited as this replacement process required some time. About a minute later, with the prompt from the game console sounding, Bei-chin felt a jolt of excitement. Is there a surprise? Congratulations to player Bei-chin for successfully upgrading the vehicle Wuling Hongguang to level 2 vehicle. Would you like to announce this to the entire area? Congratulations player Bei-chin, your vehicle Wuling Hongguang has been upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. You may choose the direction of the upgrade function. Bei-chin instinctively replied, no announcement. Looking at the 2 options presented before him, Bei-chin instantly understood what this upgrade function was about. Inside, he exclaimed, wow. 2 functional options appeared before him, meaning a choice between 2. Level 2 vehicle can choose upgrade functions. 1. Increase space upgrade, restoring all vehicle functions, such as in-car music, air conditioning, etc. 2. Rapid power, increasing the vehicle speed to 500 km/h within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Bei-chin understood at a glance that these 2 upgrades represented 2 extremes. The first one was practical, upgrading the internal space while restoring various vehicle functions. The second was practical in a different way, rapidly boosting the vehicle speed to 500 km/h within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Bei-chin looked back at the empty vehicle compartment, where 2 people lying down could still turn around. Was there even a choice? Besides, his Wuling already had in-car functions from the start, so choosing that seemed like a loss. In contrast, short-distance rapid power, reaching a speed of 500 km/h, did he know what that meant? The fastest car in the world is the Bugatti Veyron with a 16-cylinder engine, which reached a speed of 406 km/h on salt flats. Therefore, as long as Bei-chin wasn't foolish, he would definitely choose the practical upgrade function. Without hesitation, he selected the vehicle upgrade function too. Congratulations player Bei-chin, your vehicle has acquired the short-distance rapid power function, usable once per day. The fuel consumption during rapid power is 5 times the usual. Bei Chen nodded, knowing that all power has its source. Adding acceleration to the vehicle's fuel consumption was only natural, but it was just too unscientific. By the way, I want to ask a key point. When the vehicle suddenly accelerates, the people inside won't be harmed, right? If it results in the body running ahead while the soul follows behind, that would be troublesome. Players can rest assured there will be no anti-gravity effects during rapid power, so people will be fine. Okay. After understanding everything, Bei Chen let out a sigh of relief. As he lowered his head, a green button appeared in the center of the steering wheel with 4 striking words: rapid power. What to do if I encounter a strong enemy? As long as I just press it lightly, then there will be limitless joy. Bei Chen couldn't help but get excited. At that moment, a private message notification rang. Bei Chen knew the shower matter was coming. Opening the private message, he saw a player named Wang Dachui had sent over a list. Bei Chen nodded in satisfaction and replied, "All right, the supplies for the day are yours. Player Wang Dachui has sent you a trade request. Would you like to accept?" Accept. Neither side spoke, as Bei Chen was perceived as very aloof by the general players. A poorly chosen word might cause the transaction to go awry, so everyone remained cool. The trade went smoothly, and Bei Chen paid a total of 1,500 milliliters of Sanquan pure water, 6 pieces of dogda, fei dai roasted naan, 3 Aegean honey oranges, plus 3 packs of huazi. Why did Bei Chen give 3 extra oranges and 3 packs of huazi? Because in the actual trade, Bei Chen gained an extra bottle of baby golden water and a box of tissue. What pleased Bei Chen even more was that the large basin he had requested earlier was replaced with a wooden bucket. Bei Chen took everything out of the wooden bucket: towels, bath towels, baby water, fabric softener, a razor, and a child's hair tie. Then Bei Chen placed the wooden bucket on the other side of the vehicle, conveniently turned away from the campfire so it wouldn't be exposed. Swish splash. Because the wooden bucket was much larger than the basin, Bei Chen wanted to take a comfortable bath, so he had to pour in an additional 20 liters of water. Having done all this, Bei Chen poked his head out and called to the baby, who was diligently studying with a Vank brand learning device. "Baby, come over to take a bath." Upon hearing this, the baby joyfully stood up, bouncing over with the learning device. Along the way, the baby lightly pressed a button on the device, and suddenly a familiar melody began to play. Ahem. It's like this. "Wash, wash, wash your bath, baby golden water is indispensable. Let's greet and shake hands, you're my good friend." Bei Chen, is this song, was it always like this? Why do I feel like I've drunk expired ergotu? It really feels a bit tipsy. Last night, a member of the Yinglong Guard shyly approached Bei Chen and said on their 7th wedding anniversary, he wanted Bei Chen to help him with a favor. Like this, Zhang Hanfang childish, so a family sword. Last night, a member of the Yinglong Guard shyly approached Bei Chen and said on their 7th wedding anniversary, he wanted Bei Chen to help him with a favor. Like this, Zhang Hanfang childish, so a family sword loves you. The wooden tub was filled with clean and clear bathing water, and although the temperature was slightly chilly, the warm climate of the survival world alleviated any worries of the baby catching a cold. Bei Chen patiently explained a plethora of things on how to use them, while the baby stood by nodding continuously. "All right, let's follow my instructions step by step. You are the best, baby." Before leaving, Bei Chen reminded, "By the way, baby, we must not drink the shampoo." Bei Chen smiled as he returned to the campfire. Just as he sat down, he heard a splash. Worrying, he glanced back, fearing the baby might accidentally fall into the water. Children must become independent early. Excessive worry can backfire. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the shape particle ammunition cache. Looking at the list of bullets that could be crafted, Bei Chen confidently chose to craft 600 rounds of 5.56 ammunition. Crafting successful, obtained 500 rounds of 5.56 ammunition automatically stored. Now Bei Chen felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. The T3 reactive armor of the vehicle was fully covered, and he upgraded the vehicle to level 2. Furthermore, he acquired a MI Dragon Scale armor ballistic vest. He even crafted 600 rounds of 5.56 ammunition in one breath. Just as he was about to take out a huazi, Bei Chen was suddenly startled. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. He saw the baby standing in front of him, drenched, looking at him with a proud expression. "How did you finish washing?" He even crafted 600 rounds of 5.56 ammunition in one breath. Just as he was about to take out a huazi, Bei Chen was suddenly startled. His body gently touching the baby's chubby cheek. Bei Chen stood up and said, "Then baby, you stay here by the fire, and daddy will go take a bath. By the way, if you feel bored, you can play with your teaching machine." After Bei Chen instructed, he went off to take a bath. About 20 minutes later, the campfire died down, and both the big and small ones, fresh from their baths, quietly fell asleep. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Bei Chen suddenly woke up from his dream. He hurriedly checked his private messages, which were numerous and conveyed a sense of urgency and excitement. "Captain, something big has happened." Quickly check the upper left corner of the game interface. What is that? Bei Chun instinctively shifted his vision to the game interface. However, when he saw the upper left corner of the interface, Bei Chun was taken aback. This thing wasn't there on the interface yesterday. It was a virtual mini-map the size of a cigarette case, vividly outlining small hills and winding roads with a small green dot flashing at the center of the map, as if afraid no one would notice it. Upon closely examining the introduction, Bei Chun instinctively exclaimed, "Area airdrop self-selected resource box. Airdrop self-selected resource box." Bei Chun chuckled and immediately returned to the driver's seat, wondering if it was the kind of box used to select vehicles at the start. Area airdrop, which means this airdrop resource box isn't known to all players, only those in the area can. With confusion, Bei Chun quickly ignited the engine. Indeed, at the moment the vehicle started, another moving blue dot appeared on the virtual map of the game interface. Bei Chun knew that this moving blue dot represented his vehicle. He clicked his tongue, feeling hesitant. With such a two-way positioning, players in the area would surely flock to it. At that time, conflicts would be unavoidable. However, Bei Chun had no reason not to go. He now had a level 2 vehicle gun, 600 rounds of ammunition, and a Desert Eagle with a 50-round magazine. Not going would be unreasonable. Only 300 kilometers. I hope I get there before someone else does. Roar, roar, roar. Bei Chun stepped on the gas, and the Wuling emitted a roar akin to that of a wild boar. At this moment, Zhang Yiqian also sent a private message. "Captain, should we mobilize?" The squad leader, the big guy, and Xiao Xia had merged with the main force after a day and night, indicating that Bei Chun wasn't too far from the main force and belonged to the same area, hence Zhang Yiqian's inquiry. Bei Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "No need. Today you all stay put and do not go out to search for supplies, just dig wells. I will personally take a look." "Understood, Captain." There was no need. To be honest, in this situation, sending over 20 soldiers wouldn't stir up much. After all, there were over 1 million players in the area. Rather than risk casualties among the Yinglong guards, it was better to develop stealthily for now. With his superior equipment, it was most suitable for him to navigate through this murky water alone. Driving the Wuling at high speed, Bei Chun's brain was also busy continuously deducing the scope of this matter. In ancient times, where would one go to gather information? Certainly, to a tavern. In modern times, where would one go for information? Definitely to the headlines on Baidu. At this moment, where should one go to gather information? It's obvious, to the area chat square. As soon as he entered the area chat square, Bei Chun's expression darkened. As expected, this situation was becoming increasingly murky. What the hell? Why do those American players look down on us, stealing my resource box, and saying they have the advantage of strength and height, looking down on us Chinese? Damn it, I swear if I make it out alive, I will resolutely resist American goods. Come on, you guys are lucky. I personally experienced this. A few little Japanese players were living quite well, killing players from our neighboring 3 vehicles. No doubt those 3 guys were driving Wuling Hongguang, and thankfully I was driving a sports car, so I narrowly escaped disaster. As soon as this statement came out, the entire chat square fell silent. When did driving a low-cost car become so popular? When did driving a supercar become looked down upon? Is robbery being ignored? I feel for the guy for a second, or at least you were lucky enough not to be robbed. Nonsense. It's not that I wasn't robbed, it's that they took my 4 tires. How am I supposed to live now? What the hell, are they that shameless? How could those little Japanese players do such a thing? Instantly, the Chinese players rallied together in indignation. Bei Chun once again took on the persona of a survival novice and sent a message. "So are we still going for the airdrop? Has anyone reached the location yet? Bro, who do you look down on? Airdrop is hope. Right, even if it's not for hope, I need to get my share of the spoils. By the way, everyone, let me share what that little notebook said back then. Bro, tell me, how were they so arrogant? It goes like this, you all pay attention to how I learn. When reading, raise your Hey, they say China has been developing stealthily for 40 years and is regarded by the American brothers as the most formidable potential threat in the future. In my opinion, it's like blowing your nose in your pants, pretending to be strong. If it weren't for the absence of war in the world, I believe our great emperor would reignite past glories, and under the 3 wide policies would surely occupy China completely." Anyone who has seen anti-war films would recognize that clumsy accent. As soon as this phrase was read out, the chat square erupted. Damn, what the hell? What the F? Let's kill those sons of BS. The scars were opened like tearing off the veil from the children of China, filled with anger and resentment. When a person walks out, whether strong or weak, they will give a first impression. A family, whether rich or poor, also has a good or bad impression in the eyes of others. Similarly, a country also has an impression in front of the world. If a country was once weak and bullied, as long as they haven't completely fought back, whenever you step outside your country, people from other countries will judge you based on their impression of your country. This is human nature. Since the 80s and 90s, I don't know when it started, but seeing foreigners, people felt they couldn't provoke them, couldn't afford to offend them, they were afraid. Therefore, seeing the comments in the chat square, every Chinese player was furious, angry for their childhood cowardice, angry for their country's past experiences, and even more furious that China had become strong, yet continued to be bullied on the principle of not provoking or fearing trouble. Bei Chen's face also turned dark, and he replied on the public screen, "That's right, I am Bei Chen. I'll say this, everyone listen closely. When we reach the airdrop location, whoever finds a bearded man among the crowd, come to me, and I will trade a feast of supplies for him. Whatever I, Bei Chen, can gather I will take." In the chat square, a scene of explosions filled with barrage messages, as Bei Chen confidently declared to acquire the bearded leader among the people with a meal. This was not mere bravado, he was assured in his approach to this matter. Since the game's inception, Bei Chen had not seen any information regarding a large number of foreign players in the chat square. What does this indicate? It indicates that within the region of Huaxiao, there were only a small number of foreign players. They had essentially infiltrated the enemy camp, ensnared by the Huaxiao players. Could this be tolerated? While others hesitated, Bei Chen, who possessed a system and strong red genes, had no reason to hold back. Although Huaxia does not advocate for individual heroism, this is not Huaxia, and there are no constraints here. As a man who hasn't harbored a dream of heroism since childhood. However, the subsequent fervor in the regional chat square completely overturned Bei Chen's perception of modern youth. Big brother Bei Chen, your words are a bit hurtful. Are we to ignore external provocations just because we don't have bounties? Absolutely not. Indeed, even if it's just offering a meal as a bounty for the enemies, I Zhang Dapio am in. Who's with me? Count me in. As long as I have a weapon. I'm in too. I have a spear. Count me in. I have a pair of scissors. Instantly, over 100 players responded, all high-level players with weapons. To be honest, seeing this stirred Bei Chen's blood. It turned out that when Huaxia united against the outside, it was so highly unified. At the same time, Bei Chen held a high regard for the player Zhang Dapio. To speak frankly, since the world and national channels were opened, very few had formed real teams, not because they disliked camaraderie, but because absolute trust could not be established among each other. Zhang Dapio precisely seized this opportunity of unity against the outside, boldly leading the charge while intentionally or unintentionally announcing the formation of a team. It must be said that this person was truly intelligent, a figure of note. Bei Chen smiled and replied, "All right, Zhang Dapio, let's do as you say. You assemble a temporary team, and players without weapons should avoid getting too close to the core of the airdrop, even if just to keep watch around it. Blind casualties are meaningless. Thank you for your support, big brother Bei Chen. I Zhang Dapio will take this action as a banner to form a living force belonging to us from Huaxia." Seeing that Zhang Dapio received Bei Chen's praise, the other players who hadn't joined the team began to private message Zhang Dapio, all expressing their intention to join. Hearing the private message notification, Bei Chen smiled and exited the chat square. Upon seeing the names and messages of the private messengers, Bei Chen replied, "No need, I prefer my freedom. We can talk again if the opportunity arises." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dapio indeed privately messaged Bei Chen, immediately hoping to invite him to join. The two chatted for a while, and both developed a strong interest in each other. Bei Chen speculated that Zhang Dapio was also a descendant of the Red lineage. To be honest, his style of action did remind Bei Chen of the bloodiness of that Zhang Dapio from the Blade. At this moment, a baby rubbed her eyes and woke up. "Daddy, where are we going?" Bei Chen didn't explain much, simply saying, "We're going to find treasure. By the way, baby, come here and put this on." Bei Chen took out an MI Dragon Scale bulletproof vest crafted from special materials and adjustable in size, so even a 7 or 8-year-old child could wear it. However, when a child puts it on, it somewhat resembles armor, as the double layers being overlapped were quite thick. "Wow, what is this?" Bei Chen smiled. "It's a bulletproof vest. With this, Daddy won't worry about you getting shot anymore." The baby scratched her head. Although she didn't particularly like the outfit, it was a gift from Daddy, so she reluctantly tried it on. "But Daddy, if I wear this, I can't fly anymore." The baby flapped her arms, mimicking the motion of wings. "All right, how could I forget that?" Bei Chen was at a loss for words. How had he subconsciously treated the baby like a human child? In the end, Bei Chen still put on the Dragon Scale bulletproof vest. To exchange basic protection for the baby's ability to fly seemed like a huge loss in Bei Chen's eyes. A baby soaring in the sky was far more appealing than one wearing a bulletproof vest. After a light meal, Bei Chen drove rapidly again, heading towards the glowing point on the small map. For safety, Bei Chen also took a moment to switch the view to the game's homepage and check the hot weapon rankings. Indeed, the top-ranked hot weapon was still the outstanding MI light machine gun Big Pineapple, followed by the Viper 18 rapid-fire pistol and the Desert Eagle in third place. This is settled. The top-tier hot weapons have basically not changed. Now on the leaderboard, apart from the number of hot weapons increasing by dozens compared to the initial count, there were no particularly formidable firearms, which made Bei Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Almost simultaneously within this area, players with teams and weapons were all on the move. Indeed, for their dreams, the airdrop resource box. Meanwhile, approximately 180 miles away from Beichun, this was a very special area surrounded by 4 20-meter-wide asphalt roads enclosing a roughly 20-kilometer radius. Inside this enclosure lay wilderness and bare hills, dry valleys, and sparse yellowing cedar forests. On a tall hill, over 30 people were gathered. From their appearances, it was easy to discern that this was a new force formed by 2 teams cooperating temporarily. Why? Because half of them were tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, deep-set eyes, and faces like they were carved from stone. They wielded relatively advanced single-shot hot weapons, and at the very least they all carried knight's swords. The other half looked a bit shabby. They were shorter, their features uneven, with cold eyes, walking with a bow-legged gait like eunuchs. Although their hot weapons were somewhat outdated, being bolt-action rifles, they had a considerable number of 11. To the left of the hill where this force was located lay a sunken valley where scattered bones were visible in the wilderness, some from beasts, and others resembling human pelvic bones. Looking further ahead, one could see more than a dozen fresh corpses that had been gnawed at, with only a few remnants left, surrounded by blood that was about to dry up. This scene would surely lead one to think that it was a banquet enjoyed by unknown monsters. On the hill, a middle-aged man with a prominent nose and a scruffy beard lowered his binoculars and turned to glance at the short middle-aged man beside him with a frown. Mr. Tian Ben, those 3 lion tiger beasts guarding the airdrop resource box have already devoured over a dozen Huaxia people. Should we take action now? As the 19th Lord of Ireland, he held a deep-seated disdain for the yellow-skinned islanders they once conquered. However, at a certain concealed location nearby, a Barrett sniper rifle was keenly poised, which made Ireland give Tian Ben sufficient respect. Soga. Tian Ben smiled with satisfaction, then took out a device resembling an MP3 player and spoke a command into it. As soon as the command was given, a deafening bang echoed, rapidly emanating from a nearby hill or mountain. With mountains and valleys surrounding them, the sound of the sniper rifle was extremely loud, making it difficult for even Ireland to determine the precise location of the island sniper. Both leaders of the factions raised their binoculars, constantly peering towards the distant corners of the valley. Upon seeing the weakest of the 3 lion tiger beasts take a Barrett round specially made bullets and sustain only light injuries, both leaders' expressions changed. In the game world, ferocious beasts could not be judged by common sense, and with the Huaxia players in the area rushing over under various pressures, the 2 leaders made a cruel and terrifying decision. That was to wait for the Huaxia players in this area to gather, using overwhelming strength to threaten them into submission, then coercing them to deal with the 3 lion tiger beasts in the valley, while they themselves took the opportunity to seize the airdrop resource box. As for whether the Huaxia players would easily compromise, they did not believe that all Huaxia people were courageous. There would always be those who feared death and those willing to submit. After all, historical experience told them that there were indeed many fence-sitters among Huaxia people, as long as they offered slightly better treatment and conditions to their kin under strong psychological contrasts. There would definitely be Huaxia people who would truly submit from the heart. Suddenly, Tian Ben's communication device beeped with a message in the island language. Mr. Tian Ben, there is a team of 12 Huaxia players heading towards you at a distance of 10 miles at 3 o'clock. Soga, the first batch of bait has arrived. Everyone prepare. Hi. White Dragon has little to boast about, only that he is attracted by this free gift. Haha, dear family, a gentle click brings infinite joy. In a desolate wilderness of rolling hills, 12 well-equipped elite players from Huaxia tread cautiously forward. Captain News from the chat plaza indicates that Maisie and the Japanese may participate in the competition for the airdrop resource box. Leading the team is a young man with short hair and phoenix eyes, his appearance quite ordinary, seemingly not over 30 years old. A somewhat worn handgun is tucked into his right hip, while a long blue cloth-wrapped object rests on his back, with only a handle resembling a sword protruding from the top. Pang Xinjie, as the leader of this team, possesses absolute strength and prestige within the group and is a retired Special Forces soldier. The 11 members under his command are all veterans. Upon hearing this, Pang Xinjie nodded slightly, raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, and then gestured. All teams adjust positions, advance from the 5 o'clock direction. If the armed police are the elite among special forces, then becoming an armed police officer necessitates first being a reconnaissance soldier. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, along with deep individual combat skills, are essential for special forces. Yes. 11 and 12, you will carry the combat walkie-talkies, always occupy high advantageous positions, and keep a constant watch on the surroundings. If you spot anyone ambushing or hiding, relay the information immediately. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Pang Xinjie quickly split the team into 2 10 men heading towards 5 o'clock, while 2 continued towards 3 o'clock, traversing not on flat ground but across hills. 5 minutes later, Pang Xinjie and his team had already reached the valley entrance at 5 o'clock. Pang Xinjie was not afraid of Maisie and the Japanese due to his confidence in his team's strength. Before coming here, he had thoroughly studied the rankings of firearms, and based on big data calculations believed that the likelihood of the enemy possessing a light machine gun, the Big Pineapple, was extremely low, almost negligible. As for the remaining handguns and single-shot rifles on the list, his team had them all. Although they had few guns, they were stocked with 100 rounds of ammunition, which is why Peng Xinjie dared to lead his team into the area focused on the airdrop. As the team arrived at the valley entrance surveying the scene below, even those who were not driving the vehicles changed their expressions. Suddenly a teammate exclaimed, "Captain, this is bad. There are impact craters from Barrett rounds here." "What did you say?" Peng Xinjie had no doubt about the truth of this statement, as this teammate had previously served in logistics, specifically managing ammunition. 11 and 12 return immediately. As Peng Xinjie ordered, he waved his hand saying, "Everyone enter combat mode." Just then a deafening whirring sound echoed, the unmistakable sound of the deadly Barrett. "Captain 12 has fallen." "Aye." Bang. The walkie-talkie fell silent. At the same time, the bushes on both sides of the hills revealed over 20 dark muzzles, all pointing in their direction. "Raise your hands." "Huh. Huaxia soldiers. Quite vigilant indeed to have detected our snipers in advance. If not for this, I wouldn't waste 2 Barrett rounds on you." Tian Ben, with a mocking smile, appeared and looked at the group of Huaxia veterans below, his eyes filled with derision. "Captain, what should we do?" "Fight back." Peng Xinjie's face turned ashen, raising his hand to interrupt. "No, if they wanted to kill us, they would have shot already. Their failure to shoot must indicate a conspiracy. Don't act recklessly, follow my orders, and quickly report the situation here to the regional chat plaza. Brothers, put down your firearms." Although reluctant, no one dared defy the captain's order, and the others could only grit their teeth and lay their weapons on the ground. "Raise your hands." Tian Ben shouted again. "If we wanted to kill you, we would have shot. Huaxia soldiers will not easily raise their hands against the enemy." Peng Xinjie spoke calmly yet firmly. "Baka." Tian Ben felt offended and waved his hand to execute the Huaxia soldiers. However, at that moment, a voice from the device in his hand interrupted. "Tian Ben, a large number of Huaxia players have appeared at 2 o'clock, estimated to be in the hundreds." Peng Xinjie observed this scene with a calm gaze, though a hint of horror lurked within. Why did the Japanese have a similar mini-communication device? Why had the Grim Reaper Barrett not appeared on the firearms ranking? Meanwhile, Bei Chun was driving the Wuling at on the way. He encountered 2 wooden resource boxes, but Bei Chun did not waste much time. He urgently needed to reach the airdrop focal point, as the resources in the self-selected resource box were his ultimate goal. During the journey, he was also discussing a temporary battle plan with Zhang Dabiao. Suddenly, Baby's voice came from behind. "Hey Daddy, what's that golden thing?" "Golden?" Bei Chun was startled and quickly slowed down to look back. "A golden resource box. Am I finally having a lucky break?" Bei Chun was so moved, he nearly shed tears. He flipped his hand to take out a golden hammer and handed it to Baby. "Baby, go down and smash it open. Just hit it hard as long as it doesn't break." "No, Baby." But it was too late. Bang! The entire Wuling shook as if it had been struck by a bull. Huh. Bei Chun wondered why he didn't hear the sound of metal tearing. Before Bei Chun could turn back, a long, painful wail filled the car. "Wah-wah-wah. Daddy, my head." The golden hammer lay on the waterbed of the car, while Baby squatted on the ground, scratching his head and crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, truly a sight to behold. Level 2 vehicle defenses are impressive. Bei Chun was taken aback, but quickly reached out to rub Baby's head, saying, "Now you know the lesson, right? You have to exit through the door." "Whoa." Baby, very strong, wiped away the tears from his eyes, opened the car door, and got out holding the golden hammer. Bei Chun wasn't worried at all that a fierce beast would leap out of the golden box. As for hidden snakes, that would be a joke for Baby, who was quick on his feet, but that said, Bei Chun still took out a desert eagle, just in case. Baby was very angry, and the consequences were severe. A series of bang 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 echoed, followed by the sound of shattering. 1202-2032-0420. Crack. In 5 seconds, 20 strikes, still vigorously hammered down, leaving the golden resource box in a daze. Bei Chun smiled bitterly. Despite Baby's small age, this stubbornness resembled him quite a bit. As the golden resource box shattered, what caught the eye was something resembling a glass handle, but Bei Chun knew it was definitely not glass, but rather an unknown material. "Baby, bring the item back. We are setting off now." Looking at Baby, who was happily holding the loot and bouncing back with a victorious smile, Bei Chun instinctively smiled. The Wuling sped away. Detected a carbon fiber retractable shield. Hearing this, Bei Chun was startled. "This thing looks almost like a trowel used for plastering walls. Is it a protective?" Bei Chun was speechless, but at the moment he really needed this item, as the dragon scale bulletproof vest was impressive, but it didn't protect the head and his skull was exposed. If he had something like the armed police's riot shield, that would be fantastic. Amplify. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. carbon fiber retractable shield amplified to 20 sulfur carbon-coated riot shields. What he received were 20 white lead wire-like trowels, though surprised Bei Chun knew that the simpler something looked the more extraordinary it usually was. However, before Bei Chun could carefully study the functions of the riot shield, a private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived containing the shared records from the chat plaza earlier. After reading this shared information, Bei Chun's expression changed dramatically. This can't be. The Barrett sniper rifle didn't even make it onto the firearms ranking. The appearance of the killing god Barrett disrupted all of Bei Chun's plans. Unexpected events always leave one feeling frustrated and anxious. Suppressing his anger, Bei Chun directly thought game console come out. No. 123271 survival player, Bei Chun, do you have any questions? Why is the Barrett sniper rifle not listed on the hot weapons leaderboard for the entire region? I don't believe that Barrett is ranked lower than those broken grade boxes. However, the response from the game console made Bei Chun spit out a mouthful of old blood from 1982. The key is that he couldn't refute this matter. That's right, it's the hot weapons leaderboard for the entire Huaxiao region. What's wrong with that? What the hell? This time, he directly let out a curse. This is just too outrageous. The emergence of this news almost instantly changed Bei Chun's entire pre-planned strategy and layout for the survival game. Why? The game console implied that every player participating from their respective countries would have a separate hot weapons leaderboard so that the top 3 weapon owners could receive prestige rewards each week. It was not just Bei Chun who monopolized everything and stood out. A sense of crisis, immense danger, and numerous uncertainties suddenly occupied Bei Chun's mind. Are you acting for all players? Survival players did not notice whether the hot weapons leaderboard was nationwide or worldwide, so it had no relation to the game console. Bei Chun was taken aback, suddenly feeling that this statement was indeed very reasonable. At the beginning of activating the hot weapons leaderboard, the game console said congratulations to player Bei Chun for crafting weapons, activating the entire region's hot weapons leaderboard, and indeed did not mention the worldwide hot weapons leaderboard, which was a linguistic trap. Player Bei Chun, do you have any questions? Take care, no need to see. After unpleasantly sending off the game console, Bei Chun fell into deep thought, just as a private message from Zhang Dabiao came in again. Bei Chun brushed aside various distractions and clicked to read. Boss Bei Chun, because of Barrett's sudden emergence, the members I painstakingly gathered are showing hesitation and fear of battle. Nobody wants to go, and they're considering giving up the airdrop resource box. The tone was very urgent for Bei Chun. It merely disrupted all plans temporarily. But for Zhang Dabiao, it was a fatal blow. A single Barrett directly killed the formation of the new team. At this moment, Bei Chun calmed down. There are always more methods than difficulties. He didn't think it was wrong for those players to give up now. After all, the deterrent power of a Barrett sniper rifle is too great. This is not the era of resistance where not resisting would lead to national extinction and descendants would be enslaved with no hope of rising again. In contrast to the current situation, even if they give up the airdrop resource box, they can still survive. It's just that the airdrop in the Huaxiao region would be seized by players from other countries, which seems more acceptable than dying. Bei Chun hesitated for only a short while before replying to Zhang Dabiao. Dabiao, it's normal for such things to occur. You need to immediately select 10 elite players who are fearless of death and possess a spirit of sacrifice. As for the other players, temporarily give up. Also keep in constant contact with Pang Xinjia. No matter the result, in a minute inform me, perhaps I can turn the situation around. Alright, I'll do it right away. The two ended the private message. Gathering 10 fearless Huaxiao people among hundreds is not difficult. Some may fear death, but there are those who truly do not fear death when it comes to national honor and disgrace. Oh, otherwise how did the first and second class military honors during the resistance come about? Bei Chun's grandfather was like this, which is why Bei Chun wrote to Zhang Dabiao in this manner. Seeing Bei Chun's grim expression, the baby in the carriage was exceptionally well-behaved, quiet, and adorable. Bei Chun took out a sulfur carbon alloy-coated anti-explosion shield to check its information. Sulfur carbon alloy-coated anti-explosion shield introduction, the hardest material discovered by humanity to date. Sulfur carbon alloy with a hardness 200 times that of steel, 40 times that of diamond, and twice that of graphene. Function: because it is a coated sulfur carbon alloy, the shield will slowly oxidize when deployed, maintaining a hardness 200 times that of steel for 24 hours before weakening until the coating is completely oxidized. What the hell? Fortunately, Bei Chun was slow to react, otherwise the countdown for a top anti-explosion shield would have started from now. Its hardness is 200 times that of steel, 40 times that of diamond, and twice that of graphene. A smile of triumph appeared at the corner of Bei Chun's mouth. If only it could maintain the sulfur carbon alloy coating without oxidizing, that would be fantastic. However, Bei Chun could only imagine, after all, this was the best and only golden resource box he had encountered since entering the game. His luck erupting at such a crucial moment was already a blessing from his ancestors, so what more could he wish for? Suddenly Bei Chun thought of more. What kind of luck is this? The damned hammer that opened the golden resource box was still held by Tung Chu-Chu. If it weren't for Tung Chu-Chu's golden hammer, he could only look at this golden resource box without being able to touch it. Indeed, how does that saying go? Lucky players are stronger than cheats. At this moment, the private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived right on time. Bei Chun felt no more pressure and opened the private message to check. Boss Bei Chun, unexpectedly, 20 valiant men have appeared on my side, while on Pang Xinji's side 7 warriors have died, and the Americans and Japanese are forcing them to fight with the guardian beasts of the airdrop resource box. I am not surprised if the airdrop is first come first served. I guess most of the main force would have arrived too late to even find a single hair left. It's normal to have guardian beasts around. Just like in a game, how can you obtain treasure without defeating the final boss? It's the same logic. Next, Bei Chun meticulously organized his wording and replied line by line. Very good, Dabiao. Take 15 people and quickly head towards the focal point while keeping in constant contact with Pang Xinjia. I will arrive in about 30 minutes. Dabiao, to be honest, I am also someone who won't rise early without profit. I indeed have the power to turn the tide of battle, but for this operation I require 70 of the spoils. If Pang Xinjia agrees, I will finalize the strategic plan immediately. Very well, I like this person. Next I will speak and you listen. If you don't understand once it's done, then ask. Bei Chun replied directly. Understood, boss. Bei Chun emphasized the usage of the shield's function and the powerful duration of its protection. He traded 20 sulfur carbon alg-coated anti-explosion shields to Zhang Dabiao without hesitation. Because even if Zhang Dabiao got the equipment and ran away, the shield could only be used for 24 hours, which seemed insignificant compared to the disbandment of his newly formed team. Wow, boss Bei Chun, you can even obtain this thing. Amazing. I, Zhang Dabiao, respect no one, but I respect. Quickly trade the items to Pang Xinjia. It's very dangerous on his side. Tell him to retreat immediately after deploying the shield and meet up with you. As for the deadly snipers hiding in the surrounding hills, he'll handle it. At that moment, Bei Chun's image instantly elevated in Zhang Dabiao's mind, as if he were a deity. I guarantee to complete the task. P.S. Click here to see the segment review for a surprise. The Yinglong Guard family is waiting for you. Today there will definitely be one free gift a day, thank you. Seeing Zhang Dabiao answer, I guarantee to complete the task, Bei Chun smiled. In fact, Bei Chun could have been more ruthless, controlling everything from behind the scenes to acquire 90% of the resources from the airdrop selection boxes. But Bei Chun did not do so. Why? His principle was simple: if you respect me 1 inch, I will return it. Zhang Dabiao had little to say. He had not helped much and merely echoed the sentiment in the regional chat square out of admiration, which led many players to join his team, and that was all. However, the contribution made by Pang Xinjia for this operation was immense. Despite being forced to fight against the airdrop guardian beasts under the pressure from Maisie and the enemy in a state of being a prisoner, Bei Chun treated him equally. It was not just because Pang Xinjia selflessly disclosed enemy equipment, personnel, and weapon information in the regional chat square, but because this person had a strong sense of national consciousness and awareness with a very broad vision, which was also the strategic vision Bei Chun had emphasized multiple times. Such a person was worthy of Bei Chun's admiration and assistance. The wheels of the wooling car spun rapidly, yet at that moment Bei Chun's mind raced even faster than the wheels. The Barrett was a heavy sniper rifle with bullets that could reach speeds of 1,000 meters per second. The Barrett was a heavy sniper rifle with bullets that could reach speeds of 1,000 meters per second. One misstep could result in a catastrophic explosion, and Bei Chun dared not be careless. At the same time, he was also filled with anticipation for the Barrett. For he was able to share vision with his companion, and if he obtained the Barrett sniper rifle, it was only predictable that Bei Chun would become a pinpoint killing god, a true reaper. With his companions soaring high above, surveying all directions, Bei Chun could shoot in a direction without even revealing the muzzle. It was that impressive. Baby, once we arrive at the destination, I have an important task for you. Hearing this, Baby perked up, quickly closing the Vank tutoring device. Dad, tell me, what is the task? When we arrive, you must immediately transform into your true form and hover high in the sky, ensuring you find the hidden sniper concealed on a hill or peak within the focal point of attention. Yay? Isn't this hide and seek? Baby will definitely find him first. Bei Chun affectionately ruffled Baby's hair. When you complete it, Dad has a reward for you. Wow, yay. I want to eat that red candy. Baby's large eyes turned crescent-shaped as she tilted her head and acted cute. Alright, this time Dad will give you 2 pieces. Occasionally, using such rewards can effectively stimulate her enthusiasm, but the timing and frequency of such events must be well managed, otherwise she would just cry. Wow, Baby loves Dad so much. Mwah. Baby jumped forward and directly kissed Bei Chun on the face. You need to rest well and gather your strength. We might face a tough battle soon. Bei Chen did not want Baby to underestimate any enemy. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, and carelessness could lead to suffering. Okay, I understand. Every word Dad says Baby will remember. Upon hearing this, Bei Chen smiled. At that moment he felt that the teaching he had done previously was worthwhile. As long as the child is patiently guided to build a solid foundation early on, they can eventually learn independently without needing excessive tutoring. At this time a private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived. Boss Bei Chen, our 15 members have already reached the outskirts of the core airdrop site, and we have secretly traded 5 sulfur carbon-coated blast shields to Pang Xinjie. As long as he finds the right moment to retreat, he can join us at any time. Very good, I'm on my way. Don't act rashly, I suspect that besides your 2 teams there are major financial groups already eyeing this place, right? That's right. 2 major financial groups have come to this area. One was dispersed directly by Maisie and the enemy, and the other. Zhang Dabiao hesitated. What do you mean? The remaining major financial group has good weapons and a large number of personnel. They have allied with Maisie and the enemy. Seeing this, Bei Chen's expression darkened. Dancing with wolves. Tell Pang Xinjie to find the right moment to use the shields to escape. Also, do not actively search for the hidden sniper. I will handle him. Understood. Breaking the private message, Bei Chen gazed out toward the distant hills and sparse pine forests. Major financial groups. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I will kill. 3 minutes later, the Wuling vehicle arrived at the outermost perimeter of the airdrop site. Due to the distance of more than 20 miles between the asphalt road and the core of the airdrop, the car could not drive directly in. Upon nearing the site, Bei Chen immediately got out of the car, and a graceful white bird silently unfurled its wings, appearing at a height of 100 meters in just 3 breaths. Activate shared vision function. Bei Chen held a desert eagle in his hand with a fish-scale military knife at his waist and wore a dragon-scale armor vest underneath. Apart from his head, Bei Chen's defensive capabilities had reached the peak for a personal player. As the shared vision was activated, a 3D holographic map appeared in his sight, capturing every low hill, tall mound, and the surrounding valley terrain. Baby, be careful. Once we reach the core area, ascend to a height of 150 meters. Okay, Dad. Baby's voice came from beside him. Bei Chen smiled and took a puff from a cigarette. A gentle breeze stirred Bei Chen's tousled hair, and a hint of coldness glimmered in his deep-set eyes. With a sudden burst of strength in his long legs, a deep footprint appeared on the soft ground, and in an instant Bei Chen transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting toward the core area. Meanwhile, in the focal point valley area, though Pang Xinjie appeared calm, his heart bled. 7 brothers who had fought together to the death had fallen today, and this had built up a rage within him to the extreme. Captain, I have a rough guess of where the sniper might be hiding, but the terrain here is a spiraled valley, and the gunfire is coming from a spiraling diffusion. I cannot accurately determine which mound or peak it is around us. Very well. As long as we can determine the sniper's approximate location, we can immediately deploy the blast shields and retreat. As Pang Xinjie spoke, his expression gradually became ferocious, his eyes resembling that of a fierce demon. Yes, there are about 3 points: 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, with the highest probability being at 4 o'clock. As soon as he finished speaking, another team member suddenly exclaimed, Captain, the beast guarding the outer perimeter has charged over. All 5 were startled and turned to look. They saw a creature the size of a yellow cow with pale yellow fur yet adorned with stripes. It seemed clumsy but was actually quite agile, having inherited the strength and massive size of a lion, while its teeth and retractable claws came entirely from the bloodline of the tiger, the king of beasts. Such a giant beast was a legend before the game. It was unimaginable that 3 would appear simultaneously. What was even more terrifying was not just their size but their intelligence. After discovering large-scale intruders, they would only attack with 1 or 2 at a time, while the largest would remain vigilant around the airdrop resource box. Clearly, luring the tiger away from its mountain lair was not a realistic option. The 3 lion-tiger beasts would adjust their attack frequency and numbers based on the intruder's movements. This was almost identical to the boss settings in the game, and they were not afraid of hot weapons. Otherwise, the 3 forces in the distance would have long taken the airdrop resource boxes. It is said that the tiger roars in the mountains, dominating the world. Just the momentum from their charge could frighten an ordinary person to the point of losing control. Even the soldiers with strong psychological resilience turned pale at this momentum. You all retreat towards the 7 o'clock direction and be careful not to raise the suspicions of the distant enemies. Pang Xinjie swiftly drew the sword wrapped in blue cloth from his back. Suddenly a blue light appeared, and the sound of the sword echoed. Buzz! The sound of the sword was clear and crisp, continuously spreading outwards with immense penetrating power. Indeed, this sword was the top-ranked cold weapon in the Huaxiao battle zone, the Aurora Blade. A low-lying valley the size of 10 basketball courts is surrounded by several hills and low mountains resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum when viewed from above. Why is it compared to a coliseum? Because below there are not only 3 massive lion-tiger beasts, but also 5 Chinese soldiers armed only with cold weapons. Surrounding the valley, there are 3 temporary alliances of over 100 people all watching this battle between man and beast. Tian Benxian is a core senior member of the Fukuda Group, a major financial conglomerate. Airland 19 is one of the candidates for the helm of the top capital conglomerate Megua. Wang Quan is the youngest brother of the helmsman of the Wang family financial conglomerate in China. Except for Wang Quan, Tian Benxian and Airland are both thrill-seeking adventurers, otherwise they wouldn't have left their home country's war zone to come to the Chinese war zone. As for why they risked everything to come to China, in the year of Gengzi, 8 nations invaded. At that time, China was known to the world as the Silver and Gold Empire, a fat sheep empire with no power to resist. Therefore, watching his compatriots being forced to fight against fierce beasts by foreign powers, Wang Quan on the hill not only showed no outrage, instead a hint of perversion and anticipation flickered in his eyes, looking forward to the 5 soldiers being bitten by the lion-tiger beasts, emitting desperate cries. The sensory stimulation and perverse preferences pursued by the wealthy are beyond the imagination of normal people. He is a madman, extreme and exceptionally clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to collaborate with the Americans and the Japanese, relying on numerical superiority while not fearing the Barrett's watchful eye. A Barrett rifle might be able to kill or even shatter a person with a single shot, but it remains a sniper rifle, not a naval cannon or heavy machine gun. Precise strikes may be powerful, but against an overwhelming number, it is still powerless. However, the premise is that the armed forces under this organization are absolutely loyal. Otherwise, no matter how crazy the leader is, if the subordinates are afraid for their lives, they would be powerless. Thus, the Wang family conglomerate in China is a significant force that cannot be underestimated. All eyes were fixed on the battle below, watching the massive lion-tiger beasts roar as they charged toward the 5 soldiers, and the 3 leaders observing from the hills all smiled. Everything was under control. However, as Peng Zhenjie drew the aurora blade, the blue light flashed, and the sound of the sword whistled, causing the faces of the 3 leaders observing the battle to change. It's the aurora blade. How could such a weapon be in his hands? Wang Quan exclaimed, his eyes bursting with intense jealousy and possessiveness. Roar! A tiger's roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Before it even arrived, a powerful and domineering gust of wind already swept over. Peng Zhenjie drew the aurora blade and shouted, "Retreat according to plan." The remaining 4 soldiers' expressions changed, but a soldier's duty is to obey orders, and one by one they felt their eyes reddening. "Commander, go. Remember, if I die in battle, you must join Bei Chun or follow Zhang Dapio." Yes, these 4 soldiers are all iron-blooded comrades of Peng Zhenjie, and their bond is deeper than that of biological brothers. Quick retreat to the 7 o'clock direction, deploy shields. Whoosh. The 4 pure white shields, only covered by a thin layer of black material, instantly expanded to protect the front. The 4 raised shields completely covered the 3 most likely hiding spots of the snipers. Seeing his brother's retreat, Peng Zhenjie smiled. Then, without hesitation, he exerted force with his legs, holding the aurora blade in his right hand, and roared as he charged directly at the rapidly approaching lion-tiger beast. To cover the retreat, someone must stand up, otherwise it would mean total annihilation. However, Peng Zhenjie did not believe he lacked the strength to fight. As the aurora blade followed Peng Zhenjie's roar, it emitted a series of sword cries, as if the blue light from the blade became even more dazzling. Roar! Swish! The lion-tiger beast leaped up, kicking off the ground 10 meters away, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters, its sharp claws reflecting a glint of cold light in the sunlight. Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Elegant, clean, and directed, aimed straight for Peng Zhenjie's head. I underestimated you. Seeing the lion-tiger beast leap directly to attack, Peng Zhenjie, who was also charging forward, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Why? With its feet off the ground, even a feline can make limited adjustments in the air. Peng Zhenjie reacted quickly, narrowly dodging a claw strike, and with a sword that had been charged for a long time, he slashed diagonally at the lion-tiger beast's left front paw. In an instant, blood spurted and the roar of the tiger echoed. Roar! Although this injury was trivial for the lion-tiger beast, it completely enraged it. The reaction speed of a cat is 7 times that of a venomous snake. While a tiger's large size may weaken it in small-scale maneuvers, it is several times faster than a human. Therefore, although Peng Zhenjie had the upper hand with a successful hit, in reality this distance was already a death sentence. The intense pain drove the lion-tiger beast into a frenzy. Seeing the intruder trying to escape, it almost reflexively struck, tearing at his chest. A massive, menacing claw loomed larger before Peng Zhenjie, and his face turned pale. This was his final chance. Suddenly, the handle he was gripping in his left hand trembled. With a whoosh, a seemingly weak shield instantly protected Peng Zhenjie. Almost simultaneously, the lion-tiger beast's thick claws came crashing down. Bang! Puff! Pang Xinjia was sent flying like a cannonball for over 10 meters and heavily crashed to the ground. His blood boiled, and he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, how could the lion-tiger beast give its prey a chance to breathe? It lunged forward again, making its final strike, and failed. Pang Xinjia felt a severe pain in all his bones, his left arm and chest already numb. Seeing the lion-tiger beast lunging at him again, he knew he was doomed. Commander! The 4 soldiers alternating and covering the retreat saw this scene, their eyes moist, and blood trickled from their bitten lips. Just as everyone thought Pang Xinjia would be torn apart. Suddenly, the lion-tiger beast, about to pounce on its prey, abruptly stopped and looked up at the sky with its yellow eyes. Its roar changed from one of anger to a threatening growl. Cry! A clear, clean, noble, and penetrating call echoed down from above. This strange scene suddenly unfolded, leaving not only Pang Xinjia stunned, but also the various forces eyeing the airdrop nearby in shock. They all looked up towards the blazing sun in the sky, but the sunlight was too harsh and blinding. They could not see what was up there. Run! After a brief gasp, Pang Xinjia had regained his mobility. The current situation was complex, and this might be his only chance to survive. However, the lion-tiger beast close to him did not pay him any mind. Perhaps in its view, Pang Xinjia was just prey, but when dealing with an opponent of equal rank, it had to be cautious and focused. I didn't expect you to survive, and now you want to escape. Wang Quan's jealousy flared up. He had long coveted the Aurora blade in Pang Xinjia's hands. He grabbed a bolt-action rifle from his subordinate and was about to aim when he had yet to fire. Bang! The sound of the Barrett echoed, targeting the fleeing Pang Xinjia. A Barrett bullet hit the carbon sulfur-coated explosion-proof shield, and surprisingly, it did not penetrate directly, but instead knocked Pang Xinjia over with its immense impact. What? This is impossible. Everyone's heads felt a jolt. What kind of shield is that? Why could it withstand a Barrett shot without any damage? Pang Xinjia seemed to fall, but actually rolled to absorb the impact, and in less than a second, he got back up and charged towards his team. As a fellow soldier reloading a Barrett sniper rifle after a shot, priming and firing all take time. Although this time was brief in the eyes of professional soldiers, it was a gap and opportunity. While fleeing at high speed, Pang Xinjia did not forget to glance at the distant hills. There was coldness and endless killing intent. Bang! The gunfire spiraled outward, echoing like spring thunder towards the focal point. Suddenly, on a low mountain at the periphery of the core area, a tall, handsome young man with short hair halted his rapid pace, his sharp eyes scanning the hills, and indeed it was Bei Chun who was about to arrive at the core area of the airdrop. Baby, have you found the sniper's location? After a 2-second pause, the baby's frustrated voice finally came through. Daddy, no, this person feels like he doesn't exist at all. Oh, I can't capture his aura. However, from the gunfire, just now, I roughly identified 2 directions. As long as he fires again, I can definitely lock onto his position through the sound. This revelation startled Bei Chun. Oh, he would not doubt the baby's abilities. Moreover, it was daytime, which provided an advantage of overlooking everything from above. However, even so, the baby could not find this sniper hidden at a high point in a short time. Is it a special concealment device or the influence of the unique geographical environment surrounding it? In Bei Chun's view, the former possibility is greater. If he could possess technology like particle rings and shape-shifting ammunition depots, then it is inevitable that the enemy has special combat equipment to hide their form and mask their aura. Alright, baby, next pay attention to the observation. The second shot is coming soon. Bei Chun instructed while sending a message to Pang Xinjia. Create a flaw and let the sniper fire again. This time he's dead for sure. Okay. Seeing Pang Xinjia agree, without hesitation left Bei Chun momentarily stunned. How could a retired Special Forces soldier agree so readily after years of service? Selling out weaknesses is dangerous, and among those in the army who can be snipers, which one isn't a marksman forged by countless bullets? Now both sides are professional soldiers. It will depend on whose experience is richer and steadier. Bei Chun took several heavy breaths to steady his breathing. Although discerning positions by sound is challenging, he wanted to give it a try. Sure enough, in less than 5 breaths, a sharp gunshot rang out. Bei Chun frowned, his eyes glinting with coldness, for this shot was not fired by. Through their shared vision, Bei Chun saw that it was fired by the leader of a financial magnate from Huaxia. Humph! Bei Chun coldly snorted and continued to sneak towards the core area. The baby circled at an altitude of 150 meters, constantly observing every hill and peak below. Bang! The sound of gunfire reverberated, and a wisp of smoke slowly rose from a bush before quickly dissipating. Although the baby's eyes weren't as sharp as an eagle's from this flying height, seeing the wisp of smoke was more than sufficient. I finally found you. Daddy, I found it. Look, it's right below me in the bush on that sunken peak. The baby's excited voice reached Bei Chun's ears, and he turned to smile slightly. Baby, don't engage, you just keep circling in flight. The baby's 6,070 centimeters frame would certainly be noticed if it descended, putting it at risk of being shot, and Bei Chun wouldn't allow the baby to be harmed. I understand, Daddy. Then Bei Chun transformed into a shadow once more and headed straight towards the peak where the sniper was located. Pang Xinjia, I've found the sniper's position. Take care of yourself and immediately regroup with Zhang Dapio with your team. Understood. As Pang Xinji's 5-member team pulled out remarkably strong shields, dozens of guns from the 3 major forces began to fire bullets at them. However, the shields Bei Chun provided had strong defense able to withstand Barrett bullets, making those with conventional rifles even less of a threat. The 5 retreated in an orderly fashion, unfazed. Baka attack. Tian Ben raised his command knife, and immediately 5 armed soldiers rushed down the hill towards the 5 Huaxia soldiers. The 19th of Ireland also waved his hand, and 5 blonde blue-eyed soldiers followed closely behind. Wang Quan smiled and nodded at the deputy captain beside him. Bring back the Aurora blade. Yes, third brother. Immediately 15 armed personnel, with various low-end firearms, charged down, unable to snipe from afar. Then shoot them up close. At this moment, the 5 members of the orderly retreating team in the valley below changed expressions. Commander, what should we do? With firearms confiscated, the only close combat weapons in their hands were melee weapons, but facing 20 firearms close combat meant certain death. Pang Xinjia coldly scanned the 20 or so rushing individuals and calmly said, "Don't worry, maintain formation." Yes. Hurry. Bei Chun, hurry. Meanwhile, on a small hill about 400 meters away from Pang Xinjia and the others, Bei Chun had already stealthily approached. To be honest, if it weren't for the second shot from the Barrett and the baby's high-altitude position lock, even if Bei Chun stood right next to the sniper, he wouldn't have noticed. It was too well concealed. It was a combat polar suit that completely blended with the surrounding colors. Unlike the more common green and yellow polar suits, this one resembled a chameleon fully integrating into the environment. Bei Chun knew that this special polar suit had functions beyond just camouflage. It likely had unknown capabilities. Otherwise, those 10 or so experienced special forces wouldn't have failed to spot him, especially since this guy had already fired many shots. A genuine sniper always shifts position after firing regardless of whether they hit or miss, but this guy hadn't moved, hinting at the suit's uniqueness. Knowing the situation on Pang Xinji's side, Bei Chun dared not hesitate. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air, his body tilting as he threw his hands downward. At this moment, Bei Chun shot forward like a sharp arrow towards the unsuspecting sniper. It wasn't that Bei Chun struggled to do this, but the sniper's hidden position was awkward for him. If he rushed directly, the rustling through the bushes would surely give him away, jeopardizing his subsequent plan. With a swift strike resembling an eagle striking the sky, he wielded the fish-scale military knife, piercing accurately and forcefully into the sniper's back. Ugh! Bakayala. The sniper's attention was focused on Pang Xinjia and the others through the 8-fold scope. Due to the terrain and the lack of any sound, he was completely caught off guard by this sudden attack. A chill ran straight from his heart to the back of his head. Die! Bei Chun's eyes were terrifyingly cold as he firmly pressed down on the sniper's last struggle, then suddenly twisted the knife handle. The feeling of heartbreak. The front heart was deep as a well, the back heart shallow as a pit. Not to mention a 9-inch fish-scale military knife, even a 3-inch dagger would spell death if stabbed in the back, no exceptions. The sniper's eyes bulged as if he was experiencing a heart attack, his features contorting. Clearly, he was leaving this world very unhappily. However, Bei Chun had no time to care about his emotions. He pushed him away and aimed his gun. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield below was completely in Bei Chun's hands. Thanks to the constantly activated shared vision with the baby, he knew the 3 forces had sent people to charge down, making a counter-strategy necessary. In the 8-fold scope, a young man with a cold expression, also holding a conventional rifle, was clearly visible. Without hesitation, Bei Chun pulled the trigger. Bang! The Barrett bullet pierced through the air, heading directly towards a head 400 meters away. On the hill below, Wang Quan was squinting one eye, aiming his gun at the 5 fleeing individuals below. As soon as their formation broke, he could immediately snipe Pang Xinjia. Everything was going smoothly. However, in the next second, without warning, Wang Quan's head exploded, turning into a pool of blood that vanished in an instant. Third brother. Wang Quan's headless corpse slowly fell. Only then did the gunshot sound arrive. What? Third brother has been sniped. Wang Quan's trusted armed men immediately aimed their guns at Tian Ben and the Irish. The exclamations from this side caused the 20 armed men below the hill to halt. As expected, the temporary cooperation among the 3 parties collapsed in an instant. Baka, who told you to shoot? Tian Ben's face darkened. Why did it have to be the 3rd young master Wang Quan of the Huaxia financial magnate who died? Why? Oh my God, Mr. Tian Ben, you have torn our agreement apart. The 19th of Ireland suddenly retreated, hiding among his own armed men. Bakayalu. San Sunjun, are you insane? Tian Ben looked bewildered and immediately picked up his communication device to shout angrily. However, the next second the conversation coming from the device shocked everyone present. Hi Shuga, meaning General, I'm tired. I've already dealt with the Huaxiao armed leader as per Shuga's orders. Next is the American leader, long live the Emperor. To be fair, although this Japanese was awkward, it was much better than the self-scripted dialogue from the war drama. At least it was proper Japanese. Baka. Tian Ben nearly spat blood, not having finished his scolding. Just then another gunshot rang out, and he turned to see the 19th of Ireland's head had also been moved. Oh my God. I swear to God you are all dead. As fellow trusted men, the Irish soldiers were not easy to deal with. Fire. Kill that little Huabe. Da-da-da-da. Bang. 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 Instantly a three-way battle was about to break out. The sudden turn of events left Pang Xinjie and his team dumbfounded. What just happened? Did blood occupy the high ground? Or had rabies erupted and taken control of the central controller? It must be said that the Japanese Empire was indeed warlike. Among the 3 teams below the hill, the 5 from Ireland and the 15 from Wangquan were all taken down by the Japanese soldiers. They only paid the price of 4 lives, which indicates that from the beginning the Japanese Empire intended to ambush, though however the plan was foiled by Beichun. Suga, I really am a warrior blessed by the Emperor, said the only remaining soldier from the Japanese side, just as he raised a victorious smile. Bang! Another deadly bullet fired. Seeing this scene, Tian Ben's face turned green. But the words coming from the communication device made Tian Ben spit blood again. I'm sorry, Shuga. I thought that surviving soldier was Huaxiao. For your safety, But the words coming from the communication device made Tian Ben spit blood again. I'm sorry, Shuga. I thought that surviving soldier was Huaxiao. For your safety, I took him out early. Tian Ben. What the hell, that's your own brother Sensho, right? You don't even remember what he looks like. P.S. 2750 word chapter. That's it for today, or I'm feeling down, going to sleep. Free little gift sent out, thank you family. Despite Beichin's clumsy imitation of Japanese being quite convincing, he inadvertently revealed himself through this incident. Baka, you are not San Sunjun, who are you? Tian Ben's tone softened immediately upon saying this, making it clear that he was a person who feared for his life. Doesn't the general feel a buzzing in his head? Indeed, you are within my sniper range with the red dot of my 8x scope right on your forehead. Beichin stopped pretending. After all, he hadn't studied Japanese, and it was already impressive that he managed to say a few coherent sentences. Don't shoot, I surrender. Upon confirming that the communication device was not among his own, Tian Ben immediately panicked. Who wouldn't be frightened when targeted by an 8x scoped Barrett aimed at their forehead? Listening to the leader of Benzi country surrender from the hill, Beichin couldn't help but smile, then sent a private message to Zhang Daipio. Daipio, the situation is under control. Meet up with Pang Xinjie and head straight for the hilltop. Eliminate them all. Pang Xinjie, now there are only remnants of armed forces left on the hill. I will fulfill your wish. Indeed, Zhang Daipio had been impatient for a long time and replied directly, Boss Beichun, am stuck here with 20 brothers gathering dust. I'm about to lead my brothers over there. Thank you, Boss Beichun. As a token of gratitude after avenging my brothers, I will personally gift you the Aurora Blade. Beichun smiled and replied, quick battle, quick resolution. At this moment, Beichin's position, along with the 3D aerial view provided by Baobao, was completely After the chaotic battle among the 3 factions, Tian Ben was the only one unharmed on the hill, while the other 7 or 8 were all injured and bleeding profusely. You traitorous little Benzi. Your Futian group is finished. My brother is the direct sibling of the helmsman. Await the wrath of our helmsman. My God, I am guilty. I seek forgiveness from you. Please have mercy on me. Baka Yuru, why has this happened? Tian Ben burst into tears, making his buck teeth stand out even more. Suddenly, don't move. Whoever moves again, I will chop him in half. Humph. The remaining troops on the hill, including Tian Ben, turned around abruptly upon seeing over 20 people below, all raising terrifying shields, many of them wielding rusty cold weapons, and everyone's expression changed immediately. It wasn't that the rusty weapons were formidable, but that the transparent shields coated with a layer of black material were simply terrifying. Among the 25 people was also Pang Xinjie. The Aurora Blade was already wrapped and strapped to his back, and in his hand was a rusty machete. Pang Xinjie exchanged glances with Zhang Daipio, and then waved his hand. Surrender and leave survivors. Charge. Instantly, the 25 retired soldiers surged towards the hilltop. In less than 3 minutes, all surrounding firearms were confiscated, and in the center were a few surviving enemies, among whom Tian Ben was crouched. Upon seeing Tian Ben, Pang Xinjie and his 4 subordinates immediately turned readied. A rusty machete, a dagger, and 3 sharpened iron rods were in sight. Free attack. No. Am a prisoner. You sickly men must treat prisoners with kindness. Puff, puff, puff. The scene was too bloody and difficult to describe. With the situation already decided, Bei Chun no longer needed to imitate a sniper's concealment. Holding the Barrett in his arms, Bei Chun felt that clutching this weapon was much more comfortable than lifting the 90+ kg Ting Chu Chu Hai. It was much more solid and substantial. Detected M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade? Previously, when Bei Chun obtained the usage rights to the Barrett, the system had already prompted him, and at that time, he didn't choose to upgrade after all. If the upgraded item was too advanced, and he couldn't use it, it would definitely miss the battle opportunity. However, with the situation now settled, he had time to upgrade this weapon. Upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle is now upgraded to the Black Dragon HAL 10 Arrow armor-piercing cannon. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the weight of the weapon in his arms had hardly changed, Bei Chun would have been frightened. Cannon. Is there anything lighter? If a 6.0 artillery piece were to come crashing down directly, it would probably turn him into a... During the time travel, the Barrett was referred to as the cannon by players due to its great power and heavy weight. Switching to the cannon made character movement slower. At this moment, Bei Chun scrutinized his new toy closely, and a smile akin to that of first love appeared on his face. Black Dragon HAL 10 Arrow armor-piercing cannon. Tisk. Just hearing this domineering name, I can already feel its power. Saying this, Bei Chun turned his gaze towards the three-headed lion tiger beast in the distant valley. I wonder if the Black Dragon HAL 10 Arrow sniper cannon can inflict heavy damage on it. Why not just... Bei Chun could only cautiously estimate, as he had noticed through the shared vision, that the gunshot wounds on the three-headed lion tiger beast were all undoubtedly from the 12.7mm Barrett bullets. However, they were all light injuries. Bei Chun didn't know if it was the Barrett's power that had diminished in this game world, or if the lion tiger beast's defense had increased. It was quite absurd that the Barrett couldn't kill the three-headed beast. After sending a standby message to Zhang Dapio and Pang Xinjia, Bei Chun began to research the destructive capability and power of the Black Dragon HAL 10 Arrow. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood. Black Dragon HAL 10 Arrow armor-piercing cannon. Grade outstanding. Weapon configuration 15x scope, recoil reduction, stock stability, mount grenade launcher. Magazine capacity 10 rounds. Advantages can be paired with different characteristics of 12.7mm bullets according to various combat environments. Power 1. Using ASS armor-piercing bullets, initial velocity 915 milliseconds, spread diameter less than 15 centimeters at 550 m, equivalent to 1 MOA. Can penetrate 18mm thick steel plates at a 30 angle from a distance of 1,008. Power 2. Using P0I armor-piercing incendiary bullets, chamber pressure 460 MPa, initial velocity 881 milliseconds, can penetrate battlefield defense concrete within 1,500 meters, delivering devastating strikes to enemies within defensive fortifications. Introduction. Buddha and Demon 1 thought large caliber bullets, when shot into the body at high speed, will lose stability and fly erratically, with the violent shock waves released capable of shattering the flesh and organs inside the body. Similarly, when the human body is hit by a large caliber bullet, the fragments piercing through the body, along with the enormous kinetic energy, will shatter the torso, turning muscle tissue inside out and leaving the internal organs as a blood mist scattered everywhere. Seeing this final introduction, Bei Chun's expression changed significantly. This gun's power was too ruthless. Buddha and Demon 1 thought. Well explained. Bei Chun had to take a drag on a cigarette to calm his excited heart. With this weapon, if the enemy doesn't provoke me, I am Buddha. If they seek death by provoking me, then they are demons forcing me to use the Black Dragon HAL to kill. That's right, my understanding is correct. Removing the magazine, Bei Chun found 5 red-tip bullets and 5 armor-piercing bullets and armor-piercing incendiary bullets. Reattaching the magazine, he pulled back the bolt with a crisp sound. Lowering the stability mount, Bei Chun lay in his original position, aiming the dark muzzle directly at one of the three-headed lion tiger beasts about 500 meters below. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shockwave generated by the large caliber bullet exiting the chamber caused the surrounding bushes to stir chaotically in the air. Whoosh! Woo-woo! The bullet sliced through the air, emitting a piercing scream. Bang! With pinpoint accuracy, an armor-piercing bullet struck right between the lion tiger beast's eyes. Roar! The lion tiger beast let out a terrifying roar, blood gushing from its forehead. What the hell? The Black Dragon HAL armor-piercing bullet actually didn't penetrate the lion tiger beast's forehead. Bei Chun was taken aback, cursing out loud. However, this shot was not wasted. The density of a cat's and animal's bones is several times that of ordinary animals, and the skull is the hardest area. If he had shot elsewhere, Bei Chun believed he could definitely severely injure or even kill the three-headed lion tiger beast. As the data was just analyzed, Bei Chun had not yet revealed a smug smile. However, the next moment his expression suddenly changed. Is this insane? While propping up the gun, Bei Chun sent a private message to Zhang Dapio and Pang Xinjie. Focus all fire on the eyes and neck of the lion-tiger beast to slow down its speed. Feeling the threat of hot weapons, they have decided to leave the area protecting the airdrop and are launching a counterattack. P.S. The third update is complete. See you tomorrow. Thank you for your support and love for the White Dragon all the way. The Black Dragon's roar echoed as a piercing, armor-piercing round struck the lion-tiger beast, causing it to rear its head and let out a fierce howl. This time, Bei Chun's probe clearly made the lion-tiger beast below sense the looming danger of death, prompting it to abandon its defensive stance and choose to attack. The situation unfolded too suddenly. Bei Chun had only been gathering data for less than 5 seconds since he fired the first shot. At this moment, Bei Chun reloaded his rifle, this time not with an ordinary armor-piercing round, but with an incendiary armor-piercing round. In theory, if Bei Chun had fired the armor-piercing incendiary round first, it could have severely wounded the lion-tiger beast with a single shot. However, now the 3 lion-tiger beasts were charging towards him like mad beasts, leaving Bei Chun feeling powerless despite having gathered some data. Roar! The originally deep yellow eyes of the lion-tiger beast had turned blood red due to its injury. The largest lion-tiger beast surged to the front, its massive size distinctly larger than the other 2 each leap, leaving 4 deep claw marks in the soft ground. As the situation shifted, Bei Chun sent private messages to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie. The 25-man team below was composed of seasoned veterans, especially Pang Xinjie, who was a retired Special Forces soldier, thus they quickly reacted upon receiving the news. After the 3 factions were annihilated, all their firearms fell into the hands of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie. Although the ammunition was limited, they still had the type of rifles capable of firing 7.62 rounds. Even if they couldn't fire continuously, the single-shot power was still formidable. Everyone shoot freely. Zhang Dabiao's face turned pale upon seeing the 3 lion-tiger beasts charging. If they got too close, everyone would perish. Focus on their eyes and necks. Pang Xinjie shouted loudly as he chambered his bullet. Understood. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, 25 rifles spat out flames, and the deafening gunfire echoed throughout the valley, ringing painfully in people's ears. Bei Chun was constantly on the lookout for an opportunity. Now's the time. The largest lion-tiger beast leaped over a large rock, stretching its body, and Bei Chun awaited this moment. Bang! A deep gunshot sounded as a 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round struck the neck of the largest lion-tiger beast. Puff! The bullet from the large-caliber sniper rifle could reach speeds of over 900 meters per second, and within 500 meters, it could reach a terrifying 1,300 meters per second. So what kind of force would this bullet unleash upon impact? In this world, the lion-tiger beasts were terrifyingly powerful. If a human were struck directly by this bullet, even wearing a bulletproof vest to shield against the direct damage, the sheer impact would be enough to kill them, not to mention the incendiary properties of the armor-piercing incendiary round. A single armor-piercing incendiary round sent the leaping lion-tiger beast crashing to the side, blood gushing from its neck like water. Roar! Sure enough, despite being hit in the vital neck area, the armor-piercing incendiary round did not immediately kill the lion-tiger beast. It stood back up like a battle god and let out a fierce howl. Watching the lion-tiger beast through the scope, Bei Chun's lips curled into a smile. Burnt. Sizzle. Roar. When an armor-piercing incendiary round strikes a hard object, it triggers the highly concentrated burning oil inside the projectile based on the force of the impact. Immediately, thick smoke erupted from the neck of the lion-tiger beast, which was still howling. This deep blue flame was the kind of power typically associated with various high-concentration shells. Such highly combustible materials could boil a pot of water even if surrounded by it, and it would be impossible to extinguish before the material was completely burned out. Let alone the fact that the flesh of the lion-tiger beast contained a significant amount of flammable fat. This scene could be described as a bonfire. The gigantic lion-tiger beast, in extreme pain, frantically clawed at its neck flesh with its forepaws, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. The other 2 smaller lion-tiger beasts, seeing their leader severely injured, frantically circled around, emitting anxious low growls. However, once high-concentration combustible materials are ignited, they burn like maggots on a corpse and won't stop until completely consumed. At that moment, another violent gunshot rang out. Woo-woo bang. The sound of large-caliber bullets slicing through the air was piercing. Sizzle. Flames erupted directly from the mouth of the lion-tiger beast. The largest lion-tiger beast trembled, its blood-red pupils dilating in an instant, and then it collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. The last armor-piercing incendiary round unexpectedly penetrated through its mouth, striking the lion-tiger beast's head. This scene fell into the eyes of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie, who were continuously firing from the distant hills. They exchanged glances, shivering all over. The power of this gun was astonishing. Be careful, the other two lion-tiger beasts might counterattack wildly. Huh? Bei Chun, who was sending private messages to the two, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Through the scope, Bei Chun could see clearly that after the largest lion-tiger beast died, the other two lion-tiger beasts did not charge towards Zhang Dabiao and the others as expected. Instead, they turned and fled in the opposite direction. Baby, keep an eye on their movements at all times. Bei Chun was uncertain about their intentions, but still prepared for the worst. They wouldn't be seeking help, would they? Bei Chun thought to himself. However, he only considered it briefly, as he held the advantage of having a bird's-eye view. Unless the reinforcements were also airborne, otherwise no terrestrial creatures could escape Baby's watch. Got it, Dad. I'm keeping track of them, Bei Chun instructed. Soon he stripped the polar suit off the dead sniper beside him, and along with the black dragon's roar, stored it in the particle ring, heading towards Zhang Dabiao and the others. 5 minutes later, as Bei Chun climbed onto the hill where the main force was, Baby's voice rang in his ear. Dad, I followed them very far. They dashed through some woods and then disappeared. Come back, Baby. By this time, Bei Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. When Bei Chun appeared, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Zhenjie were initially stunned, followed by shock. Bei Chun, boss. Bei Chun, you're surprisingly young. The two couldn't believe that the mysterious big shot in the chat area was so young. Thinking back on the series of meticulous plans and manipulations, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Zhenjie had assumed Bei Chun was a composed middle-aged man. That's right. I am Bei Chun. Haha, I truly respect you, Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao waved his hand, saying, brothers, gather all the guns. If it weren't for the planning and assistance of Boss Bei Chun behind the scenes, we wouldn't even have the right to lay eyes on the airdropped resource crates. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Bei Chun with deep respect. One by one, they placed their firearms in front of Zhang Dabiao, without a word of complaint. Peng Zhenjie also waved his hand, taking down the Aurora blade wrapped in blue cloth from his back and presenting it to Bei Chun. As agreed, I avenged the brothers, and this Aurora blade now belongs to you. The Aurora blade, ranked first among cold weapons in the Huaxiao battle zone, was a source of envy not only for Wang Quan, but also piqued the curiosity of Bei Chun. It wasn't that this weapon was exceptionally powerful. Even the mightiest of weapons remained close combat tools. What Bei Chun valued was its ranking for being in the top 3 of the weapon leaderboard, would grant a prestige reward after a week. Although he was unsure of the use of prestige points for now, Bei Chun understood that this rare item would undoubtedly serve a significant purpose in the future. Very well, I truly did not misjudge you. Bei Chun did not hesitate, and as soon as his hand brushed against the Aurora blade, a terrifying scene unfolded. The Aurora blade vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Except for Bei Chun, everyone else stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Bei Chun smiled and stepped forward, lightly touching dozens of rifles, and the same phenomenon occurred again. With 60 or 70 rifles piled together, not to mention their volume, even their weight was more than Bei Chun could carry alone, yet he managed to do so. This is simply unscientific. Bei Chun chuckled as he stood up, saying, once my pet brings back the airdrop resource box after we eat and drink to our fill tonight, we shall divide the spoils right here. What kind of pet is that? The crowd gasped in shock. In an environment where food was more precious than gold, Bei Chun actually had a pet capable of moving an airdrop resource box. What could it be? A gorilla? An old yuan monkey? Everyone was immensely curious about Bei Chun's pet. As they talked, a sudden loud cry from above drew their gazes skyward. They saw a massive shadow with wings slowly enlarging in their field of vision. It was a gigantic white raptor equipped with sharp, thick talons. Hidden among its snowy feathers were hints of pale yellow, and its dark, piercing eyes scanned the surroundings with remarkable agility and keen perception. As the creature descended, Peng Zhenjie exclaimed, the largest owl in the world, a raptor, a feathered fish hawk. While some focused solely on the enormous owl, they momentarily overlooked the exquisitely crafted box. It carried roughly the size of a Rubik's Cube. Bei Chun immediately spotted the box in the owl's beak. Call. Bei Chun extended his arm, and the owl gently landed on it, passing the airdrop resource box to Bei Chun while affectionately rubbing its small head against his cheek. As soon as the cube-sized, exquisite box was in hand, it captivated everyone's attention. All this. Big brother Bei Chun, could this possibly be the airdrop resource box? Zhang Dabiao's face darkened. Given this little space, not to mention good equipment, even if it contained edible salt, it wouldn't be able to hold even one bag, right? Peng Zhenjie merely observed in silence. Bei Chun smiled and nodded slightly, saying, remember when we all chose the vehicle after entering the game? Did you forget about that box? Everyone suddenly understood. So it's the same as that? Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Exactly, it's similar, but even more advanced than that. Chen explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Dabiao excitedly rubbed his hands, saying, "What are we waiting for? Big brother Chen, you are lucky. Your luck must be great. Quickly open it and take a look." Pang Xinjia also nodded in agreement. Not to mention the raptor pet, just being able to pull out 20 of those terrifyingly defensive shields was enough to prove Chen was indeed extraordinarily lucky. Flattered by their praise, Chen felt joy in his heart. Who doesn't like to be complimented? "All right, since you said so, I will open it now." Chen smiled, and without hesitation found the key to open the airdrop resource box, which was a delicate metal clasp that could be pried open. Click. As the cube-sized metal clasp was pried open, two projection blueprints, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone. Everyone, including Chen, couldn't help but display awkward expressions upon seeing these two items. It was clear that the airdrop resource box allowed for a choice between one of two options, either red or blue. One large water purification device. One T-90 city defense heavy machine gun. To be honest, Chen felt delighted upon seeing these two items, as both were incredibly important to him. However, the prior promise he made him feel quite awkward. Before the mission, Chen had promised that he would take 70 of the combat supplies from the airdrop resource box, while Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia would take 30. Little did he expect that the airdrop contained two hefty items. The T-90 city defense heavy machine gun, just by its name, was clearly a large city defense weapon. It could not be effectively utilized in individual or team combat in the wilderness. As for the large water purification device, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia probably wouldn't even consider it. Everyone, what do you think? Chen looked at the two who were in a daze. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia exchanged glances and nodded slightly, as if they had made a decision. Who would have thought that the items in the airdrop would all be heavy equipment? These are things we can't even use. Dabiao is right, this equipment is really not suitable for our team of dozens of people. Pang Xinjia echoed. Previously you were able to provide us with such valuable bomb-proof shields, which proves your sincerity. The value of 20 shields that can withstand Barrett rounds is already comparable to these two items. Exactly. Moreover, we didn't contribute much to this operation. The entire turnaround was thanks to you, big brother. Hence we've decided to forego the distribution of the airdrop box. Zhang Dabiao laughed as he said, "But big brother Chen, you must treat us with good food and drinks and make sure we eat to our fill." Joking aside, all the players in this area know how rich Chen is. It's well known that he once put up a bounty for particle dust to create a particle ring, offering over 300 pounds of wild boar meat as a reward. Since then, every player in this area subconsciously regarded Chen as the ultimate lucky boss. Hearing this, Chen smiled. "Since that's the case, I won't be modest." Taking the airdrop resource box back into the particle ring, Chen smiled as he patted the shoulders of the two, saying, "Don't worry, while the resources in the airdrop box can't be split among the three of us, I will not mistreat my recognized brothers." Hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia's eyes lit up. Indeed, they were getting confiscated firearms. Initially, Chen proposed an unreasonable demand to prevent the two teams from turning against him after the battle, that all resources, including confiscated firearms, be temporarily held by him for unified distribution after the mission. Of course, this was not entirely Chen's goal. The most important aspects were system enhancement, and the enhancement function was incredibly powerful. Chen was uncertain if he would enhance to a special tier or rare tier of firearms by amplifying dozens of hot weapons, though that was a matter of probability. However, the laid-back Chen habitually expected and accepted the worst outcome, and even if he only amplified the quantity without enhancing the quality, he would still be satisfied. But for Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia, what they needed most right now were individual firearms. With enough weapons, their strength would increase dramatically, and the combat capability of their team would quickly take shape. But for Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia, what they needed most right now were individual firearms. With enough weapons, their strength would increase dramatically, and honestly, as long as they didn't carry large bags, Chen could easily provide enough to fill them to bursting. Besides, Chen didn't believe that the three factions would come out without food. Where would they find the physical items? They must be in the vehicles at the parking camp. So using Teacher Moss' words, this time you might profit immensely, but I will never lose. Night. A bonfire, over 20 people, and dozens of vehicles. Returning to the parking camp from the area of the airdrop focus, the sun had already set. Upon returning, the team indeed found a large amount of supplies in the vehicles left by the three factions. While there wasn't much food, there were plenty of metal, ores, and various other materials. The baby absolutely could not speak in front of others, as revealing the baby's abilities would lead to great danger in the future. Thus, as Chen obtained, the baby absolutely could not speak in front of others, as revealing the baby's abilities would lead to great danger in the future. Thus, as Chen obtained a large amount of supplies, he held the baby and returned. "Baby, I have to make do with these for now. Eat this first," Chen said, waving his hand to reveal hamburgers, fine ham, Oreos, and of course the 2 pieces of soul essence he promised as rewards. Great. Shoo. Beichin quickly gestured for silence. After calming the baby, he began to amplify the combat supplies he had collected today. First were 64 bolt-action rifles and 6 G02 pistols. The system is at work. Detected 64 bolt-action rifles and 6 G02 pistols available for amplification. Do you wish to amplify? Due to their large size, Beichin actively awakened the system, this time directly selecting to amplify the dozens of guns in the particle ring. Initially unsure if it was possible, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Obtained 70 bolt-action rifles and 20 fully equipped M416 assault rifles. Obtained 10 fully equipped SKS sniper rifles. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. G02 pistols upgraded to 30 P29 pistols. Reminder to the host, all weapons and equipment obtained through amplification have been automatically stored in the particle space ring. Hearing this, Beichin nearly shouted with excitement. What? 30 fully equipped M16, 20 fully equipped SKS. The amplification luck is incredible. Now Beichin no longer cared about the 70 bolt-action rifles, as single-shot rifles could not be compared to fully automatic assault rifles. There was a vast difference. Seeing Beichin tremble with excitement, the baby worriedly asked, "Daddy, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Beichin couldn't help but shake his head, suppressing a smile. "Haha, Daddy is fine. Just eat your meal, don't worry about me." Oh. Suppressing his excitement, he took out an M416 and an SKS, examining them closely. "Oh, this. Awesome." Beichin smiled as he looked at the fully equipped M416. With a 6x scope, a silencer, a vertical grip, a quick-release magazine, and a stock, anyone who played Battle Royale games would know this equipment was simply a godsend. Looking at the SKS's attachments, Beichin was speechless. If he didn't have the Black Dragon Cry Type 10 armor-piercing cannon, he would definitely consider getting one. With an 8x scope, a compensator, a lightweight grip, a cheek pad, and a large-capacity magazine. TSK. With these fully equipped assault rifles, Beichin felt that the airdrop selection box was no longer significant. Satisfied, he stowed the 2 handy weapons in the particle ring, then directly said, "System, detect new food resources available for amplification." The food resources left behind by the 3 factions were certainly going to be amplified for a feast. Detected. A lot of food and water resources available for amplification. Do you wish to amplify? Amplify. Beichin smiled and said directly, "Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Obtain the following: 80 pounds of Kobe Wagyu beef, 100 servings of Hokkaido salmon rice balls, 200 servings of deep-sea fish roast sushi, 10 bottles of Gallon cocktails, 50 pieces of gourmet black truffle pizza, 50 pounds of alpine veal, 10 bottles of top-notch champagne." As expected of supplies from the 3 factions, they are priceless. Beichin felt a bit guilty. This was even worse than freeloading. With a wave of his hand, various mouth-watering delicacies appeared in the vehicle. Other than raw meat, he took out one of everything edible and placed it inside the vehicle. "Baby, this is specially prepared for you. Take your time eating." "Wow, thank you, Daddy." Of course, the best things were given to the baby first, as this time it was thanks to the baby's aerial observation and shared vision that the situation was turned around. After arranging everything, Beichin closed the vehicle door and walked straight towards the large bonfire not far away. On the way, he couldn't help but think, "System, embellish 60 bolt-action rifles. Do you wish to consume 60 days' worth of equal resources to embellish 60 bolt-action rifles?" "Yes." "Congratulations, host, embellishment successful." After completing the embellishment, Beichin walked over to Zhang Dabiao and the others. "Boss Beichin, what good stuff are you planning to bring out for us to feast on?" Pang Xinjie had already heard Zhang Dabiao embellish the story and was very much looking forward to whether Beichin could produce fresh wild boar meat, as he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Beichin only smiled, slightly waved his hand, and suddenly a large piece of wild boar meat weighing over 50 pounds appeared out of thin air. Along with the wild boar meat came various seasonings. But this was not enough to shock the people present. When Beichin waved his hand to directly produce 2 bottles of champagne and 1 bottle of cocktail, that was truly astonishing. With 50 to 60 pounds of wild boar meat, if we divide it among 26 people, that's an average of 2 pounds each. If it's not enough, I still have reserves, so eat as much as you want. Suddenly Beichin heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. Long live Boss Beichin. In this survival world where money was as scarce as dirt, food was the most. Soon 7 or 8 people were busy dividing the meat and using sharp branches to skewer it for grilling. Beichin, Zhang Dabiao, and Pang Xinjie stood not far from the bonfire, each holding a bottle of champagne, discussing the future direction of the game. "I really don't understand. Does it make you angry?" Zhang Dabiao tilted his head back and took a sip of champagne, saying unhappily, "Those guys Xiaomaizi and the little devils each have a hot weapon, while our two teams together barely have 5 or 6. Why? Pang Xinjia was taken aback by the question, hesitating to speak, then looked at Beichen. Haha, nothing to be surprised, Beichen said with a smile. By the way, Dabiao, have you ever played a pay-to-play game? Zhang Dabiao was taken aback by the question and shook his head. I really wanted to play before I joined the army, but after retiring I lost interest in games. Beichen nodded and did not hide it. In pay-to-play games, fairness is the most important thing. How many players are there combined between Xiamaizi and the Little Devils? And how many players do we have from Huaxia? With such a huge difference in player numbers, if we all had a hot weapon, wouldn't we be invincible in the world? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia were shocked, instantly understanding the key point. So the resources for each country are allocated uniformly by the gaming console, and they want to increase the material base just because a certain country has more players. Clever. Beichen chuckled. While there are differences in numbers, the base of the resource boxes remains unchanged, which results in the current environment for players in the Huaxia battle zone. Pang Xinjia immediately thought of more. Beichen, do you think the game will ultimately lead to a grand battle among players from all over the world? If that's the case, our Huaxia players are starting off too slowly. Beichen nodded earnestly. Because of fairness, the smaller base of the resource boxes in Huaxia is just one aspect. Another reason is that major financial groups in Huaxia have already begun to recruit large numbers of personnel, organize armed forces, and stockpile supplies. Each of these factors is adverse to the development of Huaxia players. Therefore, Zhang Dabiao looked at the two and said, we need to organize armed forces quickly to avoid repeating the mistakes of the year of Gengzi. Both Beichen and Pang Xinjia nodded simultaneously. This topic always felt oppressive to discuss. After all, under a collapsing nest, how can there be complete eggs? Soon Beichen took the initiative to change the subject. Before long, 3 large skewers of grilled meat were brought over. The 3 of them ate, drank, and chatted. As the alcohol took effect, Beichen discovered that Zhang Dabiao was quite the seasoned drinker. When he drank, he couldn't stop with the witty banter. Beichen had never encountered such a person before, and he became interested, asking about social banter and various internet slang that had puzzled him for years. To his surprise, Zhang Dabiao was well-versed in everything. Beichen felt he had greatly benefited and had indeed learned a lot. After a few rounds of drinks, Beichen waved his hand. Suddenly 60 rifles appeared in front of him. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia were taken aback, quickly waving their hands. Boss Beichen, this won't do. There are a total of 64 guns, and if you take out 60, we won't be able to meet again after this. Beichen, this is indeed too many, we cannot. Pang Xinjia didn't finish his sentence as it got stuck in his throat. That was a heavy sniper rifle very similar to a Barrett, but Pang Xinjia knew it was definitely not a Barrett. I won't be polite with this heavy sniper rifle. At this point the two felt a bit better. As military men, what they disliked the most was owing favors. Stop the nonsense, quickly divide the loot, and put it away. No need to check, the chambers are fully loaded. Instantly the two exclaimed, looking at Beichen with grateful eyes. Beichen was actively recruiting the two, as he indeed had a meticulous plan. His Inglong Guard was firmly defending the core stronghold, digging wells, farming, and even building to achieve a green cycle, laying a solid foundation. Meanwhile, each of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia led a team collecting rare resources and gathering intelligence from other regions as much as possible in cooperation with one another. One focused on internal matters, the other on external, was the most suitable arrangement. It was unfeasible to work in isolation. Moreover, both had far-reaching strategic vision and were well worth cultivating. At this point, both of them understood that Beichen was intentionally helping them. Being men of courage, they did not hesitate and immediately raised their champagne glasses. Cheers to this drink. From now on we will be allies who will never betray each other, Zhang Dabiao said solemnly. Cheers. The three raised their cups in front of the campfire, toasting to grand plans for the world. As for Beichen's ability to take items out of thin air, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia had known since the beginning, but had never mentioned it. They were all smart men. Since Beichen dared to reveal this ability in front of everyone, he did not fear others coveting it. At the same time, they also understood that Beichen was conveying a message. That is my sincerity towards you, Beichen. By the way, boss Beichen, where are you going next? Zhang Dabiao was eager to venture with Beichen. I need to retrieve heavy resources from the airdrop and return to the team's base to see some friends, Beichen replied directly. Friends? A girlfriend perhaps? Zhang Dabiao asked, blinking rapidly at Beichen. Remember the witty banter I just shared? Go try it on that girlfriend of yours, I guarantee it will charm her every time. Beichen. What girlfriend? I don't know what you're talking about. Pang Xinjia chuckled when he saw Beichen's face turn red. To be honest, ever since experiencing that for the first time, Beichen occasionally woke up in the morning feeling discomfort in that area, which had startled him. After all, he slept with his baby at night. If the baby found out, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wouldn't the dignified image of a father that took so long to establish completely collapse? Meanwhile, at a small grove near the Inglong Guard's base, Ting Chu had a flattering smile as she pulled on Shui Yihan. Sister Yihan, for the last lesson, could you please teach me? Shui Yihan saw Ting Chu so anxious and immediately revealed a knowing smile. Oh, are you in a hurry? How come? Is your boyfriend coming? Ting Chu instinctively shook her head, but then nodded. He might come tonight, so Sister Yihan, you have to teach me the last lesson on driving without any gaps. Bei Chun would naturally send a private message to Tung Millions in advance regarding the Inglong Guard's location, and Tung Millions, knowing that her sister was wholeheartedly focused on Bei Chun, naturally conveyed this message to her. Shui Yihan smiled knowingly. Oh, this is not difficult to teach you, but first I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully or otherwise. Upon hearing this, Ting Chu immediately perked up. I agree, with both hands and feet. Shui Yihan pulled Ting Chu to a cool stone and gestured for her to sit on it. Ting Chu looked puzzled. What is this called? Shui Yihan asked. Ting Chu's face turned red as she whispered, is this a government seal? Oh, what a waste. Shui Yihan sighed in frustration. Little sister, remember this is called forcing someone onto Liangshan. Ting Chu suddenly understood, and her long fair neck flushed red. Can idioms be used like this? Remember, little sister, as long as you are fast, the car is everywhere. But what could she do? Before gaming, she spent her days either practicing grappling. Before gaming, she spent her days either practicing grappling combat techniques, or analyzing various mind-bending mystery dramas, or reviewing case files. When it came to the flirtatious banter of love, she felt a novice would understand it better. However, it's good that when two people walk together, there must be someone like us. After these few days of frantically absorbing experience, Ting Chu felt she had become more well-rounded. At the same time, she regretted the childishness she exhibited when she was with Bei Chun. Now Tung Chu vowed that if heaven granted her another chance to return to that dusk, she would seize it. Tung Chu was confident that she could make Bei Chun develop feelings for her. Sigh, little sister, you really missed too many opportunities. If you had this knowledge back, then wouldn't your little boyfriend have been yours already? Shui Yihan said with a half-smile. Tung Chu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling ashamed. Thank you, Yihan Jia. This time I will seize the opportunity. He seized the opportunity. Shui Yihan chuckled and shook her head. The experiences mentioned are merely flirtation. They work fine for dealing with ordinary excellent young men, but if it's someone like our Captain Zhang Yichen, that Ice Mountain, how confident are you? Ting Chu was taken aback by the question, and Zhang Yichen's cold face immediately appeared in her mind. Yihan Jia, my boyfriend isn't as cold as Zhang Yichen, it's much easier with him. Shui Yihan's eyes lit up with interest. By the way, you should tell me about his personality preferences, work style, and most importantly, have you two become intimate yet? Ting Chu was stunned by the question. Shui Yihan added fuel to the fire, asking, I need to make a big data assessment specifically based on your relationship. So have you two become intimate? This question was too embarrassing for Tung Chu, who had never been in a relationship. Although she approached it with a learner's heart, she wasn't foolish. Such personal matters couldn't be easily disclosed, thank goodness. However, speaking of which, she also mentioned that it was tailored for her and was out of good intentions. Ultimately, in order to avoid losing too much, Tung Chu asked, I've benefited greatly from Yihan Jia, and am sure you and your boyfriend have been intimate too, right? Upon hearing this, Shui Yihan's lips curled into a knowing smile. What do you think? This question made Ting Chu feel less at a loss, and she nodded softly. We did indeed spend that night together after we separated. Shui Yihan's eyes brightened as she asked directly, by the way, what's his personality like? Is he ruthless? Tung Chu recalled Bei Chun's lethal efficiency in dealing with two murderers. Very ruthless, straight to the point. Shui Yihan's expression gradually became more animated as she pictured it, a flash of cold light, followed by a dragon-like strike, the two of them stirring up a storm. Is he strong? How's his strength? Is he weak? Shui Yihan continued to inquire. Tung Chu carefully recalled how Bei Chun carried her back, and how it felt. It wasn't that he moved with lightning speed, but at the very least, she didn't feel any bumps, which proved his strength and endurance. Very stable and enduring. No matter how you put it, I weigh nearly 100 pounds, and he carried me for so long, without even breaking a sweat, Ting Chu said, honestly feeling no discomfort. Upon hearing this, a mental image of lifting her high formed a mini-movie in Shui Yihan's mind. Lifting someone high required a lot of physical strength. How could he not be out of breath afterward? Impressive, Shui Yihan praised with a smile. Of course, my judgment is still reliable, Ting Chu replied, blushing and happy. Based on what you've said, I roughly understand what this person likes, right? Shui Yihan leaned in close to Ting Chu's ear and whispered, be alluring, sweet, and soft, possessing both grace and wit. Always remember these when you're with him. Hearing this, Ting Chu was shocked. Yihan Jie, you're amazing. You really hit the nail on the head regarding his ideal type. Tung Chu genuinely admired that Bei Chun's ideal type, Muziki, perfectly matched what was summarized. Upon hearing about his ideal type, Shui Ihan nearly stumbled. What? He has an ideal type. Ting Chu felt a bit uncomfortable and replied, if I had to say, I guess I'm experimental. But I have confidence in transitioning from an experimental type to an ideal type. Shui Ihan shook her head and sighed, what a waste. As she spoke, she turned to leave, but reminded her, when he arrives, you'd better take a bath and smell fresh or think about how it will be for you. Off. Ting Chu was startled and hurriedly touched her face. Is my face dirty? No, the voice faded away. Oh, thank you, Ihanjia. I understand, and I will find a way. As she spoke, Ting Chu raised her arm in confusion and sniffed a pungent odor immediately hit her nose, nearly making her roll her eyes. My goodness, this smell is something else. It wasn't that Ting Chu was unclean, it was just that in this environment water was a precious resource. With barely enough to drink, who would want to bathe every day? Moreover, for the past few days she had been intensely studying combat skills and assassination techniques, with Shui Ihan and Zhang Yiqin, resulting in her being drenched in sweat after each session. Usually she just wiped herself with damp clothes. Bathing was out of the question. At this moment Ting Chu was filled with confidence and anticipation, walking with a slight bounce in her step. Suddenly, 2 private messages arrived. One was from her elder brother, and the other from Ihanjia. First she opened her elder brother's message. Dead girl, hurry back. Bei Chun is already on the way. This is the first official meeting between the Yinglong Guard and Bei Chun, so I specially asked him to let everyone take a bath to leave a good impression with a fresh demeanor. As a result, Bei Chun directly traded over all the bathing supplies. So hurry back, the first spot is reserved for you. When Ting Chu saw this message, her heart soared with joy. Just as she was dozing off, someone sent her a pillow. What a great brother. Elder brother, love you, love you. I'll be back immediately. Ting Chu sprinted off, curious about the private message from Shui Han. Upon opening it, Ting Chu nearly vomited blood. The content was as follows. Ahem, actually am still a yellow flower girl, but in order to pursue my childhood goal to be an agent, I had to study and get in touch with these popular social phrases and online flirtation jokes, so ahem. Ting Chu felt like she was bleeding internally. This was too much. To deceive such an honest person. Doesn't her conscience hurt? However, it was fortunate that Bei Chun would definitely come tonight, and she could take a comfortable bath and dress up. TSK. Soon a smile returned to Ting Chu's face. I must hurry back to find the police academy's graduating uniform. If I lose it, it won't be pretty. The white standard shirt and black pencil skirt of the police academy graduate. If I can find a pair of white flesh-colored stockings dressed up like this, Ting Chu would feel even more confident. She sent a private message to Tung Baiwan. Brother, hurry. I need a pair of white stockings urgently. Oh, please reward me on the regional or national channel. When Tung Baiwan received this message, he almost cursed, but suddenly seemed to think of something and was deeply. His sister, who used to be all over the place, finally got on the right track. Tung Baiwan immediately thought of Bei Chun. Okay, I'll take care of this for you. This time, sister, you must succeed if failure is not an option. Otherwise, don't call me brother in the future. Tung Chu replied, got it. P.S. Recently, maybe because school has started, the data isn't great. I checked the reading data yesterday, and it was really disheartening. So when everyone is reading, please give a nudge for updates. Also, if possible, send a small video at the end of the chapter. I would be very grateful. Thanks. Nightfall. The stars and moon were shrouded in darkness. In the distance, 2 beams of light illuminated the road ahead, as an imposing Wuling Hongguang sped by, estimated at a speed of 140 km/h. Dad, why is the car going so fast today? The baby had never seen Bei Chun drive so quickly and couldn't help but ask curiously. Bei Chun smiled and said, driving at night can be a bit dangerous, so it's better to go faster to avoid prolonged dangers. Oh, the baby responded, then focused intently on playing with the Vank tutoring machine. Dad, what does this button mean? What is music? Bei Chun glanced back and nodded, saying, press that button, and whatever song you want to hear, just say its name, and it will find it for you. The baby instantly discovered a new world. 2 tigers. Sure enough, the tutoring machine began to play the children's album, 2 Tigers. If you want to listen to a song in the future but don't know the name, just hold down that button, without letting go, hum a few lines, and it will search for you. Got it, I understand now, the baby replied, then began to listen to the song, while humming along, being very obedient. Bei Chun, while concentrating on driving, confirmed the coordinates sent by Tung Million once more. 480 kilometers. Bei Chun calculated the time briefly. It will take about 3 hours, I suppose. During the day, Bei Chun usually drove at around 90,100 km/h, but at night the road was pitch black outside of the car's headlights, making it impossible to see any lurking beasts, so speed was crucial. With one hand on the steering wheel, Bei Chun took out an airdropped selected resource box and the top-ranked cold weapon in the Huaxiao war zone, the Aurora Blade. As Bei Chun, who loved cold weapons, focused on the Aurora Blade, he examined its design, the smooth lines, and the hint of chilling aura emanating from its special material. Detected outstanding grade cold weapon. Our Aurora Blade can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? The reason Beichin ignored the airdropped resource box was that it couldn't be amplified. What could be more exciting than amplifying an outstanding grade Aurora Blade? Amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Outstanding grade Aurora Blade has been amplified to exceptional grade Shadowless Sword. Absolute morning. Ding. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, a crisp sound like the chant of a sword resonated from the Wuling Hongguang, spreading outwards for dozens of miles. The sound was like ripples in clear water, crisp yet tinged with sharpness and chill. Beichin was driving at a speed of 140 km/h, and despite his efforts to control himself, his excitement was hard to suppress. The amplified Aurora Blade had actually increased a grade, from outstanding grade directly to exceptional grade. How could Beichin not be thrilled? At present, his most powerful firearm was the Black Dragon HAL-10 armor-piercing cannon, which was still at the outstanding grade level and had not reached the exceptional grade. Beichin wondered if the Black Dragon HAL-10 had such power and was only outstanding grade, then wouldn't an exceptional grade firearm have to reach the level of a mortar main battle tank or a 20-round Katyusha? Stabilizing his turbulent emotions, he set his sights on a delicate short sword approximately 2 feet long and 2 inches wide, with a sword hilt design that was very antiquated, resembling a beast swallowing a pearl. Upon closer inspection, Beichin determined that this was a creature from ancient Chinese mythology, a serpent transformed into a dragon. He then looked at the material of the sword blade. To be honest, if it weren't for the pale yellow light in the car at night, Beichin would have thought this was just a sword with an ancient-looking hilt. The material was very transparent, resembling crystal. Shadowless Sword. I think I've heard of it in a game before. Beichin was uncertain if it was the legendary Shadowless Sword from the game. But it would be fine to take a closer look at the introduction. Shadowless Sword. Absolute morning grade exceptional. Melee characteristic bloodthirsty. The sword drinks blood to put the wielder into a bloodthirsty state, which lasts until the blood absorbed by the Shadowless Sword is depleted. The unique feature of the exceptional grade absorbs energy from blood, continually enhancing its quality. Introduction. Crafted from glacial crystal. During the day, the stronger the light, the sharper and more domineering it becomes. At night, the weaker the light, the more silent and subdued it is. This sword reveals its sharpness upon encountering blood and becomes invisible upon meeting water. It's easy. After carefully reading the introduction of the Shadowless Sword, the first expression Beichin revealed was not shock or disbelief, but rather relief and quiet gratitude. Fortunately, he didn't choose the big item in the airdropped resource box first, but opted to amplify the Aurora Blade. Why? Because after seeing the introduction of the exceptional grade cold weapon, Beichin almost formed a definite idea. That is, eventually with the game's progression, firearms would be eliminated or become obsolete. In contrast, cold weapons would undoubtedly hold a significant dominant position in survival games. At this moment, Beichin deeply felt the depth of the game console's strategy. It was terrifying. If it weren't for his system amplification allowing him to learn about the terrifying characteristics of exceptional grade cold weapons in advance, he would have certainly chosen the T-90 City Defense heavy machine gun when selecting the airdropped resource box. Initially, the large water purification device was not on Beichin's priority list. However, now he felt differently. In the early stages of the game, nearly all players lacked their own base and were wandering around. Choosing a T-90 City Defense heavy machine gun that might become obsolete in the future was entirely less practical than opting for the large water purification device. Moreover, when the baby triggered the system's bloodline amplification, the system also mentioned that the innate abilities of human players could not yet be used and would need to be activated either passively by the game console or actively. What does this indicate? It shows that this game cannot be completed merely by possessing firearms. Organizing the many thoughts in his mind, Beichin let out a heavy breath, releasing the pent-up frustration. Choosing incorrectly leads to wasted efforts. Fortunately, I have the system, otherwise it would have been a huge loss this time. Given that players were relatively weak in the early stages of the game, Beichin couldn't just wield the Shadowless Sword against someone with firearms. Thus, his main objective now was to accumulate firearms, establish his own base, and then gradually develop, continuously offering rewards for spirit stones, while heavily rewarding cold weapons or blueprints. However, the environment Beichin found himself in was brutal. The critical information had transcended wealth and luxury, and was about survival and the possibility of... However, the environment Beichin found himself in was brutal. The critical information had transcended wealth and luxury, and was about survival and the possibility of staying alive. If he hadn't prepared in advance, Beichin would have truly wasted the opportunity provided by the system. A tense and thrilling amplification opened Beichin's eyes, deepening his understanding of the future trajectory of the game. Suddenly, a private message notification sounded. Your friend Ting Chu Chu sent you a private message. Seeing that Ting Chu Chu had initiated contact made Beichin smile. This hasty farewell to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia was influenced by many factors, especially for Ting Chu Chu. Beichen had been closely following the rankings for firearms and cold weapons in the Huaxiao war zone. Not for any other reason, but simply because the weekly reputation settlement time was approaching. Currently, the top of the Huaxiao war zone firearms ranking was occupied by the Black Dragon HAL 10 armor-piercing cannon. The second was the light machine gun MI Big Pineapple, while the third was the Viper pistol that Teng Chuchu currently owned. Of course, aside from the reputation points, Beichen also wanted to personally return to the Yinglong Guard's base. After all, as the leader of the Yinglong Guard, it wasn't good to have never met his brothers, always being elusive. Additionally, he wanted to check on the progress of their well, digging, water-fetching, land reclamation, and cultivation. These were also pressing matters for Beichen, as it was truly difficult to live off the land. Who could guarantee that venturing out for supplies would surely yield resource boxes? Even if they did find resource boxes, the chances of them containing food were also very slim. If the Yinglong Guard could achieve self-sufficiency, Beichen could then focus all his attention on other areas of the Huaxiao war zone. Of course, aside from these matters, everything else was really trivial. Opening the private message from Teng Chuchu, Beichen frowned upon seeing the content and instinctively wanted to respond with a dismissive remark. But then Beichen paused, looking at himself in the mirror and muttering, "Do I really seem like a steel-straight man," as Zhang Dabiao said. How could I not have discovered such a low-level hidden meaning with my intelligence? He examined the private message from Teng Chuchu again. It read, "I am a little security guard. I want to eat Little Bear Wong biscuits. Can you give me a pack?" If Beichen had seen this message before encountering Zhang Dabiao, he would have definitely replied with a dismissive comment. However, at this moment, he realized his shortcomings. Humans are inherently flawed, and Beichen was no exception. To become stronger, one must compensate for their various deficiencies. In the company of three, there must be my teacher. Zhang Dabiao was indeed worth befriending. Beichen replied with a smile, "I understand." Immediately a response came back in seconds. "I will drive to pick you up around the small forest near the Yinglong Guard base. I will send you the latest coordinates shortly. Everyone else has gone to sleep after a long day except for the night watch. You won't find this very abrupt, will you?" Beichen smiled slightly and replied, "Absurd. P.S. 2800-word chapter." 2 hours and 50 minutes later, Beichen finally sped along, arriving at the small grove on the outskirts of the Yinglong Guard's base, according to the coordinates provided by Teng Chuchu. Before the car even entered the grove, Beichen spotted the distant signals of 3 bright and 3 dim lights. He smiled and mimicked them symbolically before stopping the car and turning off the engine. It must be said that since their parting that day, Beichen felt from the bottom of his heart that Teng Chuchu had changed a lot during this chat. Her demeanor was gentle and her words were witty. After just a few days, he didn't know who she had learned from, but she could even drive secretly now. Fortunately, I kept up with the times and received the true teachings of Zhang Dabiao, or else. He rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and quietly waited. Suddenly, a red flag car in the distant grove ignited and the headlights turned on, slowly approaching the direction where Beichen was. The red flag car stopped about 20 meters away from the Wuling Hongguang. However, Beichen found it strange that the car had turned off, but the headlights remained on. The next moment, Beichen understood why. This could only be described as a personal entrance with its own lighting. From within the beams of the car's headlights emerged a girl about 1.70 meters tall, wearing a white uniform shirt and a black bodycon skirt with shoulder-length short hair. She truly exuded a captivating charm that was hard to overlook. Estimating her weight to be no more than 100 pounds, especially considering her formal shirt and bodycon skirt, her curvaceous upper body and long slender legs were completely accentuated. Her delicate and refined features made her fair, slightly blushing oval face appear almost perfect, with expressive eyes and a smile that illuminated her face as she walked gracefully closer. Realizing he was lost in thought, Beichen hurriedly withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. He couldn't help but feel a surge of primal power stirring within him. This girl seems like a completely different person after just a few days, he thought. Wow, what a beautiful lady. At that moment, the baby also leaned over, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Beichen curiously asked, "Baby, don't you know her?" "This is my first time meeting her." "Why? Did baby know her before?" the baby replied, looking puzzled. "No, it's my first time too. He'll introduce you later," Beichen said, scratching his nose. "Baby, you'll get out of the car for a bit. You can play here for a while." "Okay." Seeing Teng Chuchu about to approach, Beichen decided to get out of the car. If Teng Chuchu saw the night shadow suddenly transformed into a human child, she would probably be scared to death, and it would also spark the baby's curiosity about her origins, which would be troublesome. As Beichen just got out and closed the car door, Teng Chuchu happened to walk up close. The moment he turned around, their eyes met. Beichen was incredulous at Teng Chuchu's transformation, scanning her from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Teng Chuchu's eyes were filled with tenderness, even though she had practiced this moment many times. But can one truly act from the heart when it is forced? The way her hands fidgeted revealed that she was extremely nervous at this moment. It's been a long time since we last met. You seem to have changed a lot, Bei Chun said with a half-smile. Tung Chuch's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head softly replying, "So do you? I can feel that your way of speaking is different from before." For this reunion with Bei Chun, Ting Chuchu had made all the necessary preparations, and since it was just the two of them there, this opportunity was one she couldn't afford to miss. Bei Chun found Tung Chuch's shy demeanor quite amusing. "So Bei Chun, after parting that day, do you have anything to say to me now that we meet again tonight?" A particular word was pronounced heavily by Tung Chuchu. Honestly, if it weren't for the true teachings of Zhang Dapio he received last minute tonight, he wouldn't have grasped the meaning behind her words. After all, they had experienced life and death together. Zhang Dapio generously imparted his wisdom, with every word being a classic. Suddenly Bei Chun thought that he must take some time to further discuss the essence of this topic with Zhang Dapio, as he truly felt inadequate in this area. If Zhang Dapio hadn't had a few drinks and been so talkative, Bei Chun might have immediately replied to Ting Chuch's words with "Get the viper out." That would have been embarrassing. Clearly it was a girl asking for a gun, and he, a straight man, would be asking her for a viper pistol. How embarrassing would that be? But then again, since the girl had opened her heart so openly, if he were to be shy, he really wouldn't be a man. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage, which couldn't be more true. Although Bei Chun led a rather disciplined lifestyle, he was still a passionate young man. To say that he hadn't thought about what it felt like that day after their parting would be utterly hypocritical. After Tung Chuchu asked this question, she lowered her head, even deeper, resembling a new bride who had never seen her husband before. At that moment, the primal power within Bei Chun truly could not be suppressed. He smiled mysteriously, taking a step forward and leaning in close to Tung Chuchu's ear. As he saw her cold and handsome face magnified before him, Tung Chuchu felt her legs go weak with nervousness, but she did not retreat, instead lowering her head and enduring it. At that moment, a familiar magnetic voice gently echoed in her ear. "You asked what I have to say to you tonight. Of course I do, but I wonder if you can understand." "Then go ahead and say it." "The current me is no longer the carefree me from before," Tung Chuchu said somewhat defiantly. "I was trained hand in hand by Ihan. Can you compare to us just by self-study?" "How could that be possible?" "Oh, how interesting." Bei Chun gently closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of the shampoo that belonged to her. The goose is a bird that steps into the emptiness. The wooden eye is in the heart. The corpse embraces the nine, and people walk side by side. Bei Chun finished reciting this poem with a rhyme, clearly sensing Tung Chuchu's delicate body stiffen slightly, followed by a tremor. "Don't understand? Then forget it. If you do understand, return to your car now and tidy up a bit." Tung Chuchu's heart raced violently, and the heat on her face almost ignited her entire body. How could she not understand this poem? Each sentence formed a word, and when combined it meant "I miss you." Oh my, how embarrassing. How did this person become so mischievous? Tung Chuchu bit her red lips and did not speak, fearing that if she opened her mouth her nervousness would prevent her from speaking properly. She simply uttered a soft mm, and while Bei Chun wasn't paying attention, she lightly pressed her lips against his cheek before turning and running towards her red flag car. Before Bei Chun could react, Tung Chuchu had already disappeared from the beam of light cast by the red flag car. What was that? Did she understand immediately? Bei Chun scratched his head and said softly, "Sure enough, everyone is making progress, so I can't fall behind too much." He took a deep breath a few times to calm his heavy breathing. Back in the Wuling car, he said to the baby, who was still listening to music, "Baby, where's Daddy? I need to go with that sister to her car to get something and talk about a few things. He'll be back soon." Saying this, Bei Chun didn't even believe himself. Would he really be back soon? Wasn't that slapping his own face? How long will Daddy take? Saying this, Bei Chun didn't even believe himself. Would he really be back soon? Wasn't that slapping his own face? How long will Daddy take? The baby asked, looking at Bei Chun. This left Bei Chun in a dilemma. How to put it? This probably needs about 1 to 5 hours, but Daddy promises to speed up and come back right away. If baby gets tired, just go to sleep first. Okay. The baby was immediately unhappy to hear it would take 5 hours, but seeing her father's troubled expression, she made her own compromise. "All right, but Daddy needs to move our car over there. It's too far away and baby can't sleep alone." Bei Chun readily agreed, saying, "Okay, you'll do as baby says. But at night it's dangerous, so baby must promise Daddy that if you hear any slight noises, you absolutely cannot get out of the car, okay? Otherwise Daddy will be angry." The baby immediately smiled and replied, "Okay, Daddy. You don't know me. Baby is the most obedient." "All right, then I'll move our car forward now." Saying this, Bei Chun returned to the driver's seat, starting the car, and slowly moving closer to Tung Chuchu. Meanwhile, the baby wore a triumphant smile. Of course, with such a beautiful lady alone with Daddy, who knows if she might harm him? She must be cautious. Of course, if they were just singing and studying together, baby would definitely be 100% at ease. Soon Bei Chun drove the Wuling Hongguang to a stop just 10 meters away from the Hongqi car. After getting out, he reminded the baby again not to get out of the car at night. The baby responded eagerly. Only then did Bei Chun nod in satisfaction and get out of the car. As he walked up to the Hongqi car and opened the door, he was momentarily stunned by the scene inside. Why did you take apart the back seat? Where did you get those cushions? He noticed Ting Chuch's cheeks were slightly flushed and her breathing was a bit hurried, as if she had just been busy. Without saying much, Ting Chuchu suddenly pulled Bei Chun inside and closed the door behind him. Instantly, Bei Chun felt a tense and trembling curvaceous body in his embrace. In the quiet night, in the serene little grove, the familiar sent the same scene and the same proactive. Feeling the warmth of her lips softly teasing, Bei Chun could no longer hold back and hugged Ting Chuch's curvaceous figure tightly. It seemed they were competing to eat an ice cream, though the ice cream itself was nowhere to be seen. Bei Chun, help me. Ting Chuch's charming voice rang in his ears, prompting Bei Chun to respond and start searching for something. The shirt was easy to handle, but for a man who had never worn a skirt it was quite difficult. Bei Chun searched for a long time, but couldn't find the mechanism to unlock it. What the heck, how is this designed? Why can't I find it? Hearing this, Ting Chuchu giggled. Silly, let me do it. Oh hee, I am not good at this. Soon what appeared before Bei Chun was a masterpiece carved by the hand of God, a work of exquisite jade. Smooth, firm, warm. Ting Chuchu was certainly very shy. She didn't even have the courage to look up at Bei Chun. Bei Chun was not in a hurry, carefully admiring this perfect piece of art. Ultimately, it was Ting Chuchu who couldn't hold back any longer and turned off the cabin light. After the light was turned off, she no longer cared about her shyness, turning around and leaping into Bei Chun's arms, burying her head deep in his chest. Then the temperature around them began to rise. It was the after effect of a long-awaited reunion and the fulfillment of desires held in their hearts. In a battle focusing on the opponent's general's formations, especially since the two sides had already fought a war. Although they didn't know each other well, it wasn't like the first encounter where multiple tests were needed before launching a full assault. With the command given, thousands of horses charged forth. The battle cry echoed through the skies. If one were to describe this rhythm, it might be best captured by the first 3 lines of a song. The theme song, dang, the first 3 lines. Once you understand it, you'll get it. Although the duet doesn't rhyme in terms of lyrics, it unmistakably refers to this song. At that moment, less than a meter away from the Hongqi car, there was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old holding a tutoring device and pressing the music recognition button towards the Hongqi car, listening to the song. Daddy and that little sister are so silly, they don't know the difficulty of this song. They've been singing it all night and can only manage to sing the first 3 lines. The baby sighed deeply in her heart, thinking that if she could find this song, she would have to learn it and share it with Daddy and the others. Is it really that difficult? Sure enough, the Vank tutoring device, enhanced by the system, was quite impressive. Even its erratic sounds could recognize the song, dang. Found it, Because she had promised Bei Chun not to get out of the car at night, the baby did not sneak a look at what was happening inside the Hongqi car, but quietly returned to the Wuling car. Dang, what a strange song title, never mind, let's give it a listen. Upon clicking play, the Wuling car was filled with a clear, powerful, and rhyming singing voice. When the peaks have no edges, when the rivers no longer flow, when. Wow, such beautiful music, I really like it. No wonder Daddy and the sister couldn't learn it all night, it really has some difficulty. At 3 in the morning, the baby listened to the music from the educational device, her sleepy eyes barely open. She had been looping this song for an hour already. While she wouldn't say she could sing it perfectly right off the bat, she was close enough. However, when the first few lines of the song played again from a nearby car, she could no longer hold back. She rolled down the car window and called out in the direction of Bei Chun. Daddy, you guys are so silly. I learned this song in an hour, and you've been singing it for so long without getting it right. Some things really do depend on talent, Suddenly, the distant singing came to an abrupt halt, and the car fell silent as the off-key singing ceased. The baby had listened for hours, and wanting some peace, she couldn't help but say something harsh. Hey, some things can't be achieved just through hard work. If hard work was all it took, then what's the point of talent? Sure enough, the baby rubbed her eyes, yawned, and prepared to sleep. Still feeling uneasy, she called out to the nearby car. Daddy, you should discuss melody and rhythm more instead of just memorizing. It's driving me crazy. As soon as the baby's voice faded, the area was no longer filled with the previous off-key singing. At that moment, the atmosphere in the red flag car became quite awkward. Bei Chun's face turned red. Meanwhile, Ting Chuchu was filled with skepticism. Can you at least sing a bit softer? The child can hear you. Bei Chun directly shifted the blame. Ting Chuchu, have some self-respect. The main melody of this song is clearly yours. Ting Chuchu was furious. After practice, you must let me meet this little girl, okay? Daddy, daughter. Bei Chun sighed and nodded casually, saying, the child doesn't have a mother, it's a long. If I didn't know you well, I would think you. What are you thinking? Come on, let's finish this game of chess first, then we'll talk. Oh, just don't make too much noise when you play, or I'll easily follow your rhythm and start singing along. Tung Chu-chu. Ahem, I'll try my best. Indeed, how could one say? Even if someone called for dinner, they needed to finish the chess game first, otherwise it would be so uncomfortable to leave it hanging. Fearing disturbing the baby, both sides restrained the sounds of their chess moves during the game. An hour later, Tung Chu-chu collapsed, too tired to even ask the many questions swirling in her mind. What was Tung Chu-chu equivalent to now? It was like 4 hours of strenuous labor combined with 4 hours of high-decibel singing. She had never felt so exhausted. Bei-chin still wore a smile on his face, for Tung Chu-chu had ultimately made a careless mistake leading to her king's defeat at the hands of his double cannon maneuver. He touched the remaining sponge pad, frowning slightly, as it felt damp. With a swift motion, he opened the car door and suddenly threw something forcefully into the nearby bushes. He had no idea what the Okamoto 001 Surprise Edition meant, and he felt embarrassed to ask anyone about it. That would be too humiliating. He took out a bottle of salted soda and handed it to Tung Chu-chu, saying, "Drink this, it'll help replenish your fluids." Tung Chu-chu shot him a glare, her face flushed. "Do you think I have the strength to open the cap right now?" Bei-chin scratched his nose and helped her twist off the cap. After a few sips of the salted soda, Tung Chu-chu noticeably felt better. "Bei-chin, who was that little girl? Why did she call you daddy? Who was her mother?" Tung Chu-chu's tone was gentle, making it impossible to discern her true feelings. Originally, Bei-chin didn't want to expose the baby's identity, but now her relationship with Tung Chu-chu had long surpassed that of ordinary friends. Besides, she already knew about Ying. Well, the baby is actually someone you know. The baby? I know her. Tung Chu-chu thought back to the days of scavenging for supplies together, but she didn't recall meeting any little girl. It's Ying Yu. Due to certain reasons, she underwent a genetic mutation and gained the ability to transform into a human, Bei-chin explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Tung Chu-chu's eyes widened in disbelief. However, she had come to understand Bei-chin and knew he generally wouldn't lie. That's incredible. This game world is truly full of wonders. Seemingly recalling something, Tung Chu-chu began to feel anxious. Bei-chin, back when I was willful and immature, Ying probably didn't like me. What if she? Her tone was filled with worry, judging from how Ying affectionately called Bei-chin daddy. Their relationship was undoubtedly much closer than her own. If the girl didn't agree or didn't like her, Bei-chin chuckled. Don't worry, after the genetic mutation her memories only contain me, and she has forgotten everything from before. Really? That's great. Tung Chu-chu smiled happily. Just a moment ago she was thinking about how to make up for her previous excessive actions against Ying, yet now the child had forgotten her. What a stroke of good luck. However, just as Tung Chu-chu was feeling delighted, she suddenly saw Bei-chin slowly turn to look at her. Ying is the baby and her situation. In an instant, Tung Chu-chu sat up, wrapping her arms around Bei-chin's neck and pressing close. Slowly pulling away, she said, "Bei-chin, I'm so happy. I can see how important the baby is to you, and your willingness to share this with me proves your trust in me." Tung Chu-chu gently rested her head on Bei-chin's chest and softly said, "This matter will never leave my lips. I won't tell anyone, not even if I die." In that moment, Bei-chin felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. "I understand now. Bei-chin, why don't you take me to meet the baby properly?" Bei-chin nodded slightly. Before coming, he had promised he would return soon, but now several hours had already passed. This was the first time he had been away from the baby for more than 4 hours since her appearance. "All right, let's go then." With that, Bei-chin stood up and opened the car door, while Tung Chu-chu tidied her slightly. However, as everything was finally in order, when Tung Chu-chu stood up, her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong?" Bei-chin asked, turning around upon hearing her fall back into her seat. "Do I even need to ask? My leg is swollen and it hurts, just like when a dance teacher presses down on your legs. When I was lying down I didn't feel much, but standing up is a different story. It's a pain no one who hasn't danced could understand." Upon hearing this, Bei-chin felt a bit awkward and quickly got back into the car. "Is it that serious? Let me take a look." Tung Chu-chu shot him a glare, her face flushed. "No need, a few hours of rest should be enough." "Oh, it's not what you think. I just wanted to see your injury and get you some ointment." With that, Bei-chin pulled out a black pill that emitted a strong herbal scent. As soon as this item appeared in Bei-chin's hand, Tung Chu-chu stared in disbelief. "Bei-chin, why are you carrying a sheep dung ball for no reason?" "This is called Black Jade Healing Ointment, a miraculous medicine for treating muscle strains, soft tissue swelling, and injuries. Your injury is a perfect match for it." Hearing this nonsensical statement, Tung Chu-chu felt her head buzzing. "Are you talking about the Black Jade Healing Ointment from the story of slaying dragons?" "Exactly, the miraculous medicine that can heal someone who has been disabled for 20 years. Tung Chu-chu looked at Bei-chin pitifully. "I haven't read much, so don't lie to me. If I remember correctly, isn't this something like a patch?" "What do you mean by taking it out as a pill? You don't expect me to take it orally, do you?" Upon hearing this, Bei-chin pretended to hit his head in realization. When he took out the black jade healing ointment in pill form again, it had already taken on a shape very similar to that of an ointment. Doesn't this just look like an ointment now? Seeing this, Ting Chu perked up her eyes filled with eager curiosity as she looked at Bei Chun. So it seems I'm the first beneficiary of your miraculous healing medicine. Bei Chun waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the details, I wouldn't even spare it for outsider. With a slap, Bei Chun flattened the black jade healing ointment even thinner. Here, let me help you. Bei Chun, please act like a decent person and don't try to take advantage of me in every situation, alright? I promise I will next time. Ting Chu exclaimed, wow. Although Ting Chu was quite reluctant, there was nothing she could do. She saw Bei Chun applying the black jade ointment to the palm of his right hand, murmuring something under his breath, while quickly changing his hand movements. This scene immediately reminded Ting Chu of the fighting scenes from martial arts dramas. Mystic palm of the profound darkness. Clap. Ting Chu gasped in surprise, biting her teeth as she pinched Bei Chun's outstretched arm. You jerk, what a cruel technique. Are you trying to kill someone? Bei Chun immediately turned to ask, how does it feel? Is the healing medicine effective? Ting Chu was about to say, do you think this is like an appendectomy that works immediately? Doesn't this take a few hours? However, before Ting Chu could finish her sentence, her entire being trembled, revealing an expression of disbelief. How is it? Do you feel something is wrong? I can help you take it off right now. Although Bei Chun was confident in the black jade ointment's effects, it was a clinical trial medication, and if there was a rejection reaction that put Ting Chu's life at risk, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Ting Chu's expression had relaxed a lot. Sighing, she said, indeed, one shouldn't judge medicine by its advertisements. Bei Chun was taken aback and instinctively asked, then what should we look at? At this moment, Ting Chu's expression had relaxed a lot. Sighing, she said, indeed, one shouldn't judge medicine by its advertisements. Bei Chun was taken aback and instinctively, this is much quicker than the leg extension and glaring pill. Ting Chu rolled her eyes at Bei Chun. You really are using this kind of medicine for the first time, aren't you? Bei Chun, wait, you better not start the car when you go back. Why, oi? Bei Chun asked, puzzled. Because at this time the Yinglong guards are changing shifts at their station. Right across from our little forest is the area managed by the soldier king Zhang Yichen. If he discovers someone here at night, he will definitely come over, and if he mistakes you for an enemy, that would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Bei Chun immediately became interested. The soldier king Zhang Yichen. Looking across at the little forest, there was anticipation in Bei Chun's eyes. Bei Chun, don't act recklessly. Being mistaken for an enemy by them is life-threatening. Martial arts are lethal techniques, don't think they're just show. A moment's inattention could lead to. Ting Chu nervously warned Bei Chun. Martial arts are lethal techniques, and in sparring there is no distinction of victory or defeat, only life and death. There was a yearning in Bei Chun's eyes as he slightly nodded and closed the car door. Just as Bei Chun returned to the Wuling car, he was startled. It was a familiar theme song from his childhood. Slowly opening the car door as soon as he poked his head inside, he met four eyes. The baby was staring at Bei Chun with wide eyes. Daddy, you came back so fast. So quick. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the tone. Bei Chun rubbed his head and explained, I was supposed to come back very quickly, but unfortunately, when I met someone I knew once the conversation started, it just couldn't stop. Conversation? Isn't that a song box? The baby looked at Bei Chun, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. I thought I didn't hear it. You two practiced secretly for an entire night. Ahem. It's just that seeing an old acquaintance brought back memories, and I couldn't help but sing a song. Hearing this, the baby got up and hugged Bei Chun. Silly daddy, the learning machine says that singing requires talent. Clearly neither you nor that young lady has talent in singing, so let's not practice anymore, okay? Bei Chun immediately felt a darkness before his eyes, and with a wry smile he agreed wholeheartedly. By the way, baby, go check around this grove to see if anyone is hiding nearby. Sure, daddy, just wait a moment. The baby was clearly feeling a bit bored, staying in the car readily agreed, and then quickly transformed into their true form, spreading their wings and leaping into the night sky. Activate weak shadowing, activate shared vision. Whoosh. In Bei Chun's perspective, the originally pitch-black night instantly transformed into a black and white television-like image, and then the scene within the field of vision quickly shrank and receded. A small grove the size of a basketball court appeared before him. The baby circled around the small grove a few times in the air, and soon discovered a figure hidden among the dead leaves. If it weren't for detecting this person's aura, Bei Chun wouldn't have spotted them with the naked eye. Daddy, look, it's right under that crooked tree in the pile of dead leaves. Bei Chun smiled and instructed, baby, come back. I see him. Just as Bei Chun was about to close the arched vision, the baby's voice suddenly rang in his ears again. Daddy, I found a little snake. Bei Chun looked through the baby's high-altitude, shared vision. Upon seeing what the baby called a little snake, he was instantly shocked. Is this called a little snake? This is not a juvenile python as thick as an adult's arm. It's not surprising that a python is lurking in such a cool grove. Immediately, he called the baby back. But suddenly Bei Chen thought of something and directly communicated with the baby, "Bring it back." Okay. As soon as Bei Chen sat back in the car and hadn't even warmed his seat, the baby swooped down, clutching a long object. Upon looking closely, he saw that the juvenile python's head had been pierced by some sharp object and blood was continuously flowing out. "Daddy, look, it's a little snake." Rubbing the baby's head, he then told the baby to go back and rest. At this time, Bei Chen took out the outstanding level Aurora Blade, enhanced into the exceptional level Shadowless Sword Absolute Morning. As soon as he grasped the Shadowless Sword, Bei Chen clearly felt a chilling sensation flowing through his palm and spreading throughout his body. Instantly, Bei Chen felt a shiver, and his mind became incredibly clear after that coldness entered his body. However, along with the coldness entering his body, there was also another unusual reaction. Why does my body feel a little stiff? Bei Chen was puzzled. He carefully looked at the description of the Shadowless Sword. Could it be that the Shadowless Sword does not drink blood and causes the user to feel cold and stiff? Looking at the writhing python corpse on the ground, Bei Chen wasted no time and thrust the sword forward. "I want to see what surprises you can bring me in a bloodthirsty state." Shadowless Sword, melee characteristics: bloodthirsty. The sword drinks blood, allowing the wielder to enter a bloodthirsty state lasting until the blood absorbed by the Shadowless Sword is exhausted. The unique characteristic of the exceptional grade, to absorb the energy in the blood and continuously enhance its quality. As soon as these words were spoken, Bei Chen immediately felt that the chilling sensation that had been continuously flowing into his body through his arm had vanished, replaced by a scorching warmth. After the warm current surged into his body, Bei Chen distinctly felt as if his body had been given a stimulant, and every muscle cell seemed to have been awakened and activated. His whole body was filled with strength. However, when Bei Chen looked down at the Shadowless Sword again, he was because the originally transparent Shadowless Sword had now turned blood red, and the lifeless python corpse was frozen in its last struggle. This bloodthirsty characteristic is a bit too domineering, isn't it? Bei Chen gasped as he seemed to understand something. But I like this feeling. As Bei Chen guessed, the Shadowless Sword actively absorbs the blood of enemies or prey after killing them, storing it within the sword body. When the user grips the hilt, the bloodthirsty characteristic is activated. This time the Shadowless Sword only absorbed the blood of a python, and the amount stored was not much. Bei Chen also did not want to waste the duration of the bloodthirsty state, so he simply stowed the Shadowless Sword away. He then took out the fish-scale military knife. Looking in a certain direction of the grove, Bei Chen's lips slightly curled up. "The Soldier King, huh? I joined the Dong Lao lineage and practiced the 12 shapes of Xingyi for nearly 10 years. Today I just happened to use this opportunity to spar with you, the god of death, Soldier King." That's right. Bei Chen's Xingyi was taught by the Hidden Three sect, and the master of the lineage he joined was none other than the renowned and mysteriously late Mr. Chen, one of the 3 direct disciples of the legendary Chu Feng. However, even with the esteemed Chu Feng personally teaching him, Bei Chen had only managed to practice 8 out of the 12 forms to minor success, and 4 to major success over the span of 10 years. The forms Bei Chen mastered to major success were the tiger and crane double form and the dragon and snake. The Yinglong guards are very lively and active. Through the efforts of Bai Long and his family, they have transformed the Yinglong guards into a serene and elegant paradise for relaxed and pleasant exchanges. Finally, I hope everyone can watch a short video at the end of the chapter and send a free gift. This way Bai Long can. At 5 in the morning, the night was drawing to a close. As dawn broke, a sense of desolation gradually brewed. Bei Chen, alone and armed with a fish-scale military knife, slowly walked into the woods toward the hidden place of the warrior Zhang Yichen. To command an army, one must first select a general. Moreover, as they share the same path, Bei Chen also wanted to test his decade of hard practice against Zhang Yichen. The cat step is a fundamental lesson for every martial artist. When practiced to a high level, one can tread upon dry leaves without making a sound. However, he was still a bit overconfident in his own cat step. 20 meters is neither too close nor too far. As expected of a professional soldier from Huashi, although the sky was tinged with fish belly white, the actual visibility was quite limited. At this distance, they could only see each other's movements, but their faces were absolutely indistinguishable. Zhang Yichen opened his right hand, and immediately a thin black object appeared in his grasp. "Impressive. You flatter me." Zhang Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly. His cold voice continued. "In this forest environment with fallen leaves, you're the first to approach me within 20 meters. Despite Zhang Yichen's calm tone, his inner shock had reached its peak. It was terrifying that a warrior could be approached by an enemy within 20 meters while feigning sleep. If it were wartime at this distance, if the enemy could approach within 20 meters, he would already be dead, even at 50 meters. Are you a spy? If there are those with better infiltration skills than the Nanhai Guard, it would certainly be the elite spies who excel in all aspects. Hee, I wouldn't dare to claim that I am a spy. Bei Chen stood motionless in the shadow of a tree asking, what? Are you going to stop me? The confrontation between masters hinges on aura and momentum. From the moment Bei Chen knew he had been exposed, he had not moved a single step. I want to kill someone he is in the team. Bei Chen's voice was exceedingly calm. At that moment, Zhang Yichen slowly raised his right hand. Ahead is the station of the Yinglong Guard. No one is allowed to trespass. His tone was equally cold. Oh, what if I insist on trespassing? Death. In a flash before the word death fell, Zhang Yichen gripped the triangular military dagger, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Bei Chen. One time, Great Jiang. What a skillful body movement. In a confrontation between masters, striking first means revealing one's moves, footwork, and body techniques. The latter can also discern the opponent's faction and devise a countermeasure. However, those who dare to strike first are invariably extremely confident in their own strength. Bei Chen, having trained under the renowned Three Sect, was naturally well acquainted with the Shaolin footwork. One time, Great Jiang. He felt no confusion. The first batch of armed police formed after the war was personally instructed by Master Hai Deng of Shaolin. Therefore, the hard qigong displayed by soldiers on television is exceptionally powerful, also influenced by the Shaolin secret art Golden Bell Shield. How could he, with a simple forward charge, be discerned by this person as to which school and style he belonged? This made Zhang Yichen's expression change slightly, and he had to be cautious. Death. As he watched a triangular military dagger dart toward him like a venomous snake, Bei Chen remained unperturbed, slightly sinking his stance, as he said, snake style, is it? Very nice. With a swish, the two black shadows nearly crossed each other in an instant. As the breeze arose, the fallen leaves danced around. The two black shadows, each holding a weapon, froze momentarily with their backs to each other. Bei Chen, shocked, slowly sheathed his fish-scale military knife behind him. Why? Why didn't you die? With a clink, the triangular military dagger fell to the ground as Zhang Yichen pressed his left hand against his right shoulder. Why didn't you kill me? Bei Chen, with his back to Zhang Yichen, slowly replied, I can see that you have mastered the spirit snake out of the whole technique. Unfortunately, your right hand seems to be injured, right? This statement nearly struck at Zhang Yichen's sore spot. If it weren't for his serious arm injury during a special mission that never healed, how could he have chosen to retire at the pinnacle of his military career? Joining the Nanhai Guard is the dream of every soldier. Seeing Zhang Yichen remain silent, Bei Chen sheathed his fish-scale military knife. As for why I didn't kill you, why? You could have killed me just now. Because of what? Zhang Yichen's voice was somewhat hoarse. It was a humiliation for him. Because if I killed you, I would feel pain as the leader of the Yinglong Guard, Bei Chen said, revealing his cards. Although it appeared that Bei Chen won this battle, in reality, he had lost thoroughly. Despite Bei Chen speaking confidently, it was all theory. Of facing an opponent of the same level in life and death sparring was a first for him. Killing those murderers or criminals before, that was merely a matter of having hands right. That could only be called one-sided slaughter, not life and death sparring. Although Bei Chen came from a prestigious school, he was still aware of his own limitations. His martial arts practical experience could never rival that of a warrior. It was impossible. If it weren't for seeing the triangular military dagger in Zhang Yichen's hand displaying the already adorned mark during that previous clash, the two would probably have been evenly matched. It is known that weapons that have been adorned by the system cannot inflict physical harm on the host. What? The leader of the Yinglong Guard. Zhang Yichen suddenly turned around, his deep, cold eyes locking onto Bei Chen once more. What evidence do you have to prove you're our leader? Faced with the inquiry, Bei Chen did not explain. He pulled out something to show Zhang Yichen. With this, At that moment, the sun rose in the east, casting a golden hue. When Zhang Yichen saw the large weapon in the opponent's hand, he was instantly stunned, and then showed a look of awe, saluting Bei Chen with a standard military salute. Zhang Yichen reporting to the leader. Good day, leader. What did Bei Chen take out? Of course, it was the most representative 500-round MI light machine gun, the Big Pineapple. This item was known within the Yinglong Guard, currently ranking second in the Huaxiao Warzone's hot weapons list, with the first being the heavy sniper known as the Black Dragon, HAL 10 armor-piercing cannon. Bei Chen knew that as long as he produced this item, his identity no longer needed verification. Everyone was smart. Who could rob someone carrying 500 rounds of the Big Pineapple? That's right. I am Bei Chen of the Yinglong Guard. Bei Chen returned a military salute. Follow me. In a swift motion, he stowed away the Big Pineapple, as if it had vanished into thin air. This left Zhang Yichen utterly dumbfounded. Yes, leader. In front of his subordinate, Bei Chen maintained a rather serious demeanor, unlike earlier when he used the Xinming Divine Palm to help Teng Chuchu apply ointment. By the way, leader, can I ask you something? Bei Chen smiled. Just ask straight out. Just now my military dagger clearly grazed your neck, but why are you unscathed while I am injured? Zhang Yichen could be described as a martial arts fanatic. He wanted to enter a martial arts school to learn lightness skills, or something like the Turtle School's Qigong since elementary school. Unfortunately, after entering the martial arts school that year, his worldview was completely shattered. There was no such thing as lightness skills or Turtle School's Qigong. It was all a deception. However, deep down, he always believed that lightness skills existed, and that there were predecessors who possessed extraordinary martial arts that transcended common sense. Just now, Bei Chun welcoming his stab without harm was enough to confirm this. This is a skill passed down for 49 generations in my family called. Bei Chun intentionally elongated the last word. It's called, disaster always comes one step ahead of me. After saying this, Bei Chun walked straight back, leaving Zhang Yiqin in confusion in the, it's called, disaster always comes one step ahead of me. After saying this, Bei Chun walked straight back, leaving Zhang Yiqin in confusion in the breeze. Disaster always comes one step ahead of me. That name doesn't sound very Eastern, does it? But what does it matter? It's all extraordinary skills. Leader, wait for me. Can you teach me a move or two when you get the chance? Bei Chun laughed. No problem, I'll find a time to personally teach you next Saturday. Leader, wait for me. Can you teach me? As the news of Bei Chun returning to the camp spread, all members of the Yinglong Guard stationed there stood at attention, filled with vigor. Among them, the most curious was Shui Yihan, as Zhang Yiqin, who usually spoke coldly to her, unexpectedly took the initiative to send her a private message. The private message contained numerous details about the battle early in the morning where Bei Chun had taken action. Perhaps in Zhang Yiqin's eyes, the only common topic with Shui Yihan was their research into martial arts. At this moment in the Yinglong Guard camp, there were more than 20 people led by Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yiqin. The remaining members included squad leader Chuan Zhangwo, the tall Zheng Jingren Xiao Xia, and De Peng, and others. Everyone's gaze turned in one direction, towards a small grove in the distance. Tung Baiwan was overjoyed to learn that his sister had gone to pick up Bei Chun last night and hadn't returned. After a long absence, this meeting was sure to ignite a spark that would set everything ablaze. Hey little sister, there's only so much I can do for you. Whether it works out depends on your fortune. Tung Baiwan anxiously gazed into the distance, wishing that Bei Chun would appear holding his sister's hand. Zhang Yiqin looked at a Wuling Hongguang slowly driving over with admiration in his eyes. Hey Lao Zhang, I heard the commander is just in his 20s. How charming can he be to inspire such admiration from you? Shui Yihan was equally curious. During their sparring, Zhang Yiqin had only mentioned how impressive the commander was without revealing any key details. Zhang Yiqin turned to Shui Yihan, saying the commander's close combat skills are unfathomable. Hearing this, Shui Yihan pouted and used a provoking tactic. Oh, some people act all aloof, but when they see the leader, they're the first to curry favor. Hey! Zhang Yiqin glared, somewhat annoyed. If your neck could withstand a military stab from me, I'd admire you. What did you say? Shui Yihan suddenly became interested, finally extracting useful information. If I can't say much now, ask the commander when he arrives. Zhang Yiqin wasn't foolish. How could he not realize it was a provocation? You can ask yourself. The commander won't eat me. What am I afraid of? As the Wuling vehicle approached slowly, everyone quieted down. Suddenly, Zhang Yiqin stepped forward and shouted, attention. Commander, good day. At that moment, the car door slowly opened, and Bei Chun stepped out first, followed by Tung Chu-Chu from the driver's seat. The effect of the black jade ointment was truly amazing. Just a few hours ago, Tung Chu-Chu couldn't walk by herself, but now she followed Bei Chun as if nothing had happened, like a personal secretary. After stepping out, Bei Chun scanned the crowd and waved with a smile. Comrades, you have worked hard. I am Bei Chun, very pleased to meet you all for the first time. Not hard at all. Everyone replied in unison. Bei Chun smiled and nodded, then walked up to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yiqin. Bei Chun. Senior Bei, you seem too young. Tung Baiwan felt a mix of emotions upon seeing Bei Chun. Had it not been for Bei Chun's rescue, he and his sister might have perished. Brother Baiwan, I didn't expect you to look so cultured. Bei Chun was also surprised. He had imagined Tung Baiwan's appearance from their chats, but the real person was quite different. This one should be our Yinglong Guard's second soldier king, right? Bei Chun looked at Shui Yihan, who stood beside Zhang Yiqin. She didn't seem to react at first, thinking, why does he look so different from what I imagined? With a name as cultured and profound as the Yinglong Guard of the Great Xiao, one would expect a frail scholar, but this tall, agile, handsome guy is our commander. Ahem, what are you doing? Zhang Yiqin gently coughed to remind Shui Yihan. Shui Yihan greets the commander, good day. Bei Chun nodded slightly, then glanced over the remaining members, spotting three familiar figures, the squad leader and his two companions from before. Bei Chun walked through the two rows of the team, while Ting Chu-Chu truly took on the role of a secretary, quietly introducing the members behind Bei Chun. After surveying the team, Bei Chun was very satisfied with their spirits. Has everyone had breakfast yet? Immediately, all members shouted, report, Commander, we have it. Great, let's eat soon. The food supplies Bei Chun had previously provided were barely sufficient, as digging wells without proper tools was very labor-intensive. Bei Chun waved to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yiqin and walked towards the Wuling vehicle. Soon all the waiting members heard the sounds of chattering from Tung Baiwan and the commander. It was the commander's first time at the station. He couldn't be stingy with his offerings. Bei Chen returned to the car and directly took out 21 servings of Hokkaido salmon rice balls, 21 servings of deep-sea fish roe sushi, 21 pounds of wild boar meat, and 2 cases of Highland cocktails, 20 bottles each. Commander, this supply is too precious. It could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Tung Baiwan kept swallowing, unable to refuse, feeling this was too overwhelming. Even Zhang Yichen was captivated by this large array of delicacies. Tung Chuchu was even more exaggerated, swallowing so hard that it felt like she wouldn't need to eat again. Her mouth was already full. Bei Chen waved his hand, saying the soldiers need nutrition. Oh, just filling their stomachs isn't enough. Don't worry, once our well produces water, the Yinglong Guard will no longer worry about food. Go take these to the soldiers and roast the wild boar meat over a campfire. It's been a while since they had meat. As the luxurious 4-course meals were distributed per person, all Yinglong Guard members erupted in Yichen, hurry up and eat. After you finish, bring your car over here. Yes. After Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen left, only Tung Chuchu remained by the wooling. Come up. Bei Chen flipped his hand, and another luxurious 4-course meal appeared, this time with an extra pack of Oreos. Tung Chuchu was moved as she sat beside Bei Chen, looking at the Oreos in her hand, her eyes turning red. At that moment, she felt that all her previous efforts to change her personality were worth it. Hurry up and eat. We have things to do later. Tung Chuchu nodded, but didn't immediately tear open the Oreos as she set them aside, saving the good things for later. The baby had stayed awake all night yesterday. It would be a shame not to take a nap during the day. After a while, the baby had stayed awake all night yesterday. It would be a shame not to take a nap during the day. After a while, Zhang Yichen's car drove over from not far away. Commander, the car is here. Please give instructions. Bei Chen got into Zhang Yichen's jeep and said to Tung Chuchu, keep an eye on Ying for me. Soon as Tung Baiwan also got in, Zhang Yichen drove the jeep away quickly, leaving Tung Chuchu's sight. Inside the jeep, there was ample space, and both Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan looked nervously at Bei Chen. They were very curious. What could enhance the overall combat power of the Yinglong Guard tenfold with just 1 set per member? Tenfold? That wasn't a joke. Even if each person had a Zhuge crossbow, one couldn't say their overall combat power exceeded tenfold. Bei Chen didn't elaborate. He simply waved his hand, causing the jeep's cabin to suddenly resonate with the sound of metal clashing. Oh my god, what is this? Tung Baiwan's eyes nearly popped out. Bei Chen directly retrieved 10 fully equipped M416 rifles and 10 fully equipped SKS rifles from the particle ring. These exquisite rifles and sniper rifles had all been adorned by the system. He handed one M416 to Zhang Yichen and another SKS to Tung Baiwan. How does this gun feel? Will the Yinglong Guard be able to handle it? Bei Chen, with empty hands, unreservedly handed over the 2 fully loaded firearms to the 2 without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. It was unbelievable that the leader trusted them so much upon their first meeting. Shouldn't a new official light a fire with a show of power? Zhang Yichen nodded and began to inspect the configuration of the M416 in his hands and calibrate the 6x scope. Report to the leader, this gun is really good. Bei Chen nodded and said 10 assault rifles, 10 sniper rifles, a total of 20. Yichen, since you are familiar with the strengths of the Yinglong Guard members, I leave the distribution and deployment of these weapons to you. Oh, and there are 10 SKS sniper rifles along with handguns. With that, Bei Chen waved his hand again, and 10 brand new P29 handguns appeared in the compartment. Although sniper rifles can strike accurately at extreme distances, they are a weakness in close combat. If paired with a close combat handgun, a sniper's chances of survival in melee encounters would greatly improve. It should be noted that those who can wield sniper rifles in the military are exceptional marksmen nurtured by bullets. Losing even one of such talents would pain Bei Chen. In any case, the reason for returning to the Yinglong Guard was precisely this. Bei Chen decided to also take out 10 P29 handguns. Since they were armed, he might as well ensure a proper configuration to avoid unnecessary losses in the future. As for the loyalty of his subordinates, Bei Chen was not considering this issue for the moment. Why? It should be known that most Yinglong Guard members are active military personnel, while others are veterans who have received high-level ideological education. Furthermore, Bei Chen himself is a distinguished descendant of a heroic lineage, with daily supply support, and now a significant amount of firearms being distributed to the team. Soldiers possess a sense of honor and purpose. Who would want to struggle for resources among commoners when they could have a squad that protects their dignity and livelihood? Bei Chen's presence meant that none of the soldiers would dare entertain thoughts of rebellion. Anyone who posed a threat to Bei Chen would find every member of the Yinglong Guard ready to fight. Along with Captain Zhang Yichen and Vice Captain Xue Yihan, both masters of combat, Bei Chen showcased his mastery today And with the system's enhancements to the weaponry, it was enough to earn the respect and awe of both martial experts. As for Tung Baiwan and his sister, there was even less to worry about. At the start of the game, Beichin had dealt with Tung Baiwan several times. In the harsh environment of survival, Tung Baiwan, for the sake of his sister's life, displayed remarkable restraint by not being greedy for the high-tech designs of the particle ring, willingly exchanging it for a military first aid kit to save her. This was sufficient to prove Tung Baiwan's character and integrity. As for Tung Chuchu, Beichin was even more assured. He was not naive. How could he not realize that Tung Chuchu had feelings for him, especially after witnessing the fundamental change in her demeanor yesterday? A person capable of making such significant changes in a short time undoubtedly cared deeply about him. Thus, considering all the aforementioned factors, Beichin was able to hand over the exquisite firearms, the M416 and SKS, to the two without hesitation. And if the bullets are plentiful and we occupy advantageous terrain, how many players can our team handle in this survival environment? Beichin had yet to truly join the military. His understanding of military cooperation was gleaned only from what his grandfather told him or from anti-Japanese dramas. Zhang Yichen hesitated slightly before decisively stating, "If the situation favors us with good terrain, with an automatic rifle and enough ammunition, a battalion would be no problem." In fact, Zhang Yichen's statement was quite modest. Currently, 8,090 of players had hardly even seen a firearm, let alone an automatic weapon. It's not an issue, even for a battalion of over 1,000 men, to hold advantageous terrain. After all, they were human beings, not mindless monsters, who would dare to confront an armed team Hedon without any weapons. Beichin smiled. Zhang Yichen was indeed the cadre he desired. Excellent. With another wave of his hand, the entire compartment echoed with the sound of clattering. 400 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 300 rounds of 7.62, and 150 rounds of 9mm. A pile of various calibers of ammunition glittered as they were stacked together, captivating the eyes. Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan gaped at the hands of Beichin, wondering how his hands could be so remarkable, summoning everything with just a wave. Beichin did not elaborate further. Looking at Zhang Yichen, he said, "Go ahead and distribute these weapons according to each soldier's specialties after they finish their meals." "Yes, leader." At this moment, Tung Baiwan chimed in, "Tell the soldiers not to lose their guns." Beichin raised his hand to signal, and then he and Tung Baiwan stepped off the vehicle. Zhang Yichen's face flushed, his hands gripping the steering wheel trembling slightly. The new leader's trust in his subordinates upon his first arrival sparked a firm resolve to follow him. Under the big tree, Beichin and Tung Baiwan stood quietly. Such matters should not be reminded in the future. Beichin produced a pack of Huazi cigarettes, took one out, and handed the entire pack to Tung Baiwan, saying, "In a sense, a gun represents a soldier's honor in life." Because Tung Baiwan handled the trivial matters in the Yinglong Guard, combined with his dealings with other regions or financial magnates, carrying a pack of Huazi during negotiations could instantly elevate his status. "Alright, I understand. By the way, Beichin, Chuchu hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Tung Baiwan asked. Beichin smiled, saying, "Her change this time is significant. I can hardly believe a person can make such a huge transformation in such a short time." That's good. This girl has really grown up." Tung Baiwan revealed a pleased smile. Tung Baiwan's words were also a pledge of loyalty. Perhaps he believed that Beichin had ample reason to trust the soldiers under Zhang Yichen's leadership, while he and his sister were significantly weaker in terms of loyalty and trust compared to professional soldiers. Beichin understood this like the back of his hand, smiling as he patted Tung Baiwan's shoulder, saying, "You have long earned my recognition. We are not just friends, but also comrades in arms." To be honest, at that moment, Beichin's eyes were truly deep and captivating. "Leave the diplomatic tasks of the Yinglong Guard to me." Tung Baiwan was stirred by these words, adrenaline surging. What could be more motivating than being fully trusted by his superior? By the way, based on your analysis of the current situation in the game world, how should we choose between these two items in the context of the global bounty environment? Saying this, Beichin directly retrieved a heavy item, an airdrop resource selection box. This seemingly trivial action would almost instantly elevate Tung Baiwan's loyalty to him by another level. "What is this, eh?" Tung Baiwan's eyes widened as he looked at the two images projected by the small cube. "That's right, it's a choice between two options. The blue image is a large-scale water purification device, while the red one is a T-90 city defense heavy machine gun." Beichin asked Tung Baiwan earnestly, "Which one do you think offers better value at our current stage of development?" Tung Baiwan was momentarily stunned, turning to Beichin with golden glimmers in his eyes. "Is there even a question? Of course, it's the large-scale water purification device. I know you don't often study the global bounty data." Beichin became interested, asking, "Why do you say that? The global channel's bounty for clean water has gone crazy." Upon hearing this, a butcher-like smile crept onto Beichin's face. "P.S. Another delightful weekend. Let's push for an update." Today the White Dragon adds more chapters. The transition plot has finished, and we are now entering an intense and exciting phase. Hearing the analysis from the professionals, Bei Chun revealed a satisfied smile. Tung Baiwan is indeed one of the candidates for the leader of the Ting family financial conglomerate in the Demon City, demonstrating remarkable insight. Even in an environment devoid of computers and information, he managed to simulate a series of demands through the bounty information on the World Channel. This is the kind of talent Bei Chun desires. The two continued their conversation. At that moment, a spirited young man in camouflage military attire rushed in front of them, holding a piece of paper made from tanned animal skin. It was the soldier Xia Xia whom Bei Chun knew. Reporting to the squad leader, I am delivering this important address mapping as per the orders of the execution team leader for your review. With a standard salute, a bright gaze, and a loud voice, he exemplified the formality and unity of a Huaxia soldier. Bei Chun received the animal skin paper with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work, now go back to your duties." Yes. As Bei Chun unfolded the animal skin paper, a hand-drawn map of the base appeared before him. The base of the Yinglong Guard was right at the center of this map. Upon closer inspection, Bei Chun found the chosen location for the Yinglong Guard to be quite favorable. To the east, there were low hills for protection. To the south were continuous forests. To the west was an expansive open area, and to the north lay a low-lying valley. Bei Chun, here is where we have chosen to dig the well, almost directly facing the low-lying valley to the north of the base. This way, if we can cultivate, we will only need to extract water for irrigation, and the well in Ma Mountain will be usable. Previously, Bei Chun had only assigned the task of digging the well, without revealing his intention to be self-sufficient in planting. He did not expect his capable subordinate to have considered this issue as well. Very good. Bei Chun stored the animal skin map and said, "Let's go see our grand project." "Sure, I'll lead the way." Tung Baiwan smiled as he led the way. Soon the two returned to the camp. Upon their return, they saw Ting Chuchu eagerly waiting beside Wuling on tiptoes to look around. This scene fell into Tung Baiwan's eyes, prompting him to tease, I must say, as an older brother, I've never been so prioritized by my sister. Look at how much she's grown." Bei Chun certainly understood the implication behind these words. He smiled and nodded at Tung Chuchu, saying, "Indeed, you've grown." As they approached, Ting Chuchu's cheeks flushed as she said, "Yang slept very soundly. Just a moment ago, I ate something and fell asleep again." Bei Chun was somewhat mysterious, pondering whether certain topics should or shouldn't be brought up, but Tung Baiwan had a clear understanding in his mind. "Let's go check out the well-digging site together." Bei Chun gently closed the card door. Upon hearing this, Tung Baiwan smiled and agreed. "Bei Chun, I have something else to attend to, so let Chuchu take you to the well-digging site." After speaking, Tung Baiwan turned to his sister and cautioned, "Chuchu, this task is very important. Make sure not to lead the squad leader astray." Bei Chun smiled, not finishing his sentence. Upon hearing this, Ting Chuchu shot a glare at her older brother and replied, "Got it, brother." She then guided Bei Chun towards the core area of the Yinglong Guard. Tung Baiwan watched this, seeing his face blooming with a smile. "Sister, I really worry too much for you. Saihu told me I'm your older brother." As Bei Chun walked ahead, Ting Chuchu followed behind at a leisurely pace. For a moment, they had nothing to say, but the tension brewed in Ting Chuchu's heart. Tung Chuchu was following closely behind Bei Chun when she suddenly seemed to bump into someone. Looking up, she realized it was Bei Chun. "Sorry, Bei Chun, Before she could finish, Ting Chuchu felt a warmth in her small hand. It was being held by a large hand. "Aren't you the guide? Shouldn't you be leading the way? Hurry up." "Oh, okay." With her hand being held, Ting Chuchu's heart raced, and she found it hard to speak. The two walked hand in hand like a couple. In no time, Bei Chun heard synchronized shouts. 121212. Quick! Lower! Immediately after, there were more shouts of 1212. Before Bei Chun reached, he was already stunned by the scene before him. It was all manual labor, pulling ropes to clear the dirt from the well. "Chuchu, how deep have we dug the well?" Tung Chuchu was momentarily taken aback before replying. "Shui Han said we should reach 15 meters deep today." Bei Chun, astonished, continued to ask, "Are they still digging at night?" "No, well, in the morning, aside from meals, it's all about digging the well. After lunch, there's a brief rest and ideological education, then they continue digging. They finish at 5 p.m., then there's training, and by 8:30 p.m., everyone who isn't on night duty rests. It's almost like this every day." Bei Chun listened in amazement. Indeed, they are Huaxia soldiers. Suddenly, the shouts in front ceased, replaced by the shouts of over a dozen people around the lake. "Water has been found. Comrades, water has been found. Wow, it's clean and clear water. It must be very sweet." At that moment, the person in charge noticed Bei Chun and Tung Chuchu and shouted, "The squad leader has arrived." Everyone was covered in dirt, with many having filthy faces. Upon hearing the squad leader had arrived, they all called out joyfully, "Squad leader, we have found water. Look, the squad leader has found water." As Bei Chun heard this, he stumbled slightly, almost falling. To be honest, if Bei Chun had not encountered Zhang Dapio before, he might have thought nothing of this statement, but after experiencing Zhang Dapio's teachings, it started to sound increasingly inappropriate. However, as the leader of a regiment, Bei Chun could only pretend not to understand. He turned to Ting Chu Chu and said, "Let's go see how much water is in the well, and taste whether it is salty or sweet." Ting Chu Chu felt her legs weaken, her ears turned red, and she shot Bei Chun a glare, mumbling, "You only know how to bully me." The two approached, and a soldier had already brought over a bowl of very clear water. "Squad leader, this is the result of our hard work over the past few days. Please taste it first." Bei Chun smiled as he accepted the bowl and addressed everyone. "Thank you for your hard work. This water cannot be drunk directly, or it will cause diarrhea, but it's fine to taste." Upon hearing this, many soldiers' expressions changed. They couldn't drink it. Wasn't that a waste of effort? "However, I have a way to make it drinkable, comrades, please rest assured." Without hesitation, Bei Chun took a big gulp. Immediately a cool and sweet taste filled his mouth. Turning his head, he spat the water out and placed the bowl down, saying, "The taste is not bad. Go call the team leaders over." "Yes." Instantly a soldier dashed toward the camp. "Bei Chun, this well water can't be consumed directly. Has it been contaminated?" Ting Chu Chu asked. "Correct. Then why did you drink it directly? Aren't you afraid of poisoning?" Ting Chu Chu looked worriedly at Bei Chun. "How does the well water taste?" Bei Chun replied with a half-smile. "It's salty upon entry, then has a slight sweetness. If it can be drunk freely, it would definitely quench thirst and cool down." Can't you be serious? The soldiers are listening, and it's not good to speak like that." Ting Chu Chu chided softly, her head lowered. Bei Chun was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Sigh. People like you are good in every way except your thoughts are too impure. I merely made an objective evaluation of this bowl of water. Where did your mind wander?" "You?" Upon hearing this, Ting Chu Chu was astonished. This counterattack was rather clever. At that moment, Ting Chu Chu felt that in this regard she indeed could not compare to Bei Chun. Even after receiving special training from Shui Han, it still wasn't enough. After all, men often have an innate potential in this area. Before long, Zhang Yichin, Shui Han, and Tung Baiwan all came running over. Everyone's faces were filled with expressions of surprise and anticipation. With a continuous source of water, the foundation of the Yinglong Guard would be secured. At this moment, Bei Chun stepped forward and addressed everyone. "I heard that the soldiers are very curious about my strength as a squad leader, and some even say I possess unique skills." Upon hearing this, the two elite soldiers and the rest were visibly shaken. "Yes. Soldiers usually say whatever comes to mind." "All right." Bei Chun stood before the 1-meter diameter deep well and declared, "Today, I will show everyone a true unique skill." "Great." Everyone cheered. "Remember this move. It is called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon's starry hand." Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Bei Chun's hands. After calculating carefully with Tung Baiwan, Bei Chun resolutely chose to airdrop a large water purification device from the resource box. With a wave of his hand, suddenly a large mechanical device appeared out of thin air and settled securely above the well. At the same time, a soft hose dropped down, and the surrounding crowd heard the splashing sound as it struck the water surface. Everyone was awestruck by this scene. Did their leader actually conjure this? What controlling the crane and capturing the dragon? This was clearly just pulling the wool over their eyes. Shui Han, who was originally a rather cold and ruthless person, was now filled with starry eyes upon witnessing Bei Chun's miraculous technique. As everyone reacted, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. Suddenly, even Bei Chun, Ting Chu Chu, and everyone else were stunned, and the applause came to an abrupt halt. It was nothing else, but rather a world announcement from the game console. First of all, the game console congratulates the top 3 holders of hot weapons and cold weapons in each country's war zones. You are fortunate to have received the top-ranked weapons. This will be the foundation for you to forge your own power. The rewards for the top 3 in weapon rankings have already been distributed. 1722 The Prestige Mall officially opens. 1722 The main city crafting function officially opens, starting the City Lord compatibility mode. All players' questions can be answered by checking the feature introduction. Meanwhile, Bei Chun had already heard the console's notification sound in his ear. "Congratulations, your Black Dragon HAL 10 armor-piercing cannon ranks first in the Huaxiao War Zone Hot Weapons leaderboard, earning you 1,000 prestige points. Congratulations, your Light Machine Gun MI Big Pineapple ranks second in the Huaxiao War Zone Hot Weapons leaderboard, earning you 500 prestige points. Congratulations, your Han Viper Pistol ranks third in the Huaxiao War Zone Hot Weapons leaderboard, earning you 300 prestige points. Congratulations, your Shadowless Sword Absolute Morning ranks first in the Huaxiao War Zone Cold Weapons leaderboard, earning you 1,000 prestige points. Congratulations, your T1 Level Fish Scale Military Knife ranks second in the Huaxiao War Zone Cold Weapons leaderboard, earning you 500 prestige points. A series of game notifications echoed in Bei Chen's ears, gradually raising the corners of his mouth. Using prestige points to build a city. Interesting. After handing the Viper back to Tung Chuchu, Bei Chen turned and walked away, followed closely by Shui Ihan, Zhang Yichen, and Tung Baiwan. Everyone knew that every time a game console opened a new function, it signified a reform in game mechanics. If one did not keep up with the game's progress, they would fall further behind in the future. By then, you wouldn't even have a fair ground to negotiate on the international stage. P.S. I initially wanted to post 4 updates today, but was suddenly summoned to help out. However, this chapter is also 3,000 words long. Today, a significant event occurred in Huaxia. I only learned about it in the afternoon. At first, I was skeptical, but after confirming it, my feelings were of sorrow and pain. An immense sense of regret. Grandpa Yuan, may you rest in peace. Your great contributions will surely be recorded in history and passed down to future generations. We will never forget you. By Long, on behalf of the entire Yinglong Guard. After the weapon leaderboard prestige value rewards were distributed, Bei Chun headed towards the camp, first followed closely by Zhang Yichen, Shui Ihan, and 2 others. Seeing Bei Chen's serious expression and silence, none of them dared to speak. After all, the prestige value rewards could only be obtained by being in the top 3 of the weapon leaderboard. In their view, the captain's displeasure was likely due to not receiving the prestige value reward, as it was said that very few would obtain such rewards. In truth, they were mistaken. Bei Chun did receive the prestige value rewards. Rather, 90% of the rewards from the Huaxiao Battle Zone leaderboard had already gone into his pocket. Puzzled, Bei Chun couldn't figure out one thing. He opened the game page and glanced at his accumulated prestige value. Prestige value 12400 points. Indeed, it was 12400 points. Initially, when he crafted the excellent level particle ammunition depot, using the design blueprint, the system rewarded him with 100 points of prestige value. If both are excellent level, why did I receive prestige value rewards for crafting the particle ammunition depot, but not for the similarly excellent level Wuing sword Juesheng? Then Bei Chun asked the game console and finally understood. It turns out that only by crafting excellent level weapons and equipment through a design blueprint could one obtain prestige value rewards. Naturally, Bei Chun did not dare to share the system's matters with the game console, as that would be very dangerous. If he were directly erased, he would have nowhere to cry. Who knows whether the game console is powerful or the enhancement system is even more impressive. The group had not yet returned to the camp's discussion area. Suddenly, Tung Baiwan's expression darkened as he said, Bei Chun, go take a look at the World Channel and the National Channel. Something major has happened. Upon hearing this, Bei Chun frowned, and the others also switched their perspectives to check the World Channel. After just a glance, Bei Chen's face turned ashen, and Zhang Yichen and Shui Han also showed worried expressions. Bei Chun, what should we do? Tung Chuchu knew that Bei Chen's grandfather was a war hero, and thus Bei Chun was a person with strong patriotic feelings. Under the current circumstances, it was an insult to all active and retired soldiers in the Huaxiao region. A blatant humiliation. No need to worry, Bei Chun replied coldly. Let those sycophants lick the boots of foreign nations. I want to see if they can eventually be accepted by Megwa, Hankook, and Neon. He then turned to Tung Baiwan and the others, saying, aren't they looking to pledge allegiance? Yes, they publicly declared that anyone wishing to join must bring 10 days' worth of supplies or 30 gene of various materials, Tung Baiwan replied slowly. Very good. Bei Chun waved his hand, and immediately various types of metal materials appeared on the ground. These materials were all ones Bei Chun had in large quantities and could afford to use. Take these metal materials to the National Channel and announce a large exchange for flammable nitrous and lead metals at a rate of 1 to 2, Bei Chun instructed Tung Baiwan. This task is yours to handle. Understood, Tung Baiwan replied immediately. Shui Han, obey. You will quickly organize a 10-person guard team to occupy advantageous terrain around the station, ensuring that the Yinglong Guard's base is secure for the next 3 days. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yichen responded with a serious expression and a loud voice. Bei Chen's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Remember, the principle is simple. Before this wave of city-building fervor, we must acquire and hoard various resources in large quantities. Flammable nitrous and lead metals are a priority. Rest assured, Captain, we will not disgrace our mission. Bei Chun nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said loudly, go. After saying this, Bei Chun turned and left with Tung Chuchu naturally following behind him. Seeing the captain calm and composed, issuing commands one after another in an orderly manner, as if everything was under control, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Tung Baiwan felt that perhaps this matter was not as bad as they had imagined. Watching Tung Chuchu follow behind Bei Chen, Shui Han revealed a look of envy. To be fair, the captain is indeed a heartthrob for girls. All right, the orders have been given. Everyone execute them immediately, and do not delay the captain's grand plan. Tung Baiwan stated directly. Okay. Very soon the three of them carried out their respective duties and quickly dispersed. Tung Chu followed Bei Chun, feeling neglected as others were assigned tasks, while she felt as if she were being ignored, leaving her feeling empty inside. Tung Chu, Bei Chun suddenly spoke up. Yes, I'm here. Tung Chu was startled and forgot to respond with the appropriate military. In the coming days you will mainly be responsible for the team's meals, Bei Chun said, looking at Tung Chu. Can you handle that? Tung Chu nodded firmly. I will do my best and will not hold the team back. Bei Chun smiled and nodded slightly. Once you gather the ingredients you can get busy. Soon after, Tung Chu hoisted dozens of jeans of wild boar meat and dashed towards the cooking area like a sprinter. Once Tung Chu left, only Bei Chun and the still sleeping baby were left in the wooling car. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, yet they worked in coordination. Now Bei Chun could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking about the speeches he had seen on the national channel, Bei Chun felt a surge of anger. Still, he was certain that those who were swayed by Megwa, Hankook, and Neon to show their disloyalty were just a minority. Bei Chun believed that most players in Huaxia still had spirit and awareness. Through the few he calculated, thus Bei Chun directly entered the regional chat square. Upon entering, Bei Chun discovered that a verbal battle was currently unfolding in the regional square. Damn you returnees, your three nations haven't even built their cities yet, and you dare spread rumors in Huaxia, urging Huaxia players to side with Megwa, Neon, and Hankook. Don't you fear your ancestors' graves smoking? Exactly, the air abroad is so sweet. Why did you come back after studying abroad? Wouldn't it be better to drink the northwest wind in Megwa? A bunch of low-cultured, uneducated Chinese, you really are as you are? As a free-thinking youth of the 21st century, am I not allowed to express my opinion? Exactly, can you lowly worms who will never board a Boeing 747 in your lives comprehend the spirit of freedom pursued abroad? You are merely pitiful creatures living under the 996 work culture. Wow, I want to join Hankook. I heard that the Han City is being built by Quan Shengji. Oh wow, he is my idol, my like-minded people. Come sisters, I will pull you into my group. I am about to establish a spiritual liberation alliance for the sake of freer souls. For freedom, we can give up our lives. Pull me in. 1-1. Soon as dozens of trolls left the regional chat square, it fell completely. As the saying goes, no matter how great the atmosphere or how delicious the soup, the presence of one rat dropping can ruin it all. Moreover, this was not just one, but countless. While the entire Huaxiao enjoyed 40 years of peaceful development and harmonious living, some so-called ambitious youth had long forgotten their roots and lost their souls. Damn it, those idiots finally left. They were really messing with people's mindset. So forget it, life and death are fated and wealth is in the hands of fate. Let's take it one day at a time. Who told us that no one in Huaxiao announced the construction of a city? Alright, stop complaining. Do you think everyone who receives prestige rewards is a capital baron and dreams of being an emperor? You're mistaken, my friend. If I had prestige points, I wouldn't build a city. It's a thankless task, and I would have to deal with these fence-sitters. Building a city is laborious. If we have to fend off a siege beast tide, we might end up with nothing, and in the end we could lose everything. With building a city is laborious. If we have to fend off a siege beast tide, we might end up with nothing, and in the end we could lose everything without even having built a city. Right? The guy upstairs is right. Just look at what these three nations trying to build cities are like. One has a birth rate of 0.2 and is on the verge of extinction. Another has a birth rate of 1.0 and is extremely aging, and the last is simply not breeding at all. Can they not use such means to attract cannon fodder? Seeing this, Bei Chun smiled slightly, realizing that there were still many sensible people. The complaints of Huaxiao players regarding prestige rewards and the lack of city building were merely a minority. Very good. Let those who seek to pledge allegiance to other nations for the sake of freedom go. Those who remain in Huaxiao will be the true elite. Bei Chun said this with an extraordinary confidence, for after the city was built, players could only become citizens of the city with the permission of the city lord. They would also bear an unremovable label that was the name of the city they belonged to. Bei Chun stayed in the regional chat square for only a moment before shifting his focus to the national channel. This was quite significant. Ever since the world channel was dominated by the three kingdoms, announcing the establishment of cities while vigorously recruiting players from around the world. Immediately a wave of sycophancy towards foreign cultures surged in the Huaxia battle zone. Some opportunists even formed a three kingdoms sycophant alliance to elevate their own status. Bei Chun glanced around and noticed the three most exuberant groups: the Seoul Liberation Freedom Alliance, the Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance, and the Korean Idol Alliance. Once the rhythm was set, many aimless, unthinking individuals were swept along. At this moment it seemed as though Huaxia had truly become a land of disaster. What the hell, are you guys crazy? You're splitting from your own kin while your friends and family are living in the Huaxia continent. Useless brothers, once this wave of foreign admiration rises, it cannot be stopped. Let them be. Damn it, someone give me a heavy machine gun, and it'll wipe out this bunch. I'm still talking about family and friends. TSK, TSK. What have I said? You clueless idiots have no idea about the freedom of education in Megwa, where souls live freely, let alone parents. Once we reach adulthood, our parents have no right to manage us, and we are not obligated to support them when they grow old. Also, since world communication is limited, I'll pull in another wave of people. Are there any sisters wanting to rush into the embrace of Megwa? There are still spots available for sign-up, and now our Soul Liberation Alliance already has 438 sisters and brothers. Likewise, my Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance is also actively recruiting members, and I have already made arrangements. As soon as Cherry Blossom Dad finishes building the city, we can join immediately and enjoy a safe and comfortable life. Similarly, my Korean Idol Alliance is also recruiting members aggressively, with the Idol personally announcing the city establishment. As long as we withstand the siege tonight at midnight, our Idol Alliance can settle in first, so come join us, ladies and gentlemen. These provocative statements instantly faced furious backlash and curses from millions of Huaxia players. However, this was exactly what the leaders of the three traitorous alliances desired. In this era where poverty is laughed at but promiscuity is rampant regardless of whether you are a protagonist or antagonist, as long as you attract public attention, you hold value, it's quite ridiculous and tragic. Bei Chun coldly laughed, and then exited the national channel. At that moment, a private message alert came in, and it was from Zhang Daipio. Damn it, Bei Chun, big news in the Huaxia battle zone, people are fleeing. Bei Chun was taken aback and replied, what do you mean? Boss, you don't know? After we parted ways in the focal area yesterday, I was traveling east with Peng Xinjia, and just as we entered another region, I saw many female players driving in groups towards one direction. Oh, Daipio, you encountered them. What's the name of their alliance? Bei Chun's lips curled into a cruel. Not only did we encounter them, but they saw us looking like righteous soldiers, and actually stopped us, claiming they wanted us to escort them to the border for refuge. Zhang Daipio seemed a bit impatient. I asked them, and they mentioned something about the Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance, or something confusing with about 100 or 200 people. Where are they now? They're still clinging to us. They see we're armed and threaten us, saying that soldiers with guns should protect them as they escape. Where are they now? They're still clinging to us. They see we're armed and threaten us, saying that soldiers with guns should protect them as they escape. How could there be such shameless people in the world? They incited their compatriots to defect from the Huaxia battle zone, yet when they encountered armed forces from Huaxia, they openly demanded protection to escape. Daipio, do you have enough bullets? If not, I can send you some. Bei Chun sent this message. Zhang Daipio was clearly taken aback and momentarily didn't know how to respond. Boss, are you saying 1 bullet per person? What heinous acts did they commit to make you so furious that you want to wipe out 200 people? Bei Chun was puzzled as to why Zhang Daipio's messages were slower than his. The national and regional channels were going crazy with insults, and this guy still didn't know what was happening. What are you busy with? The Huaxia Battle Zone channel just went mad. Huh, what's going on? Zhang Daipio replied, I just experienced a skirmish. Luckily, the other side only formed a low-level armed group temporarily, and trust was low on both sides, otherwise there would definitely have been casualties here. By the way, boss, what exactly happened? You can check the national channel yourself. Bei Chun didn't want to explain, directly telling Zhang Daipio to look for himself. Okay. Just 3 breaths later, Zhang Daipio replied again. Leave this matter to me. Forget the bullets, giving them would be a waste. Just kill them, that would be cheaper for these shameless people. Boss, how does this sound? Zhang Daipio sent 3 messages in a row, and Bei Chun was confused about what he was trying to say. What is this? I'll first have them line up, then give each a slap to the face, and then declare that their father is a bandit. Zhang Daipio replied rapidly. Then those who resist will be directly shot. For those who comply, everything except their clothes will be confiscated. The resources will be divided 8,020. Damn it, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have thought they were fleeing, and almost agreed to their escort request. Zhang Daipio was clearly furious. Bei Chun found Zhang Daipio quite amusing, so he nodded, and replied, additionally, unload the wheels of all their vehicles, set them on fire, and then let them go. To defect to another country, perhaps the next time they meet will be on the battlefield. Bei Chun felt no pity whatsoever. Alright, leave it to me. Looking up, he saw Teng Chu-Chu nearby, busy gathering firewood, lighting a fire, and cooking. Her previous white police academy shirt and black skirt had been changed into a somewhat shabby t-shirt and capris. Bei Chun replied to Zhang Daipio again. Daipio, help me select a few sets of women's clothing to trade for. The dimensions should be approximately 32, 28, 35, and height around 165 centimeters. In the game world, one cannot express emotions. Otherwise, Zhang Daipio would definitely send Bei Chun a picture that would make him nosebleed. The body measurements and height were already more important than the face. Boss, your little girlfriend has some curves. Bei Chun felt his face heat up, and replied to him, if there are skirts, choose a few pretty ones to pack up. Got it, I'll make sure you're satisfied. The two ended their private chat. At this moment baby Gung Gung seemed to want to wake up. Meanwhile, Zhang Dapio had just disconnected his private message with Beichun when he drew out a long knife from behind and shouted, "All members emergency assembly." Instantly, over 30 members responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Because the voice was too loud, many of the sycophants were frightened and turned pale, with some even muttering curses under their breath. "Sisters, restrain yourselves. They have firearms, and we should avoid conflict as much as possible. Once we leave the cheap Huaxiao battle zones smoothly, everything will be fine. Right, look at these scum. They just want us to escort them, yet they're all so hesitant." As expected, Waxia's men are all like this, stingy and not manly at all. Two tall girls in shapewear who were the leaders of this group planning to defect were named Tianmei and Tian. Suddenly everyone was startled as a surge of furious killing intent erupted from this group of soldiers. "What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. We are also compatriots of Huaxia, you guys. Zhang Dapio's members were all holding sharp weapons, their gazes icy. I'm Dapio, let me say a few words." Zhang Dapio slowly scanned the crowd and said, "You all immediately line up, then report your numbers. I received a secret report that there are Imperial spies hiding in your group, so we will conduct a hearing test by reporting numbers. If anyone is found to have accents like Yamadiao see you, or oh my god, they will be pulled out and shot on the spot." Zhang Dapio's subordinates were all battle-hardened veterans. Initially they found this group annoying, but as members of Huaxiao they couldn't say much. However, now it was different. This group was actually composed of players defecting from the Huaxiao battle zone, and their attitude changed drastically. Soon all the players planning to defect lined up and began reporting their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 213. Reporting completed. Everyone looked at Zhang Dapio, whose face was dark. Suddenly the sound of rifles being loaded echoed. "Oh, what are you doing?" Zhang Dapio didn't explain and stepped forward, slapping Tianmei across the face. With a slap, Tianmei's two front teeth flew out, leaving half her face disfigured. "Officer," Zhang Dapio shouted in a deep voice here. "If anyone attempts to escape, shoot them on the spot for treason." "Yes." Upon hearing this, all the sycophants trembled, their scalps tingling. Soon the only sounds that could be heard were the slaps echoing and the muffled cries along with low curses. After delivering 200 slaps, even Zhang Dapio's hand felt sore. "What's your name?" "Tianmei and Tian. Captain is asking you a question. Answer." The guard pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against the two and shouted, Yes. So what?" "Height 165 centimeters, measurements 32, 28, 35, skirts, or nice fashionable clothes. I want everything neatly folded." Hearing this, many who thought their figures were decent turned pale. Zhang Dapio scoffed and said coldly, "Don't worry, you trash aren't worthy. P.S. 3,000 words chapter. Today by long feels very unwell and sad. This survival novel has been published for exactly 1 month now. In 1 month, I have updated over 200,000 words. Therefore, I missed the full attendance reward for the first month, which makes me very upset. The sun ascends to its zenith. Since arriving from the gaming world, the weather here has remained unchanged, still as scorching as ever. This is due to the successful completion of the drilling project by the Yinglong Guard. Thus, after lunch, Bei Chun rearranged the warriors' schedules. The current members of the Yinglong Guard were all spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. Just a moment ago, the captain uniformly distributed the firearms, namely the well-equipped M416 and SKS. For a soldier, a gun is utterly essential. Therefore, even though the captain suggested taking a short break after lunch, everyone was still caught up in their surprise and nostalgia. At that moment, a notification sounded in their ears. "Your friend Zhang Dabiao has sent you a trade request. Do you accept?" Beichen chose to accept, surprised by Zhang Dabio's efficiency. The virtual trading interface appeared for both parties, and soon Beichen saw that Zhang Dabio's trading section displayed 6 sets of various fashionable women's clothing. Cool skirts, denim shorts, trendy t-shirts, and shirts. Oh, there was even a sailor-style school uniform that only middle school students would wear. Beichen replied to the trade, "Thank you for your hard work." Soon the 2 transactions concluded, and Beichen received a total of 6 pieces of clothing and nearly 200 pounds of various resources. "Boss Beichen, I heard that the US, Japan, and South Korea plan to build cities. What about your side?" Beichen smiled and replied, "Building a city is merely a small matter. The key is that after the city is built, we must also withstand the siege of beast tides. We still do not know the scale and strength of this beast tide, so hastily building a city is unwise. I heard that at midnight tonight, Han Country's Shinji City will be the first to face the test of the beast tide. It would be wise to learn from their experience." "That's exactly my intention." Beichen replied, "By the way, you and Pang Jinjia must keep in contact at all times. Try to gather information about the other major consortium's locations. If you encounter strong enemies along the way, let me know. I will provide fire support for you. Boss, you can rest assured. With your words, we feel much more at ease." Zhang Dabiao seemed very happy. "By the way, boss, you must not forget our previous agreement. Bei Chen smiled. A gentleman's friendship must be trustworthy, right? Don't worry. The day the city of Daxiao rises is the day you and Peng Zhenjie will take command of the Yinglong Guard. Wow, now our brothers all have a leader. Thank you, boss. The two quickly ended their private conversation. Bei Chen felt good, increasingly believing he had grasped the true essence of life. Although he had bound himself to a system from the start, he must admit that ever since entering the road survival game, his luck in opening resource boxes had been rather poor. In contrast, the people he encountered along the way were all exceptional talents. Thanks to the education and guidance from his grandfather since childhood, Bei Chen learned to take a long-term view when evaluating people. Without that, how could he have received such strong support and aid from so many talented individuals? There is a world of difference between working to the best of one's ability and merely going through the motions. Not to mention the first person he met, Ting Million. If he hadn't been selfless back, then how could he have exchanged a military first aid kit for the blueprint of a particle space ring? Without the particle ring, all his hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat would have spoiled, and Bei Chen's biggest advantage began with the particle ring. A mature and steady man should approach great matters like playing chess, considering one move while thinking 3 moves ahead. At this moment, the baby in the carriage finally woke up. Baby, why did you sleep for so long today? Are you hungry? Bei Chen laughed as he pulled the baby into his arms. But as soon as the baby spoke, Bei Chen's heart filled with joy. Daddy, I'm very, very hungry, but I don't want to eat. Daddy, I feel like I really need the energy from that red jelly bean. I think if I eat just one more, I will become even stronger. The baby instinctively felt that it was also difficult for Bei Chen to obtain that kind of red jelly bean, so he felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Bei Chen was pleasantly surprised and directly took out 2 enhanced soul essences to give to the baby. Baby, feel free to eat these. Although they are hard to come by, as long as they can make you stronger, Daddy will spare no effort. Upon seeing the 2 bright red jelly beans in front of him, the baby immediately perked up. With sparkling eyes, he said, Daddy, I love you. You are so good to me. Bei Chen rubbed the baby's little head and smiled. Remember, baby, I am your father. You must never say such things again, understand? Mom. The baby readily agreed and happily took the 2 soul essences. Go ahead, eat, and if you feel sleepy, sleep. No one here dares to hurt you. Bei Chen seemed to assure the baby. I'm all set, but Daddy, I can feel that this time I'm going to sleep for a very long time before I wake up. Hearing this, Bei Chen's expression changed. How long? Probably for more than 10 hours. Bei Chen. Oh. Due to the hot weather and the baby's ability to absorb the essence of the soul, while sleeping, Bei Chen constantly monitored the air conditioning. This little bit of fuel consumption really didn't matter to him. As a parent, even if they have to suffer, they cannot let their child suffer. After getting out of the car and refilling the Wuling gas tank, Bei Chen locked the car door and found a cool place to slowly ponder the matter of building a city. Mainly, Bei Chen was worried about disturbing the baby's genetic evolution. In a certain sense, he had long surpassed the category of keeping the baby as a pet. He truly regarded the baby as his own child. Of course, aside from emotional factors, the baby's assistance to Bei Chen was also immense. Just think about the shared aerial view and the baby's talent for diminishing darkness. How terrifying that is. In ordinary circumstances, the baby's abilities might only serve in reconnaissance and early warning. However, when a great battle begins, Bei Chen could instantly become a reaper of lives on the battlefield thanks to these 2 capabilities. Therefore, Bei Chen placed extra emphasis on the baby's growth and genetic evolution. He walked to a large tree not far away to find shade, quickly clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts. The perspective shifted to the game's main page. Bei Chen chose to enter the Reputation Building Mall, looking at the various city building options in rows, and upon seeing the exorbitant prices set by the game console, he couldn't help but spit in disdain. The list for the Reputation Building Mall is as follows from low to high. Shelter Exchange Zone Personal Earth Shelter, 10 square meters, requires 5 reputation points for redemption. Team Brick Shelter, 50 square meters, requires 15 reputation points for redemption. Team Concrete Shelter, 150 square meters, requires 50 reputation points for redemption. Firearm Redemption Zone. Note: reputation redemption can only be used for defending shelters, not causing harm to players. Last Century Standard Pistol 6 rounds requires 30 reputation points for redemption. Last Century Standard Rifle 5 rounds requires 50 reputation points for redemption. Last Century Standard Submachine Gun 25 rounds requires 100 reputation points for redemption. Last Century Standard Light Machine Gun 50 rounds requires 150 reputation points for redemption. Last Century Standard Heavy Machine Gun requires 200 reputation points for redemption. The weapon bullet redemption ratio is 110 for reputation. Every time Bei Chen saw these ridiculous standard weapons, he couldn't help but want to complain. These things are only useful for resisting beast tides and combating beasts invading shelters. They can be considered useless. The key is that the required reputation points for redemption are too high, leading to significant losses. If they can't harm people, what use are these weapons? One must know that in this survival world the unknown beasts are far more terrifying than humans with high intelligence. Beichin carefully examined the seed greening redemption zone, and found that the redemptions there were not cheap either. Game console, this is probably yet another scheme of yours. Rest assured this time you won't be able to deceive me again. Then Beichin exited the reputation building mall, and shifted his focus to the Lord building function. He had studied this function confidently more than once since the game's opening. The options inside were quite single and even monotonous. It was merely a list detailing the exchange requirements and choices for 3 types of cities as well as the Lord's chosen layout, and the last option, Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode. Every time Beichin saw this Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, he couldn't help but marvel. The game console was truly impressive. The main city could be played like this. The prerequisite for this mode is that the Lord must own a city of their own. This refers to the small Earth city that can be exchanged for a mere 300 reputation points in the Lord building function. Apart from the 2-meter-high walls on all sides, no auxiliary facilities are provided. Everything must be slowly built and accumulated by the Lord. However, having one's own city also means eligibility to choose the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode. Naturally, the Lord can choose to accept or decline this mode. Upon accepting the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, the Lord must choose a time within 24 hours to actively initiate an attack by unknown mutated beasts exceeding the number of city defense soldiers by 5 times. Surviving the onslaught of the siege beast tide allows the unranked main city to directly upgrade to a level 1 main city, and the Lord can choose 1 basic infrastructure as a reward. Of course, this does not end there. If the Lord does not abandon the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, they must withstand an attack by unknown beasts exceeding the number of city defense soldiers by 10 times within 48 hours after the main city upgrade. Afterward, the main city can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and the Lord can choose 2 types of basic infrastructures as rewards. However, failure means a return to square one as the main city reverts to an unranked Earth city, and the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode can no longer be claimed. Beichin was confident about the level 1 and level 2 main city tests, but the level 3 main city test seemed damn. The level 3 main city test has siege monsters that are 20 times the number of city defense soldiers, and likely involves aerial assault creatures. This difficulty jumped dozens of times. However, looking at the attributes of the level 3 city, Beichin was genuinely envious. Level 3 main city description: total area of 1050 square meters, equivalent to the area of 15 standard World Cup football fields. Main city wall material constructed from military-grade concrete, mixed with iron sand, 8 meters high and 3 meters thick. The structure of the main city can be built and placed according to the Lord's needs. Upon seeing the main city wall structure, it could be freely chosen based on the Lord's requirements. Beichin instantly thought of the mini-game Clash of Clans and the survival game Zombie Island from the battle platform. Level 3 city. 20 times the siege monsters and aerial assault power. Beichin glanced at the Wuling Hongwang not far away and smiled. The next target of my Englong Guard is you. P.S. 3200-word chapter. It rained and was windy yesterday, carrying trays, and with full attendance losses I caught a cold. I have been coughing, and today I bought medicine. Brothers and sisters, cheer for the White Dragon. Send a free gift to help me recover quickly. This is true. In the survival game, possessing one's own city is essential for continuous development and empowerment. Clearly, the refuge exchanged through the Prestige Crafting Mall does not belong to the category of city buildings. Moreover, the area of the exchanged refuge is limited, and it can only accommodate a small team for hiding with no potential for further development. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Beichin took a deep puff. The water supply for the Englong Guard has now been resolved. Next, it's time to choose suitable land for farming. For the Englong Guard, building a city and cultivating good farmland can be done simultaneously without conflict. At this moment, Tung Chuchu approached, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Beichin looked up and couldn't help but click his tongue. After a long drought, the rain brought forth a vibrant life. Tung Chuchu now appeared graceful and youthful, her eyes sparkling. Beichin, how was the lunch? Was it hard to eat? Tung Chuchu gently sat beside Beichin and spoke softly. I didn't expect you really could cook. I'm quite surprised, to be honest. Given that Tung Chuchu comes from a wealthy family, it's impressive enough that she can eat well, let alone cook. I just learned a bit from Captain Chuanpu and the others for a few days. Feeling pleased with the compliment, Tung Chuchu secretly glanced at Beichin's profile before quickly looking down. Do tell me, was it tasty? If there's anything wrong with the flavor, I'll adjust it tonight. Beichin smiled. It was quite good, already very decent. Captain Chuan Zhangwo used to be the head chef, so if you have any doubts, make sure to consult them more. Oh, a slight disappointment crept into her heart. After all, quite good usually implies it was not that great. Then go wash them. I specially cleaned 6 sets of clothes that should fit you. Beichin noticed Tung Chuchu's transformation and thought he should encourage this diligent young lady. Hearing his words, Tung Chuchu turned her head in confusion. However, when she saw the various fashionable clothes in Bei Chen's hands, her eyes lit up. Although Tung Chu had a unique personality, it didn't stop her from liking beautiful clothes, especially in such a grand environment. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Tung Chu took the clothes Bei Chen offered, her eyes turning red. Bei Chen, I will work hard. Bei Chen understood the meaning behind her words and smiled, nodding. Just wash these clothes properly before wearing them. He had not finished speaking. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, followed by a curvy figure landing in his arms, and then his cheek felt a coolness. By the time Bei Chen reacted, Tung Chu had already taken the clothes, her head down, blushing as she ran away. Bei Chen chuckled, just tossing away the cigarette, but when Tung Baiwan approached him, visibly excited. Before he arrived, a nervous voice called out, Bei Chen, I just landed a big order. A big order? You mean the water resources? Exactly, it's a large order from Saudi Arabia, 500 pounds of water for 1,000 pounds of gasoline, or a design blueprint. Bei Chen was taken aback. While 1,000 pounds of gasoline wasn't a big deal, to offer 500 pounds of water under such conditions raised questions about what blueprint could be worth such an exchange. It seemed Tung Baiwan guessed Bei Chen's thoughts and immediately shared the order with him. Upon seeing the name of the design blueprint, ground tow air thermal energy warning tower design. Glancing at the equipment requirements, Bei Chen shook his head with a sigh. Only usable in a level 2 main city, oh no wonder this would land on our shoulders. This design blueprint is the kind that is tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. If other city lords lack the courage to brave a level 3 city, they will never forge this item. Of course, Bei Chen is an exception. Although this item currently has little use, it will be valuable later on. In Saudi Arabia, you should know oil is everywhere. Before the game, people were paying for water. Tung Baiwan explained with a smile. This group is the opposition of the first armed force in Saudi Arabia. A conflict between two tigers erupted, and subsequently this group failed, leaving 70 of the water resources in the hands of the first armed force. The group that ultimately failed had no other choice but to seek international aid, hoping to exchange large amounts of water resources for oil or design blueprints. Upon hearing this, Bei Chen hesitated slightly. Has no other country inquired about this design blueprint? Tung Baiwan looked surprised. Captain, do you think 500 pounds of water is trivial? Ordinary players might search all day and be lucky to find a few hundred milliliters of water resources. Unlucky ones might not find even 100 milliliters. Tung Baiwan sighed. Look at the scorching weather. Who doesn't need to drink plenty of water to survive every day? Since Bei Chen had never lacked food and water, he subconsciously felt that this amount of water was not much. But aside from him and the members of the Yinglong Guard, 90 of the players in the game world are still lacking water. The demand for purified water is immense. Even if players have enough to drink, who doesn't want to wash their face, to wash clothes, take baths, and the like? So the demand for water is still high among various countries. Bei Chen looked at Tung Baiwan and asked, yes, the demand for water is the greatest and most significant, followed by weapons, and then food. Tung Baiwan stated firmly. Bei Chen nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, this order can be accepted, but the condition is a blueprint plus 200 pounds of gasoline. If they don't agree, then forget it. Tung Baiwan gasped, then nodded. All right, I will execute it, as you said. By the way, get some farming equipment, new or old, it doesn't matter. Upon hearing this, Tung Baiwan was pleasantly surprised. Is that project going to be launched? Once our city is established, you will focus on developing agriculture. With food, we can recruit a large number of warriors. The Great Xia City will certainly become a stabilizing force in the Huaxiao battle zone. Bei Chen said this with deep, tranquil eyes, exuding an imposing aura without anger. All right, leave it to me. Tung Baiwan left, excitedly pondering how to maximize this big order while ensuring a smooth transaction. Meanwhile, he also had to post bounties for farming tools in the regional and national channels. Looking back at Bei Chen, who was deep in thought, Tung Baiwan nodded, slightly genuinely impressed. Suddenly, he recalled that his sister had once said that she was not completely taken by Bei Chen during her time of no resistance. Now Tung Baiwan truly believed it. Perhaps only a man of such caliber can remain oblivious to his sister's beauty in that environment. He muttered and ran off. At present, he bore significant responsibilities, from contacting international big orders, observing international trading, big data, to being responsible for agricultural development after the city was built. However, Tung Baiwan had no complaints. On the contrary, this served as proof of Bei Chen's trust in him. Moreover, his sister was now with Bei Chen, so no matter how one looked at it, Tung Baiwan would do his utmost to help Bei Chen share the burdens. As the sun set and darkness fell at 2358, apart from the night watch soldiers, everyone else in the Yinglong Guard aside from Bei Chen, Tung Baiwan, and Zhang Yichen had gone to rest. The campfire burned slowly, and skewered meat was roasting on nearby branches. The open champagne emitted its own captivating fragrance. The three seemed to be enjoying roasted meat and drinking a little wine leisurely. In reality, they were all waiting for the big data from Han Country Shinji City after experiencing the siege beast tide. Of course, this big data intelligence wasn't obtained for free. Tung Baiwan had promised to provide 3 days' worth of food and water resources to secure it. The information was of course provided by the people of the Han Dynasty. After all, building a city happens only once, and not taking the opportunity to earn some extra money would be a disservice to the reputation of the Han people. Suddenly a series of ding-ding sounds rang out from Tung Baiwan's pocket. Captain, it's midnight. The siege beast tide at Shinji City has begun. P.S. That's it for today, or I've been coughing non-stop and the kid is sleeping in the room, so I have to suppress my voice while coughing. It's quite painful. Lastly, I hope everyone supports the White Dragon and gives a free gift. Thank you. Hearing the beeping sound of Tung Baiwan's timer, Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen immediately looked over. Captain, it's 12 o'clock. The beast tide attacking Shinji City has begun. Bei Chun nodded, saying, quickly take out a pen to record the number of defenders, the weapons they wield, the types of attacking monsters, and their methods of attack one by one. Bei Chun roughly guessed that the actual number of defenders wouldn't be very high. After all, the number of attacking beasts is calculated based on the number of defenders. A 5-fold increase is already terrifying. Any lord of the cold country with a bit of sense wouldn't allow defenseless civilians to enter the city at this time. All right. Tung Baiwan nodded in agreement, then took out paper and a pen to prepare for recording. Incoming. Tung Baiwan had already received multiple replies to his private message. Defenders 300. The weapons equipped should be 5 heavy machine guns exchanged from the Prestige Mall. The types of other firearms are unclear. However, it can be confirmed that all defenders are armed with firearms. Tung Baiwan continued. The first wave of attacking monsters is approximately 500, including armored beasts and ferocious creatures whose method of attack is to continuously destroy the foundation of the packed earth walls. Both Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen constantly deduced based on this data in their minds, while Tung Baiwan meticulously recorded each private message he received. Time passed, and about 15 minutes later a private message came in, causing Tung Baiwan to look at the two with surprise. After the second wave of 500 attacking monsters was eliminated, an elite monster similar to a boss appeared. What is it? Bei Chun exclaimed, as this was the most crucial information. Hearing Bei Chun's question, Tung Baiwan hesitated, unable to determine if the other party was fooling him. Yes, he said, it is a rotting great white shark without fins, with its tail split into 2 legs. Upon hearing this, both Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen were taken aback. What is its method of attack? It digs underground. Tung Baiwan said, suddenly changing his expression, continuing, the intelligence officer reported that due to this elite monster, the defenders of Shinji City have suffered casualties. Hearing this, Bei Chun smiled. So aside from this elite monster, the other smaller monsters won't actively attack the defenders. Zhang Yichen nodded in agreement. Tung Baiwan also slightly nodded. The tide of attacking beasts 5 times the number of 300 defenders amounts to 1,500. With no new battle updates, the three fell silent, waiting. This large data set was truly important, and it was worth the expenditure of 3 days' worth of supplies. It's here. The intelligence says that because the elite monster, the rotting great white shark, dug into Shinji City, 13 defenders were killed because of it. Bei Chun slightly nodded. Even with automatic firearms, humanity still appears fragile when faced with unexpected events beyond comprehension. The third wave of attacking monsters should be here. Bei Chun looked at Tung Baiwan and said, let's see what kind of monsters they are. Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen both looked at Tung Baiwan. At this moment, Tung Baiwan's expression turned grim, and he angrily said, this person suddenly broke the contract, saying he wanted the supplies for the first 3 days. Bei Chun smiled, saying, just give him 5 days' worth. If we want valuable information from such a person, we need to be generous and stir up his greed. Bei Chun confidently stated, of course, if he doesn't rely on this to get rich, it's fine. If he plans to do this long term, he will certainly provide us with accurate, valuable information. All right. Tung Baiwan was a principled person, and this sudden breach of contract made him very unhappy, but since Bei Chun had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. As soon as he completed the supply transaction, Tung Baiwan immediately received data on the final wave of the attacking beast tide. Upon seeing the information in the private message, Tung Baiwan swallowed hard and looked at Bei Chun and Zhang Yichen solemnly, saying, the third wave of attacking monsters, he disregarded their exact appearance, but it can be confirmed that they have scales and claws, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. And Bei Chun repeated softly, moreover, the third wave of attacking monsters seems to be very special. The bullets from firearms did not produce the immediate effect seen in the previous 2 waves. Tung Baiwan recorded while sharing his perspective. Just as he finished writing a private message, another one came in. This time Tung Baiwan was not angry. He merely glanced at Bei Chun. He said, the last important piece of information requires an additional 3 days' worth of supplies. Bei Chen's lips curled slightly upward. He had a good understanding of this informant from the cold country. Fine, but I want to add 2 conditions. If he doesn't agree, this deal is over right here. First, the initial attacking monsters appeared in large numbers from the position where the packed earth wall was just built. Second, do the corpses of the attacking beasts disappear after they die? First, the initial attacking monsters appeared in large numbers from the position where the packed earth wall was just built. Second, do the corpses of the attack just send it as I originally said. If he disagrees, this transaction ends immediately. Bei Chen spoke with great confidence. All right. Tung Baiwan nodded and immediately replied. In just the time it took to smoke 3 cigarettes, Tung Baiwan looked at Bei Chen in surprise. Impressive, you understand this person's thoughts too well. Bei Chen smiled. How so? As Tung Baiwan spoke about the content of the private message, he was also making large data records. Oh, after the rotting great shark died, did he see blood light erupting into the sky? Yes. Bei Chen nodded, feeling assured. When he amplified the essence of the soul, using a soul crystal, that scene also had dazzling blood light. However, Bei Chen was uncertain whether what the elite monster dropped upon death was the essence of the soul. Combining Tung Baiwan's provided data on the attacking beasts, Bei Chen confidently pondered and studied. Suddenly the sound from the game console rang in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the Cold Country Battle Zone Shinji City for successfully defending against the Beast Tide. The original unranked Packed Earth City is upgraded to a level 1 brick city. At the same time, the city Lord Quan Xingji can choose 1 item as a reward from the level 1 city's supporting facilities. As soon as the first announcement from the console ended, the second announcement followed. Congratulations to the level 1 city Lord of the Cold Country Battle Zone, Quan Xingji, for being the first to upgrade a main city to level 1 or receiving a prestige value reward of 1,000. Upon hearing this announcement, both Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen's expressions changed. They didn't expect the leading bird would receive a reward. The two looked at Bei Chen with concern. However, Bei Chen paid no attention to this and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone go back. We will gather here tomorrow at dawn. I will confirm the city building time tonight." "Yes, Captain." Bei Chen did not hesitate and immediately walked toward the distant Wuling. Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen exchanged glances and sighed. In the next few days, instruct the soldiers to rest well and regain their strength. In a few days after we build the city, we will have a hard battle to fight. Zhang Yichen nodded, and then the two each walked toward their respective residences. Bei Chen took out a cigarette and lit it, constantly calculating the data from this siege in his mind. As for the Cold Country's main city being the first to upgrade and receive a reward of 1,000 prestige points, Bei Chen viewed it as trivial. Didn't the game console mention it? Being the first to establish a level 1 main city and receiving a reward of 1,000 prestige points means what? It means that the first level 2 and level 3 main cities established subsequently will also receive prestige point rewards. For such a trivial benefit, Bei Chen would not expose his faction strength. However, once Bei Chen chooses to build a city, he will certainly seize the rewards for establishing level 2 and level 3 main cities. Bei Chen did not believe that the prestige reward for upgrading the main city to level 2 and 3 would still be 1,000. Under Bei Chen's leadership, the Great Xia City would surely be a striking success once it made a move. At the night camp of the Yinglong Guard, apart from a pile of eternal bonfires in the core area, the rest was shrouded in darkness. Bei Chen's return was not swift. His mind was racing, analyzing the crucial intelligence data at hand. Currently, Bei Chen was not worried about the supply of weapons and ammunition for the Yinglong Guard. The level 1 city invasion Beast Tide, based on the number of Yinglong Guard soldiers, would amount to 110 unknown beasts at 5 times that number, including uncertain elite monster bosses. The level 2 city invasion Beast Tide would mean 10 times the unknown beasts, totaling 200. The level 3 city invasion Beast Tide would be 20 times the number of city defense troops, which amounts to 440 unknown beasts. If the city levels up to level 3, it is highly probable that aerial assault forces and even more powerful elite bosses will emerge. From the scale, 440 beasts for a level 3 city invasion does not seem excessive, but in essence the Yinglong Guard could only deploy 22 soldiers. Bei Chen sighed heavily and smiled wryly. Am I really going to waste money on a standard heavy machine gun from the last century? 200 reputation points for an old heavy machine gun was honestly not something Bei Chen was happy about. 200 reputation points could buy many things in the reputation shop. His mind was filled with the many details of building the city, causing him to walk somewhat distractedly, completely unaware of a figure in white suddenly appearing ahead. When Bei Chen noticed, he was startled and instinctively drew a Desert Eagle, almost immediately firing. In the pitch-black night, with a gentle breeze blowing, a figure in white suddenly appeared from the darkness ahead. In this world where anything was possible, even Bei Chen was frightened. Before the game, Bei Chun did not believe in ghosts, but in this world full of unknowns, who could say for certain that such things did not exist? The white figure caught a glimpse of a dark gun aimed at her, and she immediately froze in fear, not daring to move. "Who are you?" Bei Chun coldly demanded in a low voice. "Bei Chun, it's me," came a voice filled with fear and a hint of grief. Hearing the voice, Bei Chun was speechless, and said, "Sister, wandering around in a white outfit at this hour is likely to scare someone to death." The figure in white was none other than Tung Chu-Chu. "Well, I just wanted you to see my new dress, don't be angry." Tung Chu-Chu's car was parked not far from Bei Chun's wooing. "But you can't see anything at this late hour, right?" Yet Tung Chu-Chu did not dwell on that issue. Instead, she continued, "I have lights in my car, everything is ready. Why don't you come in and see if this dress fits me?" The implication of her words was pretty much as clear as day. Bei Chun's inability to understand made him seem dim-witted. He glanced back at the camp. The other cars were quite far away from the two, just as agreed. Bei Chun smiled and asked, "Does your car have an air conditioning system?" "I can't stand the heat." "Of course it does. I have great fortune on my side. If I can get a golden hammer, why not an air conditioning system in my car?" Tung Chu-Chu stepped forward and grasped Bei Chun's hand. "I didn't scare you, did I? Don't be mad. Let's talk." Opening the car door, a rush of cool air burst out, refreshing. It was still the same soft cushion, the same charming beauty, but the charming girl in the white shirt and fitted skirt now wore an ultra-smooth short skirt, revealing her fair skin. Bei Chun smiled and lay back in the car, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning. Tung Chu-Chu closed the door and raised her arms, showcasing her slender waist. "How does it look? Is this skirt nice?" Tung Chu-Chu's cheeks flushed as she didn't dare to meet Bei Chun's gaze. "I was reckless earlier, I apologize, I'm sorry." Seeing Tung Chu-Chu's apologetic expression, Bei Chun smiled slightly and pretended to be angry. "What good is it to say sorry to a plastic bottle after you've crushed it? Will it return to its original shape?" Tung Chu-Chu's face turned pale, and she nervously asked, "Then what should I do?" Hearing this, Bei Chun revealed a charming smile, lazily lying on the cushion while slightly closing his eyes. "You just need to blow on it with your mouth." "Huh?" Tung Chu-Chu's face flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Bei Chun, who was pretending to be dead, and softly protested, "You only know how to bully me, hum." Soon the car was filled with the sound of the air conditioning, and the surroundings fell into silence. 3 minutes later. What are you doing?" When Bei Chun woke from his feigned sleep, he first felt an indescribable tremor in his brain. Then he saw Tung Chu-Chu trying to back out halfway. Bei Chun disliked quitting halfway in anything, even with subordinates. So he pressed his hand on Tung Chu-Chu. Whoa. Half an hour later. Who? It was quite strange. Bei Chun never snored while sleeping, but today, inexplicably, he was snoring. "You hum." Tung Chu-Chu knew that the Yinglong Guard had many important matters awaiting Bei Chun's attention, so upon hearing the snoring, she truly thought he had fallen asleep and carefully adjusted his head. After tidying up a bit, Tung Chu-Chu felt tired and cautiously lay down beside Bei Chun, ready to sleep. Under such circumstances, unless Bei Chun had a neurological issue, no one could sleep. Feeling Tung Chu-Chu lying beside him, Bei Chun casually asked, "What is that smell?" Tung Chu-Chu blushed and hid in Bei Chun's chest, continuously pinching his arm. "How would I know what it is? I've never eaten this before." Tung Chu-Chu was also a tough girl. "It just feels bitter, and there's a bit of the fish mint smell." Instantly, Bei Chun's knowledge bank gained a new entry. "You're really something. It's getting late, let's hurry up and rest." Bei Chun's gentle voice slowly rang in Tung Chu-Chu's ear. Good night." Being actively embraced by Bei Chun, Tung Chu-Chu felt delighted, and the absurd occurrences from before were long forgotten. In the early morning, dawn broke. Bei Chun, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. What awakened him was not a nightmare or a beast, but the game console's global announcement. Congratulations to the Megwa Battle Zone's innocent city for successfully fending off the invasion beast tide. The previously unranked rammed Earth City has been upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. After the upgrade, the city Lord Ireland 4 can choose one of the level 1 city's facilities as a reward. Congratulations to Meguo's level 1 city Lord Ireland 4 for being the second to upgrade the main city to level 1, with a reward cap of 500 reputation points. Before Bei Chun could react, the game console's global announcement rang again. Congratulations to the Yinbin Battle Zone's Tianhuang City for successfully fending off the invasion beast tide. The previously unranked rammed Earth City has been upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. After the upgrade, the city Lord Tianzhongzi can choose one of the level 1 city's facilities as a reward. Congratulations to Yinbin's level 1 city Lord Tianzhongzi for being the second to upgrade the main city to level 1, with a reward cap of 300 reputation points. Bei Chun initially thought that would be the end of it. However, when the next announcement appeared, his brows furrowed. Congratulations to the Han country's Xinji City, Meguo's Innocent City, and Yinbin's Tianhuang City for becoming allied nations on a unified front. Meanwhile, a flurry of private messages arrived. Bei Chun quickly checked the world channel. I believe that after becoming a level 1 city lord, a new unknown function appeared on the console page. Bei Chen did not rush to reply. Have the materials from the list been categorized and filtered? Yes, I spent the whole night organizing with a few soldiers. Thank you for your hard work. Please bring those materials. Bei Chen methodically issued one command after another. Then the two cut off their private messages. Bei Chen, puzzled, shifted his view to the world channel. As soon as he entered the world channel, Bei Chen immediately saw the threat announcement issued by the city lords of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. It roughly stated, in the game world, regardless of who or which organization, anyone wishing to safely build a city must obtain the consent of the Three Kingdoms Alliance city lords. Of course, unless one gives up the extreme city lord upgrade mode. Otherwise, anyone wishing to directly upgrade their main city must pay 200 kilograms of resources to the Three Kingdoms Alliance or face the consequences. The three-way alliance each has their own agendas. Even if they unite, they're just a rabble. Bei Chen coldly scoffed and exited the world channel. To be honest, waking up to such threatening rhetoric from the world police left Bei Chen in a rather unpleasant mood, a faint fire of anger igniting within him. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Ting Chu-Chu hugged him from behind. He was taken aback. Did I wake you up? He could sense Ting Chu-Chu slightly shaking her head. Bei Chen, I know you have important matters to attend to, and there's a lot of pressure I can't help you with for now, but you are the soul of the Yinglong Guard, so I hope you can take care of yourself. Bei Chen patted Ting Chu-Chu's hand and nodded. I understand, you can continue to sleep. No, I need to get up and prepare breakfast for the soldiers. Bei Chen smiled with satisfaction. All right then, I look forward to the delicious food you'll make. Soon he got out of the car and returned to the front of the wooling vehicle. At this moment, Tung Baiwan and several soldiers had already delivered the selected materials, all flammable, lead-based metal materials suitable for making bullets. Bei Chen. Commander. Bei Chen smiled and nodded. Baiwan, you don't need to worry about the rest. Everyone should rest well during the day. Perhaps when you wake up, our great Xia city will have risen from the ground. Tung Baiwan was pleasantly surprised, his drowsiness instantly dissipating. Is it decided? But what about the announcement from the Three Kingdoms Alliance? Tung Baiwan expressed slight concern. No need to worry about that. Oh, I have a good plan. If it weren't for the uncontrollable factors of the level 3 city siege beast tide, how could the first city builder be taken by the tiny land of Han? As he spoke, a faint glint of cold light flashed in Bei Chen's eyes. By the way, I just contacted a seller who said he has plenty of M416 magazines. The quality is fine from what I have seen, but the price is a bit high. Bei Chen patted Tung Baiwan's shoulder and said, in my opinion, this money can't be saved. We have to spend it where necessary. Tung Baiwan didn't understand the meaning behind Bei Chen's words, but seeing Bei Chen's determined gaze, he did not pursue it further. Go on, tonight might be a fierce battle. I've already given 60 pounds of Kobe Wagyu beef to Chu-Chu, so dinner will be ready soon. Yes, Commander. Bei Chen repeatedly said. After eating, let all the soldiers rest well and gather at 6 in the evening at the core of the Yinglong Guard. Yes, I will relay the message exactly as you instructed, Tung Baiwan replied immediately. In preparation for this city-building upgrade, Bei Chen had truly exerted himself. At this moment, there was a huge pile of materials that could be used to make bullets weighing at least several hundred kilograms. Collect. With a wave of his hand, all the materials were stored in the particle ammunition depot. Suddenly, a crafting selection list appeared above the particle ammunition depot. The bullets for the post-apocalyptic heavy machine gun exchanged in the reputation store had a caliber that Bei Chen had long studied, all uniformly at 7.62 caliber bullets. Bei Chen selected to craft 7.62 bullets, and then selected the quantity to be crafted. Crafting successful, gained 100 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Bei Chen knew that the successfully crafted bullets would be prioritized in storage in the ammunition depot. Soon Bei Chen's gaze shifted to the selection of large caliber ammunition. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper armor-piercing rounds selectable to craft 1000 rounds. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper incendiary rounds selectable to craft 500 rounds. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper high-altitude arc rounds selectable to craft 300 rounds. N96 portable grenades selectable to craft 100 pieces. When Bei Chen saw that grenades could be selected for crafting, he felt pleased. With so few soldiers defending the city, equipping each with 5 grenades would greatly increase the chances of defending the city. After all, with too few defenders, if a horde of monsters appeared, spraying them with a heavy machine gun was far less effective than throwing a grenade. Moreover, many in the Yinglong Guard were active-duty soldiers, so setting up triggered minefields shouldn't be difficult. I didn't expect that this early preparation would yield materials for crafting grenades. Bei Chen thought for a moment, and then selected to craft. The Black Dragon Howl 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon had limited ammunition capacity, so Bei Chen chose to craft a modest amount of armor-piercing rounds. The incendiary rounds were what Bei Chen truly favored. Crafting successful gained 50 rounds of 12.7 caliber armor-piercing rounds. Crafting successful gained 100 rounds of 12.7 caliber incendiary rounds. Crafting successful gained 30 rounds of 12.7 caliber high-altitude arc rounds. Crafting successful gained 100 pieces of N96 portable grenades. One must say after crafting 70% of the several hundred kilograms of materials had disappeared. However, Bei Chen didn't mind at all. He wasn't distressed after all. The foundation of the Yinglong Guard had already been established, and the continuous water source was an inexhaustible wealth. However, the reality is that international transaction records are retained by the game console, and if any country with ill intentions discovered that the Huaxiao battle zone was continuously selling large amounts of water resources, they would definitely covet it. Though Bei Chun was confident, he didn't want to expose his financial power too early, always being eyed by petty people. After all, a bright dagger is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. As a mere mortal, even with a system, a sniper's bullet could still hit him in the head. With the large number of bullets to deal with the siege beast tide already arranged, Bei Chen opened the wooling car door and took a look, finding that the baby was still sleeping, so he did not disturb her. If it weren't for the baby's genetic evolution this time, Bei Chen wouldn't have set the city building goal at level 3. After all, encountering aerial forces attacking at night would be an absolute nightmare for the city defense soldiers. However, even Bei Chen could not yet prepare for a response to nighttime aerial assaults. Nevertheless, he could be certain that as long as the baby's genes evolved smoothly, she would undoubtedly become a major aerial dominator. So whether the level 3 city could directly upgrade, Bei Chen had all his hopes pinned on the baby. He randomly found a place to sit down and pulled out a cigarette to light. In fact, many women do not understand why men like to smoke when they are happy or unhappy. They are not smoking for the sake of smoking, but rather for the loneliness. The loneliness of being high above the lubricant for their rapidly working minds. Visual cut to Reputation Miscellaneous Store. Bei Chen unhesitatingly exchanged 420 reputation points for 21 post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns. Then he spent an additional 21 reputation points to exchange for 21 thermal imaging combat devices that could be used continuously for 24 hours. As for why the known city building defense against beast tides was set at nighttime, it was naturally not a coincidence. Bei Chen with a macro view would certainly not overlook this important detail. The game console's answer was that if choosing to resist the beast tide during the day, the beast tide would first attack the defending soldiers. From this answer, Bei Chen concluded that the monsters in the siege beast tide were not without intelligence. Looking at the exchange page that appeared, he confirmed whether to consume 4221 reputation points to exchange for 21 heavy machine guns and 21 night vision devices. Bei Chen gritted his teeth and clicked to confirm. Suddenly a crisp sound of metal clanging rang out, and 21 post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns appeared out of thin air. Oh, the post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns are quite nice. They even have a water cooling device. He waved his hand to collect all the weapons he had exchanged. At this moment, Teng Chu-Chu walked over holding a clean lunchbox from not far away, and inside the lunchbox was a perfectly cooked Kobe steak. Bei Chen sat on a rock nibbling a Kobe steak while studying the hand-drawn map of the Yinglong Wei outpost spread on the ground. A model of a rammed earth city had already taken shape in his mind. An unranked rammed earth city purchase requires 300 reputation points and occupies 700 square meters. Drawback: the walls are low and the defenses are negligible. He finished the steak in no time. At that moment, Teng Chu-Chu handed him a thermos. "Drink some. This is filtered water drawn from our well." "Thank you." Bei Chen found the water pleasantly warm and drained it in one go. Teng Chu-Chu teased, "If you keep being so polite, he'll get angry." Teng Chu-Chu murmured, her beautiful eyes reflecting only Bei Chen. Hearing this, Bei Chen smiled and turned to her. "Would you like a banana? Can't you be serious?" Teng Chu-Chu's face flushed. Bei Chen felt puzzled, but a wry smile crossed his lips as a thought occurred to him. He casually handed over a bunch of fresh Hainan bananas. "Take these. When we first met you said you liked them, soft and tender. I do like them very much," Teng Chu-Chu said happily as she accepted them. "I know you're busy, so I won't bother you. I'm going back to wash the pots." Bei Chen nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your work. Hee, they'll bring you lunch at noon." Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, the sun sank and dusk fell. With the baby awakened and its genes successfully evolved, Bei Chen finally felt ample confidence. After all, in modernized forces, true heavy machine gunners and snipers are rare. Ordinary soldiers may know automatic rifles, but their proficiency with heavy machine guns and sniper rifles remains limited. Because Bei Chen's ultimate goal was a level 3 city, he had to be meticulous. Under the threat of the Sanghua alliance, he intended to elevate the capital to level 3 in one decisive move. Campfires burned steadily. Every member of Inglong Wei wore a solemn expression ready for action. Even though Bei Chun had prepared 21 heavy machine guns, and they carried M416S and SKS rifles, heavy machine guns still had a non-trivial chance of malfunctioning during sustained fire. At that moment, Tung Baiwan's alarm rang again. Bei Chun, it's time, Tung Baiwan said, his eyes filled with expectation and nervousness. Bei Chun nodded and shifted his view to the city building interface. Do you wish to expend 300 reputation to construct an unranked rammed earth city? Yes. Before Bei Chun finished speaking, to his and the entire Inglong Wei's astonishment, the game host, without asking, had proactively announced the city building news in the Huaxiao war zone. Their expressions changed instantly, and they silently questioned the game host why had it not announced when Megua Hongua and Qin Bin constructed rammed earth cities. Bei Chun was furious. That step had long been part of his plan. Ever since Han Mei and Ri had loudly announced city construction and deliberately sought to recruit players, Bei Chun had been arranging matters in this area, including having Tung Baiwan bought off to leak information. When the net was cast wide, only Hongwa had managed to reach a core member of Xinji City. Other Qinbin and Megua war zones, despite contacting intelligence dealers, still did not know the construction site of Wuzue City. But that was not the point. If the Megua war zone had announced Wuzue City's location, Bei Chun would never have believed that intelligence peddlers would not treat the news as merchandise to sell. Yet there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Then the game host's voice sounded. This measure is enacted by the game host to protect the 3 newly established cities worldwide, preventing human interference and sabotage. Bei Chun frowned. So you mean those who build first receive your protection, Oi? Your assertion is not accurate. The game host is concerned with balanced protective measures. Humph. Bei Chun was in a foul mood. He hated such surprises. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly this time. Otherwise, even with the baby's help, he could not have hoped to seize a level 3 capital in one stroke. So after becoming a level 1 city lord, there are indeed new functions unknown to us unranked city lords. Sorry, player Bei Chun, you are not a level 1 city lord. New functions cannot be disclosed. Forget it. Stand down, no escort. As for asking the game host why it did not stop the Sangwa Alliance from bullying other Warzone city lords, Bei Chun refrained from such a naive question. Bei Chun would never ask such a childish question. The members of Inglong Wei saw his sullen expression and fell silent, afraid to speak. An announcement in the Huaxiao war zone was essentially no different from broadcasting it worldwide. Which city lord lacked a few intelligence operatives under his command? News of such city-building announcements was known to almost everyone and could likely be bought easily. Sure enough, once the game host announced Bei Chun's unranked rammed earth city in the Huaxiao war zone, an uproar immediately followed. The news was promptly packaged and sold as intelligence. Unsurprisingly, the buyers were ambitious warlords from various nations seeking dominance. Bei Chun swept his gaze over them, exuding quiet authority, and said coldly, "From now on, all members must immediately disable all communications except the team channel." The moment the order left his lips, the air seemed to chill. During the construction period, anyone found opening region or nation channels without authorization would at best be expelled from Inglong Wei. Anyone who leaked information would be shot on the spot. Yes. Although each person had their own game interface, deleted private messages still left deletion records, so if anyone leaked during the build screening would surely reveal the culprit. Bei Chun did not want potential enemies to learn the details of his city's defenses or personnel deployment. Tung Chu stood in the ranks, biting her lip at Bei Chun's grim expression. Helpless because of her limited strength, she could only hope to ease his burden when defending the city against the impending beast tide. He made his warning clear: if a traitor emerged, Bei Chun would have ample reason to execute them. The precaution also demonstrated his manner of rule, preventing accusations of arbitrary power. Without hesitation, Bei Chun issued the command, and a virtual map composed of blue squares appeared before him, centered on Inglong Wei and covering the surrounding 700 square meters. For miniature rammed earth wall segments had already materialized in view. Bei Chun knew he could place these walls anywhere within the 700 square meter area and arrange them as he pleased. He had calculated this step for a long time. Since his ambition was a level 3 city, there was no need to expand the capital's footprint excessively before reaching level 3. Thighs. Bei Chun clicked and dragged. The 4 tiny wall models beside the virtual map began to take their positions according to the vision in his mind. As one miniature wall was placed on the map, a yellow rammed earth wall instantly rose around Inglong Wei, estimated at about 2 meters in height. There was no earth-shattering upheaval, no cataclysm. After placing all 4 segments, an aerial view revealed a grid-shaped layout resembling the character for a well, forming a peculiar settlement about the size of a square basketball court. Indeed, this was Bei Chun's refinement of the Wengqing design principle derived from Tianxia Daiguan. Wow, so small a primary city. Is this really the level-unlocked rammed Earth City? It's far too tiny. Zhang Yiqin and Tung Baiwan both turned toward Bei Chun with puzzled expressions. Bei Chun smiled faintly. Our target tonight is not the rammed Earth City, but the Tier 3 irons and concrete metropolis spanning 15 football fields. A collective gasp echoed around them. And within 3 minutes of the global announcement, broadcast across the entire China war zone by the Game Corps, Bei Chun's private message inbox erupted with relentless notifications. Yet Bei Chun did not attend to them immediately. And like a weasel paying New Year's respects, their intentions were anything but sincere. And with a wave of his hand, 21 heavy machine guns materialized on the ground, each fully loaded with ammunition belts. Bei Chun issued his command, Commander Zhang Yiqin, Deputy Commander Shui Yihan, report for orders. At once both stood tall and bellowed in unison, yes, Commander. Our primary city's aerial layout forms a square, well character. The first wave of siege beasts will spawn directly south of the city. You are entrusted with deploying weapons according to terrain. Make it count. Any questions? Bei Chun emphasized the well-patterned design of the level-unlocked Daxia settlement, not as an arbitrary choice, but to make his meaning unmistakably clear. We guarantee mission completion. Excellent. Set the beast tide for 11 p.m. Everyone prepare for battle. Yes, sir. The entire Yinglong Guard roared in perfect unison. The well-patterned design of the Daxia settlement was no whimsical stroke. It emerged from Bei Chun's meticulous analysis refined through over 100 strategic simulations. This defensive architecture drastically reduced the risk of isolated, unsupported combat for Yinglong Guard soldiers during sieges. Once the order was given, every member plunged into urgent, focused preparation. Zhang Yiqin and Shui Yihan divided the unit into 2 squads. Then in trios they shouldered heavy machine guns bristling with ammunition belts and rushed swiftly to pre-assigned positions. At that moment Bei Chun lit a Huazi cigarette and took a slow drag. Let's see just what kind of New Year's visit these weasels have in store. And he opened his private messages, only to find 99999 unread notifications. First he purged all obsequious applicants clamoring to join the Yinglong Guard. Then using big data filtering, he isolated messages originating from foreign nations. Next he discarded intelligence peddlers offering false or inflated reports. Finally 3 messages stood out, glaring, unmistakable, bearing the label City Lord beside each sender's name. International message Han Kingdom Shinji City Lord, haha. So the Chinese players built a city faster than expected. We assumed it'd take another 8 years of civil war before any settlement rose. You've surely seen our tripartite alliance's public notice. No need to dwell on it. Just 30 gene of resources. That's all Shinji City requires from you. You've surely seen our tripartite alliance's public notice. No international message Neon Emperor City Lord Sugoi. Before the game launched, your nation chased our great Neon Empire relentlessly. Yet in engine manufacturing and precision engineering, even 40 more years won't close the gap. We're all adults. I'll spare you empty threats. 400 kilograms of resources and your Daxia settlement may safely ascend. Otherwise, in reading this arrogant taunting message, Bei Chun's face slowly darkened to steel gray. Just wait. You'll weep soon enough. And he scrolled to the final message. International message Megwa Wuzue City Lord. Oh my God. Dear Lord Bei Chun, congratulations on becoming the very first target upon which the U.S. Japan-South Korea alliance must assert its dominance. Oh God, forgive me my sins. I guarantee, just 500 kilograms of supplies, and I'll spare the Chinese people all hardship. And upon reading it, Bei Chun threw back his head and laughed aloud. Bei Chun had never been one to swallow humiliation. His earlier silence was not weakness, but the quiet gathering of thunder before the storm. And now that the founding of Daxia settlement had gone global, it was time to step boldly into the light. He replied to all 3 messages in turn. You dogs dare threaten and extort me. Dream on. See you in world chat. Not a single stone stirred 10,000 waves. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the global announcement. And because cross-national broadcasts were forbidden within domestic channels, every player watching closely waited, tense and expectant, in world chat. Would this young man, the lion long said to be awakening, bow his head and yield to direct coercion from 3 nations? Or would he meet it heat unflinching? Bei Chun strode toward the large-scale water purification unit, gazing at row upon row of massive filtered water barrels, each holding hundreds of gene, then entered world chat. True to form, even in world chat the title City Lord shone prominently above his name. His name's suffix read Daxia City Lord, Bei Chun in world chat. Each message cost 20 gene of equivalent resources. The moment Bei Chun appeared, silence fell across the channel. Wuzue City Lord Ireland Fora? The Daxia City Lord arrives promptly. but your prior reply left me deeply unsatisfied. So I've decided immediate price increase, 600 kilograms. Of course I know you can't pay now, but a promissory note signed before the entire world's players would suffice. Shinji City Lord, Quan Songi. If Lord Ireland has raised his price, how could our great Han people possibly refuse to follow suit and risk offending Lord Beichun? N400 Gene then. Emperor City Lord Tanaka Jiro. Naturally, if Lord Beichun publicly types, "We are the sick men of East Asia," onto World Chat's main screen, the great Neon Empire might consider waiving the surcharge. Beichun sneered, then fired off a disarmingly blunt reply in World Chat. Indashia City Lord Beichun, that's it, N, that's it. 1 N, that's it. 2 inch N. Messages flooded the screen, 99. In each World Chat message cost 20 gene. 99 messages meant nearly 2,000 gene of resources consumed. In the time it took to let out a single breath, Beichun had spent 2,000 gene of purified water. But this was no mere display of arrogance, rather a calculated move leveraging the crisis to unveil the Yinglong Guard's overwhelming strength to the entire world. Far more effective and infinitely cheaper than paid advertisements or traffic purchases. None stone countless birds. In World Chat flooding. 980 Neneplis replies. It defied belief. Every player in World Chat stood stunned. Beichun had no patience for further banter. He sent 2 final messages and logged out. N. Dashia City Lord Beichun. Yes, I am Beichun. The strength and dignity of our great nation are plain for all to witness. I hereby announce the Dashia settlement begins large-scale trade of purified water. Don't ask where it comes from. We don't sell water. We merely carry nature's bounty. Dashia City Lord Beichun, Shinji City Lord, Quan Songi Emperor City Lord, Tanaka Jiro Wuzue City Lord, Ireland. 4. China, Japan, South Korea, the U.S. Who among you is pregnant? Every reader held their breath. Many Chinese players burst into uncontrollable laughter. Indashia City Lord, Beichun Tripartite Alliance, correct. It's your mother, Indashia City Lord, Beichun Tripartite Alliance. Whatever foul waters churn in her belly, bring them forth. If China flinches even once, we are not your fathers, but your grandfathers. The moment that message sent, Beichun's name in World Chat faded to gray, and he vanished, and gone, leaving only elegance and departure. It took over 10 seconds before anyone reacted. And then, frantically, the Tripartite Alliance members began spamming Beichun with hollow threats like, "You'll regret this," before logging out in haste. This time Beichun issued a bold declaration of war in the World Channel, his stance uncompromising and resolute. Uncertain what treacherous tactics the Tri-Nation Alliance might employ, he did not linger long in the World Channel. He resolved to initiate the beast-tide assault ahead of schedule. Better swift action than prolonged uncertainty. Upon the Tumterhai rammed earth ramparts, over 20 Yinglong Guard defenders stood ready, weapons at the ready. Though a faint air of desolation hung over the scene, every warrior brimmed with unwavering confidence, for their arms were formidable and strength flowed from their steel. A piercing cry split the sky as a colossal snow-white raptor soared to an altitude of 100 meters. Activate shared vision. Activate darkness attenuation. Instantly a high-altitude, overhead view unfolded before Beichun. Through the shared vision granted by Bao Beichun clearly saw a tiny settlement, no larger than a basketball court, laid out in a precise, well-formation his own unranked city. Excellent. With a faint smile, Beichun swiftly darted toward the southern wall where defenses were being deployed. Though 2 meters was negligible height against rampaging beasts, overwhelming firepower more than compensated for the structural weakness. Beichun, how is it looking? Combat was hardly Tung Wanyao's forte, his tension was unmistakable. Beichun gave a slight nod, then raised his voice in command. All Yinglong Guard members, attention. The plan has changed. The beast-tide assault begins immediately. At his words, Zhang Yichen and Shui Han nodded sharply before relaying orders to their squads. Don all night combat visors. Yes, sir. Swiftly Beichun entered the City Lord interface. Confirm activation of Ultimate City Lord Ascension. Confirm. The moment the word left his lips, a 24-hour countdown materialized before his eyes. Initiate beast-tide assault. Are you certain? Confirmed. Beast-tide assault manually activated. Hostile creatures will spawn in 3 minutes. As the system notification faded, a concise data panel appeared on Beichun's City Lord interface. Bao Bao circled the rammed earth city continuously at high altitude, her extraordinary vision naturally attenuating darkness. Nothing within the city's perimeter escaped Beichun's watchful gaze. Bao Bao circled the rammed earth city continuously at high altitude, her extraordinary vision naturally attenuating darkness. Nothing within the city's perimeter escaped Beichun's watchful gaze. The Yinglong Guard members, however, operated under strict constraints. Their night vision equipment had limited effective range. Beyond 100 meters, visibility deteriorated sharply. Just then a private message chimed again. Seeing the sender was Ireland for Bachin smirked coldly and opened it. International message Ireland for Bachin, one final offer. Will you surrender your resources? If you refuse, do you truly believe you can ascend your main city through this ultimate mode? You're dreaming. Bachin replied with a single word, begone. He severed the connection instantly, and in the same motion drew the Black Dragon Roar Tinero armor-piercing cannon. At that moment Bao Bao's voice echoed beside him, Daddy, the beasts have appeared. Shall I intervene? Her tone dripped with disdain and contempt. No, Bao Bao, your mission is reconnaissance and identification. Target elite bosses, and if possible eliminate them outright. Leave it to me, Daddy. Each assignment from Bachin ignited Bao Bao's exhilaration. She knew well that success would be rich. Gurgle gurgle. Moo. Hardly had Bao Bao's warning sounded when distant thunderous hoofbeats reverberated from the south, a clear omen of colossal unstoppable force. Ah, it's a scale-hide brood ox. An Inglong Guard member cried out. Bachin's expression tightened. This beast-tide assault brought no fixed roster of monsters. Open fire at will. Yes, sir. At the city lord's command a storm of bullets erupted, fiery serpents lashing across the horizon. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-a-tat. Boom. Each discharge of the Black Dragon Roar cannon roared like a wrathful leviathan. Compressed shockwaves from its muzzle sent nearby guards recoiling in awe. The weapon's power was terrifying. A single armor-piercing incendiary round striking a charging scale-hide brood ox either crippled it instantly, or dropped it convulsing to the earth. By contrast, their centuries-end heavy machine guns required dozens of rounds to neutralize even one. The minefield 30 meters before the rammed earth wall formed the final defensive line, so the Inglong Guard fought fiercely to prevent any brood ox from breaching that threshold. Bao Bao's voice rang out once more, Daddy. I've detected 3 powerful anomalies. One is a dung beetle glowing with azure light upon its back, another a giant centipede, and the third a mermaid, fang-toothed and reeking of decay. Bao Bao, still only in elementary school, could recognize beetles and centipedes, but identifying a flesh-rind great shark on sight would have been beyond belief. Bachin recoiled in alarm and bellowed to his defenders, 3 elite bosses have emerged. Stay vigilant. Watch the ground beneath your feet. At his warning, every face paled. They kept firing while shifting focus to the soft, yielding earth beneath them. Bao Bao, engage now. Do not linger. Bachin knew little about the others, but the flesh-rind great shark could burrow underground. Bao Bao ruled the skies. Her strength waned perilously close to the earth. Understood. Leave it to Bao Bao. Her voice crackled with excitement. Through Bao Bao's shared vision, Bachin watched a 3-meter-long great white shark, finless, rotting, radiating putrid miasma, rapidly swell in his field of view. Just as the shark lunged to submerge, it sensed mortal danger descending from above and abandoned its dive. Instead, it reared its skull, black necrotic bone exposed, and spat a viscous corrosive fluid straight at Bao Bao. Oof. How dare this stinking fish spit at me? Enraged, Bao Bao hissed, and plummeted like a falling star. Bachin's vision filled with twin scythe-like talons. Shink. So blinding was her speed that he couldn't track her movement, only to blink and find her already landed upon the earth. Bao Bao, are you all right? Her voice returned, trembling with barely contained elation. Daddy, look. A crimson glowing crystal shimmered into view, the very soul essence she adored most. Bachin gasped, then commanded, voice ironclad, Bao Bao, do not consume it. Collect it. Bring it to me. There was no room for argument. Oh, okay. She snatched the soul essence gently in her beak and soared back into the heavens. Daddy, the other 2 monsters have vanished underground. Look, they've left telltale ridges in the soil. Find them now. Yes. Within 5 breaths, Bachin, guided by Bao Bao's vision, located one burrowing BOSS, the massive dung beetle, its azure luminescence blazing even beneath the earth. It was unmistakable. Its subterranean passage resembled a slow-moving hillock. Fortunately, its pace was sluggish. It remained some 70 meters from the rammed earth wall. Bao Bao, locate the centipede immediately. Daddy, look. It's already breached the minefield. Her words had barely faded when the 30-meter minefield detonated violently. Boom, boom, boom. The concussive blast sent every defender staggering. 3 grenades exploded in sequence, yet the creature endured, pressing relentlessly toward the wall. Though immense, the centipede's flattened body moved silently underground. Had Bao Bao not sensed its presence, the defenders would have remained blind, relying solely on the mine's delayed reactive warning. The minefield's detonation startled the dung beetle trailing behind. Its burrowing speed surged several. Bachin fired a single armor-piercing round at the advancing centipede. Its momentum faltered, then resumed, digging furiously toward the rampart. Bachin's expression darkened. The Black Dragon Roar ranked first among all thermal weapons in the Huaxia theater. Yet against a Tier 1 city's beast-tide BOSS, its lethality had proven unexpectedly muted. Something was profoundly amiss. He roared to his troops, "Ignore the elite bosses. Focus entirely on clearing the lesser beasts. We'll handle the two bosses ourselves. Remember, do not engage the bosses. Clear the minions first, then await my command." Yep, the Yinglong guard answered as one. Beichen holstered the black dragon roar and drew the shadowless sword Jueshang. Bathed in bloodlust, he leapt cleanly from the 2-meter rampart, landing with silent precision. Ding, whoom. A crystalline chime resonated from the blade, rippling outward like waves across still. Beichen landed steadily amidst the astonishment of the crowd. After the bloodthirsty trait of the wooing sword was activated, Beichen noticeably felt a warmth enveloping him, with both strength and speed continuously enhancing. Is this the complete activation of the bloodthirsty trait? At this moment, Beichen felt that the wooing sword had become a part of his arm. Nearby, a centipede was burrowing through the ground, leaving a distinctly raised trail on the surface. This centipede had previously triggered 3 grenades in the Thunder Zone and was directly hit by a penetrator from the Black Dragon's roar. Even so, it remained vigorous and fierce, continuously digging towards the Pakturth city. Seeing this, Beichen let out a cold laugh, wielding the wooing sword and transforming into a shadow. In just 3 breaths, he had arrived at the junction of the burrowing centipede. Buzz die. Beichen suddenly raised the wooing sword and thrust it violently into the ground. The wooing sword was designated as an exceptional grade by the game, effortlessly slicing through iron. Soft soil was even less of a challenge. Beichen thrust the sword 4 feet deep, his wrist sinking deeply into the earth. A heavy and muffled scream of pain erupted, resonating around him. Suddenly, the ground surrounding Beichen shook violently. Like an earthquake, it upheaved the entire ground. Simultaneously, a huge, menacing black centipede resembling an adult python appeared before everyone. Its 2 front claws, sharp and black, combined with the sickle-like segments of its body, relentlessly battered the ground, creating a scene that could only be described as terrifying. My God, is that a centipede? Pa, it's a centipede spirit. Look, isn't that the commander on its back? Nearby, several Yinglong guards looked over. It's the commander, he's fighting the centipede spirit alone. At this moment, Zhang Yichen shouted, "Quick, clear the remaining scale-armored bulls. We must not interfere with the commander for now." Yes. On the massive centipede below, let out a painful howl. Beichen thrust his sword, striking directly at the centipede's head. Even the seemingly immortal centipede spirit could not withstand having its head continuously pierced by a sword. As it roared, it desperately twisted its body, trying to throw Beichen off. Damn, did I really stab it in the head. The wooing sword, surprisingly, isn't actively absorbing its blood. The wooing sword only draws energy from the blood, ignoring everything else. The force from the giant centipede's thrashing grew stronger, and while Beichen maintained his balance, he also had to dodge the repeated strikes from its tail, which was evidently no easy task. Damn it, I initially wanted the wooing sword to kill you slowly, but it seems you're not giving me any face. Crack. The pin of the grenade was pulled. As he drew the sword, Beichen swiftly shoved the grenade into the centipede's head through the wound. Having done this, Beichen jumped down from the centipede and quickly distanced himself with a roll. Almost simultaneously, an explosion erupted. The shockwave from the grenade hit Beichen's back, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, he managed to forcibly suppress the surge of blood. Meanwhile, in the private chat room of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Ireland 4 was continuously cursing Beichen for being ungrateful and unaware of the situation. Quan Xingji said, "There's no need for you to be angry, Boss Ireland. The first-level iron-armored centipede has already refreshed with the siege beast tide, and it's very difficult to kill it with conventional weapons. Although 300 reputation points are rare, this will certainly establish our authority. In the future, if anyone builds a city without offering resources to please us, hum. Ireland 4 replied, "Haha, well said. Although we wasted 300 reputation points, the effect is significant. There's an old saying in Huaxiao, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish." The 2 underlings hadn't even started to flatter yet. Suddenly, a notification from the game console rang in the ears of all players worldwide. Congratulations to the Huaxia Battlezone Daxia City successfully repelling the siege beast tide. The previously unranked Pakturth City has been upgraded to a level 1 brick city, and the city Lord Beichen can select rewards from the level 1 city's facilities. Congratulations to Beichen, the level 1 city lord of the Huaxia Battlezone, for being the 4th to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward is a base reputation value of 100. The private chat room of the Irish-Japanese-American Alliance instantly fell silent. Ireland 4 exclaimed, "This is impossible. How long has it been? Half an hour? 20 minutes. Quan Xingji added, "To be exact, it has only been 17 minutes since the siege beast tide began." 17 minutes. That's impossible. The level 1 iron-armored centipede is extremely difficult to kill. Even if you blow off its head, its body can still fight after a short adaptation. Ireland 4 said, "We have no intelligence on Daxia City. Hurry up and buy some. I want to know what method Beichen used to get through the beast tide in 17 minutes. Quan Xingji replied, there's no hope. Beichen is very low-key, but no players have found his station, yet let alone infiltrate to relay intelligence. Shortly after Quan Xingji spoke again, Beichen has gone mad. He has initiated the level 2 siege beast test. Ireland exclaimed, what? That's impossible. Tanaka Jiro said, I also received a console announcement from the Huasha battle zone. Beichen indeed has to withstand the level 2 siege beast test within the next 48 hours. Ireland declared, we must stop him. In the Huasha battle zone, Inglong Guard Station, Beichen listened to the game console's prompts, exhaling deeply. Slowly withdrawing the Wu Ying sword from the back of the iron-armored centipede. The sword was now entirely blood-red, due to having absorbed enough blood energy. Level 1 iron-armored centipede. Interesting. Now Beichen was already a level 1 city lord. After becoming a level 1 city lord, his gaze fell upon the now-dead shriveled centipede corpse, and he immediately saw the name of this monster. Congratulations to player Beichen for successfully upgrading the unranked main city to a level 1 brick city. Would you like to reset the main city's wall layout or expand the main city area? No. Congratulations to level 1 city lord Beichen for receiving a choice of 3 level 1 main city supporting infrastructures. Would you like to select now? Select. Beichen hesitated slightly before directly responding. As soon as he spoke, 3 options appeared. Option 1 T90 City Defense Heavy Artillery 4 units. Option 2 Particle Space Warehouse, 1,000 cubic meters 1 unit. Option 3 3,000 reputation points. Upon seeing the 3 options, Beichen was taken aback. These 3 rewards are indeed good options after upgrading the main city. However, having been tricked by the game console twice, Beichen did not rush and asked, by the way, is this level 1 city 3-choice reward fixed or random? Random. Upon hearing this, Beichen nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he chose the 4 T90 City Defense Heavy Artillery. As for why? Because this choice is of purple rarity. After careful deliberation, Beichen unhesitatingly chose 4 T90 City Defense Heavy Cannons. At that moment, the game console chimed once more. Congratulations, level 1 City Lord Beichen, your selection was successful. 4 T90 City Defense Heavy Cannons have been granted and can be placed from the main city construction page. Congratulations, level 1 City Lord Beichen. Your Daxiao city has been upgraded. System prompt: you have accepted the level 2 main city beast tide siege trial. Please confirm the siege time within the next 48 hours. Wishing you a successful defense. Sure enough, Beichen saw the virtual models of 4 miniature T90 City Defense Heavy Cannons on the City Lord page. He was in no hurry to place them, after all they would not run away. Now Beichen wanted to discover which new functions had been unlocked for a level 1 City Lord. He could not find them in the city construction interface. So Beichen exited the page. As expected, he found a clue in the reputation crafting shop. The bottom of the reputation shop now looked different from what he had seen before. A small line read, Level 1 City Lord Mysterious Reputation Exchange Shop. Curious, Beichen entered, and when he saw the items inside, he inhaled sharply. This is practically the perfect tool for setting someone up. He scanned the list. Lanyan Shiklang, Level 1 Blue Flame Shiklang, an elite boss mutated after a nation poison cattle dung. Its defense is formidable 5. 56 caliber bullets barely harm it. Attack trait excels at destroying a main city's foundations. Exchange cost 100 reputation points. Fury to buy Shah, Level 1 Rotten Flesh, Great White Shark, an elite boss whose fins were sawed off by marine raiders before mutating from Futian nuclear runoff, can traverse terrestrial soil and harbors deep hatred for humans. Attack traits corrosive mucus and burrowing surprise attacks on the main city. Exchange cost 200 reputation points. Tiejia Qianju Wugong, Level 1 Armored 1,000-Legged Centipede, an elite boss long used in medicine and steeped in resentment, later subjected to laboratory experiments and mutated into a highly aggressive creature. It excels at stealthy infiltration, is lethally poisonous, and does not easily die. Exchange cost 300 reputation points. Reading carefully, Beichen was startled to discover that the armored 1,000-legged centipedes were exchangeable by a Level 1 City Lord. He could not help but think so cheap. Beichen snorted. Clearly, the armored centipede he had just killed had been secretly purchased by the Sangwo Alliance to ambush him. The siege data he had previously obtained for Shinji City did not include this beast. Meanwhile, Bao Bao returned carrying 2 crimson dazzling crystals in its mouth. Daddy looked tasty. It seemed all members of the Inglong Wei knew Beichen had a pet. When a massive raptor dove from the sky, none of them fought. Good work, Bao Bao. Beichen took the 2 fist-sized crystals and immediately saw the label that read, can be amplified on these rare materials. Beichen was not in a rush to amplify them. There was something more important to do first. Let the Wu Ying Jian continue to siphon the blood energy of Level 1 siege bosses. The reason Bei Chun could single-handedly monopolize a boss owed much to the Wuing Jian's bloodthirsty trait. The craving it induced was as intoxicating as thirsting for a strength potion. Crucially, after using it, his windswept hair remained undisturbed, and he suffered none of the strength potion side effects, so Bei Chun resolved not to miss any opportunity to absorb blood energy. Moreover, the Wuing Jian, Zhushang's sole exceptional property, stated that by continuously siphoning blood, it could extract energy and thereby elevate its rank. What lay above the exceptional rank? Naturally, the perfect rank. Bei Chun eagerly anticipated the power and traits a perfect rank Wuing Jian would possess. Come on, Bao Bao, take me to the corroded shark and the blue flame Shiklang carcass. Bei Chun ruffled Bao Bao's head as he spoke. They were some distance from the city wall and unconcerned about being overheard, so Bei Chun spoke openly. All right. Bao Bao was excited and visibly invigorated. Bao Bao spread its wings and took flight. Bei Chun lifted the Wuing Jian and became a phantom in pursuit. As he sped, he sent private messages to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen. Organize a 10-man squad to retrieve the loot. After battlefield construction finishes, immediately commence the Level 2 main city Beast Tide Siege trial. Zhang Yichen, yes, Captain. Tung Baiwan, ill-prepared to record immediately. 5 minutes later, when the Wuing Jian had sucked one of the Shiklangs, about the size of a mobility scooter, dry the carcasses from the Beast Tide on the battlefield began to vanish. Refreshed, it was hardly surprising he had already obtained that data. He slowly withdrew the Wuing Jian embedded in the blue flame Shiklang's back. Suddenly, a low humming rang out like a sword chant across the battlefield. In the next breath, a short blade suffused with bloodlight appeared in Bei Chun's hand. Nothing in the night drew the eye more than that blade. Is this the power of the Wuing Jian? His bodily functions surged and a feral strength swelled within him. It is worthy of the exceptional rank. He sheathed the Wuing Jian into his particle ring. Baba, let's go back. 3 minutes later, atop Daxia City's 4-story-tall blue brick ramparts, Bei Chun ran his hand over the heavy bricks and allowed a small smile to form. Good. Now the main city has respectable defenses. As Bei Chun considered deploying the 1490 city defense cannons, Tung Baiwan's voice came over his channel. Bei Chun, according to intelligence sold by the Sangwa Alliance, they are now accepting the Level 2 main city Beast Tide trial. Tung Baiwan did not know what consequences releasing that information might bring, but as Daxia City strategist, he felt the news was important. A smile touched Bei Chun's lips. Good, that is timely. With a wave, he positioned the 1490 cannons at the 4 corners of Daxia City's grid-shaped walls. The instant the 4 large city defense heavy cannons landed, every member of the Yinglong Wei was taken aback. They blinked, then rejoiced. The army possessed similar weapons, though not identical in appearance. Their function and use were the same, designed to take down large aircraft. Heavy machine guns capable of engaging aircraft fire at calibers of at least 20 to 30 millimeters. Thus, although these are essentially oversized heavy machine guns, their large caliber causes many to call them heavy cannons. Zhang Yichen Shuihan, the heavy cannon configurations are yours. Bei Chun said directly to the two. Both of them were visibly excited. Yes, we will complete the task. Soon Zhang Yichen and the others each took a Yinglong Wei member and ran toward the nearby heavy cannons. After issuing the orders, Bei Chun's view returned to the city lord's mysterious exchange shop. Without hesitation, he selected 6 Tiejia Qianzhu Wugong armored 1,000. The system immediately prompted consume 1,800 reputation points to exchange for 6 level 1 Beast Tide boss Tiejia Qianzhu. Thinking better of it, Bei Chun canceled and chose 3 instead. Consume 900 reputation points to exchange for 3 level 1 Beast Tide boss Tiejia Qianzhu Wugong. Yes. Exchange successful. Filtered assignable main cities: Hanghua, Xinji City, Rubin Tianhuang City, Megwa Wuzue City. Bei Chun saw the selectable options target cities and assignment quantities. He smiled, though life and death were uncertain. He always spread his favors evenly and never showed partiality. First, send 1 to each as a warning. If that does not provoke them, send 3 more. After confirming the assignments, an immediate prompt appeared. Assignment successful. Announce it to the world. Announce it. Having said that, Bei Chun immediately privately messaged the Sangwa Alliance. Tagging Hanghua Quan Shengji. Yes, I am your father, Bei Chun. Trying to upgrade your main city in secret. Hand over 300 kilograms of resources, or I'll serve you fried 1,000-legged centipedes. I always do what I say. Try me if you doubt me. Tagging Rubin Tianzhong Tsilong. Yes, I am your ancestor, Bei Chun. Trying to upgrade your main city secretly. Hand over 500 kilograms of resources, or I'll send you pan-fried Futian mutated shark meat. Am impulsive by nature, so respond quickly. Tagging Megwa Erlin Sishi. Gather 600 kilograms of supplies quickly, or this time the poisoning will be worse than Shiklangs understand. I always put my words into action. If you do not believe me, we shall see. After Bei Chen sent his commanding private message, the game server's global announcement blared into every Bei Chen, level 1 city lord of Daxiao City in the Huaxiao region, has successfully exchanged reputation to deploy 3 level 1 siege bosses, ironclad thousand-legged centipedes. Deployment locations: Xinji City in the Hongwu region, Tianhuang City in the Ribbon region, and Wuzhui City in the Meigwa region. Bei Chen, level 1 city lord of Daxiao City in the Huaxiao region, has successfully exchanged reputation to deploy 3 level 1 siege bosses, ironclad thousand-legged centipedes. Deployment locations: Xinji City in the Hongwu region, Tianhuang City in the Ribbon region, and Wuzhui City in the Meigwa region. The game server seemed eager to incite internal conflict among players, repeating this announcement 3 times consecutively. The moment the news broke, the Huaxiao region's national channel erupted. Whoa, heard that the U.S., Japan, and Korea are upgrading their capital cities. Looks like it's true. A spectacular spectacle is about to unfold. Lord Bei Chen, you're legendary. Lord Bei Chen is legendary, truly awe-inspiring. Doesn't it strike you as odd? Lord Bei Chen has remained remarkably low-key since entering the game. Yet this feat was broadcast globally by the server itself. I suspect he must have been betrayed earlier. That makes sense. I'd wager it's exactly what happened. Otherwise, why would Lord Bei Chen be so furious? Newbie here. Anyone know Lord Bei Chen? I'd join Daxiao City in a heartbeat, even if it meant scrubbing toilets. Newbie 1 is same here. Newbie 1 is same here. Let's pause speculation for now. Wait for Lord Bei Chen's official statement. Didn't you hear the Huaxiao region's announcement? Within the next 48 hours, Daxiao City will undergo its capital upgrade. A level 2 siege beast tide is imminent. Right. Let me predict this: once upgraded, Lord Bei Chen will surely recruit new members. Stockpile supplies now. And as for those Fujoshi, you won't win favor through charm alone. Don't even try. How dare you slander him? Lord Bei Chen's orientation is perfectly conventional. He prefers women. For instance, I've already bathed and am ready for service. Idiot upstairs. Clown upstairs. Excuse me. Who are you exactly to presume Lord Bei Chen would ever choose you? Ahem. Well, let me tell you. There's an unforgettable story between Lord Bei Chen and me. At these words, the national channel fell utterly silent. She wasn't wrong. As long as Lord Bei Chen remained biologically male and mentally sound, temptation was inevitable, and if sparks truly flew between them, even a single night might rewrite fate. Ahem. So tell us, did you share blood with Lord Bei Chen? Sweat alongside him? Or perhaps engage in Hansen immersive practice? Who are you? Why should we believe you? You won't even reveal your name. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm still Lord Bei Chen's secret mistress, okay? You? Fine. If you don't believe me, then don't. What's there to fear in naming myself? Yes, I am Mei Yongxiener, the one who once shared an indelible bond with Lord Bei Chen. The moment her name rang out, several players instantly recognized her. Whoa, you're still alive. A miracle. Damn idiot. You dare claim a story with Lord Bei Chen. Why hasn't he struck you down with a single whiplash? Exactly. Failed to gain traction in your regional channel, so now you're gate-crashing the national channel, riding Lord Bei Chen's fame. Watch your back. I'll stab you first. Meanwhile, none of this commotion reached Bei Chen. He remained entirely unaware, for the level 2 siege beast tide was about to begin. Then came a series of urgent private message pings. Bei Chen glanced. Indeed, they were from the Tri-Nation Alliance. He'd half expected them to yield, but their replies proved otherwise. Ireland for fuck. Demands 600 kilograms of supplies from my Wuzhui city. Why not just rob me outright? Tanakajiro Bakiaro. I inherit the honor of the emperor. I will never bow to the Huaxiao people unless I'm utterly overwhelmed. Of supply. Tanakajiro Bakiaro. I inherit the honor of the emperor. I will never bow to the Huaxiao people unless I'm utterly overwhelmed. Mr. Bei Chen, first, on behalf of the entire Futian group, I Tian Ben offer our deepest apologies. Our earlier actions were rash and ill-considered. We humbly beg your magnanimity and propose all matters be deferred until after the siege beast tide concludes. Bei Chen stared stunned. Their abrupt reversal left him speechless. Had even wastewater researchers begun studying military stratagems? Yet deploying such crude tactics before a Huaxiao man felt like having his face slapped, hard and repeatedly. Okay. With a unified reply, Bei Chen switched his interface directly to the City Lord's Reputation Mystery Shop. Spend 500 reputation to acquire 5 elite siege bosses, Azure Flame, Dung Beetles. Yes. Spend 500 reputation to acquire 1 elite siege boss, Ironclad, Thousand-Legged Centipede, and 1 Rotflesh, Great White Shark. Yes. Spend 500 reputation to acquire 1 elite siege boss, Rotflesh, Great White Shark, and 1 Ironclad, Thousand-Legged Centipede. Yes. Without hesitation, he purchased successive siege tier bosses. His reputation pool was vast. This entire spree cost only 1500 points. Then Bei Chun moved openly, yet lethally. Assignment confirmed 5 elite siege bosses, Azure Flame Dung Beetles, have spawned at Shinji City in the Hongwa region. Broadcast announcement. Broadcast immediately. Assignment confirmed 1 elite siege boss, Ironclad Thousand-Legged Centipede, and 1 Rotflesh Great White Shark have spawned at Tianhuang City in the Ribbon region. Broadcast announcement. Broadcast loudly. Assignment confirmed 1 elite siege boss, Rotflesh Great White Shark, and 1 Ironclad Thousand-Legged Centipede have spawned at Wuzue City in the Megwa region. Broadcast announcement. Announce it 3 times swiftly. Instantly the game server's announcement thundered across the globe, ringing in every player's ears. Each announcement repeated thrice. This overwhelming resonance, this sheer audacity instantly forged a global impression. This bold, unapologetic man was invincible. No sooner had the worldwide broadcast concluded than wails and curses exploded across the Tri-Nation Alliance channel. Ireland 4, fuck. It's over. Everything's ruined. 3.5 of our 4 city walls have collapsed. Bei Chun, you'll rot in hell. Quan Shunji, AHHH. My capital has fallen. Over half my warriors lie dead. Even the extreme city lord upgrade mode has failed. Ireland 4. Where's brother 2? Where's Gyrosan? Quan Shunji, elder brother. The intelligence division confirms second brother Juro was obliterated by an ironclad thousand-legged centipede. His mount shattered, his life extinguished instantly. Ireland 4. OTTO, how could this happen? How does the city lord of Dashia City possess so much reputation? The white dragon shall soon awaken anew. By tomorrow recovery should be nearly complete. For now my voice remains slightly nasal. Fellow players, please consider sending a complimentary gift. The white dragon expresses heartfelt gratitude. Tonight is destined to leave countless people sleepless. 2,400 prestige points are an immense amount for the Three Kingdoms Alliance. But for Bei Chun, this is nothing. As expected, with the main city of the Three Kingdoms Alliance crumbling, the announcement from the game console rang out again. In the cold country battle zone, Shinji City failed to defend against the level 2 siege beast wave, and the original level 1 brick city has been downgraded to a Norank rammed earth city. The ultimate city lord upgrade mode has failed. All siege rewards will be reclaimed. In the Tianhuang City battle zone, the defense against the level 2 siege beast wave also failed, resulting in the same downgrade. All siege rewards will be reclaimed. In the Megwa battle zone, Wuzue City failed to defend against the level 2 siege beast wave, leading to the same downgrade. Hearing this, Bei Chun, standing on the city wall, smiled slightly. Now he wouldn't have to worry about being undermined. The other members of the Yinglong Guards were equally invigorated, looking at Bei Chun with a deep sense of reverence. With just his own strength, he dealt a heavy blow to the Three Kingdoms Alliance. This feat may not be unprecedented, but it is definitely unparalleled in the gaming world. Switching to the console page. Initiate the level 2 siege beast wave. The Lord of Dashia City Bei Chun has initiated the level 2 siege beast wave. Confirm. Switching to the console page. Initiate the level 2 siege beast wave. The Lord of Dashia City Bei Chun has initiated the level 2 siege beast wave. Confirm. Confirm. The level 2 siege beast wave has been initiated. The siege monsters will refresh in 3 minutes. Level 2 siege beast wave has been initiated with 21 defenders and 210 monsters to refresh. 10 times. Level 2 siege beast wave has been initiated with 21 defenders and 210 monsters to refresh. 10 times the number of siege beasts compared to the defenders. Bei Chun smiled as the lords of the Three Kingdoms Alliance had been downgraded from level 1 lords to Norank lords, and their lord reputation and mysterious shop would disappear as well. This way Bei Chun would no longer fear being undermined. Moreover, the reward from the first level city selection was the T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun, meaning he had no pressure in resisting the beast wave. In the team channel, attention everyone. The level 2 siege beast wave will refresh in 3 minutes. Yes. Yes. Go baby. Screech. Suddenly a white shadow spread its wings and soared into the air, quickly reaching a height of 100 meters above Dashia City. Daddy, this time I'm going to give it my all. The baby's voice was clearly a bit dissatisfied. I haven't even shown my full strength in this evolution yet. In the previous beast wave, due to Bei Chun's orders, she had to act as a scout and guardian. But this time the baby couldn't hold back. She wanted to fight. Her claws were itching. The baby's complaints reached Bei Chun's ears. He paused for a moment. Baby, you killed the rotting flesh great white shark and the blue flame dung beetle without using your full strength. Just a little splash, Daddy. After I wake up this time, I will be very strong. My claws feel much sharper, and my flying speed is more than doubled now. From the shared vision during the previous battle, Bei Chun saw the baby desperately dodging the corrosive slime attack from the rotting flesh, great white shark, instinctively thinking her combat power was just mediocre. Now that he thought about it, it must have been the baby's first encounter with an elite-level boss, and she didn't grasp the opponent's tactics, making her seem inexperienced. Alright then, baby, unleash your full power, and show me your true strength. Bei-chun said with a smile, not merely trying to conserve ammunition. Rather, Bei-chun had a terrifying intuition from the shadowless sword, and vaguely guessed that the gene talent function would soon be activated. To be honest, the baby's melee experience was quite immature, relying solely on her advantages to crush the opponent. Once she faced a rival of equal level, her practical shortcomings would immediately manifest. Therefore, it was also Bei-chun's intention to train the baby's combat skills before the gene talent function activated. After all, he had watched her grow from an egg, nurturing her through the most basic stages. Just you wait, daddy. Don't always treat me like a child. I'm really strong. As soon as the words left her mouth, she continued. Daddy, look. There's a three-legged person. No, why are they covered in thick green slime? Hearing this, Bei-chun was taken aback and immediately activated the shared vision, weakening the darkness. When he saw the siege beast wave refreshing, he couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? This isn't a biohazard. Where did all these zombies come from? As he saw the zombies, their exposed skin was covered in festering sores. Bei-chun immediately ordered baby stay in the air for now. Do not engage without my permission. The baby seemed very happy, but in front of Bei-chun, she didn't dare disobey, and could only comply. All members, this siege is not against beasts, but zombies. Be careful. Do not let them approach the main city. Bei-chun shouted loud. All members, this siege is not against beasts, but zombies. Be careful. Do not let them approach the main city. Bei-chun shouted loudly. At once the members of the Yinglong guards who heard this news changed their expressions. The baby had discovered the zombies' spawning location from the air. They had already exceeded the visual range of the night combat equipment used by the Yinglong guards. Thus Bei-chun informed them in advance to prepare. Everyone stay alert. I don't want to see my brothers infected and then have to tearfully shoot them myself. Yet, all the Yinglong guards turned pale. Perhaps they had never seen real zombies before, but most of the youth had seen catching. The 4 heavy machine guns were already set up, their black, gaping barrels too large. At this moment, Bei-chun took out the Black Dragon, HAL 10 armor-piercing projectile, and fired a catching. The 4 heavy machine guns were already set up, their black, gaping barrels too large. At this moment, Bei-chun took out the Black Dragon, HAL 10 armor-piercing projectile, and fired a shot into the sky. The 12.7mm high-altitude arc projectile immediately traced a white trajectory across the pitch-black night. When it flew 1,000 meters at a 45-degree angle, it exploded. Boom. Flash. The dazzling brilliance instantly illuminated a 500-meter radius as the ground below revealed a dense mass of over 200 zombies. Roar. Wow. The zombies, caught in the bright light, slowed down, many of them making throat-grating. What the hell? Are they kidding us? Through the 15 times magnification, Bei-chun saw 3 bald heads, oozing pus, 6 burly men with dragon and phoenix tattoos, and a group of individuals with dead fish eyes and severely crooked necks. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This isn't the drug lord's 3 brothers, the 6 Alliance, and Lulu's fans, is it? How the hell did they all turn into zombies? Given the limited distance, only Bei-chun could clearly see through the baby's shared vision, while the members of the Yinglong guards could only see shadows approaching. At this moment, Zhang Yichen shouted long-range sniping switch to heavy machine guns for suppression. Yes. The members of the Yinglong guards were equipped with M416 automatic rifles and SKS sniper rifles provided by Bei-chun. These fine weapons were all equipped with high-powered scopes. Open fire, freely aim for the head. Bei-chun fired another high-altitude arc projectile. Yes. Immediately the super long-range shots from the M416 and SKS rang out. Tat tat tat. Bang bang bang. Boom. Bei-chun ordered, and immediately the members of the Yinglong guard armed with high-magnification weapons began precise shooting. However, even with well-equipped sniper rifles, there are unavoidable drawbacks. That is the distance. At this moment, the zombie army is still 800 meters away from the city of Dasha. This distance, one might say the top snipers could potentially hit a target. But hitting a precise headshot clearly depends on luck. The effective range for sniper rifles is generally within 400,500 meters, even for the best snipers. Moreover, in the current combat environment, at night their vision depends on night vision devices to relay images. It is quite difficult to achieve a headshot. While the Yinglong guard members could not achieve this, Bei-chun could barely manage it through the shared vision with his companion. Bang! Because the Black Dragon HAL 10 bullet has a large caliber and strong lethality, Bei-chun did not excessively pursue headshots. Instead, he aimed to hit as accurately as possible. Whoosh! Bang! A zombie girl named Lulu was hit directly in the shoulder by an armor-piercing incendiary round. Instantly, the powerful rotational impact shattered her entire right shoulder, and the zombie girl flew back, while emitting a piercing screech. How can this be? Bei Chun was stunned. How can she still stand? Bei Chen's heart sank as he immediately asked his companion, Baby, your task is crucial. Quickly find the boss of the zombie tide. Strictly speaking, this siege beast tide was not as formidable as the first wave of scale-armored bull monsters. The scale-armored bulls have thick blood and high defense. Even a heavy machine gun requires dozens of rounds to deal with. However, Bei Chun did not believe that a level 2 siege test would be weaker than a level 1 beast tide. On the contrary, Bei Chun felt that this beast tide was filled with oddities. Okay, leave it to Baby. Soon Bei Chun's shared vision continued to descend. He knew it was Baby deliberately lowering the flight altitude to inspect closely. At this moment, the zombie army had charged to within 600 meters. At this distance, the probability of headshots for the Yinglong Guard snipers had significantly increased. Captain, something is wrong. Bei Chun turned around in surprise. It was the deputy captain Shui Yihan who spoke. At this moment, Shui Yihan's expression was genuinely grim. What happened? Bei Chun immediately asked. We got a headshot, but the corpses on the ground are still crawling toward the main city. What a high-altitude arc light bullet was fired, and Bei Chun immediately used the magnification scope to take a look. Indeed, a shocking scene came into view. He saw a zombie whose head had been blown to bits still crawling on the ground, moving slowly, but undeniably. Damn it. Bei Chun couldn't help but curse. If headshots can't kill, how are we supposed to play this? But there were no more options at hand. Keep aiming for headshots, do your best, and then follow my orders. Understood. Bei Chun was the backbone of the Yinglong Guard. As long as he remained calm, the Yinglong Guard would stabilize their mindset. At that moment, Baby's startled voice rang in his ear. Dad, look at that person. He's so scary and disgusting. He's hiding here and throwing up. Bei Chun was startled and immediately focused on the shared vision. However, when he saw the scene before him, fortunately his stomach was strong and he managed to hold it in. After a couple of dry heaves, Bei Chun focused on the hidden position of this creature. It was a small mound covered in dry leaves. However, if one didn't pay close attention, Bei Chun wouldn't have noticed the face peeking out, wrinkled and half exposed, with a large mouth wide open. This large mouth was continuously spewing forth thin black objects that resembled black earthworms. A dense mass of these black slender things, once expelled, wriggled on the ground and began crawling toward the city of Daxia. Players with trypophobia would likely vomit their last year's leftovers if they witnessed this scene. It was utterly disgusting. Baby, blow away the leaves on him. Let me see what kind of thing he is. Bei Chun was now a level 1 city lord and could see the names of such elite level bosses. Baby was clearly disgusted by this creature as well. After all, children prefer cleanliness, especially Baby being a creature of the skies. Okay, Baby replied, ascending rapidly before diving down. Two enormous white wings, each about 2 meters long, flapped violently toward the ground where the boss was hiding, propelled by the force of the dive. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled as it revealed the object hidden under the pile of dry leaves. It was a man wearing a yellow woolen coat with a twisted and hideous face oozing pus. The moment the body was exposed, Bei Chun immediately saw the boss name. Mother Body, Source of Disaster, level 1 rare boss. Previously, even the level 1 boss Iron Armored Centipede had only a blue-white name, while the name of the Blue Flame Dung Beetle was pure white. However, the boss refreshed by the level 2 Beast Tide actually had a blue rare level. The most terrifying aspect wasn't its direct lethality, but its skills. Mother Body. This term is clearly not to be trifled with. Bei Chun's mind momentarily went blank. What the hell, a rare level? Who cares about that? What about level 3? This level 2 Beast Tide is already like this. What about level 3? Rustle. It turned out that the 210 zombies were merely cannon fodder. The truly terrifying presence was just one, that is Mother Body, Source of Disaster, which is worth 1,000 troops. Because the zombies were now close enough, the Yinglong Guard members began using heavy machine guns to sweep fire. After such a prolonged assault, there were indeed some results. Soon a message reached Bei Chun to completely destroy the zombies. They must be shredded into pieces with bullets. But Bei Chun had no time to worry about the cannon fodder zombies. He was so anxious that he wanted to jump down directly. That rare boss, the Mother Body, spewing black slender things, was definitely not benign. Fortunately, those slender things moved slowly, otherwise Bei Chun truly wouldn't have time to devise a counter-strategy. Everyone fire at full strength, don't conserve bullets. Quickly eliminate these cannon fodder zombies. Bei Chun's face was grim and his tone was serious. There are even more troublesome things behind. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and immediately unleashed a barrage of heavy machine gun bullets against the zombies 300 meters away, as if they were free. At this moment, Baby's anxious voice rang out again. Dad, it spotted me. It's digging a hole and trying to escape. Stop it. Bei Chun did not hesitate. If the Mother Body boss really hid underground, it would be even more troublesome. It could hide underground, continuously laying eggs, and their bullets and manpower were limited. While feeling anxious, he reminded, "Baby, you need to take this seriously and don't let it hurt you. Remember, just stop it from digging and hiding." Baby had never heard Bei-chin speak to her in such a tone and was startled. "Okay, I understand." Suddenly another change occurred. "Oh, Captain, look." Each member of the Yinglong Guard was a warrior with strong mental fortitude, but to elicit such a terrified shout from them, one can imagine how terrifying the scene before them was. Bei-chun turned to look and was startled enough to take a step back. However, this scene also made Bei-chun realize what the Mother Body Rare boss was spewing out. Super large iron wire worms. More commonly referred to as zombie worms, Bei-chun was surprised and then delighted, immediately stabilizing the Yinglong Guard. He then shouted to Baby, "How are things on your side?" "Dad, I pressed it down with a big rock. This thing looks scary, but it's actually quite weak." Bei-chun let out a heavy sigh of relief and immediately said, "Come back. I have an important task to arrange." After speaking, Bei-chun waved his hand, and immediately 50-liter metal barrels appeared around him, clearly labeled refined gasoline 50 liters. For barrels made for a total of 200 liters of refined gasoline. At this point, Bei-chun had already amplified his storage. As for the unamplified, there was no time now. Squad leader Big Guy Xiagu Xian. "Yes." Bei-chun shouted, "Pour this refined gasoline around the main city, and within 10 minutes establish a fire belt at the city wall." After upgrading the city of Dachau, Bei-chun did not choose to expand its area. A basketball court-sized city could establish a fire belt with 200 milliliters of refined gasoline, which was sufficient. "Yes, Captain." Immediately the four of them responded and hurriedly ran over, each carrying a barrel of refined gasoline toward the city wall. "System amplification fuel resources," he called out to the system in his heart. "Detected 60 liters of ordinary gasoline available for amplification. Do you wish to amplify?" "Amplify," Bei-chun immediately replied. "Congratulations, host, amplification successful. 60 liters of ordinary gasoline has been amplified to 300 liters of refined gasoline." While improving the quality, it also increased in quantity. Bei-chun was quite satisfied with this amplification, and there was still some gasoline mixed with water in his particle ring, but the mixed gasoline was not amplified. With a wave of his hand, 300 liters of refined gasoline appeared beside him. At that moment, Baby also flew back from afar. "Baby, pour this barrel of gasoline over that combined zombie." The reason why the members of the Yinglong Guard were so frightened and shouted was due to the more than 200 zombies that had been scattered and were now reassembling into a stitched monster due to the giant mutated iron wire worms. Seeing Bei-chun's grim expression, Baby nodded and grabbed a large oil barrel with her claws before soaring into the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, Baby swirled with the large oil barrel tilted, and a deluge of refined gasoline poured down onto the stitched zombie monster. At this moment, Bei-chun's gaze was sharp. "Baby, retreat." As Baby continued to ascend, bang! The Black Dragon HAL 10 armor-piercing cannon let out a furious roar. An armor-piercing incendiary round directly ignited the refined gasoline on the stitched zombie monster. Instantly, billowing smoke and raging flames erupted. The stitched zombie monster emitted a howl that was unhuman. Then its entire massive body began to collapse. Countless black, slender, giant iron wire worms began to burn in flames, writhing on the ground. P.S. This is a 3,000-word chapter. I hope for some free gifts and a push for updates. Thank you. Thanks. Refined gasoline is obtained through systematic amplification, and Bei-chun has a feeling that if refined gasoline were to be amplified one more level, it should transform into high-energy solid gasoline. However, for now, the refined gasoline should be sufficient to incinerate these giant iron wire worms. This is why Bei-chun refers to it as giant, as the iron wire worms before the game typically measure around 10 to 50 centimeters, quite small and pitiful. Previously, while browsing Douyin, Bei-chun came across a report of iron wire worms being studied by an illegal biological laboratory. After being cultivated into mutated iron wire worms, these horrifying creatures were unleashed into human society for profit, leading to an outbreak of a zombie tide. If it weren't for this, Bei-chun wouldn't be so fearful of these creatures. The larvae continuously absorb nutrients within these arthropods, gradually secreting toxins that seep into the host's brain, thereby controlling its behavior. When the larvae mature into adults, they compel the host to seek out water, drowning it before burrowing out of its body. If regular nematodes are this terrifying, one can only imagine the horror of mutated nematodes the size of earthworms. No wonder they can directly manipulate corpses. Of this game is becoming increasingly absurd. Bei-chun glanced at the Black Dragon HAL 10 anti-tank sniper cannon in his arms. He suddenly found it less appealing. Faced with thousands of densely packed mutated nematodes, it seemed that even the largest caliber firearms would be ineffective. At that moment, the squad leader hurried over, exclaiming, "Captain, gasoline has been poured all around the main city." Bei-chun nodded. "Ignite it immediately." "Yes." Since the walls of the level 1 blue brick main city are 4 meters high, Bachin was not worried that the raging fire would threaten the members of